Yi. He clearly awakened the legendary Godzilla beast gene, but his classmates still treat him like total trash. All because his compatibility rate with Godzilla is only 3%, making it absolutely useless in a real fight. But what they do not know about our main character is, he actually unlocked the secret and completely broken infinite beast template system. Just by completing basic quests, he can draw an endless supply of monsters. Now he can easily control the absolute godlike power of Godzilla. Even the top school beauty cannot compare to him anymore. What he decides to do next sends massive shockwaves through the classroom. He directly injects the raw Godzilla monster gene straight into his body. In this world, martial arts rule everything, and becoming a martial artist is the ultimate measure of wealth and high social status. A long time ago, mysterious beast dungeons invaded Earth, unleashing powerful monsters capable of wiping out all of human civilization. In order to survive, humanity developed a gene-cleansing serum, injecting beast genes to help people awaken their own monster templates. Unlocking these powerful genetic talents is the only way martial artists can hope to save human civilization. Because of this, martial artists enjoy insane wealth, and becoming one is the only true path to a bright future. Yet our main character reincarnated into the body of a useless failing student. With only 25 days left before college entrance exams, he feels completely ripped off. If he had to reincarnate, why not back to his college days? Right then, the entire class bursts out laughing, mocking He for being a useless loser. They laugh and mock him, saying a total loser like him has no right to take the exam, so he should just drop out and work a miserable factory job forever. He is not surprised. Every main character has to deal with annoying bullies. It turns out his original self had a terrible reputation. Ever since his parents passed away 2 years ago, his grades crashed harder than Bitcoin, making him the biggest joke in school. Right then, another kid barks at him, asking what he is staring at and if he wants to fight. He is totally speechless. He was just thinking. The original guy was the one who slacked off, but now he is the one stuck paying the price. Suddenly, the teacher shouts out, asking if everyone is ready to begin the gene injection, urging them to stay confident since their 3 years of hard training led to this. As for the hopeless failures, forget about them, the teacher says, glaring directly at He just shrugs it off. He is not the slacker anyway, so why feel embarrassed? Still, since he inherited this body, he might as well live this life to the absolute fullest. Inside the injection room, every student eagerly waits to see which beast template they will successfully awaken. As the secure vault opens wide, rows of gene vials appear containing the raw monster DNA that martial artists have gathered over the years. Once injected, they will absorb it to awaken a beast, and the stronger their physical body, the more powerful the monster. The teacher tells the students to relax, instructing them to come up one by one as their names are called. As the genes enter their bodies, students begin to scream in pain. This process is clearly no walk in the park. But he does not care, injecting the serum straight into his arm without hesitating. A second later, the room goes dead silent. The teacher frowns, asking why nothing is happening and wondering if the serum is defective. Right on cue, the class bully laughs out loud, pointing at he and mocking him for having zero reaction. If looks could kill, she would be dead 10,000 times over. She keeps cheering, telling him that a useless nobody like him should just go home and wait to die. But suddenly he feels his heart beat with massive violent force. A system prompt chimes, and host has successfully awakened the beast template system, currently drawing initial beast template. While the bullies mock him for trying to act tough, he coldly warns everyone to get back. If they do not run now, it will be too late. A split second later, the colossal silhouette of a massive beast manifests directly behind he. The sheer force of the energy blast instantly sends the class bully flying back. The shockwave is absolutely insane. Classmates gasp, struggling to breathe under the suffocating pressure of his sudden aura. In the entire room, only 2 people manage to stand. They silently stare at the main character, shocked to realize he might actually be stronger. Suddenly, a system screen pops up, revealing an A-rank Godzilla template with skills fully unlocked and a compatibility rate of 3%. He instantly recognizes this as his ultimate overpowered cheat code in this strange new world. His shocked classmates cannot believe that useless trash he actually awakened his powers. Even that fake girl Huang Tongtong passes out from the shock despite having awakened a rank 2 demonic beast herself. He just chuckles awkwardly, thinking his awakening was a bit too intense, but he did warn them to run and they ignored him. Right then, the school intercom barks out orders for all awakened third-year students to report to the testing building for their gene and martial arts evaluations. Standing before them is the advanced gene scanner designed to evaluate their demonic beast bloodlines and current combat cultivation levels. First up is Li Yuan, who awakened a rank 3 wasp beast, a crazy pull that everyone thinks guarantees him the top spot. But Chu Zhou, the school's absolute prodigy, blows him out of the water by awakening an ice demon dragon, basically securing the city championship. Then there is the school beauty Lu Qinzu, who pulls an even crazier feat by awakening a rank 4 hell sparrow bloodline. That kind of devastating power could easily level half a city, virtually guaranteeing her the title of provincial champion. This leaves Yi, he pretty confused. Why did everyone else get normal rank 3 or 4 beasts while his system gave him an A rank? When his name is called Yi, he cannot help but feel this is getting a little too dramatic. The crowd watches with bated breath, and honestly, in this brutal world, you either have raw strength or you are absolutely nothing. He steps directly up to the machine. Even the top-tier prodigy Chuzhou keeps a close eye on Yi. He fully convinced that whatever beast bloodline produced that insane crushing pressure earlier has to be incredibly high tier. But the scanner suddenly glitches out, displaying only basic info, while leaving all other critical stats as massive question marks, leaving his classmates totally baffled. Instantly, some jerks burst into mocking laughter, pointing out his low martial disciple rank and shouting that even a middle schooler could beat him up, proving Yi, he is still just useless trash. Yi, he just smiles. Of course, their basic machine cannot detect a literal Godzilla. Right then, his system pings with a new notification explaining that he can easily upgrade his power by completing various quests, farming massive reputation points, or earning extra monster draws. Yi, he chuckles quietly, knowing his beast template operates on a completely different level than theirs. This means as long as he hits the requirements, he can pull infinite beast templates, basically turning himself into a living god. Inside the office, his teacher snaps. He demands to know if Yi, he really expects him to believe he will actually study hard at home until the entrance exams. Yi, he explains that he needs intense, specialized training to truly progress rather than being slowed down by the class. The teacher warns him that passing the exams requires intense focus and serious study right here at school. Yi, he looks him straight in the eye, saying that perhaps the teacher does not fully grasp the sheer power he has awakened. The teacher sighs, letting him go. Leaving school, Yi, he heads straight to the Martial Artists Association. After selling his house and combining it with his parents' compensation money, he now has a massive war chest of 2 million credits. To boost his combat power, he either needs to rank up his martial level or increase his direct compatibility with that insane Demora Godzilla template. Typically, newbies templates start with just 1% compatibility, but his Demora Godzilla is already sitting at 3%. Where did those extra points come from? There is only one logical answer. Yi, he had already absorbed the core genes of the beast, giving him that extra boost, proving that advanced gene science in this world can directly enhance his template power. Why grind like an ordinary martial artist when you can just pay to win? I mean, who would say no to a massive shortcut? Thrilled by this, he rushes inside. Walking into the center, Yi, he swipes his student card at the gate, but the very moment he passes through, a bizarre sensation washes over him. Suddenly, he can see everyone wrapped in distinct, vibrant energy fields that mirror their specific awakened abilities, making him realize that every single person in this room is a powerful combat specialist. He quickly realizes his newly awakened lizard template has gifted him an incredible passive sensory skill called the Life Magnetic Field. By emitting subvocal life signals, he can perceive the biological energy of everyone nearby. To him, the raw strength of these martial artists burns like blazing, roaring furnaces, and he can practically hear the ancient beasts howling deep within their bloodlines. Sensing so many beast bloodlines, his own combat instincts begin to flare up uncontrollably. After all, his monster template is the undisputed king of beasts, destined to conquer every living creature on this planet. But for now, Yi, he knows he is still far too weak. He forces down that raging battle urge, telling his inner monster to stay quiet and endure until he gathers enough strength to show the world who the real king is. While he is completely lost in his grand plans for the future, a soft hand suddenly taps him on the shoulder from behind. Yi, he whips around with a sharp glare, which causes the stunning, elegantly dressed woman standing behind him to smirk playfully, adjusting her glasses and telling him not to stare so intensely. Flustered, he quickly apologizes, but she simply waves it off with a warm smile, explaining that newly awakened warriors often struggle to control their raw aura. When she asks what brings him to the massive hall, he admits he is looking to buy some gene serums but got completely lost in this massive place. He asks if she could kindly point him in the right direction. Hearing his request, she seems surprised, asking if he really needs high-tier gene potions at his current stage, which leaves him utterly confused. She readily explains that these specialized gene serums are not only incredibly expensive, but using them too early can build up a tolerance, rapidly decreasing their future effectiveness. She suggests that smart fighters usually push their natural bloodline to its absolute limit first to get the most out of the enhancers. When a curious he asks about the actual price, she playfully holds up 4 fingers, telling him that even the most basic low-level gene serum will cost him around 400,000 credits. The jaw-dropping price tag instantly crushes his excitement, sending his high hopes straight into the gutter. Realizing that his entire life savings would barely cover 5 tiny vials of the stuff, he awkwardly asks if she knows anyone who could hook him up with a decent discount. Leaning in slightly, she pulls out an elegant business card and hands it over, suggesting he use her personal recommendation to secure a decent discount from the local suppliers. Yi, he happily takes the business card and waves goodbye, thanking her as he leaves. She smiles back, wishing him luck until next time. Next up, he is ready to blow through his cash at specialized shops for martial artists. At the gene medicine counter, he drops 1,450,000 dong. At the weapon shop, he spends another 250,000 shopping like an absolute madman. Before long, night falls and we shift over to Yi's apartment complex. Sitting in deep meditation, his body burns with spiritual energy emitting a faint glow. He grits his teeth through the agonizing pain, absorbing the raw power of the expensive gene serums. The system continuously rings out fusion rate of the Emperor Lizard Mala Beast model, hitting 7%, raising his overall constitution to 15, making him a Stage 7 martial apprentice. After enduring that agonizing process, he is completely drained. Stretching his sweaty arms, he weakly mutters that this feels amazing. But while his first gene shots boosted his stats by 2 points each, the progress is starting to slow down. The final two only gave him a single point. It seems pushing his limits will only get tougher from here. Yet, in just 10 minutes, he achieved what takes others 3 years of brutal training. This is only his base state. If he can unleash the power of the Emperor bloodline, he will be unstoppable. He can easily go head-to-head with the top university geniuses. Honestly, if he has a literal system buff and still cannot surpass those top prodigies, then this system is completely useless. Determined, he yells out that it is time to head for the rift. Spatial rifts are divided into 6 ranks from E to S. The higher the level, the more lethal the beasts inside. S-rank monsters are completely uncontrollable, and if they ever breach into the real world, it means total human extinction. The scene shifts to the Enthan number 3 rift in E-rank dungeon. Fully equipped with weapons and protective gear, he steps through the entrance. Looking around, he mutters that it is emptier than expected. Since it is an old, heavily cleared rift, all the good treasures are long gone, leaving only weak monsters for rookies to practice on. Strolling along, he spots a small registration desk and approaches to check in, announcing he pre-booked a slot for the 3rd rift. The receptionist, looking completely unbothered, lazily hands him a standard death waiver to sign, telling him this is his entry ticket. Talk about a warm welcome. The portal opens right before him, a swirling vortex of unstable energy, radiating an ancient, dangerous aura. Standing before it, a wave of nervousness washes over him, making him shake slightly. He wonders if this is what a real rift feels like. But that fear vanishes, instantly replaced by a cunning grin. Flashing his teeth, he mutters that this very place will be the starting line for his journey to becoming the Monster King. Without a shred of hesitation, he takes a leap and dives straight into the swirling portal, filled with excitement as he yells out that he is going in. The moment he enters, the familiar 3-dimensional world completely warps around him. In a flash, he lands safely, smoothly dropping onto one knee with one hand bracing the ground. From his landing spot, he can clearly see other massive planets floating right there in the strangely colored sky. He stands amazed. Even though he studied these rifts in textbooks, actually seeing it with his own eyes is breathtaking. The scale of this place is simply incredible. While he is still standing there, marveling at the magnificent alien sky, a tiny shadow quietly creeps up from right behind him. It looks like a harmless, adorable little red rabbit. But once it reveals its face, you see blood-red eyes and 2 deadly fangs. This is a mutated beast, a first-tier blade-toothed rabbit. The beast lunges from behind, baring its razor-sharp teeth and charging with a burst of energy wrapped around its body. But it is not that easy to catch him off guard. He easily dodges, grabs the rabbit by its long ears and pins it to the ground. Watching it struggle, he smirks, calling it foolish for thinking he did not notice. Meanwhile, the system displays the creature's magnetic energy field. Casting a long shadow, he squeezes hard, instantly crushing the mutated beast's skull. He takes it down in a single second. Moments later, a small sparkling crystal is left in his hand. Examining the white core, he realizes it is worth about 1,000 dong. Still, making that much in mere minutes is impressive, considering normal people work a whole month just to make 3,000 to 4,000. But piling up low-level cores will not help much. He really needs to find 2nd-tier beasts or higher. Right on cue, the ground behind him rumbles and a giant slimy beast bursts out. Twisting like a massive mutated earthworm, is hundreds of times larger than he. It opens a maw full of razor-sharp teeth and charges. This is a 2nd-tier shield corpse worm. He gets pumped. Swiftly drawing his blade, a wild grin spreads across his face as he mutters that he got exactly what he wished for. This is the Enthan E-rank rift, the exact spot where he will begin his absolute domination. Facing down the colossal beast, he does not flinch. With one swift, devastating slash, he carves a deep wound into its flesh, making the monster shriek in agony. Green slime sprays everywhere like rain. Taking a defensive stance, he recalls the database compared to the steel hard shell on its back. The worm's soft underbelly is a much easier target to pierce. Suddenly, the beast curls up like a giant wheel, rolling forward at terrifying speed to crush him into dust. Facing this brutal charge, he stays calm, raising his hands to channel his energy while chanting a martial art technique. In an instant, a massive shockwave blasts from his palms, slamming straight into the rolling monster and blowing it backward. But that is not enough to take it down. The monster opens its hideous mouth, launching its sharp teeth like a barrage of spinning buzz saws. Even Yi, he is caught off guard by this shock that it can shoot its own teeth. Luckily, his reflexes are top tier. He dodges smoothly as the spinning buzz saws graze his face by mere inches. But looking down, he sees a huge tear in his brand new designer jacket. Yi, he goes absolutely ballistic, screaming at the monster about how expensive this outfit was. Keeping a safe distance, he quickly analyzes the situation. At his current level, he cannot beat this giant bug. Without martial arts techniques to back him up, he cannot even unleash half his true strength. He will have to use his cheat. With that decided, his eyes snap open and his energy surges to the absolute limit. Unleashing his power, he roars for the Emperor Lizard Mala bloodline to activate. Instantly, his right arm mutates, covered in hardened scales and razor-sharp claws, all wrapped in a blazing aura of pure energy. Behind him, a massive, majestic phantom lets out a deafening roar. A split second later, he launches forward at blinding speed, leaving nothing but a blur behind. A flawless sword strike cuts clean through the monster's massive body. Green blood splatters everywhere like rain once again. That is right, he has quickly and cleanly finished off the beast. The beast collapses weakly to the ground, spitting up a massive puddle of green blood in a pathetic state. Turning around he mutters to himself that since his overall stats soared to 21 points, he completely dominated this Tier 2 demon corpse bug. But after canceling the transformation, he still needs to vent the extreme heat from his body, making him feel like a jet engine. The daggers he just bought are already completely corroded by the demon corpse bug's venom. Turns out 2.5 million worth of gear is totally useless against a Tier 2 beast. Talk about a massive waste of money. Suddenly, his empty stomach growls loudly. Rubbing his belly, he wonders if his first real hunt burned through way too much energy. He is absolutely starving with 0 rations on hand. But right in the middle of his hunger pangs, a strange, incredibly sweet aroma drifts through the air, hitting his nose and making his mouth water. What on earth is that delicious smell? He realizes the sweet scent is coming from the magic core that dropped from the demon corpse bug's corpse. Picking it up, he holds it close and mutters to himself. It is a magic core, specifically a green rank 6 quality one, and it is giving off a surprisingly irresistible aroma. After thinking for a second, he opens his mouth wide and tosses the green rank 6 magic core right in. Screw it, he thinks, swallowing it whole. The second the core lands in his stomach, it immediately releases a burst of brilliant spiritual energy that surges through his body. It actually works. The system panel pops up showing his Mala Tyrant Lizard template compatibility has risen to 7.3%. In absolute shock, he realizes his compatibility actually went up. Pure joy washes over his face as he grits his teeth, his eyes shining with excitement. He spent 100,000 just to buy a gene potion that barely raised his compatibility by 1%. Yet eating just one green rank 6 magic core has already done so much. It raised it by 0.3%. If he eats 3 or 4 of these, it is basically equivalent to a whole potion. This means the white magic cores of those Tier 3 blade tooth rabbits must yield at least 1% compatibility. Thinking of this, he feels like crying. Tears of pure regret for his wasted money stream down his cheeks. Man, what a painful waste of cash. He quickly pulls himself together, pointing 2 glowing fingers at his forehead. He declares boldly, it is time to turn this pain into motivation. Tonight, he is going on an absolute hunting spree. Just a few minutes later, with he acting as the center, an invisible yet incredibly powerful shockwave erupts violently from his body, sweeping outward like a radar scan. He shouts out, activate life force field initiate. It is not until noon the next day that he finally leaves the A-rank rift. His system reports the results. Mala Tyrant Lizard template compatibility is at 9%, and his overall stats are at 15.8. Leisurely walking out of the portal, he reflects. Since reaching 9%, eating white magic cores no longer boosts his stats. It seems his only option now is to sell them for cash. A bit later at the exchange counter outside the rift, he dumps out a pile of sparkling magic cores. There are 20 white cores and 1 green rank 6 core in total. The woman running the counter is completely shocked, wondering if this is a joke. He is just a high school student, so how did he manage to hunt this many? Several others waiting in line behind him stare at He's loot in awe, feeling a bit intimidated. Standing at the counter, he tells the clerk that according to government regulations, martial artists must hand over 1/10 of their harvest. For every green core, they must submit 5 white cores. Doing the math in his head, he realizes he is still walking away with 200,000 Ha country dollars. The scene shifts over to in City Number 4, a D-rank rift. This place is a ruined, desolate wasteland. At its center stands an old, half-collapsed building that forms a terrifying and ominous vortex of blue energy. It is a beautiful, sunny day. Nearby, a convertible sports car is parked, A man in a blue shirt and sunglasses, sitting in the driver's seat, calls out to his leader, asking if turning in the blood jade flower will finally complete their bounty mission. The man addressed as Captain Lin stands outside the car with a great sword slung across his back, telling his teammates this is their last search here. They successfully found the approximate location of the blood jade flower, but because Old Chen was injured by a monster, he cannot join them inside the rift this time. A female teammate crosses her arms, asking in concern if there are only 5 of them left. Another teammate with a buzz cut chimes in, pointing out that regulations strictly require a team of at least 6 people to enter a D-rank rift. A virtual system panel pops up showing the swordsman is named Lin He, a Tier 2 martial artist. Lin He turns around and replies confidently that it is not a problem. He already contacted a broker who introduced them to a new martial artist. He points toward a figure walking over lazily dressed, incredibly sloppily, and not looking like an expert at all. It is none other than Yi He. Everyone on the team looks highly skeptical, and one of them asks if he is Demora, the level 9 martial apprentice. Looking incredibly sloppy, he picks his nose and smirks, confirming that is him. But in his head, he is complaining. Since he is still a student, he does not have the qualifications to enter a D-rank rift. He had to pay a black market broker 100,000 just to forge a fake identity and join a team. Those black market guys are real thieves. Lin, he frowns slightly with a concerned look, muttering that the name Demora feels a bit unsettling. Yi just shrugs helplessly. There is nothing he can do about it since the name literally translates to seizing power. With that, he acts like he does not care about the name anymore. Lin, he clears his throat and says to forget about it since it is just a name anyway. With his level 9 apprentice strength, he is indeed not qualified for a D-rank rift. Their team can give him a chance to train, but he must not drag them down. He answers simply no problem. In his head, he thinks that laying out responsibilities beforehand is pretty reliable and definitely better than getting blamed if things go wrong later. He and the other team members quickly climb into the specialized off-road vehicle, preparing to enter the rift. All right, let us head out. This time they must find the blood jade flower. The scene shifts to a barren, desolate wasteland with not a single green tree in sight. Captain Lin, he checks his tracker, stating that the blood jade flower is in an oasis ahead, guarded by a Tier 2 general class magic beast. He rests his chin in his hand idly, watching the scenery outside the window. The last one was a tropical rainforest, and this time it is a desert. It seems this rift is completely different from the world he previously cleared. Just as the vehicle drives deeper, a pack of hungry wolf-like beasts with muddy-colored fur suddenly rushes out from both sides, desperately chasing the car. A teammate in the back goes on high alert, shouting to the captain that earth demon rats are closing in and targeting them. Captain Lin, he remains completely calm, giving a swift order to Huda to handle them. The man named Huda immediately springs into action, raising his hands as sharp, short daggers pop out from the back of his hands like a pair of powerful werewolf claws. Understood, Huda replies as he prepares to strike. Then, swinging his arms back with immense force, the daggers charged with energy shoot forward like bolts of lightning, stabbing straight into the heads of the earth demon rats. The spiritual energy gathered in the weapons explodes violently upon impact, while the team's vehicle maintains its speed, rushing forward. Huda, sitting in the back, pulls his hands back with a calm face, reporting simply that it is done. He glances at his teammate, evaluating him, channeling martial energy into throwing daggers so they explode like bombs on contact. This guy is seriously efficient and quiet. Continuing their journey, signs of a lush green jungle begin to appear in the distance, a stark contrast to the desert they just crossed. The sky on this planet is incredibly bizarre, with multiple other planets clearly visible floating in the atmosphere. The team stops the car as everyone gets their weapons ready, preparing to step directly into the danger zone. He follows behind lazily with a slightly bored expression, feeling a bit tired after the ride. He curiously asks the captain why they stopped driving since there is still some distance to the oasis. Leading the way, Lin, he explains that because the monster in the oasis is extremely sensitive, the vehicle would definitely alert it. He then begins assigning roles for the mission. He starts handing out jobs. Xiao Xiao will use his stun grenade to lure the beast out. Xiao Wu and Hu Di are on trap duty. Old Li will use ranged attacks to pin it down, while Lin, he handles the frontal assault. He pauses, remembering there is one more person, and points at Yi He. Dara, you just stand back and watch. Yi He pouts but still replies, okay. With everyone's roles clearly assigned, they fire a special signal flare high up into the sky. A loud boom is followed by a rapidly spreading cloud of white smoke. The special stun grenade actually contains high-level magic beast pheromones, tricking monsters into thinking their territory is being invaded, which easily lures them out. The effect is almost instant. The ground shakes slightly, revealing a giant Tier 2 magic beast. Meanwhile, at a different location where his team previously wiped out the earth demon rats, several daggers remain firmly stuck in the sand. Suddenly, a rugged arm appears bearing 2 long intersecting scars that look extremely fierce. As the shadow fades behind the clearing dust, it reveals the face of a bald old man wearing sunglasses, looking quite cool. Back in the lush jungle, he charges forward like an arrow, his sword slicing a sharp arc through the air. With just a single strike, the giant magical beast is decapitated. Xiaoxia, the only girl in the team, quickly runs over to confirm that the Earth Dragon has finally been dealt with. Standing before the massive beast's corpse, Captain Lin hoists his sword. He confidently says they should find the fruit. But right as the words leave his mouth, something completely unexpected happens. A dark figure suddenly lunges from behind the captain. In that critical second, another figure rushes in with lightning speed. It is Yi. He's standing right above the captain without anyone even noticing. Before anyone can process it, He unleashes a devastating punch from above, channeling massive spiritual energy into his fist. He strikes, causing the earth to shake violently before erupting into an explosion of dust. As the dust settles, Captain Lin stands there pale with shock. He turns to Yi. He's stammering that a mere first-stage apprentice shouldn't be able to shake a rank 2 beast like that. Xiaoxia is also completely stunned by the immense power of that strike. He is immediately showered with praise and admiring looks from his teammates. They gush over how his Misty Mountain fist was powerful enough to defeat a rank 2 beast. Xiaoxia thanks him for the rescue, warmly offering her friendship. Soon after, Captain Lin finds their target, the blood jade fruit. Xiao Wu curiously pokes the strange fruit, noting that they got quite a haul this time along with the Earth Dragon's crystal. Xiaoxia wonders how this weird red thing can be so valuable, while Yi stands slightly back, suspecting this is actually the Holy Maiden fruit. The captain explains that, of course, it is valuable as it significantly boosts one's compatibility with beast templates. The captain adds that even though this hunt was highly dangerous, they successfully secured the prize. While everyone is celebrating their victory completely off guard, Huda suddenly slips behind Captain Lin and drives a blade deep into his back. The traitor laughs maniacally, telling the injured captain that whatever he is thinking of doing is completely useless now. The sudden betrayal leaves the team frozen in horror before they explode in rage, demanding to know what is happening. Gritting his teeth through the pain, the captain swings a punch at Huda, demanding to know what he is doing. But the traitor easily dodges and backs away. Right then, another man steps out beside him, mockingly asking if it isn't obvious that Huda is just doing what it takes to strike it rich. It is the bald old man from earlier, letting out a sinister laugh. Xiao Wu is absolutely furious, clenching his fists as if he wants to tear them apart. He quietly asks if they know the bald man, and Xiao Wu grinds his teeth, explaining that his name is Huo Bang. He is a notorious bandit who robs martial artists of their hard-earned secret realm treasures, and now the bastard has targeted them. Clutching his bleeding stomach, Captain Lin glares up. How did Huda find this secret spot when even his own team only learned of it inside the realm? Watching this, Yi connects the dots. He remembers when they first entered the secret realm and Huda used throwing daggers to kill the earth mice. It hits him. The traitor had hidden a tracking scent on those very weapons. With his cover completely blown, Huda stops pretending. His face turns twisted and cruel as he sneers that he's pretty clever. He mocks the kid as a mere high schooler who should have stayed in school instead of playing hero in this dangerous secret realm. But this arrogant attitude does not rattle Yi at all. He calmly replies that his exams are indeed coming up and he is actually looking forward to scoring the top rank. Enraged by Yi's calm and arrogant response, the traitor lets out a furious wild roar. However, he severely underestimated the young student. He effortlessly catches a lethal flying dagger between 2 fingers, his gaze becoming razor-sharp. He snaps at Huda, telling the pathetic traitor that a useless dog who just follows the wind has no right to bark in front of him. With that, he tightens his fist. A brilliant shroud of spiritual fire erupts around his arm, his expression darkening. In a bone-chilling voice, he declares that it is getting too noisy and he is ready to sweep out the trash. Realizing this kid is no pushover, Huo Bang grinds his teeth, veins bulging across his head. He mutters that the brat is quite interesting before ordering Huda to bring him the boy's head. Huda does not hesitate. He unleashes his full power, sending a dense wave of spiritual energy that materializes into a storm of throwing daggers raining down on his target. Facing the relentless storm of blades, he simply crouches slightly as a powerful invisible shield of energy expands around his body. Every single dagger rushing toward him is instantly crushed into tiny fragments the moment it touches the barrier. But as his protective barrier fades, the traitor suddenly vanishes from sight. The team quickly yells a warning to Yi, telling him to be careful since Huda is nowhere to be seen. It turns out Huda is going for a cheap sneak attack. He suddenly appears behind Yi, launching a lethal midair kick from above. Instantly, he raises 2 fingers to his forehead, radiating a surge of intense spiritual energy while his eyes glow with an eerie light. He quietly mutters that this is the perfect moment to test out his newly awakened skill. He thrusts his hand upward, pointing straight at Huda's chest. A beam of destructive energy erupts from his fingertip, executing his new attack, and Huda takes the fatal blow head-on. The sheer destructive force of the attack leaves even the wounded Captain Lin in absolute shock. He mutters in disbelief, wondering if this kid is really just a simple apprentice. Yi, he calmly blows on his fingertip as the traitor collapses face first into the dirt behind him. Huo tries to act tough, demanding to know if Yi. He is using a gene technique from some massive clan. Yi, he stands tall, casually slipping his hands into his pockets with an incredibly cool, confident posture. He retorts that he belongs to the Demora clan, asking if the old man wants to get down on his knees and beg. Hearing this mockery, Huo turns purple with rage. Losing all control, he unleashes his full power and bellows that no matter what bloodline technique the brat has, it can never bridge the massive gap in their cultivation levels. Right after Huo body warps as he lets out an earth-shattering roar. His muscles swell rapidly as he activates his savage black bear bloodline. Now in his massive bear form, Huo charges straight at Yi He with absolute fury. Yet the young fighter does not show a single hint of concern. As the massive black bear leaps into the air to crush him, Yi he calmly ducks under the swipe and unleashes his signature finger strike, blasting a concentrated beam of energy directly into the beast's ankle to shatter his stance. Huo screams in agony as he feels his leg give out. Low to the ground, the beast swings his massive arms in a wide sweep to crush Yi He, but the agile teen easily leaps high into the air. Huo quickly lunges up after him. Even Yi, he has to admit this guy is incredibly tough, noting that his second-rank warrior is indeed on another level since his atomic energy strike could not completely melt the beast's ankle. Huo slams his massive paws together with a thunderous clap, creating a shockwave. But Yi, he has already used his insane speed to teleport right behind him, mockingly asking if he is done before declaring that it is his turn. A blazing aura of spiritual energy erupts around him, unleashing a truly terrifying pressure. With his power and energy fully charged to the max, Yi, he unleashes a savage barrage of blows on Huo. The villain is sent flying so battered he reverts to his human form and ends up sprawled flat on the ground. The onlookers can only stare in absolute shock, completely blown away by his overwhelming monstrous strength. Even with his face beaten black and blue, Huo refuses to back down, weakly snarling that Yi he used a cheap underhanded poison in his genetic arts. He curses him, insisting that an evil martial artist like him will definitely face divine punishment sooner or later. The curse only makes Yi, he laugh, his eyes narrow as he warns Huo that countless people have tried cursing him before, so a nobody like him is nothing. The scene shifts to the bustling and city stadium. Speaking of which, the host of this live stream is a pretty sharp-looking guy. Standing right in front of the cameras, he is broadcasting the start of the high school entrance exam, which is using a classic arena format. Over the course of 3 days, competitors will fight in one-on-one matches where the winner moves on. The first 2 days are for the preliminaries, with the top students taking the stage on the third day. Every student in the preliminaries has to fight 3 matches, and those who make the cut will keep dueling until a single champion is crowned for this year's exam. The enthusiastic host pumps up the crowd, shouting that these students carry the very future of humanity on their shoulders. With a passionate grin, he urges them to give it their all before loudly declaring the N-City Martial Arts exam officially open. Instantly, the arena explodes with energy from Ring 1 to Ring 4. Even the female contestants are showing off some absolutely terrifying power, proving they can hit just as hard as anyone else. But all eyes suddenly drift over to Ring 6, where a major problem has just come up. It looks like one of the competitors is running dangerously late and has not even shown up yet. The host checks his notes in confusion. The match is supposed to be between Huang Tongtong and Yi He from First High School, but right now only Huang Tongtong is standing in the ring. According to the strict rules of the tournament, if he does not show up before the timer runs out, he will be disqualified immediately. Standing alone in the ring is Huang Tongtong, the bully who used to torment Yi He back in the day. Smirking arrogantly, she mutters to herself that she originally wanted to use her fire lizard to utterly humiliate him on stage as payback for her past embarrassment. But with her opponent hiding like a coward, she complains that the whole thing is becoming a total bore. Down in the stands, the crowd is losing patience, complaining loudly about the missing fighter. People start whispering that he must be shivering under his blankets at home out of pure terror. They mock him, saying someone who runs from the big exam does not even deserve to be in high school and should just go sweep the streets instead. Finally, the referee blows the whistle and calls out Yi. He's named for the very last time. Right at that split second, get ready because the sky above the stadium suddenly shifts and an incredibly heavy pressure begins to descend on the crowd. A blinding streak of light tears through the clear blue sky, dragging a thick trail of dark smoke behind it. People gasp, is that a person flying up there? As the figure hurtles closer, the crowd realizes it is none other than Yi He. He dives down like a meteor, slamming directly onto the stage. The spectators are absolutely speechless. Just how strong is he to literally fly through the air? As the thick dust from the crash landing finally clears, Huang Tongtong raises her head to look, coughing and trying to make out the figure in front of her. Utterly baffled, she mutters under her breath, What kind of cheap trick is this? Before she can even process what is happening, a dark blur charges forward at an impossible speed. The only thing she is able to make out is the soul of Yi, his shoe flying toward her face. He delivers a brutal, thunderous kick straight to her face, sending her flying backward through the air. Shading his eyes from the sun Yi, he looks down at his defeated opponent and casually sighs that he almost missed the exam entirely. Meanwhile, the arrogant girl who was bragging just moments ago is now left face down on the concrete, coughing up blood. The stadium erupts as the fans go wild, cheering and screaming his name in absolute awe. Everyone is talking about how insanely strong he is for ending the match with just one kick, joking if this was some legendary move from the heavens. Right on cue, his system pops up to report that his physical fitness is now at 226 with a 20% compatibility with the frenzied lizard emperor Demora. Yi, he flashes a smug, mischievous grin, remembering the blood jade fruit Captain Lin gave him as a thank you, which took a little time to absorb but certainly did wonders for his body. Soon after, the tournament matchups are posted on the board, showing that his next opponent is a fighter named Long Tao. The speaker blares out the results. Long Tao of 4th High School versus Yi He of 1st High School, and Yi He takes the win. In his third match against Long Tao from 3rd High School, it is another one-hit knockout, making it a clean sweep for Yi He. With every single victory, the stadium erupts into pure chaos. The crowd chants his name, utterly amazed by how he finishes every single fight with just one kick without ever dragging things out, calling him a true one-kick superhuman. Yi He tightens his fist, feeling the incredible power flowing through his veins as the announcement confirms he has swept all 3 matches to advance to the next round. The round ends and he heads over to the break room. The moment he steps into the resting area, a massive swarm of scouts and fans surrounds him, shouting out endless offers from every corner. Representatives from Dongshan University and other top schools try to lure him with promises of full scholarships and incredible benefits. They all beg him to join, explaining that their martial arts programs desperately need a powerhouse like him, before eagerly asking if he has a dream academy in mind. He looks around at the eager faces before giving them a calm, determined look. His firm voice cuts through the noise politely, stating he plans on entering Huada University. The room instantly goes dead silent. The recruiters, who were practically begging him a second ago, pull a complete U-turn, muttering bitterly that he is getting way too ahead of himself. They scoff, whispering that he will be crawling back to beg them once he gets a harsh reality check. He only smirks to himself, knowing that only the absolute elite of An City can enter that holy academy. But in the world of martial artists, strength is the only thing that truly talks. Once he takes the championship trophy, he will see if they still have the courage to talk back. The moment he manages to slip away from the noisy recruiters, 2 serious-looking men in sharp black suits suddenly block his path. The one with hair flashes an official badge right in front of him, speaking in a polite yet highly authoritative tone as he requests his full cooperation for an immediate mandatory reevaluation of his registered martial artist rank. The agent looks at the device and gasps, pointing out that he is currently at the 9th stage, when he was only at the 3rd stage just 2 weeks ago. He rests his hand on the bald agent's shoulder with an annoyed look, asking if they are accusing him of cheating. Undeterred, the bald agent continues his questioning, asking why he has been making frequent dangerous trips to an E-class secret realm right before the big exam. Facing the tough question, Yi pulls out some top-tier acting, putting on a deeply emotional face. He solemnly explains that before his father passed away, he told him that to surpass humanity, one must throw away their humanity. He claims that is why he pushed himself to fight in those dangerous realms, breaking his genetic locks through sheer survival. The inspectors are completely taken aback by his dramatic speech, breaking into a cold sweat. They stare at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, stuttering to confirm if he really managed to break his genetic locks. Instantly dropping their aggressive questioning, they hurry off while muttering that they need to report this major development immediately. He watches them leave with a frown, getting an uncomfortable gut feeling that he has just put a massive target on his back. To pass the time, he scrolls through social media only to find his feed completely flooded with wholesome videos of supportive parents wishing their kids good luck on the big exam. Everyone is celebrating, promising massive parties once their children get into the top universities. Watching the heartwarming clips makes he feel a sudden pang of envy, quietly sighing as he watches the live interviews with all the proud families. Staring blankly into the distance with a lonely expression, he tightly purses his lips, realizing he has no family to cheer him on. He is entirely on his own. But what he does not realize is that someone is quietly watching him from a hidden corner, cheering him on in silence. It is actually his homeroom teacher, the very person who allowed him to self-study at home in the first place. After a quick breather, it is finally his turn. The speakers blare his name for the very first round of qualifiers as Yi from An City First High. He steps onto the massive stage completely alone, waiting with a remarkably calm look. This time, he is up against a pretty famous student from An City Third High named La Chuan. The crowd immediately erupts into gossiping whispers, noting that La Chuan is the top third-year student at his school. People are murmuring that he is an 8th stage martial apprentice who awakened a rare Tier 2 beast bloodline, and both of his parents are powerful martial artists. Hearing this, everyone in the audience is convinced that he is completely finished. He casually scratches his neck and utters a line that leaves La Chuan completely stunned. Go ahead and make the first move. This blatant challenge feels like a slap in the face to La Chuan, who immediately flares with murderous intent. He growls, asking if he even knows who he is. But he simply shrugs, saying that knowing his name will not change the final outcome of the fight. He flexes his muscles as violent spiritual energy erupts from his body, casting a heavy pressure over the entire arena. He roars out that he is absolutely right because the final outcome is his guaranteed victory. With that, he channels his entire strength into his right arm, clenching his fist until it glows with intense energy. He screams out that he hopes he has enough luck to not die right here on the spot. Without wasting a second, La Chuan triggers his awakened bloodline. His right arm transforms at a dizzying speed, turning into a massive dark beast claw right before everyone's eyes. But he simply uses his bare hand to catch the incoming giant beast claw. He mutters under his breath that while the momentum is decent, it is still nowhere near the level of that bald guy's impact. Meanwhile, La Chuan can only stammer in absolute horror about his trapped hand. Seizing the opening he raises his other arm high and delivers a devastating chop straight down onto La Chuan's exposed back. A terrifying force, combined with a blinding flash of spiritual energy, slams La Chuan's entire body violently into the arena floor. Striking with absolutely no mercy, he casts a cold glare down at the opponent flat on the floor, uttering a highly disappointed remark that La Chuan does not even look like a real contestant. The announcer practically screams into his microphone with pure excitement, declaring he from An City First High the winner. He frantically adds that it is another single-strike victory, especially since the defeated opponent is the top seed La Chuan, who is now lying completely still on the floor. Meanwhile, the crowd's attitude toward he has completely flipped, with many praising his calm and master-level composure. Some shout that his power is on an entirely different level compared to the others, while fangirls swoon over how handsome he is and scream out their love. Even though he had to use his hands this time, it still took only one single move. He's just way too strong, proving why he is called the one-kick superhuman. Fans are screaming that he is definitely going to reach the finals. Match after match, any unlucky competitor who has to face he ends up being carried away by the medical team. Talk about a completely one-sided massacre. Over in another corner of the waiting area, a quiet student is closely watching everything he does on the stage. Unlike the loud and arrogant crowd, he remains totally calm, analyzing his future opponent with a sharp and highly respectful gaze. He whispers to himself that this is exactly the kind of formidable rival he has been looking for, promising that he will definitely defeat him in the grand finals. Meanwhile, inside the online admissions room of Huada University, his incredible display immediately catches the eye of several high-ranking officials. A powerful-looking man, likely the head of admissions, points directly at the main screen and demands all of his files within 30 minutes. His staff quickly respond in unison, promising to get right on it. Elsewhere in the arena, the announcer's excited voice blares once again, declaring that the second round of qualifiers is now underway. Everyone's attention in the arena is currently focused on an intense match between two absolute goddesses. Wearing a pretty short skirt, Kai Xiaoling, known as the Queen of An City's second high, points mockingly at her opponent. She says in a highly provocative tone that she absolutely hates that robotic, expressionless face of the Liu family's young lady. Her formidable opponent is Liu Qingzhu, the famous icy flower of An City First High. Facing the mockery, she keeps her expression completely cold, choosing not to say a single word in response. Down in the stands, the crowd goes wild, telling everyone to watch the two prettiest girls duke it out. The referee blows his whistle decisively, signaling for the match to begin. This complete silence and cold shoulder totally pushes Kai Xiaoling over the edge. Flying into a furious rage, she snaps and unleashes a powerful kick, yelling out that she wants to see how long her opponent can act tough once she is slammed face first onto the hard dirt. Facing the sudden preemptive strike, Liu Qingzhu does not flinch in the slightest. She raises her hands high as freezing energy forms an intricate glowing circle that radiates intense cold before chanting her family technique, calling out the Liu family's secret art. The moment she speaks, a bone-chilling frost, swirling with energy, slams directly into Kai Xiaoling's slender legs as she rushes forward. Feeling the heavy resistance, Kai Xiaoling kicks off the energy circle to launch herself high into the air. Liu Qingzhu follows, immediately gliding forward to unleash a barrage of icy strikes while Kai Xiaoling twists and turns mid-air to dodge and counter. Seeing that Liu Qingzhu is still just calmly dodging and blocking, she grows irritated and yells for her to get serious. Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu's icy vortex appears out of nowhere, locking down Kai Xiaoling's wrist so she cannot move forward or back. Kai Xiaoling gasps in panic as she finally realizes she fell right into a trap with her hand completely stuck in the freezing air current. Having completely trapped her opponent, Liu Qingzhu does not hesitate for a second, focusing all of her spiritual energy into her free fist. Watching this incredible clash between two genius beauties, the announcer loses his mind and yells that she is using a mystic rank martial skill. He screams that it is insane for a high school student to master such a high-tier technique, meaning her talent is so great she could bypass the university entrance exam and get accepted straight into Hawata University. But Kai Shaoling refuses to be defeated so easily. She lets out a furious roar, summoning her bloodline beast form as the phantom of a massive, terrifying golden tiger materializes right behind her. Kai Shaoling's body begins to transform, making her look incredibly ferocious. This sudden change shocks the announcer, who stammers that she possesses the Tier 3 royal bloodline of the Shadow Tiger King. He notes that royal tier bloodlines are extremely difficult to control, especially since the Shadow Tiger is famously brutal, meaning this girl has a truly limitless future. Feeling her power surge, Kai Shaoling gets smug again, telling her opponent to go ahead and bring out her famous Nether Sparrow bloodline. However, despite this terrifying display of force, Liu Qingzhu remains completely unbothered, replying in an ice-cold tone that her current strength is already more than enough to win this. This dismissive response only infuriates Kai Shaoling further. She lunges forward with her razor-sharp claws, screaming out if she really thinks anyone below the martial artist rank can actually compete with her. The clash between the two is like raging fire meeting deep frost. They collide in a flurry of blows, and Kai Shaoling throws a powerful hook aimed straight at Liu Qingzhu's face. However, her opponent easily tilts her head to dodge it with perfect grace. Gritting her teeth in absolute frustration, Kai Shaoling refuses to accept defeat, using her powerful tiger legs to sweep low and attack Liu Qingzhu's lower body. Tired of dealing with this endless barrage of frantic strikes, Liu Qingzhu finally decides to end the match. She begins chanting her primordial king finger. Instantly, a brilliant jade energy circle materializes and completely wraps around those incoming razor-sharp claws. Their massive clash creates a giant vortex of energy that swirls around them like a wild tornado. The announcer screams that their powers are violently colliding, kicking up a massive cloud of dust across the entire stage. At this point, everyone is wondering who will be the one standing at the very end. Nobody in the audience dares to blink, keeping their eyes glued to the dust cloud. As the thick dust finally begins to clear, the first figure to appear is Kai Shaoling, still standing tall. The announcer excitedly screams that she is the one left on her feet in the arena. But his voice suddenly drops in pure confusion. Wait a second, because Kai Shaoling is showing signs of distress as her eyes roll back. Her stiff body completely collapses onto the floor like a broken doll, leaving Liu Qingzhu standing without a single scratch. The announcer is stunned, explaining that Kai Shaoling has run completely out of energy while the ultimate victor is still standing tall. Liu Qingzhu says nothing, showing neither arrogance nor excessive joy as she scans the cheering, awestruck crowd. Defeating Kai Shaoling, a 9th-stage martial disciple with an awakened king-class bloodline using only martial skills, is a massive feat. No wonder they call her a once-in-a-century genius. The speaker crackles to life, announcing Liu Qingzhu as the official winner. Down in the livestream chats, endless comments and debates explode like a disturbed hornet's nest. With the knockout stage officially over, preparations begin for the drawing of lots to decide the next round's matchups. Next up is Yi He from An City First High, drawing his lottery ball. He pulls a sphere engraved with the word Jia. Right after seeing his results, another student approaches with a friendly smile, saying he drew Jia too, so they will be facing off. He introduces himself as Shen Guan from King Feng Private High School. He simply gives a brief reply, Yi He and City First High. Even though they are about to clash, Shen Guan does not show any arrogance or hostility. Instead, he remains incredibly friendly, pointing up at the stage and suggesting they watch the first match before their turn in the second slot. Just then, the speakers blare out the first quarterfinal match of the ranking round: Luo Shi of Qingfeng Private High versus Chu Zhou of N City First High. On the massive screen, Chu Zhou is shown bursting with powerful energy. In stark contrast, his opponent Luo Shi is trembling and covered in bruises. Seeing this, Shen Guan leans over to Yi He. He explains that Luo Shi is actually quite strong. He is a repeating student aiming for Hawata University this year, with highly refined control over his awakened bloodline. Yet, against someone like Chu Zhou, he has absolutely no chance of fighting back. He looks slightly surprised, murmuring Chu Zhou's name. Shen Guan nods, confirming they both go to An City First High and asking if he really did not know his own schoolmate. Right then, the announcer declares Chu Zhou the winner. Up in the stands, the principal of Qingfeng Private High is furious, cursing their immediate defeat. He turns to his new friend, asking how that Luo Shi compares to him. Shen Guan does not answer immediately, only flashing a mysterious smile. Then, scratching his head with a bit of embarrassment, he explains that as the top martial arts representative of Qingfeng Private High, even two of his peers combined could not defeat him. He pauses, looking at Yi He with a much more serious gaze. He admits that in this college entrance exam, he actually views Yi He as his toughest rival. With highly sensitive instincts since childhood, he can feel that he is like a sleeping volcano housing an incredibly formidable power deep within. After sharing his honest thoughts and concerns, he quickly bounces back to his usual cheerful self, declaring that it is finally their turn to step up. Now watch, they go from buddies to rivals in an instant. Standing opposite each other on the platform, the friendly atmosphere vanishes. The announcer's voice rings out, declaring the start of the second quarterfinal match. As their eyes lock, both crack a subtle knowing smile. The speaker blares once more, announcing the second quarterfinal fight, Shen Guan of Qingfeng Private High versus Yi He of City First High. The moment the match starts, the announcer's voice reaches a fever pitch, shouting about the absolute intensity of this City College entrance exam quarterfinal. Powerful clashes between Shen Guan and Yi He unleash massive shockwaves, sending energy rippling outward and making the entire arena tremble. The commentator yells that they are perfectly matched with neither side giving an inch. The pressure is so intense that spectators in the front rows are forced to shield themselves with their arms. Shen Guan struggles to defend, trying to contain Yi He's bizarre attacks. Suddenly, he feels a warm trickle from his nose. Shocked, he wonders if this nosebleed is the result of Yi He's bloodline power. Instantly tensing his massive muscles, Shen Guan clenches his fists and mutters that a power capable of targeting cells directly is truly bizarre. Meanwhile, Yi He maintains his defensive stance, carefully analyzing his opponent's moves. He realizes that Shen Guan has used martial energy to form an external barrier, successfully blocking out his deadly nuclear radiation. Looking up at Shen Guan, He smiles with intense fighting spirit. He thinks about how magical martial arts are recognizing the beast before him as an opponent truly worth defeating. With a swing of his powerful arms, Shen Guan unleashes a devastating palm strike. A massive fiery serpent erupts forward, bearing its venomous fangs and spitting out searing heat. He roars, telling Yi He that it is time to witness the legendary martial arts of the Shen family, shouting the name of his ultimate technique, Xing Yi Fist. His fists glow with a fierce red light, channeling wild energy as he charges straight at Yi He for a head-on collision. Facing this incredibly oppressive and powerful charge, He struggles, slightly shocked by how fast his opponent is moving. Within a fraction of a second, Shen Guan's brutal fist slams directly into He's chest. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face turning instantly pale. The announcer shouts in excitement, pointing out just how devastating Shen Guan's Xing Yi Fist really is. But he refuses to quit. He presses his hands against the floor, struggling to stand. Giving him absolutely no breathing room, Shen Guan charges in again, his aura growing even more fierce. Still reeling from the first hit, he is forced to defend against another relentless bear-like assault. In this critical moment, he channels every ounce of his strength into defense to buy precious time. He quickly analyzes the attack, realizing Shen Guan is not just using physical strikes. He is injecting martial energy into his body to inflict double damage, a stark contrast to the weak opponents he usually fights. Suddenly, Shen Guan's attacking arm bends unnaturally, reaching right around He's back. Before he can even process this bizarre deceptive technique, things move way too fast. In a flash, Shen Guan slides behind He and wraps a muscular arm tightly around his neck. As if reading his thoughts, he tells he is only half right. He does not just inject martial energy, he can also lock down his opponent's energy so they cannot use any techniques. With that, Shen Guan drives a brutal blow into He's back, sending him flying 10 meters away. Before he can even hit the ground or regain his balance, Shen Guan unleashes the ferocious power of a tiger. A phantom tiger takes shape behind him, lunging forward with its razor-sharp jaws wide open. Mid-air, Shen Guan intercepts him to deliver a devastating knockout blow, forcing He to cough up another mouthful of blood. But Shen Guan is far from finished, diving down from above with the overwhelming momentum of a winner. He yells that he cannot defeat him, while he barely manages to raise his arms in a desperate reflex. From above, a devastating column of spiritual energy crashes down like a heavy bombardment, shattering the arena floor and sending debris flying in all directions. As the thick dust finally clears, only Shen Guan's massive figure remains standing with crossed arms and laughing out loud with absolute triumph. The announcer's voice echoes with a hint of regret, stating that the medical team is ready. He notes that Shen Guan's Xing Yi combination would leave even normal martial artists half dead, declaring that the match is decided and Shen Guan of Qingfeng Private High has won. But before the commentator can finish his sentence, a strange noise echoes from the thick dust where Yi fell, causing Shen Guan to narrow his eyes in surprise. A second later, he recoils in absolute horror, stammering that the energy signature is incredibly powerful. Out of the dark, heavy dust, a massive beast-like foot slowly emerges. He's voice drifts out, admitting that Shen Guan is indeed incredibly strong. To successfully counter his opponent's terrifying power, he is forced to activate his own special transformation. His entire body is now encased in a heavy layer of black bio-armor, while his eyes glow with an ominous, absolutely terrifying blue energy. Yi. He slowly stands up, radiating an incredibly powerful new aura. He locks his glowing eyes right on his opponent, his deep voice echoing across the arena with a chilling promise, "You are the first to ever witness me in this form." Suddenly, the announcer's voice cuts through the air, completely shocked and bewildered. If a high schooler can truly summon a demonic beast avatar, they can bypass the exams entirely and get directly admitted into Huada University. A demonic beast avatar, nobody expected a tiny place like An City to hide both a martial arts genius like Liu Qingzhu and a bloodline prodigy. Who knew Yi? He could be this insanely overpowered. Shen Guan is completely frozen, his voice trembling as he stammers out a demonic beast avatar. Yi! He does not say a word, slowly taking one steady step after another toward his opponent. Trembling, Shen Guan backs away, stammering about how Yi's awakened bloodline could possibly reach such a high standard. Inside the monitoring room, the announcer speaks into his microphone, relaying crucial information to the judges' earpieces. Each judge is equipped with a specialized headset to monitor the candidates and various other exam factors. Suddenly, one of the teachers frowns deeply at a very strange sound buzzing through his receiver. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he looks at the system panel. The nuclear radiation meter reads a staggering 9,999,999. Unable to believe his eyes, he gasps out, asking what on earth is happening because the radiation levels are completely off the charts. The announcer's worried voice blares out, explaining that the judges seem to have detected an issue with his demonic beast avatar. They are now using protective martial energy to shield the area and stop the nuclear energy from leaking. The stands instantly erupt with wild chatter. People are asking if this is really He's awakened bloodline, calling it incredibly cool. Some wonder what beast he awakened, while a student from First High mentions hearing it was an unknown species. How could a beast this terrifyingly strong be completely unknown? He glances at the crowd's reaction, noting that their initial contempt has completely vanished, replaced by pure awe and shock. He smirks, realizing that since Blue Star does not have a creature like a Demora beast, it is no wonder they have absolutely no clue what it is. Meanwhile, his opponent Shen Guan is falling into absolute panic. He looks down in fear as a fresh drop of blood drips from his nose, realizing his protective martial barrier can no longer withstand He's raw energy. He knows he cannot afford to drag this fight out any longer. Shen Guan lets out a fierce roar, deciding to hold absolutely nothing back as his bloodline power erupts violently. He unleashes his most devastating attack of the match, desperately hoping to finish this with a single blow. He does not take this lightly either. His spiritual energy surges wildly, forming a solid shield to meet the impact head-on. But just as Shen Guan's full-power strike is about to land a terrifying pressure from he rebounds, slamming directly into his face. He looks down in horror at his bleeding right arm, the flesh looking severely burned. Talk about instant karma. If he had not deflected that brutal impact in time, his entire arm would have been completely shattered. After talking so big earlier, he just got hit with a massive reality check. Seizing the moment while his opponent is injured and shaken, he walks forward with the same overwhelming pressure. His deep voice echoes, telling Shen Guan that he did exceptionally well, but unfortunately he cannot change the final outcome. Witnessing this, Shen Guan is still utterly paralyzed with fear, stammering about the demonic beast avatar. The announcer's emotional voice booms out, declaring that in this second match of the quarterfinals, a Tier 3 King-class bloodline has actually appeared. What is more, it belongs to an incredibly powerful unknown demonic beast, which is truly a rare sight. Frowning deeply, Shen Guan warily observes his opponent, his mind racing to analyze the situation. His post-awakening strength is simply unfathomable, and since Shen Guan has no way to suppress his martial energy, now his only option is to retreat and find a better opening. But before Shen Guan can even make a move, he charges forward like a black hurricane. He raises his razor-sharp claws, his voice teasingly calling out for the big guy not to let his guard down. Instantly, he unleashes a barrage of rapid-fire punches like a raging storm, but Shen Guan is ready. Shen Guan counters with a sudden, deceptive martial arts strike. Utilizing the fluid transitions of his technique, instead of attacking head-on, he cleverly slips past and uses the momentum to lock Yi's arm. Using the locked arm as leverage, Shen Guan spins around to get right behind his opponent, aiming to launch a devastating counterattack from the blind spot. It turns out he knew he could not overpower His true goal was always to get behind him. He gathers his strength and leaps high into the air. A split second later, a massive shadow looms directly over Yi's head. It crashes down with enough destructive force to crush anything beneath it, yet facing this terrifying attack, he does not show even a flicker of fear. Having executed the strike, Shen Guan lands smoothly, but his eyes immediately stretch wide in sheer horror as the dust begins to clear. As the white smoke dissipates, he is still standing tall in the exact same spot without a single scratch on him, his eyes glowing with an ominous blue light. He effortlessly pulls his foot out of the shattered arena floor and quietly notes that now it is finally his turn. Slowly raising his left hand, an immense swirl of destructive energy begins to gather right in the center of his palm. Then something completely unexpected happens. Shen Guan, who was just fighting so fiercely, suddenly drops straight to his knees. Caught off guard by this, he freezes the energy swirling in his hand, instantly stalling. Shen Guan slams his head onto the shattered floor, his voice trembling as he begs Yi to stop shouting that he surrenders. Innumerable question marks flash through his mind, leaving him incredibly frustrated. Honestly, who wouldn't be annoyed after preparing for an epic clash only for their opponent to pull a stunt like that? Ultimately, Yi decides to hold back his attack. He exhales a hot, steaming breath laced with residual nuclear energy, muttering about how holding all this power back is actually quite uncomfortable. His massive body slowly shrinks back to its original human form. He rubs his head, looking highly annoyed, though by the rules, once a contestant surrenders, the other has absolutely no right to continue the attack. The loudspeaker announces the final result, declaring Yi from City First High the winner. Instantly, the crowd erupts into wild excitement, chanting his name and screaming about how incredibly overpowered he is. On online forums, livestream viewers immediately start churning out hilarious memes about Shen Guan's sudden surrender. Soon, cool highlight videos of Yi's epic match flood every single social media platform, with everyone hailing him as the ultimate new god of war. Meanwhile, over at the Qingfeng Private School VIP section, the principal's face is completely purple with rage. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he cannot believe they lost after he risked absolutely everything on Shen Guan. As soon as a dejected Shen Guan returns to the resting area, the furious principal immediately unleashes all his anger. He screams, demanding to know how he dared to surrender when they spent a fortune nurturing him, calling him an ungrateful wolf and threatening that he will never go to college unless he pays back every single cent. Shen Guan does not reply right away, only placing a heavy, powerful hand on the old principal's shoulder, making the man flinch and nervously ask what he thinks he is doing. Towering over the furious principal, Shen Guan looks down and slowly explains that he could not possibly block that final punch. He surrendered solely to protect his body's core foundation, mockingly asking if the principal would have preferred to step up and take that hit instead. He promises to gradually repay the training funds later, but coldly warns the old man to remember that he has absolutely no power to threaten a martial artist far stronger than himself. These heavy words instantly terrify the principal. Trembling with his lips tightly sealed, he can only mutter that Shen Guan actually makes a valid point. Returning to the arena, the loudspeaker announces that after some intense battles, the top 4 for this year's exams are finally decided, and City First High is the biggest winner, claiming an incredible 3 out of the 4 available spots. Over in the First High section, their principal is absolutely beaming with pride, waving his paper fan. He reflects that after so many years of dedication, it is finally time for their homeroom teacher Liu to get a well-deserved promotion. Meanwhile, back at home, his homeroom teacher is literally jumping for joy, screaming about how incredibly proud he is of his star student. The loudspeaker blares to start the semi-final drawing ceremony, and he steps up only to draw the first slot. Right at that moment, a clear, cold voice rings out from behind him. She drew the first slot too. The announcement echoes for the first semifinal match of the college entrance exams, a civil war at City High featuring Yi versus Liu Qingzhu, and online forums instantly explode with wild hype. People scream that they have been waiting forever to see these two throw down, calling it the most anticipated duel in city history as they cheer on their favorites. Some online comments argue that Goddess Liu has the upper hand, pointing out rumors that she already mastered 2 Xuanhuan martial techniques. That alone was enough to crush a Tier 3 King-grade opponent, even though her Tier 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline has not even fully awakened yet. They write that even though he forced Shen Guan to awaken and his own bloodline is likely Tier 4, he still cannot compare to Goddess Liu. She has the same high tier but holds a far deeper martial arts foundation, which makes absolute sense to the crowd. As the semifinal arena is announced, the crowd erupts into a deafening roar that threatens to blow the roof off the stadium. The referee stands between Liu Qingzhu and Yi as they take their positions. He takes a deep breath and bellows their names across the arena, introducing the 2-star students of City High. Lowering his stance, the referee points decisively to the center of the ring and shouts for the match to begin. Right off the bat, Yi holds absolutely nothing back as his body explodes with a violent surge of high-pressure steam, instantly covering the entire arena in a thick white mist and sending clouds of dust swirling through the air. The dense steam forces Liu Qingzhu to shield her face with her arm, her brow furrowing as she tries to pinpoint where her opponent is hiding. All she can see in front of her is a faint, dark silhouette of Yi shifting through the scorching waves of heat. Startled for a second, she locks her sharp gaze onto his shadow, silently hoping that he is actually strong enough to give her a real fight. After that explosive opening, the loudspeakers echo that the match has barely started yet. He has already flooded the ring with steam. Up in the stands, the crowd is in absolute shock, whispering and wondering what on earth is happening since they cannot see a single thing. High up in the booth, the commentator slams his hand on the table and yells, asking how this year's dark horse he will handle the genius of the Liu family. He wonders if we are about to witness he awaken his bloodline right here. Up on the stage, he stares through the heavy smoke, admitting to himself that her martial techniques are far superior to his own and that sheer raw strength might not be enough to land a single hit on her. He flashes a mysterious smirk, knowing that a genius like her is also incredibly smart. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for him, meaning he has to end this quickly with everything he has got. Making up his mind, he lunges forward in a flash, launching a devastatingly powerful attack. But Liu Qingju is no pushover either. She spins her hands as a wave of energy radiates outward, preparing to block his charge and counter with a defensive strike of her own. Now watch, he moves with insane, blinding speed, his eyes glowing with sharp, lethal focus. Twisting his body mid-air, he whips his tail straight at her hip before she can even react. She curses him silently, realizes she just got completely tricked by a dirty move. She agilely flips backward to gain some distance, annoyed that he yelled out a punch but hit her with a whip instead. Not giving her a single second to recover, he lets out a massive, deafening roar. Channeling all his power into his fist, he leaps high into the air to strike again, catching Liu Qingju completely off guard with his relentless non-stop pressure. Left with no choice, she raises her arms to barely block the hit. On the giant screens, the crowd gasps at the dirty tactics, some calling he shameless, while others note that all is fair in war, worry that Goddess Liu is completely losing her rhythm. He swings down with a sharp strike, but she barely ducks in time to dodge. The commentator shouts that his pursuit is just too relentless, leaving her with absolutely no room to breathe. Following up instantly, he drives a devastating punch straight into her midsection. Crossing his arms, he releases a powerful shockwave that blasts her back, prompting spectators to point out that this knockback might actually give her a chance to finally break free. But he raises his razor-sharp claws, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light as he mutters that it is not going to be that easy. Spinning on his heel, he unleashes a powerful sweeping slash of his claws. Facing this endless barrage, panic starts to set in as she senses the immense energy wrapping around his incoming claws. But she uses her incredible agility to leap high, narrowly dodging. He refuses to let her breathe, and as her feet touch down, a massive blast erupts. In the blink of an eye, he appears right before her with a creepy smirk, and you just know he is not about to let her go easily. Showing zero mercy just because she is a girl, he unleashes a flurry of rapid-fire punches at a terrifying speed. She raises her arms to desperately block his rapid strikes, her eyes fixed on him as she wonders how his stamina can be this insane. With her back against the wall, she remembers her two legendary Xuanhuang techniques, one being her family's specialized defensive secret art. The other technique is an offensive move called the Primordial Jade Finger. If she can just find a brief opening to execute either of them, she will finally be able to break out of this deadly corner. Pushed all the way to the very edge of the arena, panic begins to set in. He is not giving her a single second to stabilize her footing, and if this keeps up, she will be knocked out of bounds and lose the match. Gritting her teeth as a wave of helplessness washes over her, a look of sheer determination fills her eyes. There is only one option left. Suddenly, a strange purple feather appears near he radiating an eerie dark energy that catches him off guard. Feeling a sudden wave of discomfort, his brow furrows as he looks at the mysterious object. Seizing the moment, he hesitates. Liu Qingju's eyes glow with a mystical deep purple light as she prepares to play her absolute last trump card. As another dark feather drifts down, releasing a heavy ominous aura, she instantly triggers her bloodline, awakening the Nether Sparrow. Massive wings erupt from her shoulders, sending her soaring straight into the sky and leaving he completely stunned. Two massive mystical wings of deep purple and pitch black flap majestically as she takes flight. Flapping her wings high in the air, she unleashes a fierce gale that sweeps across the arena. As she hovers above, radiating an overwhelming aura, the commentator screams that this is her legendary bloodline awakening, the very first time she has revealed her beastly Nether Sparrow bloodline. She raises her hand enveloped in a surging aura. With a sharp gaze, she warns he to be careful, as she won't be able to hold back her power in this form. Facing her fierce aura, he isn't scared at all. He just smiles excitedly. Is that so? Then those words are enough. Until now, he's only used 50% of his power, and now he's ready to go all out. But the moment he stops speaking, a flash of purple light erupts right beside him, catching he off guard for a split second. Right behind him, Qingju suddenly appears, ready to unleash her deadly Hunyuan Jade Finger technique. But he already anticipated her move. He spins around with a fierce grin, unleashing his atomic blast fist. Both competitors on stage clash head-on, unleashing a devastating wave of pressure that violently shakes the entire surrounding area. Even the spectators in the stands are blown back, shielding their faces as they scream that the clash is too intense to even look at. A massive explosion erupts, and as the smoke clears, Qingzhu is seen barely holding her ground with her arms raised in defense. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as she catches sight of something absolutely terrifying. Yi He has transformed, his face cast in shadow as violent arcs of lightning crackle all over him. Tough armored scales coat his skin as he bares his sharp fangs, exhaling a chilling blue mist onto the stage. Immense power floods the stage as the announcer screams through the speakers that this first semi-final is getting out of hand. Xingzhu's eyes widen as her body freezes in terror, realizing this insane level of energy is completely off the charts. The commentator watches Yi He's transformation in shock. What on earth is this? His demonic beast true form is actually gathering massive energy. Staring at the hard scales along his spine, crackling with blue lightning, the host shouts that his back seems to be charging a colossal amount of energy. That energy is slowly channeling straight to his mouth as He opens his jaws wide, unleashing a blinding glow of pure power. Crouching low, He blasts a devastating beam of energy from his jaws, the legendary Xuanwu breath. Facing this monstrous wave of energy, Qingzhu's entire body completely freezes in fear. There is absolutely no time to run, forcing her to fold her wings together to block the incoming blast. Huddled behind her wings, panic sets in as her eyes turn incredibly serious. The male lead's beam keeps pushing forward with a terrifying, unrelenting momentum. As the energy slams into Qingzhu's wings, the impact sparks a sudden shower of blinding blue light. Stray energy beams ricochet wildly out of the arena, prompting the commentator to scream that He's breath is being reflected in all directions by the dragon feathers on Qingzhu. The spectators panic in absolute terror, scrambling backward to escape the blasts. Suddenly, a glowing golden barrier erupts in front of the stands, completely blocking the incoming stray blasts. It is a massive solid shield, easily absorbing the shockwaves of his destructive energy. This defensive field expands across the entire arena to keep everyone safe, and the man who cast this solid shield is none other than city's mayor Huang Jing. With a cold, stern expression, he declares, "Watch closely, because today the strongest champion in our city's history is about to be born." The crowd erupts into wild cheers, and the excited commentator screams that they are incredibly lucky to have Mayor Huang shielding the audience. Back on the arena floor, blood begins to drip quietly onto the cold stone. It is coming from Qingzhu. She stands battered and trembling, her wings completely stripped of feathers as her strength fades away. Exhausted and bleeding from her mouth, she glances up and trembles. He shattered the Nether Sparrow's ultimate defense with just one blow. Can she really ever defeat him? In her despair, memories of her childhood flash back. You are the sole hope of the Liu family. You cannot lose. The ancestors are all watching. Do not disappoint us. But deep down behind the pressure, she is still just a fragile little girl. Her mother's strict voice echoes in her head. Qingzhu, I sacrificed absolutely everything to raise and train you. All of it was so you could restore our family. You cannot afford to be weak. She had to force herself to carry that heavy burden. Those voices ring endlessly in her ears. You must win today, and you must keep winning. She is utterly terrified, whispering that she can't even breathe anymore. Staring at her opponent, her eyes slowly lose focus as exhaustion completely takes over. Looking at the monster's power and terrifying intent radiating from He, she silently accepts that he is just too strong. A comforting thought suddenly flashes through her mind. Facing an absolute monster like this, losing is only natural, isn't it? She charges forward with her heavily wounded body, intentionally leaving herself wide open. Surely he will take this obvious opening and just finish her off. Surprisingly, he doesn't retaliate at all. He stands completely still, taking her strike directly to his chest. Stunned, Qingzhu asks him directly why he didn't even try to dodge. He looks down with a cold gaze, asking her why she suddenly threw away her will to fight. Hearing those unexpected words, she flinches, her eyes widening in absolute shock. With a sharp gaze and a darkened face, he demands to know if she is even trying to fight him seriously. Getting absolutely no response, he angrily clenches his fist as his raw power erupts, swearing that he fought fair and square to earn his top rank. Facing this terrifying pressure, Qingzhu is left completely frozen and utterly shocked. Without holding back, he punches his opponent straight in the face. She swiftly raises both of her hands to block the incoming strike. After landing a devastating blow, the main character raises his fist, threatening her to finally get serious. He then fires a rapid barrage of kicks, screaming out to ask if she is actually serious. Battered and in absolute pain, Qingzhu snaps, cursing this villain and shouting that since childhood no one has ever dared to strike her like this. She desperately shields her head, demanding to know why he keeps chasing her down when she was already willing to let him win. Pushed past her limit, Liu Qingzhu unleashes her dormant power as a crimson aura erupts, screaming at the bastard to stop hitting a woman in the face. Only now does he stop smirking and telling her that if she does not want her face smashed, she better start fighting for real. Erupting to her absolute peak, massive wings grow from her back amidst raging lightning as she activates her forbidden technique, the Burning Blood Art. She shifts into an enchanting new form, sporting the angelic wings of her true beast's soul, and tells Yi that she will now unleash her strongest state to crush him. With her wings spread wide and lightning cracking all around her, Qingzhu looks unstoppable. Yi, he looks up freezing on the spot as he takes in the sight. His eyes flash with excitement as a wild grin creeps onto his face. Trust me, this guy absolutely thrives on chaos and things are finally getting fun. Without hesitation, the main character also transforms into his own monstrous form, refusing to fall behind in this ultimate clash of power. Yi, he opens his mouth wide to draw in deep energy, roaring that this is his nuclear light battle tactic, a physical fusion of hard qigong and his beast power. With no time to waste, he leaps high into the air with two razor-sharp claws extended ready to have a truly thrilling battle with Liu. Hovering high in the sky, Qingzhu watches the main character charge straight toward her, wearing a knowing, confident smirk on her face. Instantly, she unleashes her tearing hurricane technique, summoning a massive oppressive tornado that tears through the air. The massive vortex spins violently, releasing an immense wave of destructive energy as it heads straight for Yi He. But he quickly counters with his explosive fist, shattering the giant tornado to pieces in the blink of an eye. Hovering above the girl, opens her mouth wide and inhales a deep breath of thick purple mist. She then lets out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing a devastating shockwave that ripples across the entire arena. Just like that, both colossal energies collide mid-air, causing the entire surrounding area to tremble violently. The main character swiftly raises his hand to block the shockwave, but his expression quickly turns completely dark. His eyes flash as he asks her if she really thinks she's the only one capable of unleashing such power. With those words, he bends forward, channeling and locking all of his raw energy directly into his spine. Seeing this, Liu Qingzhu raises her hand to her forehead to concentrate her energy, declaring that she will not back down this time as she prepares the ultimate technique of her family. A massive burst of power explodes right in front of her as she vows to clash with him head-on. Just as she prepares to strike, a devastating beam of atomic breath from the main character shoots straight toward her. But Qingzhu is not the same as before, boldly raising her hand with terrifying force as she calls upon her bloodline power. That violent energy instantly shapes into a swarm of deadly arrows, firing her signature nether blood-piercing strike. The two titanic attacks surge forward, about to collide as neither side shows even a hint of backing down. Staring at the spectacular battle, the commentator screams out that He's atomic breath and Qingzhu's nether blood piercing have created two absolutely massive attacks, warning everyone that this level of raw power is far beyond what these two martial disciples can safely control. At that exact moment, Huang Jing quickly forms a hand seal, activating his gene technique to protect the safety of all the spectators in the arena. Instantly, three massive and incredibly solid divine earth vein barriers rise up to shield the audience. Yet the moment those two monstrous powers collide, they completely shatter the sturdy defensive barriers to pieces. The crowd watches in pure terror at the shockwave, wondering if that shattered barrier was truly created by the mayor himself. Staring down at the dust-filled arena, the audience whispers, realizing that if the mayor had not stepped in to contain that blast, they all would have been caught in the crossfire. Staring at his shattered barriers, Huang Jing silently grumbles that he raised those three walls in too much of a rush, ultimately failing to prevent the devastating attacks of Yi He and Qingzhu from clashing. Still, who could have ever guessed that a high school exam would feature two geniuses with strength this far beyond imagination? Back on the battle stage, fresh blood drips steadily from Qingzhu's slender, heavily damaged hand. Forced back into her normal form, her bruised arm hangs completely limp as the power of her true beast soul is entirely drained. With blood trickling from one of her eyes, she looks up weakly, muttering that she cannot give up and can still fight. Meanwhile, he slowly takes a few heavy commanding steps toward her. He stands directly before her in his normal human form, completely devoid of even a single scratch. Qingzhu is left utterly baffled, knowing her ultimate attack hit him dead on, yet he somehow walked away without a single injury. The main character looks down and warns her that if she doesn't get that nuclear radiation treated right away, her body might end up completely ruined. Hearing this, she goes completely silent and bites her lip, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Finally breaking down, she cries out in pure frustration. She never wanted to fight him this hard, so why did he force her to go this far? He steps closer and kneels down, looking straight at her tear-stained face. Looking right at her, he asks if she really hated fighting him or if she was just too stubborn to admit her own deep desire to win, because during that clash, he felt her burning competitive drive. Those words strike a deep chord, leaving Liu Qingzhu staring back at him in complete shock. Thinking back to the battle, she realizes he is right. She really did want to win, which is why she dropped her defense to throw that final desperate blow. But she hated conflict and only wanted to beat him to end it, yet something felt different. During that intense clash, she actually felt it, a wild, thrilling rush of pure combat, fought not for anyone else but entirely for her own satisfaction. While she is lost in thought, he suddenly taps her shoulder, making her face flush bright red. His hand begins to glow as he tells her she has too many distractions, instantly healing her arm. Turning away, the young man tells her that those internal doubts are exactly why she lost, leaving her to stare in absolute shock at her completely healed radiation-free hand. Showing his respect, he adds that despite everything, she is still easily the most powerful opponent he has ever faced in battle. With a gentle smile, he turns back to suggest they have a real pure battle the next time they get a chance. His words send a flutter through her heart, and she looks up at her classmate with wide shining eyes and blushing cheeks. Standing tall in the arena, the commentator shouts out that the fog has finally cleared, and it is Yi who remains standing. He raises his single finger to the sky with a triumphant grin, cementing his victory as the semifinals end in a win for City High. The giant screen flashes to life as the announcer blares that after Yi and Chu Zhou both claimed victory, the absolute climax of the NCity exams, the battle for the top spot, is officially about to begin. The commentator screams out, representing NCity First High Yi, going head-to-head against fellow student Chu Zhou. Live viewership instantly explodes. Look at that count, passing 496 million active viewers. As the finals kick off, Chu Zhou draws his sword as freezing mist rolls off the blade, calmly asking for a good fight. He flashes an excited grin and tells him to bring everything he has got. Without wasting a single second, Chu Zhou slowly raises his sword to initiate the fight. He charges ahead, swinging with incredible force as he unleashes his 7-star step technique. Facing that massive wave of energy head-on, he simply stands his ground with his arms crossed coolly. Flexing both of his arms, the young man roars out as a massive wave of atomic energy begins to surge. Unleashing his explosive fist, he drops into a low stance to block the attack, instantly shattering Chu Zhou's technique to pieces. Blown back by the shockwave, Chu Zhou shields his face while Yi, too lazy to find the real body, simply obliterates every clone with brute force. Staring at his highly dangerous opponent, Chu Zhou quickly realizes his own defenses stand absolutely no chance against that raw destructive power, making him wonder if any martial artist of their generation can actually survive close combat with this absolute monster. Shifting his stance, his eyes glow with a new resolve as he decides that if close combat is completely impossible, he will just wear his opponent down from a distance. Floating in the air, the young man finally awakens his bloodline. A massive, ferocious ice dragon suddenly manifests behind him. Without wasting any words, Chu Zhou strikes, unleashing the freezing power of his ice vein bloodline. Spectators watching the broadcast explode with excitement, shocked that Chu Zhou can actually create an entire mountain of ice. The terrifying freezing power makes the dragon look alive, with fans cheering for him to take down the Demon King Yi. The stadium announcer screams that Chu Zhou's incredible freezing power has summoned a massive mountain of ice on the stage, completely trapping Yi deep inside. Drenched in sweat, Chu Zhou feels his body straining, realizing that unleashing such a massive burst of freezing energy takes an incredibly heavy toll on his system. The speakers blare for everyone to watch as the ice mountain already starts to melt slowly, revealing his glowing silhouette from within. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy erupts outward, completely shattering the giant mountain of ice. Chu Zhou stares back in complete shock, unable to believe his eyes. How on earth could his strongest attack be shattered so easily? Seeing the incoming energy wave, he quickly raises his hands to conjure a thick block of ice to shield himself. The two forces collide in a massive explosion, sending violent shockwaves ripping through the entire arena. As the smoke clears, a massive claw is revealed alongside a calm voice, saying his opponent's ice dragon power has no effect. Fully transformed into his awakened state, he calmly points out that he completely counters him in every way. Witnessing this terrifying display of power, he can't help but let out a heavy sigh, realizing the sheer gap in their strength is just too massive. Regaining his composure, the young swordsman glares forward with absolute seriousness, demanding that Yi brace himself for this final ultimate strike, a peak martial art technique he originally intended to save for Liu Qingzu. A blinding light suddenly floods the entire sky as Chu Zhou raises his sword high, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into it as a freezing frost aura erupts alongside his soul-reaping sword intent. The spectators are left in absolute shock, unable to believe their eyes as they witness a genuine sword intent from someone so young, displaying such unbelievable and monstrous power. With his energy finally fully charged, he charges forward to unleash a devastating full-power slash. A massive explosion shakes the entire arena, and seconds later, fresh blood slowly drips onto the cold stone floor. Yi merely lifts his clawed hand, showing only a minor scratch on his knuckles as he gives a cold, sharp stare, telling his opponent that maybe he'll stand a slight chance once he actually gets a better sword. Chu Zhou stands frozen in pure shock, his face turning pale as cold sweat starts pouring down. Staring down at the shattered fragments scattered on the ground, he can't believe his own eyes as his trusted sword lies completely destroyed. Looking completely defeated, the young swordsman glances over and asks in a hollow, indifferent voice exactly how big that slight chance actually is. Our protagonist flashes a highly playful, mocking smirk and replies that it is just slightly better than a desperate simp actually winning over his crush. Hearing that Chuzhou doesn't hesitate for a single second, raising his hand and shouting out to the crowd that he admits defeat. Seeing this, the referee steps forward to officially announce Yi He as the grand champion of the An City Martial Arts Finals. The livestream chat completely explodes with pure hype as viewers cheer that they knew Yi. He was absolute peak, noting that although Chuzhou was incredibly strong, he stood absolutely zero chance against the winner. His victory goes completely viral across every major social platform, with everyone praising this absolute dark horse for riding his historic winning streak straight to the very top of the rankings. His face is instantly plastered on every giant advertising screen across the entire city, inspiring everyone with his legendary rise from the very bottom of his class to the ultimate champion. Given that this year's exam standards are much higher than ever before, surviving this trial easily cements Yi He as the absolute strongest champion in the history of An City, a legendary peak that no future student will ever be able to surpass. Back in the grandstands, the crowd completely loses their minds, chanting his name over and over in a deafening unified roar of Yi He, Yi He, Yi He. The host points directly at him, announcing into the microphone that after 3 days of fierce combat, the ultimate martial arts champion of the An City entrance exam has finally emerged. Standing awkwardly behind him, our main character scratches his head, silently celebrating that his goal is complete, as the host proudly declares him to be none other than Yi He from An City First High. The host then channels his inner reporter, sliding the microphone over to ask if the champion has any words to share about his long-term gradual power development. He is slightly taken aback, silently laughing at how incredibly elegant and cultured these scholars are managing to describe his sudden massive surge of system-driven power with such beautiful sophisticated words. Quickly composing himself, he steps up to the microphone, expressing his deep gratitude to his teacher, who never once gave up on him when he was at his absolute lowest, giving him the mental strength to keep moving forward. Watching the broadcast from his office, his emotional teacher hugs the television screen in tears, crying out that he doesn't deserve such high praise since he was simply trying to keep his job and failed to see his students' true potential. Just as he's about to add a few more words of appreciation, he spots his principal frantically waving at him from the sidelines, completely catching him off guard as he wonders what the old man wants. The principal flashes a 2 and a 0 with his fingers, silently proposing a massive 2 million scholarship reward if he gives their beloved and City First High School a quick promotional shout-out right now. Seeing that sweet cash offer, the champion's eyes immediately light up as he quickly shifts gears, loudly thanking his school and praising the brilliant, wise leadership of his principal for guiding them to this day. Ending his speech on a highly dramatic note, he raises his fist high and enthusiastically shouts that his ultimate thanks go to his own tireless efforts, relentless hard work, and brilliant mind without which he could never have achieved this glory. Right on cue, the glowing system panel chimes in to congratulate the host on securing the prestigious champion title, rewarding him with one random monster template draw. His eyes lock onto the notification in pure excitement, realizing he can actually score rare monster templates through these official system achievements rather than just wild encounters. Out in the stadium corridors after the event, as soon as he steps outside, a massive crowd of journalists swarms our protagonist, shouting over each other to ask if he feels any pressure and how on earth he got so incredibly strong in just 6 short months. They eagerly shout to ask if he plans to join Huada University, but he bolts away at lightning speed, screaming for them to stop chasing him because he just wants to grab some chicken. One incredibly persistent reporter manages to catch up, shoving a microphone in his face to ask ridiculous gossip questions about school beauties Liu Qingzhu and Kai Xiaoling, leaving he completely speechless as he ignores them. He bolts away to escape the chaos, yelling that he has absolutely no time to waste on gossip as the frustrated journalists eat his dust, desperately calling out after him for just one final question. A short while later, the scene shifts to a quiet basketball court. Standing alone in the center of the court, he lets out a relieved laugh, thrilled to have finally escaped those media hounds and discovering that he can acquire multiple monster templates via system lottery draws. But his peace is suddenly cut short as a mysterious stranger appears behind him, offering congratulations on his victory, making he whip around in alarm, praying it is not yet another reporter. The man takes off his hat with a reassuring friendly smile, explaining that he is actually not a journalist but has traveled all the way from Huadu to see him. His expression then turns incredibly serious as he suggests they sit down and discuss the mystery of the gene lock. Hearing that highly classified term he instantly freezes in his tracks, completely caught off guard. He panics internally, knowing his powers come entirely from his unique monster templates rather than some genetic lock, leaving him wondering who this man is and how much he actually knows. With the youth staying silent, the man steps closer, asking if he heard about the gene lock from his father and he quickly confirms it based on the original host's memories. The stranger opens his case and pulls out a classified document questioning why an ordinary taxi driver would ever be familiar with a highly confidential concept like the gene lock. He begins to seriously question reality, wondering if his ordinary old man was secretly some sort of legendary powerhouse. Handing over the confidential folder, the man explains that due to his exceptional status, the higher-ups in Huadu have agreed to declassify a portion of these top-secret files for him. With zero hesitation, our protagonist flips open the folder to scan the contents, completely stunned by what he finds. The files detail Prometheus, a legendary biotechnology giant on Blue Star that was blacklisted and hunted by global nations after a catastrophic incident. Its core researchers were forced to abandon their lives and go deep into hiding within the cities, taking their absolute key project with them, the highly forbidden technology of the gene lock. Reading this, he finally makes sense of everything. Unbelievable. He never expected his cheap foster father to be a top-tier Prometheus researcher, and he certainly didn't expect that he himself was their ultimate secret experiment. The agent reassures him. The government has no intention of making things difficult since he deserves to know the truth. In response, he just smiles. He tells the man that he is actually far calmer than anyone else. The man reassures that he is a top priority for the country. They will always protect him. Hearing this, he lets his ego balloon. His nose practically grows like Pinocchio. He sighs about how exhausting it is to be famous, getting wrapped up in all this societal influence and high-level drama. With the matter fully settled, the envoy from Capital City bids farewell and takes his leave. Now left completely alone, the main character rubs his hands together, his mind racing with ambition. The guy finally left. And man, did that exam pay off. He did not just secure a spot at Capital University, he walked away with a $2 million scholarship from the principal and an extra $800,000 in bonuses. But obviously, the absolute best part is getting to roll for a brand new monster ability template. Unable to contain his excitement, he smashes the summon button. He cannot wait any longer. Instantly, a massive swirl of strange purple energy materializes right above his head. He stares straight up, his eyes wide as he tries to process what is unfolding. A massive portal manifests next, revealing a swirling vortex of raw power spinning inside. The entire room erupts as a colossal titan materializes, breathing out thick plumes of steam. A system notification flashes in front of him. A Grade D humanoid titan template boasting a bloodline gigantification limit of 60 meters. It features scalding steam and ancestral evolution, but his current compatibility is only at 1%. He stares deeply intrigued by this supergiant form. Suddenly, a crazy realization strikes him and his eyes go wide and wait, this is where things get truly insane. If different monster templates can actually be stacked together, what would happen if he combined this massive titan with his frenzied emperor lizard? If these two forces actually fuse, they will unleash a truly horrifying abomination. An unstoppable, legendary primordial king of destruction. Elsewhere, a heavily built man is taking a phone call. The caller on the other end asks if boss Hailong is really pausing all his missions to handle some urgent personal business. Hailong confirms it. He states that his entire schedule is cleared for the foreseeable future, leaving the caller with no choice but to agree. Right next to him, a strange deep dent marks the table. The muscular man presses his finger hard into the crack. His face is contorted with pure rage. His eyes burn with absolute hatred. A voice from the search party reports that they unfortunately could not locate his younger brother's body inside the dungeon. However, they did find a few personal belongings left at the final signal coordinates. Tests show they carried trace amounts of nuclear radiation. With those words, the caller casts footage of Yi in battle directly onto Hailong's screen. Hailong slowly closes his eyes. He quietly laments, whispering that he had repeatedly warned his little brother to stay out of this dangerous society. The boy never listened to him, breaking the final promise Hailong made to their mother. Meanwhile, the television screen in the background flashes with the final results, declaring Yi the champion. Stepping closer, he glares at the television screen with a sinister smirk. He might be an unmatched prodigy in City, and Capital University will surely fight to recruit him. But unfortunately for them, the kid is never going to make it to his first day of class. Meanwhile, back at his apartment complex, a sudden knock on the door announces a delivery. Unboxing the parcel, he grumbles. He was just about to test his new Titan form in a dungeon. Who could possibly be sending him mail? He pulls out a handwritten note from Chu Zhou. The message explains that according to official research reports, a brand new Rank C dungeon rift is opening at Gongshu Mountain on the outskirts of City at 3 p.m. sharp today. Chu Zhou wants to explore it and invites Yi to team up. Finishing the letter, the main character stares in absolute disbelief. No way. What century is Chu Zhou living in to still be writing physical letters? He jokes that the guy must be some kind of time traveler. Later that afternoon, the beautiful mountain views of Gongshu Mountain in City look absolutely breathtaking. A massive crowd has already gathered at the site. Arriving at the mountain, he is stunned. There must be well over 1,000 hunters waiting. A fresh dungeon rift is always highly sought after. Right then, Chu Zhou spots him and waves from the crowd. He turns, calling out his friend's name and greeting. Chuzhou immediately points out that Yi has gotten even stronger, prompting a nervous chuckle from the protagonist. He internally marvels at how incredibly sharp Chuzhou's instincts are. Yi he had just spent his exam earnings on gene potions, pushing his supergiant compatibility up to 35%. It seems low-grade templates really do have the advantage of showing incredibly fast progress. Curious Yi, he asks Chuzhou which university he is planning to attend. Looking down with a heavy hint of sadness, Chuzhou reveals that he is heading to Capital University. Yi, he happily notes they will be classmates but secretly notices that his friend's expression seems incredibly tense. Suddenly, a massive purple tear rips through the sky, opening the portal. The crowd erupts, shouting that the dungeon is finally opening up. The moment the rift fractures, a giant three-headed beast begins to claw its way out. The massive three-headed vulture beast spreads its wings, letting out a deafening, terrifying roar. Pointing to the sky, a warrior rallies the crowd, screaming for everyone to slaughter the beast and storm the portal. On that signal, hordes of excited hunters swarm forward like a disturbed beehive launching a coordinated strike. Catching the barrage head-on, the panicked beast shrieks in terror. It realizes too late that it used way too much force squeezing through. Hemmed in by hordes of relentless hunters, it desperately tries to retreat only to find itself hopelessly stuck. Within seconds, the beast is pulverized into a cloud of drifting feathers. It cries out its final tragic lament that the early bird really does get the beating. The portal fully expands, revealing the towering colossal stone structures waiting inside the depths of Gongshu Mountain. Eager hunters rush headfirst into the rift while Chuzhou and Yi, he calmly follow at their own steady pace. As they advance, a sickening stench hits Yi's nose. He grimaces at the overwhelming smell of blood. Inside, a massive horde of monsters wrapped in eerie purple energy lies in wait. The hunters cry out in alarm, realizing they have walked straight into a planned beast-tied ambush. Completely unfazed, the brave hunters ignite their abilities and charge forward, adhering to national protocols that require everyone to prioritize holding the line and slaughtering the rampaging beast-tied. Since the battle has only just begun, the front line manages to easily decapitate the incoming waves of monsters. They quickly team up, combining their strength to take down the even larger beasts around them. Chuzhou draws his sword, activating his ice ability to unleash his raw bloodline power. He delivers a sharp slash toward two oncoming flying monsters, shooting out a freezing trail of ice that instantly pierces and kills them. Right then, another vicious beast launches a sudden surprise attack on him from behind. But before it can even touch him, someone yells out "Atomic Blasting Fist," and in an instant, the monster is blown into absolute oblivion. That hero is none other than Yi, he who calmly warns him to watch his back, leaving Chuzhou turning around to offer his sincere thanks. After a brutal battle on ground covered in blood and monster bones, he notes that none of the beasts in this realm can even stand a chance. Chuzhou looks at the scene behind him in absolute shock, wondering how on earth he managed to slaughter so many of them already. Looking closely at the battlefield, Chuzhou cannot help but marvel at how the dead beasts have their entire flesh dissolved. It is clear that he used massive nuclear radiation over a wide area, an inescapable strike that silently occurs while directly destroying biological cells. That is definitely the most terrifying power to witness. Wherever he steps, the pure energy radiating from he easily obliterates any monster that dares to get close. This sight draws everyone's attention, leaving them completely shocked. They wonder how the rear guard is clearing monsters so fast, guessing they must have a high-tier martial artist. But someone points out that the top scorer of NCT's university entrance exam is actually fighting among them. One guy asks in disbelief, pointing out that the top scorer should only be a simple apprentice, so how is he slaying so many beasts? A nearby martial artist sighs, asking if he missed the exam livestream. When the guy admits he did, claiming high school fights are boring, his buddy calls him an idiot, reminding him that this high schooler could easily beat 10 guys just like him. Seeing his power, the other martial artists quickly gather around he actively luring and crowding all the beasts directly toward the top scorer. A moment later, a bright signal flare shoots up from a massive tree. Word quickly spreads from the front lines that the beast-tied leader is dead, prompting a cheer that they won as the monsters begin to retreat. Following the intense struggle, Chuzhou wipes the sweat from his face and breathes a sigh of relief. They barely survived the first wave. Out of 1,000 fighters who initially gathered, only about 800 are left along with some ordinary civilians. He walks over carrying 2 massive bags of core stones, asking how he is supposed to carry all this loot. Chuzhou stands there completely frozen, demanding to know where he got so many beast cores from. Chuzhou pulls out a sleek ring, offering his space ring to store everything. Staring at it, he laughs in awe, pointing out that a space ring is easily worth tens of millions, totally surprised to find out his friend is this incredibly rich. Just then, a loud voice announces that Chief Wu Sen and his squad have finally returned. The crowd gathers around in excitement, murmuring that they luckily had him to take down the Lord-class monster, or they would have surely died of exhaustion in that endless swarm. The massive muscular warrior walks straight toward Yi He and introduces himself. He asks if Yi He is indeed the famous top scorer from In City, introducing himself as Wu Sen, a captain of the Silver Wolf martial arts faction. Proactively extending his hand, Wu Sen tries to recruit him on the spot, explaining how much his teammates praise Yi He's incredible performance. He offers him a position, promising that joining won't interfere with his upcoming university studies and will instead provide him with top-tier resources. Wu Sen even offers to personally sign him to a highly coveted S-class contract. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd watches in absolute envy as the legendary Wu Sen personally extends the offer to Yi He. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because independent martial artists can rarely afford the astronomical costs of cultivation. Moreover, Silver Wolf is one of the premier factions in Xie country, and an S-class contract there is something even elite students from Huada University can only dream of obtaining. Right then, a beautiful girl riding a massive black tiger approaches, teasing Wu Sen about why he ran off so quickly and realizing his true motive. She looks straight at the male lead, seriously proposing that Yi He join their Shengde faction instead. While admitting their scale is slightly smaller than Silver Wolf, she boldly guarantees that he will receive a staggering 15% of the faction's entire monthly cultivation resources. The crowd gasps in sheer disbelief. 15% of resources is practically making him a major shareholder. They cannot believe a mere high school graduate is causing two giant factions to fight and offer such mind-blowing deals. Faced with both incredible offers, he simply cleans his ear, completely unfazed, and politely declines, stating he has no plans of joining any faction anytime soon. Wu Sen chuckles politely, noting that winning over a top scorer is no easy task. He says it is perfectly fine, suggesting they stay friends instead, and invites Yi to contact the Silver Wolf faction whenever he needs assistance. The girl quickly chimes in, saying her Shengda faction is also happy to wait. He politely shakes hands, stating that while he cannot join them, they can definitely be friends. However, Wu Sen curiously asks if he just used that exact hand to pick his ear, but the cheeky main character tells him not to worry about the tiny details. With the introductions out of the way, Chuju approaches, suggesting they start exploring now that the beast tide is cleared. He points out the massive forest, proposing they scale a giant tree first to map out the area before making a move, which he readily agrees to. Immediately after he shoots forward like a literal rocket, leaving Chujo struggling to keep up while marveling at his insane speed. Within seconds, they are both standing high atop the giant tree. Looking around, Chujo suddenly freezes in place, his eyes widening as he asks what that is. Despite the massive trees surrounding them, some colossal beasts in the far distance look thousands of times larger. Making them look like tiny grains of sand, those massive creatures must easily stand over 1,000 meters tall, an almost unimaginable sight. Instead of being scared, he grins excitedly, saying it is not hard to picture at all. He reminds his friend that they are young, and within a few years they will definitely conquer these beasts and uncover the deep secrets of these realms. Staring at his confident face, Chuzhou stands dazed, realizing that while ordinary fighters would tremble in fear before such mighty unknown beings, Yi only radiates absolute confidence in his ability to conquer them. He realizes that he is not just lagging behind Yi in martial arts, but also in sheer willpower, making Yi a true warrior. Meanwhile, our excited main character raises both hands, shouting that those beast cores will all be his sooner or later. Soon after he grows serious as he scans the area, noting that while his life force detection can map out the entire realm, there is a strange amber block in the southeast that seems like a total vacuum, completely devoid of life. He silently smiles, knowing that abnormal anomalies always hide the best rewards, and the bigger the risk, the sweeter the prize. Stepping forward, he points ahead and confidently declares that they are going all in, telling Chuzhou to look southeast where a mysterious lake lies, suggesting they head over to investigate it. Deep within the massive forest, where ancient trees with thick red leaves completely shroud a mysterious lake, the sound of footsteps echoes as a group of people suddenly approaches. He immediately recognizes one of them and calls out to Wu Leshu, while Chuzhou stands behind looking completely clueless. She struts over with a hand on her hip to playfully greet their top scorer, admitting she never expected the kid to be this ridiculously powerful. Her heavily tattooed companion gasps in surprise, asking Wu Leshu if she actually knows the famous young prodigy, while a nearby girl wearing glasses looks up and eagerly begs for an introduction, noting how incredibly cool his battle performance was. He asks her how long they have been waiting here, prompting Wu Leshu to step forward and nod toward the water. She explains they arrived just a short while ago, and two of their strong swimmers have already gone under to scout. Just as she says that, one of their companions breaks the surface of the water, splashing it everywhere. He is absolutely ecstatic, eyes wide open and mouth agape as he pants out that they have struck it rich. On the shore, the others are burning with impatience, demanding to know how they are suddenly rich. The young man screams back with every ounce of his strength that there is a ruin at the bottom of the lake, and they are about to make a fortune. Wu Lei clenches her fists in pure excitement, thrilled that they are finally going to be filthy rich. Yi. He nudges Chu Zhou, completely confused, and asks what these ruins actually are and why everyone is so excited. Chu Zhou turns to him and explains that in these secret realms there are mysterious structures believed to be left behind by ancient civilizations which experts call ruins. Apparently, the foundation of modern martial arts theory and quite a bit of gene technology originate from them. Hearing their quiet whispering, Wu Yang turns around with bloodshot eyes, suddenly on high alert, demanding to know if someone else is there. Drawing his sharp sword, he loudly demands to know who they are and how they dare to eavesdrop on their conversation. Wu Le quickly rushes over and places her hand on his chest to hold him back, pleading with Wu Yang to stop. She explains that Yi He and Chu Zhou are the top two scorers of the recent An Than College exam. Their strength is way beyond most ordinary martial artists, so she urges him to let them tag along. The main character casually drapes an arm over Chu Zhou's shoulder with a grin, telling the man not to get so worked up since they can actually help them explore the ruins. Wu Yang quickly steps in front of him to ask how they should divide the loot. He casually waves his hand, explaining they do not need much since they are just external help, so they can divide it based on effort. Satisfied with that answer, he turns around but still warns them that they can join for now as long as they do not try anything funny. Secretly, he reminds himself that a top scholar and a future star are major figures, so it is best not to make enemies with them. A moment later, the group dives down together into the deep lake. In the blink of an eye, they arrive at a mysterious-looking cave entrance. Leading the way, Wu Yang explains that the ruins are just past this underground tunnel. Water still drips down his face, but he looks around in confusion, wondering where Lai Vi is since he was supposed to guard this spot. A tattooed young man guesses that maybe he found some treasure and went ahead on his own. Wu Yang pulls out his radio and calls repeatedly for Lai Vi to pick up, but only cold silence echoes back through the dark space. Looking at the narrow pathway lined with sharp rocks on both sides, the main character cannot help but ask if they checked for any signs of demon beasts in this underground cave. Wu Yang shakes his head, explaining that he and Lai Vi had already laid out bait to lure them out, but not a single beast showed up. Shivering with fear, the bespectacled girl stammers that this place feels quite dangerous, and with Lai Vi missing, she wonders if they should really keep going. Wu Yang instantly shuts her down, clenching his fists as he declares they must keep moving forward. He snaps that if they do not grab the wealth waiting right in front of them, they will stay low-level martial artists forever. The others are pretty hesitant, but seeing his fierce resolve, they cannot bring themselves to leave. He yells that those who fear death should leave now, and those who want to be rich should stay. Since no one moves, he tells them to get going. Wu Yang shines his flashlight at the footprints on the ground, and the group follows him in a single file line. He casts a purple light down onto the clearly visible footprints. Yi frowns deeply, starting to feel like something is seriously off here. Turning his head, he silently mouths to Chu Zhou that something is wrong. Chu Zhou also notices the discrepancy and mouths back that the timing does not add up since Hoang Wu Lei said her team only reached the lake about 15 minutes ago. They stare suspiciously at Wu Yang's back, highly skeptical. How could they navigate this dangerous underwater cave so easily? Finding a secret path to the ruins feels almost like playing a video game with a full map cheat code unlocked. Chu Zhou narrows his eyes, whispering that this is clearly a trap and asking if they should warn his friend and get out. The main character grins back deviously, telling him not to worry because he has a trump card up his sleeve. After walking for a bit, they reach a massive ancient tree covered in thick green vines that wrap around sharp rocks, pointing directly down at them. Looking at the skeletal remains of a demon beast tightly bound by the vines, the group starts whispering. They point out a demon core that has completely lost its glow, seemingly drained of energy long ago. No wonder they did not see many aquatic demon beasts on the way down, they have all been devoured. Wu Lei approaches Wu Yang, casting a sharp glance as she asks where the ruins actually are. The other girl suddenly panics, covering her mouth with one hand while pointing high up into the air, trembling. Everyone looks up at the withered body of a young man tangled high in the air and screams in terror that Lai Vi is dead. The girl continues to cover her mouth in absolute horror while Wu Lei stares in shock, cold sweat dripping down her face. Suddenly, Wu Yang drops to his knees, clutching his head in agony, crying out about where the ruins went and why there is nothing here. His head begins to swell up, stretching out beneath his curly hair as he mutters incoherently about how Lai Vi died. Thick root-like veins start spreading across Wu Yang's neck, his eyes warping to different sizes. He screams in absolute panic that he is being taken over by the vines too, urging everyone to run away immediately. Suddenly, thick green vines erupt violently from inside his body, tearing through his head and branching out wild and fast over his remains. Terrified, the group stumbles back as Wu Yang's headless body charges toward them. Everyone panics, wondering if he has already been completely taken over. In a flash of light, a bright energy appears floating in midair. A second later, this blast of energy hits the monster directly, sending Wu Yang's body flying backward. Standing opposite them, He blows smoke from his weapon, admitting he did not expect a demon beast to possess such high intelligence. Looking up at a massive eye-like red sigil glowing above them, he calmly analyzes their current situation. After killing two martial artists, this creature even parasitized one of their brains to use him as a live bait to lure more targets. It seems pretty clear they have been led straight into its personal hunting ground. The group quickly retreats toward the cave entrance they just came through, but unfortunately, the creature has already blocked the path with massive boulders. It has sealed the way and clearly determined to keep them from escaping. Chuzhou tilts his head, recalling that he read about this vine-controlling monster in a book. It is a Tier 2 king-level demon beast, a ghost vine. Wule trembles violently, barely able to squeeze out the words. A Tier 2 king-level, a king-class bloodline cannot be judged by normal standards. This is not something low-level martial artists like them can ever hope to fight. Yet the main character remains highly fired up for battle, his eyes erupting with a terrifying green energy as he vows to blow it to pieces regardless of its level. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the air above and shattered rocks rain down all around them. A martial artist appears wrapped in a blazing red spiritual aura, growling that he has come for He's life. The others gasp in shock, realizing he possesses a high-stage aura. He is an 8th-stage martial artist. Turning to look at the powerful martial artist behind him, the main character asks if someone actually still remembers him. Looking down with pure hatred in his eyes, the man sneers that when he heard someone in the Kong-Fu Sun realm use nuclear radiation to fight off a beast tide, he knew it had to be He. He just had to follow the lingering radiation trail to track his movements. The 8th-stage martial artist explains his journey, boasting that to avoid detection he held his breath and masked his energy to tail him into the underground cave. He had even stopped his heartbeat and breathing to play dead, yet he still noticed him. He remarks that he is truly as formidable as expected for someone who pushed the Hoak family brothers to their absolute limits. He pouts in utter confusion, asking this middle-aged man who he is. He complains that the guy barged in out of nowhere, rambling on with weird claims and wonders if they even know each other. Without saying a word, he leaps into the air and unleashes his vital energy, roaring for him to stop acting and just die. He tries to strike, but thick vines wrap right around his wrist, forcing the 8th-stage martial artist to grit his teeth in absolute rage. He opens his mouth wide and roars in absolute rage, asking if this nightmare was all part of his plan too. He thrashes frantically against the vines, cursing because the ghost demon vine drains energy and releases neurotoxins, meaning he is done for if this drags on. He screams that he was set up while the clueless protagonist stands far off calmly, telling the old man he has a wild imagination since they literally just met. Stomping down with all his might, he unleashes a massive wave of vital energy, roaring in frustration that his real target is that bastard He, not these stupid weeds. Wule panics as sharp stalactites begin raining down from the ceiling, realizing the entire cave is about to collapse from the sheer force of their battle. A panicked scream rings out to run, and she quickly spins around to look. Just then, a massive blue orb of pure lightning crackles to life right above a towering giant. With a deafening boom, the orb unleashes a terrifying vortex of blue energy into the air. A massive torrent of water suddenly surges, erupting in every direction. He controls the rushing wave, pointing to the side and urging Wu Le and the others to escape first. Not to be outdone, the 8th-stage martial artist charges over with boiling energy in his hands, roaring that they will not escape. Chuzhou steps in immediately, unleashing his ultimate freezing move to lock the enemy's hand behind a massive block of ice, saving the protagonist. Swung his sword, he boldly declares that as long as he is standing, nobody will touch a single hair on his head. The villain sneers, laughing off the attack and mocking the kid by pointing out that a master of his rank cannot be harmed by cheap ice tricks. He seizes the opening, leaping over the ice wall with energy gathering in his fist as he mockingly asks the chatty old man where he is looking. The protagonist strikes straight down, unleashing a devastating core bombardment punch. The powerful strike blasts the warrior back several meters. Turning back, he urges Chuzhou to escape first, warning him that this high-level opponent is too tough for him to handle right now. He glares at the giant, wiping his mouth determinedly, telling his friend to leave this bastard to him. Wu Lei and her group luckily escape the deadly battle in time, breathing a sigh of relief on the shore as they watch the crazed ghost demon vine completely tear up the lake bed. Spotting Chuzhou resurfacing, she immediately asks him with deep concern where he is. He simply turns his head to stare at the water, remaining completely silent. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupts from deep beneath the surface. The ghost demon vine reveals its true form, standing like a towering skeletal titan with a tiny human figure pinned helpless beneath its massive finger. It is the chatty warrior himself, his clothes completely shredded as he lies battered and gasping for air. A sudden violent gust of wind forces everyone to shield their eyes, but Chuzhou refuses to look away, completely consumed by worry for his friend's safety. As the monster breaches the lake's surface, the lightning strikes fade away into the air, leaving nothing but a thick blanket of dust and smoke. The protagonist finally resurfaces, asking Chuzhou to lend him some dry clothes, while the rest of the group quickly rushes over. Once he finishes putting on the clothes, Chuzhou crosses his arms and immediately asks him what that massive explosion was all about. Sitting down and panting heavily, the protagonist explains that the mysterious warrior actually carried a restricted plasma bomb to take down the ghost demon Vine with him. Chuzhou is completely shocked, wondering how anyone could smuggle military contraband, and notes that the blast felt far more powerful than a regular plasma bomb. Chuzhou scratches his head, mentioning that he thought he saw a giant in the smoke. He just laughs it off, claiming it was just an illusion from the blast. His face darkens as he secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he managed to fool them, because revealing his monster abilities would be bad news, since he went a bit too hard. That warrior's body was completely turned to ash, making it impossible to search the corpse. But at least he secured the core of the ghost demon Vine. As Wu Lei's group prepares to leave, she waves and apologizes to He for making him come all this way for nothing and even having to save them, promising to compensate him once they leave the realm. He politely tells her there is no need, explaining that this simply pays back her past kindness and that accepting compensation would only make him owe her once again. With everyone else gone, the two friends share a mischievous grin, excited to finally start their monster grinding spree. 3 days later, near the entrance of Gongshu Mountain, the two of them soar through the air together. They slowly descend back to the ground. The two young men freeze in absolute disbelief as he gapes at the shocking sight before them. Looking around, they are stunned to find that this wild area has been built into a small town in just a few days. They even see transport machinery, making them marvel at the terrifying construction speed of their country. Heaving a massive heavy sack onto the counter, the protagonist startles the receptionist, who immediately asks him to be more careful so his hard-earned loot does not get damaged. He scratches his head apologetically, explaining that he has so much loot on him that they might not finish the appraisal before noon if they do not start immediately. The clerk confidently reassures him that they are highly trained professionals. He closes his eyes with a sigh and slides the spatial ring off his finger. In an instant, several massive sacks materialize on the floor, piling up one after another. Standing amidst the giant mountain of sacks, he drops the final pouch, leaving the clerk sweating as she wonders if he is trying to open a wholesale store. Her face twitches, stammering to ask if he is finally done. He smirks, reminding the staff to hurry up with the calculations because he still has plenty of spirit herbs left. Inside the Spirit Herb Appraisal Center, the appraisers crowd around the table, whispering in utter shock. They marvel at the 7-star leaves, noting they are at least 300 years old and usually grow in highly secret spots that even professional gatherers cannot find. They are amazed that this kid found 6 Harmony's flowers, a crucial ingredient for crafting key C pills. Though these herbs look quite rough, their total value easily exceeds 30 million, and with some being extremely rare on the market, the price could go even higher. Someone capable of gathering this much loot is definitely not a person they can afford to offend. Standing in the back, he watches them gossip and sighs with boredom. The blue and white monster cores no longer help him level up, so he might as well exchange them all for cash. A smug grin spreads across his face as he laughs quietly. Back when he fought off the beast tide, he managed to grab 5 blue monster cores and a gold-patterned green one dropped by that tier 2 demon. Now that was his real jackpot. After cashing in all his monster cores, his bank account balance skyrockets to over 27 million. He slowly walks out of the appraisal center, planning his next move. Now that the cores are sold, his next task is finding a buyer for all those valuable spirit herbs. Right then, a highly luxurious car suddenly pulls up right in front of him. Li Yushin steps out of the car, offering a warm, friendly smile. He introduces himself as the owner of Pinghe Medicine and tells He that he heard about the massive harvest of spirit herbs from Mount Gongju. He offers to buy them at a rate well above the current market price. Hearing this, he pouts, realizing his personal information was quickly leaked by the old-timers at the appraisal center. Still, since he needs to sell the herbs anyway, having a buyer come straight to him saves him the trouble of making a trip himself. Once the trade is complete, Li Yutian drives off quickly, making sure to remind He to contact him first whenever he gets more spirit herbs in the future. Staring at his phone with over 74 million in his account, he sighs. All this cash is not as good as a simple 10% power boost. True strength is what really matters, especially now that basic potions and low-tier cores are practically useless to him. Lost in thought, he sighs as he thinks of his monster's extremely picky appetite, which is far worse than his own. It demands things like blood jade, fruits, and high-grade gene serums that he does not even have the clearance to buy yet. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a brilliant idea strikes him. Of course, there is still another way. He recalls his martial arts knowledge from the college entrance exam. While he managed to crush Liu Qingzhu thanks to the incredible power of the Emperor Lizard Mother Mara, his actual combat skills are still lacking. What he truly needs right now is to track down some overpowered martial arts techniques. Having set his goal, he rushes forward and shouts out, telling the old man that he is coming over to strike some gold. Inside the principal's office at Ann City First High School, a cup of hot tea is poured, sending steam swirling into the air. The principal warmly pats his shoulder, expressing his deep gratitude that he still keeps in touch and visited his old school. Feeling slightly embarrassed by this VIP treatment, he politely asks him not to be so formal. The principal quickly disagrees, insisting that as the top scholar of the entrance exam, he's a shining role model for the school, the teachers, and all of N City. He takes out a bottle of medicinal wine he prepared to ease the principal's formality. He explains that it is from Pinghe Hall, meant as a token of respect for his elder rather than a mere bribe. Seeing the wine, the principal's eyes light up as he praises Yi for being an outstanding, well-mannered student who deeply respects his mentors. Seeing the principal in high spirits, he smoothly steers the conversation to his real goal. He asks if the principal has any solid connections to help him learn some powerful martial arts, since he has not officially entered the academy yet. The principal is slightly skeptical, questioning why he is in such a rush instead of simply waiting until university. He stares back with burning determination, explaining that he wants to push his limits even further. Moved by the boy's sincere dedication, the principal yields and reluctantly agrees to help him out. Seizing the chance, he continues to flatter him, saying that having a principal who understands the need for change is a true blessing for the education system. Hearing such high praise, the principal beams with absolute delight, telling him he is far too kind. At noon the next day, right after taking a refreshing shower, he receives a call from the principal, who happily tells him that everything is fully set up. Amazed by how incredibly fast the old man worked, he thanks him and asks which martial clan it is. Upon hearing the answer, he gasps in utter shock. It is the Liu family of An City, and they actually want to teach him their secret clan techniques. Out on the outskirts of An City, a young man and woman are speeding down the main road. The girl in the back keeps cheering him on, praising how fast and powerful Ji is riding. Boosted by her compliments, he proudly boasts that this is nothing compared to his real speed. Suddenly, he pulls up beside him, startling him. He casually advises him to stay focused when speeding, since reckless driving only leads to tears for his loved ones. Shocked to see him keeping pace, the guy angrily yells, asking if he is crazy and mocking him for trying to drag race a scooter on a shared public bicycle. With that, he twists his throttle to the max. His scooter shoots forward as he laughs mockingly, asking how a nobody could ever dream of keeping up with a young master like him. The girl squeals with excitement at his raw power. Annoyed by their arrogance, he glares coldly at the arrogant couple. Up ahead, the two riders suddenly feel a massive pressure surging up from behind them. In a flash, he zooms past them, casually calling out for them to keep up. He expertly pedals his simple shared bicycle with jaw-dropping, absolutely incredible speed. Trembling in disbelief, the guy stammers, questioning how a bicycle can go this fast. The girl behind him can only gasp in terror, muttering that he is practically flying like an airplane. He pulls up right outside the Liu family gates, deeply impressed by the grandeur of a true martial clan. He stares at the massive estate in front of him, unable to hide his envy of such a luxurious place. Tuning into the surrounding aura, he senses several incredibly powerful life force signatures radiating from deep within the compound. Just then, the massive gates swing open, and a young woman steps out to welcome him. Liu Qingzhu offers a graceful smile, warmly welcoming him and saying she has been waiting for his arrival. Delighted to see her, he steps forward with a grin, teasingly asking if she is that happy to see him. She quickly denies it, but he does not miss the chance to keep teasing, asking if she meant it is a joy to meet him. Blush creeping up her cheeks, Liu Qingzhu cuts him off and says her mother sent her to guide him inside. The two walk through the beautiful garden and enter the villa. As the grand double doors slide open, Liu Qingzhu leads him straight into the spacious main hall. Looking up toward the upper floor, she calls out softly to announce that he has arrived. Hearing her daughter, a woman slowly begins to make her way down the grand staircase. Qin Lan, the matriarch of the Liu family, looks down at him with a cold, haughty expression and welcomes Yi to her home. The moment he sees her, his face flushes with pure excitement as he loudly proclaims that he has finally realized it. After the exam, they gather at the Liu residence. Liu Qingzhu stands in a daze, quietly facing her mother. Her voice trembles as she stutters, calling out to her mother. The older woman immediately cuts her off, telling Qingzhu there is no need to be so nervous. She coldly mentions the recent match, explaining that she watched the live stream of the fight with Yi. She praises Qingzhu for performing well, noting that Yi is a true dark horse even in the Huadu exams, so there is no reason to blame herself. Liu Qingzhu stands there dejectedly, hanging her head in silence. Her mother suddenly stands up and sighs, noting that her brother has limited talent and cannot inherit the Liu family. In this generation, Qingzhu is the only one who can shoulder the entire household. Stepping closer, she gently lifts her daughter's beautiful face in contemplation, noting that after all, she is still a remarkably stunning young woman. With her father gone early and no grandmaster to protect them, they were forced to retreat to this small town of An City. If a powerful faction demands an arranged marriage they cannot refuse, meaning a century of family legacy would simply be swallowed up by outsiders. Looking at Qingzhu's flushed face, her mother makes a direct proposal asking how she would feel about being together with Yi He. She looks seriously at Qingzhu and coldly explains that Yi He has exceptional talent, a simple background, and limitless potential without any dangerous ambition. There is no need for an immediate answer, she just wants her to spend some time getting to know him first. Standing above her, deep voice echoes as she welcomes Yi He to the household. The young man bows deeply in respect, politely offering a small gift he brought along with him. She stares coldly at him, mentioning she heard from the first high school principal that he wants to learn advanced martial arts. Once he confirms this, she immediately orders Qingzhu to guide him inside. He is quite surprised by how quickly and easily she agreed to his request. She accepts his gift and walks past them, explaining that Qingzhu will lead him to the family martial library. Since the manuals cannot leave the vault, he will only have one day to study. Her eyes flash coldly as she warns him that deep inside the vault lie 3 Xuanhuang grade techniques and mastering them depends entirely on his own capability. Hearing this, Yi He bows politely and expresses his deepest gratitude to the Liu family. She carefully notes his choice of words, realizing he thanked the family rather than her personally as Qin Lan. This implies he is making a silent promise to the entire clan, and she fully intends to hold him to that promise in the near future. Qin Lan silently observes his demeanor and feels increasingly satisfied with how incredibly sharp and intelligent this young man is. Meanwhile, standing right beside her, He shivers slightly, wondering why her gaze feels so deeply unsettling. Liu Qingzhu leads the way, guiding him down into the underground basement. Sensing something off, he casually asks his classmate why she keeps avoiding his gaze. Startled by this sudden question, she quickly denies it, insisting she is doing no such thing. Not entirely convinced, he steps in close, causing her face to flush red in sheer panic. She quickly dodges to the side and snaps, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing by getting so close. Soon the two of them arrive before a massive stone door. Qingzhu turns and explains that this door is made of rare force, dispersing stone from a secret realm capable of absorbing a mystic martial master's attack without breaking. Hearing this, he gets excited and asks if he can try punching it. Looking at him in absolute disbelief, she scoffs and tells him to go ahead silently, wondering why he wants to punch it, instead of marveling at the magical stone like a normal person. He immediately channels his energy, aiming his fist directly at the massive stone barrier. Recognizing his stance, Qingzhu fearfully turns her head away as dark memories of that terrifying green light fist style come rushing back. He strikes the stone wall with full force. Yet the massive stone barrier remains completely undamaged after absorbing his punch. He rotates his arm in disbelief, noting that punching the stone feels like hitting the endless ocean or sinking into a swamp as 9/10 of his power was completely absorbed. Qingzhu giggles at his dazed expression and tells him to follow her inside, secretly amused to see someone as strong as him looking so utterly captivated by a wall. As the door slowly grinds open, the two of them step inside. Qingzhu explains that the archives are categorized into movement, defense, body, refinement, and swordsmanship. She adds that he can simply use his access card to unlock any of these tiers, prompting him to immediately ask where the legendary Xuanhuang grade techniques are located. She explains that those are kept inside the deepest stone chamber, which also requires an access card. She privately worries that attempting to learn such high-level techniques in a single day is impossible, as he will only scratch the surface. Feeling that her mother's permission might actually hold him back, she offers to help him choose a slightly lower but highly compatible grade instead. Standing right beside her, he teases if she is simply worried about his well-being. Qingzhu bites her lip in annoyance, silently swearing to ignore this smug guy while he remains completely oblivious and rambles on about always choosing the absolute strongest path. He declares that ignoring a Xuanhuang technique when it is right here would be completely pointless, just as they arrive at a door made of black force-dispersing stone. Qingzhu inputs the passcode on the door, explaining that security for the Xuanhuang vault is much tighter due to the extreme rarity of this black force-dispersing stone. As they watch the heavy barrier slowly slide open, she adds that her family has been collecting these rare black materials all the way back since her great-grandfather was in charge. Stepping inside, they are immediately greeted by massive iron gates standing tall within the vault. Qingzhu calmly explains that mastering a Xuanhuang technique is not about reading but rather sensing the lingering intent of its creator. If there is a clash of attributes, one cannot even begin to practice it. Simply put, these techniques are almost alive, meaning it is not the martial artist who chooses the skill, but the skill that chooses them. Hearing this, he lets out a smirk, confident that his demon prison body makes him the perfect chosen one for this technique. The iron door slowly grinds open, fueling his growing anticipation for what lies beyond. He is utterly stunned by the sight before him, realizing that these legendary techniques are not written in books at all. Instead, he finds himself staring at a massive towering statue standing inside the chamber. Completely dazed he sits down before the massive statue. He looks up at the towering statue and whispers, wondering if this is the so-called infinite perception and if he has truly entered the infinite world. He recalls the moment he first arrived, staring at the monument in utter disbelief. He had blurted out, "So the Xuanhuang martial skill is not a book but a statue." Standing right beside him, Liu Qingju explained that it could be a painting, a magical weapon, or literally anything else. That is the true miracle of a grandmaster. Her face turns completely serious as she explains that only a grandmaster possesses the power to refine martial fortune, sealing it into objects for future generations to inherit. Then she turns on her heel and leaves, telling him it is all up to him now. He looks back at her in complete disbelief. "Up to me? Sister, you have not even told me how I am supposed to learn this." Liu Qingzhu glares right back at him, her lips moving slightly as she tells him to just feel it. If he is fated, he will naturally understand. He is left standing there with a face full of pure confusion. He flops straight down onto the ground, muttering that if it is all about fate, he might as well just take a quick nap instead. Back in the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu watches him on the camera, completely speechless and annoyed. Of course, only he would do something like this. Snapping back to the present, he cautiously deduces that this infinite world is actually a spiritual world. Right now, he has absolutely no weapons, and he cannot even trigger the nuclear reaction of the Demora monster. He is back to being a normal, fragile human. But suddenly, the familiar system voice rings out, catching him completely off guard. It alerts him that the host's consciousness is inside a special dimension, and to prevent the host from overloading his status, screen will be bound directly to his mental card. Suddenly, a bizarre wild laugh echoes from behind him. A voice booms out that his martial arts can only be inherited by a real steel-hearted man. Otherwise, he would rather let it rot in the dirt forever. The fierce-looking man sits right on top of the statue, challenging him to prove he's a real man of steel. He gasps in shock, realizing this guy looks exactly like the statue itself. Sitting up there, the man lays down his challenge. Once the rain starts, the 100 demons will march, and he must guard this ruined temple. He cannot let the Bodhisattva statue be defiled by evil spirits. If he succeeds, the old man might begrudgingly pass down his skills. But if he fails, he will be torn apart by 100 ghosts, forever unable to cultivate. If he's a coward, he should run away right now. Right on cue, a droplet of water slowly drips down from the ceiling beam. He looks up in surprise. Is it already raining? As the downpour gets heavier, he looks at the massive statue and realizes his trial has officially begun. Thunder rumbles violently all around him. Hearing the eerie noises outside, he silently tightens his grip on his sword. Countless terrifying demons surround him. Talk about a total nightmare. With a dead serious expression, he glares at the approaching horde of vicious monsters. He grips his blade, slipping into a combat stance as the monstrous horde lunges straight for him. Swinging his sword with incredible speed, he slashes wildly through the front lines. His eyes flash with an intense blue light, looking absolutely fierce as he cuts down his foes. Guarding the temple entrance, he shouts out in excitement. There is no way a trial would force a martial artist to fight 100 demons barehanded. There must be hidden gear somewhere nearby. Without a second thought, he charges straight into the massive swarm of demons ahead. An ecstatic grin spreads across his face as he slashes like a maniac. Watching from the roof, the old master looks on with keen interest. These trial demons are packed with his raw killing intent, so a mere martial disciple blocking the door is just begging for death. He sighs, thinking this challenger is a total idiot and that the new generation of martial artists really cannot compare to the old. Looking down at the chaotic battlefield below, he mutters that he will probably have to personally clean up another corpse again. But while he is fully focused on the front, a demon sneaks up from behind to launch a surprise attack. The monster swipes right through him, yet somehow fails to leave a scratch on his body. The observer on the roof is utterly shocked to see that the 100 demons cannot even scratch his body. Even he is slightly surprised by his own luck. He whispers that in this mental world, his status board must be protecting him, rendering him completely immune to all physical damage. Realizing his absolute advantage, he bursts into a wild laugh. I mean, who would not want an invincible golden body like this? Up above, the old master stares down in dazed shock as he continues his reckless rampage. His face contorts in pure disbelief at the sight. How on earth is this kid completely unaffected by the heavy pressure of martial fortune? Standing in the pouring rain, he notices the man's angry expression and casually whispers that it is nothing but pure hard training. His rising anger instantly sends the shivering demons crashing to the ground. He laughs bitterly. What a fine excuse, diligent hard training. Since you conquered the demons, I will keep my word and pass this on. But let us see if you can actually handle it. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes through the hall, catching him completely off guard. Inside the temple, the Guanyin statue shatters into pieces, revealing a dark well brimming with raw, terrifying killing intent. He cautiously approaches the well as the man explains that it contains the highly concentrated killing intent he accumulated over his entire lifetime. Before the man can even finish his sentence, he dives straight down the well. He shouts after him that the demon prisoner body technique is down there if he can refine it. The old man is left totally speechless by the kid's sheer recklessness. He mutters that a junior with this much raw personality is certainly a first for him. He recalls that back at his peak, he was an absolute legend, even conquering dangerous S-class dungeons on his own. He succeeded because of the legendary demon prisoner body technique, but he also ended up dying because of it. As his vitality waned in his old age, the suppressed killing intent and vengeful spirits backfired, driving him insane and forcing him to hurt his loved ones. To stop the madness, he ultimately had to take his own life. Before dying, he sealed his raw killing intent and vengeful spirits into his martial fortune, binding them forever inside this statue. Although 100 years have passed and much of the killing intent has faded, it is still far too overwhelming for a mere disciple. Yet if he can conquer this madness, he will easily surpass the old master on this path of the demon prisoner body. Back inside the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu and Qin Lan silently observe his trial progress. Right after that, Qingzhu stares at the monitor in absolute horror. On screen, Yi's body is twisting, enveloped in a massive wave of dark energy, leaving her wondering what on earth is happening. Back in the monitoring room, Qingzhu leaps to her feet, completely terrified. Her voice trembles with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was sleeping peacefully with a smug grin, but now his entire body is convulsing and bleeding. Standing nearby, Qin Lan is much calmer as she explains the dark history of this third Xuanhuang technique. Her grandfather acquired it late in life, but even with his legendary Grandmaster cultivation level, the raw martial energy inside the statue violently rejected him. He suffered devastating internal injuries, and ever since that day, the Liu family realized that absolutely nobody was meant to train in this forbidden technique. Her cold eyes lock onto the chamber as she mutters that such extraordinary power comes with a terrifying price. If he wants to wear the crown, he must first endure its crushing weight, something no ordinary human could ever survive. But before she can even finish her train of thought, the scene on the monitor completely derails her expectations, forcing her to watch in utter disbelief. Inside the chamber, he wakes up, stretching. Qingzhu looks over at Qin Lan with a slightly awkward smile, giggling that his training does not seem to match her mother's terrifying warnings at all. He bows respectfully to the statue, giving thanks to the senior for passing down the legacy. Suddenly, a booming, majestic voice echoes directly inside his mind, calling him the greatest genius the senior has ever witnessed. The voice hopes he might finally uncover the true secrets of this mystic realm, a feat none of the ancestors ever achieved before passing the heavy burden onto his young shoulders. Hearing this, he chuckles to himself, thinking the senior has it wrong since he is just using cheat codes. As raw energy erupts around him, his face radiates pure confidence. His demonic Asura body is ready, and even though his basic stats on the system screen did not go up, mastering his Xuanhuang technique means his actual combat power has easily doubled. Just then, Qin Lan and Qingzhu rush inside, asking if he actually mastered it. He grins. He proudly confirms that he did indeed pull it off. Qin Lan raises her voice in absolute disbelief, asking how this is even possible. She points out that even a genius like Qingzhu needed a whole week of sleepless training in the martial space just to learn the basics, yet he mastered it in under an hour by literally taking a nap. Standing quietly beside her mother, Qingzhu stares at him, realizing that while everyone calls her a prodigy, the real monster is standing right in front of her. He smirks, realizing they do not believe him, and offers to give them a demonstration. Watch closely because things are about to get crazy. He immediately unleashes a dense wave of pure killing intent, explaining that this aura acts just like an enchantment effect from a video game. By channeling this energy, he can apply it directly to his weapons to massively boost their destructive power in battle. Buzzing with excitement, he summons a massive surge of dark energy around his fist. Qingzhu watches in awe as the intense energy waves ripple through the air, carrying a faint demonic screeching sound that perfectly matches the terrifying aura he described. Qin Lan stares with an absolute look of fascination, whispering that he is a monster. He feels a bit awkward under her intense gaze, silently pleading that her daughter is standing right there and he has zero interest in getting caught up in some weird family drama. Qingzhu finally speaks up, asking if he wants to go ahead and learn the remaining two Xuanhuang techniques now that he has mastered the first one. Hearing this, Qin Lan sighs in exasperation, wondering if her daughter is playing dumb or actually clueless. She reminds her that despite claiming she has no feelings for Yi, she is already handing over the family treasures. Even if they are planning to welcome him as his son-in-law, they cannot just gift him the entire Liu family legacy all at once. He quickly declines, saying one technique is more than enough to keep him busy for a long time. He politely adds that he is feeling a bit tired and has a few urgent matters to handle back at home. Qin Lan readily agrees and tells Qingzhu to see him out. Having heard from the butler that he arrived on a rental bicycle, she asks if he knows how to drive, offering to let him choose any ride he wants from their private garage to make his commute easier. This instantly reminds Yi-hee of the snobs who mocked his rental bike earlier, and he remembers seeing a really flashy, incredibly stylish guy riding a cool motorcycle in the driveway. He asks Kin Lan if they happen to have any motorcycles in the garage. She happily replies that since he shares the exact same hobby as her incredibly troublesome son, she will gladly gift him her son's absolute favorite ride. Outside the mansion, a young man walks along, grumbling about how his mother is trying to recruit yet another live-in husband. He mutters that his sister is a legendary once-in-a-century beauty and no ordinary loser could ever deserve her. He scowls thinking back to the annoying kid on the rental bicycle who ended up scaring away the pretty girl he was just starting to flirt with. Suddenly, a roaring engine cuts through the air as he blasts right past him on a sleek motorcycle. His jaw drops in sheer disbelief as he realizes the rider is the exact same rental bike kid from earlier, and worse, he is riding his own precious beloved motorcycle. A bit later, back inside Yi-hee's apartment, he stares at a plate of demon cores he has seasoned with various spices, recalling how awful and utterly tasteless they were when he swallowed them raw last time. With a mischievous grin, he splashes on some special dipping sauce to boost the flavor. He quickly pops a glowing green core right into his mouth. As soon as he swallows it, his system interface flashes to life. He looks at his newly gained stat points and starts analyzing his options. He remembers his giant monster form in the mountain realm was only about 50 meters tall, which is massive compared to normal beasts, but still looks like a tiny ant next to those colossal entities that are as tall as entire mountain ranges. He decides he needs to be much bigger and dumps every single stat point straight into upgrading his giant monster template. He quickly grabs a level 2 yellow demon core to keep the power feast going. The moment he swallows it, his body violently erupts with a massive surge of pure raw energy. A new system alert flashes, warning him that his demon lizard template is absorbing a unique plant-based gene chain, triggering a special mutation. His eyes widen in surprise as he processes the unexpected mention of a mutation. As the explosive surge of power finally settles, he carefully analyzes the system warning. A mutation means his monster template will gain entirely new properties. If it is a positive change, he will strike gold, but a negative outcome could completely ruin his stats. Gritting his teeth, he decides to take the ultimate gamble and firmly presses the accept button, hoping this high-risk move will pay off and turn his basic setup into a supercharged machine. Instantly, a deep chime rings out as the system congratulates him on unlocking an S-class monster variant. Out of nowhere, a truly colossal silhouette begins to slowly take shape right in front of his eyes. He stares in utter shock at the massive entity materializing before him. The system chime as the beast fully materialized, stating that at 100% DNA collection, there is a 2% chance to evolve into a Star Pillar Demala. Hearing this, he chuckles in pure excitement. The Star Pillar Demala sounds incredibly powerful, but first he needs to hit 100%, meaning it is time to grind those upgrades. Suddenly, a massive blast shakes the area outside, causing him to instinctively spin around and look out the window. He frowns in total confusion and whispers, "What the hell is this, a terrorist attack?" Outside, chaotic shouting erupts, "Seal off all exits, do not let them escape, search everywhere, and do not miss a single corner." Yet, inside the house, he remains completely unfazed. He muses that his body's original owner was a loner with no friends, since he did not order any food or deliveries who could possibly be outside at this hour. He asks his guest if she knows them, and Sister Dong Dong replies, "It seems you are no ordinary martial artist, kid." She admits she only wanted to hide something here and wipe his memory, but since he found out, he will have to suffer a bit, so he better not run. He shrugs, whatever, with this much savings he can just buy another house. Shocked, she stammers, "What did you just say?" Pointing his finger, he repeats, "I said you are already dead." Meanwhile, a quiet and intense battle is unfolding right outside. The officers spot an opening, shouting to capture the target immediately. Chu Yi screams out, "Yao Yume, you must get the golden gene out of here, I will draw their fire for you. Come at me, trading my life to take you down is worth it, burning blood, forbidden art." Blown back by the attack, he gasps, "Is there another enemy?" "Yao Yume, your nano armor is supposed to be bright white, so why is it pitch black as coal? Now I risked my life so you could get away with the goods. What on earth happened to you, girl?" She quickly signals Chu Yi, "I already hid the item, let's retreat." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, blinding everyone. The heavy manhole cover is slowly pulled shut. They quickly slip underground to escape. Yao Yume gasps that they finally lost the police, while Chu Yi marvels at how quickly her nano armor self-repaired after taking such a heavy hit. Just then, footsteps echo as he walks up. "Hey, beautiful, you still haven't explained why you broke into my house. You two must have realized you made a massive mistake by now. You wanted to pick a random lucky neighbor, but you ended up picking me. Breaking into my home means you deserve a proper reward. Let me play with you." Chu Yi gasps in absolute horror. "How did you track us down?" He sensing the heavy nuclear radiation clinging to Yao Yume, cold-facedly replies, "If you can fight, shut up and bring it." Perfect timing, as he needs to test his prison demon body. Chu Yi is instantly terrified by the sheer force, screaming, "This is bad." Yi, he quickly unleashes his Lanshan fist, but defense is useless. Chu Yi is heavily injured, coughing up blood. Across from him, Yi, he continues unleashing his overwhelming power. His massive energy blasts the martial artist to pieces. Yao Yimei is stunned, such incredible skill. Which master did you study under, kid? Yi, he chuckles, replying he learned it from Demala, a name she has never heard of, leaving her wondering how tiny and city hide such powerhouses. Suddenly, a battered Chu Yi snaps, "Do not get cocky, kid." He transforms into his true demonic beast form, roaring, "I am a level 6 martial artist, not someone a little brat like you can suppress." His foot grows to a massive size and stomps heavily onto the ground. Chu Yi charges forward, unleashing his signature 5-step striking technique. Watching this transformation, Yi, he grins with pure excitement. Now this is more like it. A stealthy voice whispers nearby, "Kid, you did not expect my nano armor to go invisible, did you? I am the real threat here." But Yi, he simply backhands behind him, "Stop getting in my way." Instantly, a blinding burst of light erupts right behind him. Chu Yi growls in frustration that useless Yao Yimei failed her sneak attack. He roars in anger, realizing he has to handle this himself. Yi, he flashes a dark, mocking grin, "Bring it on." As the two clash in their duel, blinding arcs of lightning crackle and burst from the impact. Yi, he freezes. His opponent's defensive power has increased by this much. He roars that the true body of his iron-crowned rhino beast can easily shrug off direct tank fire, demanding to know how Yi he plans to break it, especially now that his attack power is through the roof. That massive hardened beast body charges closer and closer toward him. Suddenly, Zhou Yi unleashes his full power and screams for him to die. Total destruction. Ruined walls crumble down, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere. Zhou Yi sneers that no matter how arrogant the kid is, he won't be able to survive a single strike from his mighty iron-crowned rhino beast. He scans the area, searching for the boy's silhouette, wondering where he could have gone. Hearing a strange sound behind him, Zhou Yi suddenly freezes. He stares up at the giant monster before him, completely panicking over what this thing is. Could this actually be a magic beast, and did that kid somehow transform into this giant creature? Suddenly, Yi, he takes a massive step forward, his immense weight causing the ground to shake. Chilling black mist begins to rapidly pour out from his massive frame. Zhou Yi is utterly rooted to the spot as he watches this terrifying spectacle unfold. Pure chaos. The giant beast brings down a blow that tears the air apart. Without hesitation, Yi, he raises his massive fist high into the air once more. He clenches both fists and slams them down together with crushing force. Right then, the system screen flashes, showing host Yi, his status. Nearby, Yao Yimei stands frozen in place as she witnesses the entire battle unfold. Total regret. Her whole body trembles, realizing she should have never provoked him. If this keeps up, Zhou Yi is going to get beaten to death, and since she cannot run, her only option is to risk everything. Watching closely from high above, Yao Yimei finally decides to make her move. She leaps off the high ledge, diving into the fight. Yao Yimei screams that these molecular fibers pulled from her nano armor are incredibly strong, easily capable of slicing through advanced synthetic metals. Even if he used some gene technique to transform into a giant, she knows his natural biological weak points still cannot be changed. She slashes repeatedly at Yi, his physical body, aiming for a critical strike. But right then, his massive body reacts with a sudden violent surge. Yao Yimei exhales in relief, believing that she has actually succeeded. But then reality hits. A terrifying blue light begins to brew in his mouth. Her voice trembles, calling him a monster. And that's it, the last thing she ever sees is a blinding beam of pure blue light. Plumes of thick black smoke rise completely, blanketing the entire battle area. Yi, he shifts back to normal, both of his steam-covered arms smoking. He slowly walks over to Zhou Yi, who is leaning against a wall, coughing blood. Yi, he narrows his eyes, telling him his turn is next. Zhou Yi stammers in fear, calling him an absolute monster. Yi, he coldly retorts that those who choose to kill must be prepared to be killed in return. Finally, only sickening bone-cracking sounds echo from deep within that dark alleyway. Zhou Yi laughs weakly, declaring that if he must die, he will drag Yi down with him, revealing that Yao Yimei, the woman he just killed, hid a legendary golden gene inside his own room. Now that it belongs to Yi, he will face endless pursuit and be forced to run forever, and Zhou Yi promises to wait for him in hell. Yi, he angrily snaps at him, saying he talks far too much. With the police approaching, he must quickly clean up these dead bodies. He looks around the ruined street, realizing he went a bit too far. The scene shifts to a quiet row of residential buildings in Yi's neighborhood. His phone screen suddenly lights up with a message from Aunt Teen asking what happened. Their conversation is simple, but things have been pretty unstable around here lately. Aunt Sin advises him to just lay low and wait until it is time to attend Huada University. He reassures her that she knows him well and he is always on his best behavior, which eases her mind. He sighs in relief, glad he gave Aunt Kin a heads up. Otherwise, with how easily his nuclear energy blast can be recognized, the police would have definitely traced it back to him eventually. So this is the golden elixir those two were talking about. He recalls seeing this symbol before in the Prometheus files given to him by that Huedu visitor. It is the emblem of Laser Bird, a massive giant in the biotech industry. It looks like those two stole this stuff from Laser Bird and they got relentlessly hunted down while trying to make their escape. Based on what that guy said, this item has now been dumped on him. It seems he will have to move. For tonight, you will just find a hotel to crash at. Deep inside the B-rank wilderness zone of the Swan Lake sector, the crowd chatters, asking about each other's haul, with one replying that they did decently well. Suddenly, someone screams out, "This is bad, Captain. Look over there." The sky before them suddenly darkens as a heavy gloom settles. Fierce evolutionary beasts begin pouring out like a massive storm. They swarm in massive numbers, all wearing bizarre and creepy forms. Suddenly, a colossal beast reveals itself, glaring down with a pair of savage, terrifying eyes. It is a Tier 5 Overlord beast, the blood-eyed black ape. Panic erupts as everyone flees in terror. They need to alert the military immediately. An Overlord beast is leading a massive horde toward Ann City, and the local defenses cannot hold it off. Only a Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster martial artist sent by the state can stop this. High-tier beasts rarely leave their territories for low-level sectors, so why is this happening? The massive black ape rests its head on its hand, drifting off. Suddenly, the beast snaps its massive eyes wide open. A devastating shockwave erupts, radiating directly from the black ape's eyes. Giant boulders rain down from the sky, crushing the fleeing citizens. This is an extreme emergency. An Overlord beast has breached the Swan Lake sector, and a beast tide is spreading fast. Looking back in absolute terror, he desperately screams into his radio for reinforcements. The radio crackles back, "Report received, an Overlord has invaded. Please respond, hello." On the other end, the black ape rises, unleashing its terrifying, majestic presence. It roars furiously and charges forward at full speed. The surrounding space distorts as a massive, ominous black vortex begins to take shape. That savage roar echoes all the way to the city. A massive beast tide from the Swan Lake sector is about to strike. In city, they are projected to breach, and city in 20 minutes. The military has already deployed to the front lines to hold them back. I urge all martial artists in city to come support us. Every capable warrior, we need you on the front lines. The guards shout, "Please do not push, maintain order at all costs." With the beast tide attacking, the evacuation trains are strictly reserved for children and students. They are the future, and if N City falls, that future must survive. Inside the mayor's office, Mayor Huang Jing demands to know which of the neighboring cities have agreed to send reinforcements to their aid. His secretary responds with grim news, stating that it is not just N City facing this crisis. Beast tides are erupting all across the nation, and everyone is too busy fighting for their own survival. The cities that have not been hit yet claim they must focus on building up their own defenses in case a disaster strikes them. He then inquires about the capital city, Huadu, asking if any of the grandmasters they requested can make it. Even a single warrior would make a difference. But the secretary delivers another blow. An S-rank wilderness zone has just emerged near the capital, forcing all high-level martial artists to mobilize there to stop its expansion. Huan Jing grits his teeth, stating there is no time left to waste. The battle for N City has officially begun, and they only have themselves to rely on. The scene shifts to the quiet Chu residence. Inside, two young men are sparring, practicing their martial arts. His face lights up with sheer excitement as he strikes. Chu Zhou is forced backward, his feet carving a long groove into the dirt. The opponent praises him, "Not bad, actually blocking one of my strikes." He asks curiously when Chu Zhou learned the black-yellow martial technique. He stretches and replies he picked it up a month ago, saying it is just average. He then teases Chu Zhou, asking why he seems weaker after not meeting for a month. Chu Zhou retorts that he did not get weaker, his friend has just become an absolute monster. Suddenly, a loud siren echoes in the distance. He instantly realizes something is wrong. The beast tide warning has been triggered. Right at that moment, Chu Zhou's phone buzzes with an urgent evacuation alert. It says Prep University students have priority to leave immediately on flights B521 and B753 or express train A423. Seeing the message he looks over, asking if he actually plans to leave. Chu Zhou shakes his head, asking if he wants to stay too, advising that with his talent, leaving is the smarter choice. He grins with excitement, teasing him for being such a nag. He says if they are staying, there is only one word left to do: fight. Dark, heavy clouds hang low, completely swallowing the city's skyline. Qingzhou is determined to join the defense against the beast tide, but Qinlan demands to know her survival rate. With only 30,000 active martial artists, plus some retired elders and eager volunteers, they can barely scrape together 50,000 fighters. Throwing them against a massive beast tide is like tossing a fragile wooden boat into a raging tsunami. They will easily be swallowed whole. An Overlord-class magic beast is not something N City can handle right now. Only a Grandmaster can barely stand against one. Qingzhu, your life does not just belong to you. It belongs to the entire family. Hearing this, she immediately falls into a tense, heavy silence. Qingzhu turns to walk away, muttering that a martial family unable to fight off beasts has no real reason to exist anyway. A loud, violent slam of the door makes her stance crystal clear. Qin Lan lights a cigarette and tells An Hong to prepare to leave, and City prompting An Hong to ask about that boy Yi He. Send him a message, she instructs, let him make his own choice. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Swan Lake Rift. The crowd starts whispering, Old Chen, you are 60 years old, why are you here instead of taking your granddaughter home? Screw you, he snaps back, if that absolute pest Zhang can show up, why cannot I? My limbs still work, so why can't I fight? Who would have thought that after 35 years we would stand together on the same front lines again? I was born in this city and I will die here. Just then, a crowd of fighters rushes straight toward the front. Guarding the Swan Lake Rift, Huang Jing barks out orders that they are An City's absolute last line of defense. They must hold the line and let no beast pass. His subordinates immediately shout in agreement. He explains that 60% of the city's military and every single high-level martial artist above the master rank have already crossed into the rift. Known as the Vanguard Force, they have only one highly dangerous mission. They must gather critical intel on the beast tide, somehow map out the strengths of the Lord and Overlord class beasts lurking inside, and then survive long enough to bring that vital data back. Suddenly, Huang Jing's eyes widen in absolute horror. A heavily injured soldier stumbles out coughing up blood. Huang Jing screams for emergency medics, but the wounded soldier just weakly calls out to the mayor. This flash drive contains all the vital data the Vanguard managed to recover. Huang Jing frantically yells out, where is everyone else? The subordinate weakly gasps out that they are all dead. Every last one of them was crushed by the stampede. We could not even retrieve their bodies. You can feel the absolute dread in his voice as he warns them to watch out for the blood-eyed black ape, a monster that completely outsmarted them all. Suddenly, a strange crystal-like projectile appears high in the sky. It begins dropping, rapidly targeting key buildings all around. Sharp crystal fragments explode outward, completely tearing up the surrounding area. Huang Jing instantly realizes their actual target. Are they aiming for the defensive mines buried under the buildings? He screams out that they want to detonate the mines to wipe out the newly built defensive lines. As the rift unleashes its onslaught, the tank division hesitates for not even a second, immediately blasting heavy shells directly into the opening. Standing at a distance, Huang Jing watches the massive earth-shaking explosions unfold right before him. He yells in pure disbelief, they are not sending beasts, but using long-range artillery to wear down our forces. First, since when do mindless monsters know how to deploy human military tactics? Rage instantly consumes Huang Jing's face as he curses those damn beasts. The second wave strikes and the number of falling stone pillars suddenly skyrockets. Right then, another tank arrives alongside a fresh squad of soldiers. But as they try to lock their aim, monsters suddenly burst out from the nearby water. A guard quickly screams a warning to look out for the enemy ambush. But the words barely leave his mouth before he is instantly devoured alive. The soldiers open fire with everything they have, but their bullets do absolutely nothing to these monsters. Huang Jing screams that the falling stone pillars are actually drop pods for the beasts. They are flying out of the rift inside those stone columns, landing right behind their defenses to cause absolute chaos. He orders his men to shoot down those pillars before they land. Looking up, the sky is already completely dominated by swarms of flying monsters. The black ape grins with savage excitement, noting that the humans have practically lost all ability to resist. He orders his beasts to crush that pathetic land to dust. With the order given, a massive swarm of beasts charges forward to attack. The entire area erupts in a chaotic chain of endless explosions. Meanwhile, he quietly steps onto a high vantage point overlooking the destruction. He quietly mutters to himself, wondering what will even be left of An City after today. Even though he only transmigrated to this world a few months ago, he has already grown fond of An City. He refuses to let these mindless beasts ruin the peaceful life he worked so hard to establish. To protect his new home, he has to take action. He unleashes his ultimate killing intent and dives straight down. The city plunges into utter ruin as thick smoke billows upward. Someone calls out that Luo Xuan has already slain 5 beasts, and he humbly replies that they flatter him too much. Xiaoling mockingly sneers that he only managed to kill a few low-level beasts and is already starting to brag. She points out that his title as the #1 of An City's 3rd high school is definitely overhyped, leaving Luo Xuan completely speechless and furious at her insult. A pair of feet slowly begins to descend from the sky. Seeing the glowing green magic core in his hand, they curiously ask Chu Zhou if he killed a tier 3 beast all on his own, to which he simply responds that he did not expect to meet them there. They proudly declare that their parents are martial artists fighting the tide here, so as their children, there is no way they would ever run away on their own. Suddenly, Luo Xuan points up to the sky and yells for everyone to watch out. A tank is hurled high into the air and is about to land directly on Luo Xuan. Chaos erupts everywhere as humans and beasts clash in a desperate struggle. Luo Xuan angrily demands to know who threw a whole tank at him. Chuzhou quickly draws his blade to prepare for the oncoming impact. With one powerful swing, he cleanly slices the heavy tank away. Space itself seems to rip apart under the force of Chuzhou's powerful strike. Xiaoling stares in shock, wondering what that massive silhouette could possibly be. They wonder if it is a lord-level beast from the secret realm attacking their rear guard, but Chuzhou reassures them that its size and presence do not match a normal monster. The beast swings its claw, launching a devastating attack right at them. Chuzhou's eyes widen with pure horror as he senses the immense danger. A brilliant blue light descends and slams violently into the ground. A massive crater forms with a deafening boom, revealing a small figure standing firm, blocking the beast's giant hand. The enraged beast spreads its giant hand, roaring in absolute frustration. He looks down on the creature with cold, majestic authority. He excitedly tells the monster that it is time to clean its dirty mouth. He immediately reaches out and tightly grabs onto one of its sharp teeth. He complains about how filthy it is, wondering how many humans the creature has actually devoured. He decides he must give its mouth a thorough cleaning. With that he blasts a stream of blue magic straight into the beast's mouth. Luo Xuan urges everyone to retreat while the beasts are fighting, but Chuzhou tells him to stay calm because that is He, leaving Luo Xuan shocked that the mouth-washing monster is actually He. Chuzhou firmly nods, stating that with him around, their beloved An city might actually have a chance to survive this devastating disaster. He turns back and tells Chuzhou to hold the line while he heads off to help other battlefields. A blinding burst of light explodes, shaking the very heavens with extreme violence. He flies straight into the sky, glancing down calmly at the city. Using ultrasonic waves to locate the largest gathering of monsters, he quickly smiles as he finds his target. Nearby, a monstrous creature is destroying everything in sight with its giant tentacle. The police report that guns are completely useless against the beast and shout to fix bayonets. Instantly, the brave members of the security team draw their weapons to fight. They charge forward together to launch a coordinated attack, but fate is cruel. The result is devastating as every single fighter is instantly pierced by the beast's razor-sharp spikes. The monster's massive foot crushes the fallen, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in its wake. A desperate soldier begs his captain to retreat, stating that ordinary soldiers stand no chance against such terrifying monsters, but the commander stubbornly orders them to hold the line. With those words, the commander charges forward, swinging his weapon at the beast. The commander reminds his men that they are soldiers, and even if they die, they must hold out until martial artists arrive to reinforce them. Suddenly, they look around in confusion, wondering what this black mist is and if martial artists have finally arrived. A dark, mysterious mist spreads out completely, surrounding the entire squad. Suddenly, his massive power pierces straight through the monster's head. The massive beast crashes down, sending violent tremors through the earth. Seeing this, the smaller monsters look up and growl in warning. Without wasting time, he unleashes his core rage 8th form. With just that single strike, he completely pulverizes every last one. Meanwhile, the battle rages on across the other sectors. Wenwei notices the demon beasts retreating, but it feels like they are actually gathering somewhere else. The secretary reports that in city's top scorer he has joined the battle and beasts from everywhere are swarming to eliminate him. We cannot let he get killed like Master Lu's group. We must go help him. Smiling faintly, he adds that the kid is still just a teenager and the absolute hope of their city. Ambush the beasts and protect our top scorer. Back on the field, his raw power inflicts absolute agony on the beasts. The ground is now completely littered with the carcasses of defeated monsters. He blasts his magic energy straight down, creating a massive deep crater. Wenwei screams a warning that a Lord-class beast has targeted He yells to protect him, challenging the monsters to go through them first. Relief washes over everyone as they realize they are saved. Humanity will win. Go straight to hell, you beasts. Hold the line, our top scorer is coming. The veterans urge each other not to be outshined by a high school kid, saying they should not let the juniors laugh at them. They cannot just watch their base crumble. We must drive out every single monster and reclaim this outpost right now. Right ahead, a fearsome beast carrying immense power is rushing directly toward them. The creature swiftly dodges, blinding beams of light firing its way. The magic solidifies into a massive fortress covered in mysterious glowing runes. Huang Jing warns that this divine earth wall can only temporarily trap a portion of the horde. To truly stop this beast tide, they must defeat the overlord itself. Suddenly, a massive magical attack strikes the fortress from the outside. Looking up, Huang Jing spots a terrifying monster charging straight at him. Instantly, Huang Jing presses his hands together to conjure a powerful magic sphere. He fires the blast straight through the beast, but his eyes suddenly widen as he senses danger behind. A monstrous new beast emerges, sporting a massive tongue and a size that strikes absolute terror. He immediately recognizes it as the heavy mountain giant alligator, a Tier 4 Lord-class overlord. He realizes this is the mount of the blood-eyed dark ape. The Overlord's beast has joined, meaning that Giant Monkey is getting restless. Keeping his composure, he lands gracefully back onto the fortress walls. Huang Jing immediately activates his array Earth Art Rock Tsunami. The magical array spreads rapidly through the buildings as the massive fortress dissolves. The heavy mountain alligator narrows its eyes in complete irritation. Looking up, it spots the massive glowing orb hovering above Huang Jing. Huang Jing scoffs, asking the beast if it knows why he chose to use its favorite earth element. The blinding light completely disorients the giant alligator, leaving it utterly confused. Seizing the opening, he charges forward to get close and unleashes his Xuan Huang martial art. He immediately follows up with the terrifying force of his mountain-shattering strike. The giant alligator roars in absolute agony from the blow. Its tough hide is ripped open, exposing the raw flesh beneath. Its thick protective scales quickly wear down and give way. Finally, a massive explosion erupts, showering the area in disgusting green slime. Suddenly, a dark shadow plunges downward, unleashing an overwhelming murderous aura. Watching from a safe distance, Huang Jing takes in the chaotic scene. He quietly sighs in relief, glad he had obtained prior intelligence on the giant alligator. Luring it away from the main martial artist group saved countless lives today. Huang Jing mockingly yells that if the beast's full body had actually entered and city, he might have struggled, but with only its head exposed, it is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He summons countless magical arms and advances toward the remaining beasts. A violent storm of lightning completely envelops its body. Zhen Shan slowly opens his eyes one by one. Huang Jing begins gathering spiritual energy in his palms. Sharp spikes suddenly begin to sprout all over Zhen Shan's body. Huang Jing quickly realizes that as the true king of Earth, the beast can even grow massive stone clubs right out of its own skin. At that exact second, a spatial rift cracks open right above him. Huang Jing spins around in shock. It is a sudden ambush. The massive dark ape emerges and lands a devastating direct punch on him. It sneers with pure contempt, asking what this tiny human is doing to its mount. Huang Jing recognizes the monster as the blood-eyed dark ape hiding inside the black stone fingers. The ape roars, declaring it will crush his head to teach him just how insignificant a human really is. With that, it brutally slams Huang Jing's head straight into the ground. The city instantly starts collapsing under the sheer force of the impact. The dark ape mocks him, noting that although he barely dodged the blast, there are no stronger martial artists left in this entire city, leaving it fully open for slaughter. Huang Jing rises again, his body completely battered. His eyes narrow into a sharp glare locked onto the massive beast. He raises his hand high, gathering a massive amount of spiritual energy. He immediately unleashes his ultimate technique, the Stormy Night Blade. The beast mocks him, sneering that his desperate resistance is completely meaningless and only serves to delay his inevitable death. With no natural enemies left, this battlefield is now a playground to drive humanity into absolute despair, and the ape eagerly anticipates the terror on this warrior's face. The raging storm conjured by Huang Jing rapidly closes in on the dark ape. Countless razor-sharp shards pierce its skin, but the ape does not even flinch. The dark ape sneers that the speed is decent, but the power is pathetic. Refusing to yield, Huang Jing lifts the heavy ruins to strike again. The ape calmly notes that the power is acceptable but far too slow. Suddenly, the beast rockets into the sky, leaving a brilliant streak of light. The dark ape corners him, roaring for him to kneel because it absolutely hates being looked down upon by lesser creatures. For a split second, genuine terror finally flashes deep within Huang Jing's eyes. Immediately, the beast retaliates with a brutal counterblow, mirroring his earlier attack. But then the giant ape opens its eyes wide in utter disbelief. The mayor is not unconscious at all. He stands firm, staring back with freezing cold eyes. Flustered, the beast demands to know why he shows absolutely no fear. Huang Jing calmly fires back, telling the beast that despite its pride, it is ultimately just an arrogant wild animal. With a swift motion, he activates the forbidden blood art. Trapped inside the massive ceiling array, the dark ape roars in fury at being lured into a trap. A colossal black vortex instantly begins swallowing everything into deep darkness. The trapped beast glares at him and screams, demanding to know if this ceiling array is truly his grand trump card, calling him naive. It vows that this prison cannot hold forever, and the very second his seal loosens even a tiny bit, it will break out and tear everyone to pieces. Huang Jing counters with a quiet smile. This is no mere trump card, but a holy hymn. An anthem dedicated to humanity, celebrating the ultimate triumph of human courage. Suddenly, Huang Jing hunches over and tightly clutches his own chest. The bewildered beast demands to know what he is doing. In a weak, failing voice, Huang Jing reveals that right from the very start of this battle, he buried their city's only tactical nuclear bomb deep under Swan Lake, rigging the detonator directly to his own heart so that if it stops it, detonates. The dark ape screams in denial, yelling that no one would use their own life as a threat, demanding to know if he thinks he can bluff. With his final gasping breaths, he whispers that he never planned to survive anyway, for he is the proud mayor of City Huang Jing. I am Huang Jing, and I willingly sacrifice everything, even my life, for City and its people. Now it seems I have finally kept that promise right. A massive surge of rolling light erupts in the space. The source of this light is Huang Jing's own body. Finally, a massive explosion occurs on the other side of the city. The blast shakes the sky, clearing the dense mist away. An emergency broadcast flashes across the screens, warning all soldiers and martial artists to immediately evacuate the Swan Lake dungeon entrance as a tactical nuclear weapon is about to detonate. Evacuate immediately. Tears stream uncontrollably down a soldier's face like an endless river. The others offer a solemn military salute, gazing into the distance. Chuzhou's group also stands at attention, closing their eyes in silence. A colossal mushroom cloud rises like a massive tombstone into the sky. All the martial artists who received the warning and evacuated the nuclear blast zone hold a deep, solemn respect in their hearts, witnessing this tragic and grand funeral. As the heavy smoke finally clears, only an endless crater remains behind. Only a massive skeleton remains in the crater, but the nightmare isn't over yet. A strange, mysterious crystal suddenly appears out of thin air. Dark smoke wraps around the massive skeleton, pulling it upright. Piece by piece, the hand begins to reconstruct itself. Layers of raw flesh rapidly wrap around its giant frame. Then bloody veins spread as its massive eyes snap open. The black ape is reborn, grumbling, "I never expected that lowly human to almost turn the tables on me. I want to slaughter every human in this city, and I will make sure they die the most brutal deaths imaginable. But first, I must return to the domain of sin to recover my vitality before flattening this place completely." At that exact moment, Yihee's cold voice echoes, "Where are you going, He Yuan?" He Yuan drops his jaw, staring at the young human, remembering his identity. One of the absolute biggest obstacles in this massive beast-tide invasion, a terrifyingly powerful genius. Yi speaks coldly, "I finally found you, though it's a shame I arrived a step too late." He charges forward, unleashing his nuclear energy impact fist. Yi, his immense destructive power, is about to crash down on the beast. But suddenly his eyes freeze. What did he spot? It mockingly sneers, "You foolish human genius, instead of hiding in the back during such an important battle, you came out here to play hero. This is my perfect chance to destroy you." Yi, he grins with amusement, "If you tried to run, my small nuclear giant attack might have missed. But now care for another one." Its voice trembles with fear, "You human, you are truly something else." Immediately after, thick smoke blankets the area, completely blocking out the view. Yi, he conjures a massive glowing sphere of magical energy. The sphere expands into a giant orb on the horizon. On this side, everyone stirs in confusion. "Look, why is there another nuclear explosion? What's happening over there? Could it be a backup plan left by Mayor Huang Jing?" As expected of Mayor Huang Jing, the black ape's head takes a direct hit and begins to smoke. Its body trembles violently as it screams in terror, "You monster!" He has fully transformed into the colossal emperor armored giant. He Yuan shrieks, "How do you look even more like a demon beast than me? Even standard lord-class beasts don't have this kind of terrifying aura." He fires back, "I am nothing like a hairless monkey like you." Then he raises his colossal hand towards the beast. His powerful slam down sends shockwaves ripping through the ground. On the other side, He Yuan scrambles and flees. He chases him down with his Lanshan fist. "Don't run, little monkey." He Yuan retorts while running, "Don't you dare look down on an overlord." Their fists collide, the space clearly displaying two opposing sources of raw power. Yihee's power is much stronger, completely overwhelming his opponent. He mocks the beast, "You may be an overlord-level monster, but now you are just a skinny, battered monkey. In this Demora giant form, my overall stats have surpassed 30 points, yet I still cannot completely overpower your strength, even getting my arm injured in the process, but that is still not enough for me to take you seriously." The black ape gasps, "My full power strike injured you, so how did you heal so incredibly fast? No way, I cannot beat this freak of a genius." It frantically repeats those words, "I cannot win." Suddenly, the black ape is pulled upward by Yi, his massive power. He coldly spits, "A vile beast like you does not deserve to be mentioned with Mayor Huang." With that, Yi, he unleashes his ultimate nuclear energy breath. The black ape's body slowly disintegrates as it curses the despicable humans. Yi, he mutters that cunning monkey has burrowed underground to fake its death. But faking its death only proves it is terrified of being found with such severe injuries, making this the absolute best chance to end it once and for all, even though an overlord-class beast can fully hide its presence from others. If only I had found it earlier, Mayor Huang might still be alive. But now that it is heavily injured, its stealth will definitely be compromised, and I can still track even the faintest life force it has left. "Found you, you giant monkey." He roars, striking directly at the spot. The ground splits open instantly, exposing the hidden black ape. It furiously spits in anger. "I was so close to finding the gateway to the abyss of sin, if only the human mayor had not set a trap for me." Suddenly, the black ape gasps, staring at sharp teeth right before its eyes. Instantly, it is sent crashing hard onto the ground below. He coldly declares, "This is the price for insulting Mayor Huang, and I will make you wish you were dead." It screams, "Do not push your luck, you filthy and wretched insects. I will burn the last bit of energy in my core to drag you to hell." The black ape's shattered hand rapidly regenerates back to its original form. It swings at him, screaming for his death. He uses his signature Lanshan Dark Flesh Fist to strike back. Massive magical energy expands completely covering the area. Thick smoke begins to rise in heavy layers. Even after that clash, he remains standing firm. Meanwhile, the black ape is sent flying, groaning in pain. Blood drips from He's mouth as he mutters after that desperate exchange. You have absolutely no way out of this now. Suddenly, a scream echoes my head, hurts my thoughts are in complete chaos. This is a mental attack. He is shocked. Is there another powerhouse hiding here? Countless skeletal hands emerge from the ground trying to grab him. He quickly decides do not even think about running. Extra arms suddenly sprout from the giant form's joints. But these emerging arms have jammed his joints, preventing him from moving. Do not think a simple trap like this can hold me. Suddenly, he summons a burst of powerful magic fire. The rising skeletal hands are instantly burned to ashes. He yells, feel the heat of this scorching violent flame. Nearby, the struggling black ape mutters, almost there, the portal is close. Its eyes suddenly light up with pure shock. Across from them, his looming silhouette suddenly comes into view. The black ape panics, screaming to hurry because that flaming giant is right on their heels and they need to run. Countless creepy hands are still writhing beneath the ground. They fuse together, letting out a series of bizarre and haunting shrieks. Even he is left wondering what kind of absolute freak of nature is this beast. With such terrifying power, could it be an overlord? If its true body actually showed up, I would have been forced to my knees in the very first second. To end it all, thick black smoke slowly rises. Countless pale hands clamp down around a single human head. Strange glowing veins start spreading across the body. Suddenly, that head erupts with a blinding, violent light. He clutches his head in absolute agony. He blocked his hearing using his giant form, yet that screech penetrates straight into his brain. Seconds later, he begins to lose complete control of his own body. He roars out, you slaughtered so many of our people, and you think you can just walk away from N City. He screams in pure rage, keep dreaming. Sparks of energy violently shoot out from his hands. Withered bones crumble, releasing a thick cloud of dust. He shoots into the sky, leaving a massive trail of smoke. He smiles wildly, yelling, this is a special nuke for my homeland, so I hope you like it, immortal. A blinding flash of light completely engulfs the entire area. Blasted by the devastating energy, the monster shrieks in agony. It looks like the entire space is drowning under that raw destructive force. The crowd goes wild. Look at that secret realm rift, it just exploded. Wait, why are these beasts suddenly rioting like crazy? Did Mayor Huangjing actually succeed? Everyone snap out of it. We cannot let his sacrifice go to waste. And city is finally saved. Thanks to the giant's nuclear explosion, vaporizing the last of the blood-eyed black ape, the endless tide of monsters pouring through the rift finally starts to dwindle. It looks like the otherworldly invasion of An City has officially ground to a halt, and City's surviving martial artists immediately hunt down the remaining stragglers. This bloody cleanup lasts a full day and night until the very last beast is wiped out, and only then do the exhausted warriors finally drop to the ground. The battle to defend An City is won, but the cost is devastating. Nearly 80% of their martial artists and soldiers are either dead or severely wounded. Meanwhile, amidst the nuclear ruins of the Swan Lake's secret realm, he lies flat on the scorched earth, completely drained of strength. He stares blankly up at the sky, his eyes slowly narrowing. He drags himself up, wondering how long he actually slept. Even though he poured every ounce of his nuclear energy into that giant avatar to trigger the blast, this wasteland is still radiating with atomic fission remnants. It is basically the perfect charging station to fill his empty battery right on the spot. That battle was an absolute nightmare. Mayor Huangjing literally put his life on the line to lure the blood-eyed black ape to the blast zone. With the monster heavily injured, he utilized the irradiated terrain to trigger endless self-detonations, finally vaporizing it before that mysterious woman could swoop in and save it. Even though his infinite monster model is incredibly broken, it is still not enough to solo an overlord beast. This victory was pure luck, relying on the perfect environment and flawless timing. Given enough time, he will easily reach the absolute peak of the Shia state, but with these secret realm outbreaks, time is a luxury he does not have. He cannot predict when he will draw his next model or if it will even be gold tier. Fusing with the Star Pillar Emperor Mala model is his fastest shortcut to god-level power, which means he must quickly harvest 10 plant-type magic cores compatible with it. Then there is the Xuan Huang technique. If his infinite monster template can help him cheat inside the martial training space, he absolutely needs to master this superhuman system. Although the Xuan Huang technique takes longer to develop than his monster forms, its potential is limitless considering it originates from a high-tier cultivation world. Perhaps his transmigration into this world was meant to fulfill some kind of grand destiny. 1 month after the tragedy in An City, a grand statue of Mayor Huangjing is erected. He sits quietly listening to the broadcast. The beast tide hit 18 cities across the Shia state and 12 of them have completely fallen. Worst of all, an S-rank secret realm has appeared in Guanshan City, burying the entire area under an impenetrable gray fog. To handle this, the elite national organization known as the Great Xie Dragon Sparrow has dispatched 30 top-tier Xuanwu warriors, alongside 5 grandmasters under the command of Great Grandmaster Du Jingming to investigate. This massive beast tide is unlike anything before, with even a level 5 secret realm opening up. The absolute strongest warrior in the entire Xia state, a national guardian named Fu Hongsheng, waited at the border. When the team failed to break out, he entered Guanshan City alone. 8 agonizing hours later, he crawled back out, severely wounded, bringing only 2 surviving grandmasters with him. Following this horror, the nation classified the city as the 11th global forbidden life zone, confirming over 1 million casualties. He is stunned if even a legendary national guardian barely survived. Has humanity's survival on the Blue Star really gotten this desperate? No way, he cannot just sit around and wait anymore. Grabbing his phone he immediately calls her Aunt Qin. I need a huge favor. Qin Lan picks up and asks if he wants to learn the remaining 2 Xuanhuang techniques from the Liu family. Wondering if that is really all he is to her, he chuckles and tells her it is actually something else. He needs her help sourcing some premium plant attribute magic cores, specifically rare blue grade ones or even the coveted purple Lord class cores. She explains that plant-type beasts are already rare, making Lord-class cores incredibly hard to find. Since his appetite is so massive, she asks what he is willing to offer in exchange. He confidently replies that since Huada University holds a special freshman trial every year, he can easily team up with Liu Qingzhu and guarantee they secure the absolute top spot. She narrows her eyes, warning him that he is seriously underestimating the genius top scorers from other provinces. In previous years at Imperial Capital University, Qingzhu's strength was merely upper-middle tier, nowhere near the top elite. Even though he managed to dominate Qingzhu in their previous match, he is still quite a bit behind the real monsters out there. He chuckles and asks if she has any choice but to bet the Liu family's revival on him. He even offers to write a promissory note if he fails to get first place among the freshmen. He will serve her like a slave for the rest of his life. Qin Lan's smiles work like a horse. Fine, she will help him one more time. Meanwhile, at An City Central Hospital, a crowd gathers and starts whispering in excitement. It is the martial arts champion Yi He. While everyone else is severely injured, he does not have a single scratch. Rumor has it that he slaughtered countless beasts in the trial, and now everyone is a fan. Fans beg for autographs and social media contacts. He politely declines with a smile, but inside he is screaming at how wildly popular he has suddenly become. The scene shifts towards 6, a shared room with Chu Zhou and Luo Xuan. He slides the door open and laughs, teasing Chu Zhou about whether An City's most handsome guy has finally met his match. Chu Zhou grumbles, asking about all the gifts in his hands, which he casually reveals were all given by fans on his way over. Luo Xuan chimed in, asking if he was He wonders who he is, and Luo Xuan introduces himself as his very first opponent in the promotion match, joking about how quickly Yi forgot him. Suddenly, his eyes widen in sheer surprise. Luo Xuan sits back on the bed and tells him not to look at him like he is a goner just because of his leg. He can undergo limb recovery surgery or even get the latest combat prosthetic from Thunder Hawk if all else fails. He silently respects how Luo Xuan lost a leg protecting An City at such a young age. Right then, the phone in his pocket rings. He pulls it out, complaining about how annoying all these spam calls have been lately. An agitated voice on the other end screams for him to answer. The principal yells at Yi to unblock the big shots from Huadu immediately, while Yi sighs and reluctantly agrees to do it. Then the call connects to Wang Tao, the admissions officer for Imperial Capital Huada University. He informs Yi that school starts a month early and a special train will pick him up in 3 days, asking if he has any requests. Over on Chu Zhu's side, he receives a similar call from Teacher Liu, the admissions officer for Huada University. He leaves everything to their arrangements, while Chu Zhu politely promises Teacher Liu he will be on time. Luo Xuan watches them in silent envy, realizing that in this room of 3 everyone but him is a true genius, making him feel completely left behind. Luo Xuan narrows his eyes and politely excuses himself, saying he has things to do. A few days later, near the Swan Lake nuclear blast zone, a massive mushroom cloud has hurled hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere. The sky over the lake and for 10 kilometers around is covered in thick ash clouds, plunging the world below into permanent darkness. Through the dark, gloomy clouds in the sky, a faint light begins to flicker. He suddenly appears, taking on the form of a ferocious beast. Thick plumes of dark smoke rise from Yi. He's back. His eyes widen as a powerful magic circle manifests before him. At that exact moment, the Infinite Monster System screen pops up. He marvels that his battle with the blood-eyed black ape raised his compatibility with the atomic lizard Godzilla template by 1.5%. Combined with the nuclear radiation and atomic fission, here it is a perfect training ground. Over the past 3 days, his compatibility jumped by 6 points, an incredible leap. A soft sigh escapes his lips. What a real pity. With that Yi, he launches himself straight into the sky. At An City Station, the PA system blares out a final warning. Attention passengers, train G6666 bound for West Huadu will depart in just 5 minutes. All remaining ticket holders must clear security and board the train immediately. Chuzhou stands alone with an intense aura. He glances back, realizing his rival has arrived. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light flashes across the sky. Yi, he slams down, shocking everyone. Panting heavily, he made it in time. Someone recognizes Yi, he gasping that his terrifying pressure nearly scared them to death, thinking a high-level magic beast had appeared. The aura is so intense that even an elite martial artist cannot match it, proving he is truly the pride of An City. Chuzhou nods quietly, realizing Yi, he has gotten even stronger. Yi, he murmurs that it is time to leave An City behind. This was his very first stop after transmigrating to this world, the true starting point of his journey. Boarding the train, he bids a final farewell to An City. Resolved, he sets his sights on Huadu. The train begins its long journey along the tracks. Chuzhou sighs, asking Yi to just act normal for once. Yi, he wonders why this train is packed with top-scoring geniuses from other provinces. The explanation is simple. The entire train is built with cutting-edge materials. It can withstand impacts of up to several thousand tons. But even with that level of defense, there is more. At least 5 Xuanwu martial artists are escorting this Huada train, either in the shadows or out in the open. There is even a Grandmaster-class powerhouse guarding them. After all, the passengers on this train are the absolute finest elite geniuses from the entire graduating class of Great Xia. Yi, he smiles to himself. Tracking their life force, he detects a few decent fighters. But honestly, there are probably less than 5 people on this entire train who could survive 3 moves against him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice blares over the speakers, warning level 1 alert. The Huada train is under attack by unidentified enemies. An emergency siren blares, repeat level 1 alert. The Huada train is under attack by unidentified hostiles. The professors are currently investigating. All remaining students must evacuate the train cars immediately. Do not engage the enemy under any circumstances. The entire train erupts into chaos. No way who would dare attack Huada. Could this be a surprise drill to test the new students? Probably not. Right now, Great Xia is at its weakest. The National Guardian martial artist is severely injured and currently in secluded meditation. One of the 3 great grandmasters protecting the nation, Du Jingming, has completely vanished. On top of that, many grandmasters and Xuanwu warriors were recently killed in the massive beast tides at Guanshen City and other regions. The rival factions, once suppressed by Great Xia, are starting to rise up again. It makes sense we are being targeted. So do we evacuate the train cars or what? Chuzhou looks over and asks what Yi is thinking. Yi just sighs, what a pain. He has been training too hard lately and only wanted to catch a quick nap to recover. Let us go see what is going on. The train continues speeding down the tracks. Suddenly, a student stumbles toward them, shocking Yi. Hey, hold on. What happened up ahead? Jin Xian speaks up in sheer terror. The enemy has already taken over the first 3 cars. They possess a unique domain that drags people into a separate space, keeping the shockwaves of the battle completely hidden from the outside. There are terrifying enemies hunting down everyone inside. The Xuanwu martial artists guarding us have nearly all been wiped out. They used the last of their strength to push me out of the domain, telling me to warn everyone to run. This is not a drill. Hearing this, panic immediately spreads among the students. Right then, another student argues back, where is your proof? If you say it is dangerous up there, show us some evidence. Zhang Xiong steps forward, demanding to see the token the professors gave him or any other survivors. Why is he the only one who escaped? He has a friend in the front car whose strength is enough to compete for the top freshman spot. He refuses to believe this weakling got out while his friend could not. The crowd behind him nods in agreement. The lion-headed guy has a point. He barks at Jin Xian to move out of the way so he can go check. With that, Zhang Xiong aggressively pushes ahead. Jin Xian tries to stop them. Wait, I am telling the truth. It is incredibly dangerous ahead. Why won't anyone listen? Do not go there just to die. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Wait, are you Yi? Sensing his life force field Yi, he notes this student feels quite unusual. He responds, yeah, that is me. How do you know who I am? Jin Xian quickly replies, a girl named Liu Qingzhu showed me your picture. She begged me to warn you. Whatever you do, do not go to the front. Yi, he is stunned upon hearing this. She asked you to tell me that. Jin Xian nods desperately. Yes, she took a devastating slash to protect me, and she was heavily wounded. I cannot stop those fools who want to throw away their lives, but I promised her. I must keep you safe, even if it was her final wish. Irritated Yi, he smacks Jin Xian, telling him she is not dead, yet so stop talking like it is over. Chuzhou asks if he is still going. Yi, he replies, no choice. I made a promise to her family. Jin Xian blocks his path again, insisting he absolutely cannot let Yi pass. Yi, he scoffs honestly with a cowardly attitude like yours. How did you even get admitted to Huadu? Suddenly, he calls out with a chilling, murderous tone, Chu Zhou. Jin Xian panics, I am trying to save you. Why are you guys being so unreasonable, getting physical because of a disagreement? Student Qingzhu is so elegant and polite, how could she even be friends with two such brutes? Annoyed Yi, he punches Jin Xian right in the stomach, telling him to shut up. Jin Xian gasps at the insane strength. Yi, he notes, he is definitely on a different level. Sorry about that, take this vitality pill, we are in a hurry. Yi, he rushes ahead, calling for Chuzhou to follow. Jin Xian weakly calls out from behind, warning them not to go. They stop right in front of a sign showing the number 3. Yi, he observes that this must be the entrance to the isolated domain that the freshman mentioned. He decides to test the waters first. With a powerful heave, he flings his suitcase straight into the glowing portal. Yi, he is quite surprised when nothing happens. There is absolutely no sound or reaction. Even his life force field cannot detect any energy inside. Since many freshmen ran this way earlier, it seems they have all gone through already. Suddenly getting excited, he finds this pretty interesting and steps straight in. Yi, his eyes grow sharp as he realizes where he is. Annoyed, he rubs his temples. What a headache. What kind of trick is this? It is strange. They clearly stepped in at the exact same time, but Chu Zhou is nowhere to be found. Spotting a faint light up ahead, he decides to move forward first. Staring at the bizarre landscape, he is completely stunned. What kind of crazy place is this? His life force field is totally unresponsive. Could this space be completely cut off from the real world? He launches himself straight into the sky. The direct approach is always the most effective. Yi, he lands gracefully on top of a towering skyscraper. Excited, he conjures a glowing energy sphere, telling his hidden enemies to stop playing dumb. Yi, he raises the sphere high and commands it to detonate right now. A massive explosion immediately rips through the dark sky of this bizarre city. Onlookers below start buzzing in total panic, wondering what kind of powerhouse is showing off with such a flashy entrance. His figure glides effortlessly through the air, moving with incredible speed and grace. Nearby, another figure can be seen leaning quietly against a concrete wall. She mutters under her breath, remembering Yi, he warned them not to let him come. Looking down, Yi, he realizes his flashy stunt did not just catch the attention of his classmates and allies. His gaze turns sharp as he looks behind him, realizing some uninvited enemies have also arrived. A monstrous pig-headed beast emerges, gripping a massive blade. Yi, he scoffs at the beast, calling out its ridiculous pig mask and promising to rip that fake face right off its head. The creature slowly lifts its hideous head, locking its gaze directly onto Yi. They clash, sending a massive shockwave through the air. As the smoke clears, revealing the beast clearly, Yi, he freezes in shock when the monster shrugs off his powerful nuclear punch. The pig-headed monster grips the hilt of its blade even tighter, its eyes glowing with a sinister light as it glares. Yi, he gets more excited, bragging that his regeneration is way too fast for the beast to handle. He notices that while the monster's physical strength is lacking, its weapon is highly unusual, capable of bypassing defenses. He demands to know what kind of freakish creature he is actually fighting. He grabs the beast by its jaw to inspect it up close. He unleashes a sudden burst of raw power, telling the monster to take that right to the face. He proudly declares that he always keeps his word, and if he promises a knockout, he delivers. Suddenly, he stops. He spots something metallic hidden deep inside the shattered mask. It is a small pendant, making him realize this Hua University trial actually drops loot like a video game. He deduces that the weapon was temporarily buffed by an expert's energy to make it incredibly sharp. Once that energy fades, the blade will become totally ordinary. Staring at the shiny pendant, he wonders if its purpose is to force him to hunt down other masked monsters and steal their hidden tokens. Talk about a crazy survival game, Yi, he thinks as he shakes his head. Right on cue, another dangerous creature suddenly creeps up directly behind him. Yi, he sighs, joking that the next challenger is already lining up so quickly. He absolutely despises cowards who try to sneak attack from behind. He unleashes a massive jump, leaping high into the air. The monstrous archer fires a relentless volley of sharp arrows right at him. In an instant, the projectiles pierce directly through his entire body. Yi, he just flashes a deadly grin, mocking his opponent for thinking such weak attacks could kill him. He immediately retaliates, unleashing his powerful beauty-slaying skill. Countless sharp crystals fly toward the monster, leaving it completely dazed and helpless. When the attack ends, thick smoke completely blankets the entire building. Nearby citizens watch in utter disbelief, wondering what kind of battle could collapse an entire skyscraper. Yi, he walks over, muttering that he needs to see who almost turned him into a human kebab. He spots a rabbit mask, wondering if these enemies represent the 12 zodiacs. Suddenly, a massive ball of flesh in front of him glows brightly. The rabbit-headed creature points its deadly blade directly at Yi. He effortlessly dodges, blocking the incoming strike with just one hand. He chuckles, seeing this monster actually knows kung fu. In a split second, the sharp blade almost touches his face. Yi, he quickly channels his magic, conjuring a solid ice wall to block it. A blinding light slowly begins to envelop the entire city. The rabbit-headed monster is instantly trapped under thick layers of ice. Chuzhou plunges down from the sky, close call Yi. He leave this rabbit guy to me. Just as his strike lands, the beast leaps high into the air. The furious rabbit mask snarls, letting out a low menacing growl. Then a barrage of sharp spears violently rains down on him. But right across from it, Chuzhou strikes directly at its head. The rabbit-masked fighter gets blasted backward by the heavy impact. The rabbit head struggles to keep a tight grip on its weapon. Confused and panicked thoughts race through its mind. Suddenly, a massive glowing circle appears right in front of it. Chuzhou chuckles to himself, finally caught you at last, little cutie. A massive blast of destructive energy rains down on the city. Minutes earlier, Zhou Sa wondered why things had gone so quiet. Surely that loud newcomer who entered the battle is dead by now, right? He is definitely dead. Over 10 of us surrounded those masked guys and they did not even have a single scratch. On top of that, their weapons can pierce any defense. They are simply not opponents we can face at our current level. That guy who fired flares into the sky is incredibly arrogant. He is probably just some small-town kid who squeezed into Hua University a frog in a well thinking he is a genius. Honestly, the top scorers from major cities are on a completely different level than small-town kids. I heard Yan Zhengxiang and Ouyang Zi from Mado, Lang Yusi from Chengdu, and Xin Chen from Liuli Island are already hunting down those masked fighters. I really cannot comprehend how they are even pulling that off. Are they really that strong? This year's freshman leader will definitely be one of them. Actually, no. The top freshman is always a Huedu native. Compared to those absolute monsters from Huedu, students from other regions of the Xia nation do not stand a chance. Since childhood, their access to elite martial arts resources has been worlds apart. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right before their eyes. Everyone gasps in shock. What was that blinding beam of light? Is it an electromagnetic railgun? Do not talk nonsense. How could a railgun be out here? A jagged bolt of lightning crashes down from the heavens. Yan Jingxiang turns around and asks Ouyang Zi what he thinks. He replies that the attack does not match the masked group style. It is highly likely the work of another freshman. A deadly blade slices down, tearing through the air. Ouyang Zi scoffs. Besides those top-tier prodigies from Huadu, who else could possibly wield such ridiculous power? We absolutely need to go investigate. After all, the two of us have already collected 4 pendants: the rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Meanwhile, Lan Yusi from Chengdu has at least 1 sheep pendant. Xin Chen from Liuli Island has the snake pendant. Also, a freshman named Liu Qingju reportedly defeated the ox-masked fighter and took the ox pendant. If these masked foes truly represent the 12 zodiac signs, then only 5 remain: the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as he brings up the dragon. You already know that monster is an instant death threat. We can only run from it, not fight. It is the ultimate boss. As for the other pendants, the freshman who just fired that massive beam definitely holds a few. Xin Chen and Lan Yusi will likely be drawn there as well. Zheng Shang, this survival game is finally entering its endgame, and honestly, things are about to get crazy. If we want to win, we will have to steal them from other hunters. Yi. He is holding a mysterious necklace tightly in his hand. Chu Zhou stares at it, completely curious. Yi, he explains that right before his arrival, he took down a pig-masked fighter and found a pig pendant hidden inside his hood. If his theory is correct, the true goal of this test is to collect every single animal pendant from these targets. Chu Zhou probes further. Does that mean we must actively hunt down the remaining masks? Yi, he nods. Exactly. Earlier, a sniper on the roof shot at me, likely another masked foe. He fled in panic, but his arrow left a trace. I can use that to track him down. Let us move out. The scene shifts across town where ruined buildings are steadily collapsing. Yi, he looks around. There are clear battle traces here. Someone beat us to the punch. These burn marks are still warm. Our target cannot be very far. Suddenly, Chu Zhou senses an active presence nearby and tenses up. He swiftly reaches down and draws a sharp sword. A wave of thick freezing ice instantly blankets the ground. Lan Yusi sighs in frustration. Her optical camouflage got busted yet again. The surrounding ruined buildings distort and warp before them. Chu Zhou warns them, hiding nearby like that suggests you mean no good. Xin Chen yells out to stay back, activating his flame demon war body. He immediately unleashes a devastating flame-shattering palm strike. Xin Chen mutters that they got spotted, teasing Lan Yusi that her optical camo is pretty useless. She snaps back, telling him to shut up. Yi He steps forward and demands to know if they were planning an ambush. Lan Yusi quickly explains that they just finished off a rooster-masked opponent and they were only hiding to lure more targets into the open. At this moment, Xin Chen calmly lights up a cigarette. Yi He narrows his eyes and asks what exactly is the meaning of this. Then Yi He uses his hand to lift her right up. Siyu is annoyed that even her clone was spotted. It seems this guy has some real skill. Hearing that, Xin Chen bursts out laughing. He was really hoping she could pull off a sneak attack, otherwise it would be way too boring. Then he steps forward, claiming it is up to him now. Suddenly, the head of Xin Chen begins to swell up massively. Instantly, he releases a wild storm of thick smoke. Seeing this, Yi He and Chu Zhou immediately back away to keep their distance. Siyu giggles slyly, telling them there is no running away. She charges forward, fanning hard to unleash a powerful wind magic attack. In the thick black smoke, only the faint silhouettes of two people remain. Xin Chen continues to unleash his attack, shouting that it is not over yet and he will show them his glowing torch as a massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the entire space. He looks down on them, claiming strength is useless against them, but right then a cold voice asks what they are laughing at. A colossal hand suddenly materializes out of thin air. He gently claps his hands together with immense power, leaving Xin Chen absolutely speechless. He gasps in horror, wondering how a simple clap could completely clear out his cloud of fire. What kind of monster power is this? Suddenly, Yi swings forward with his lantern fist. Yi's heavy blow connects completely, deforming his face. Hit by the attack, Xin Chen is instantly sent flying. Siyu is completely bewildered. Currently, they have no technique to break through to the martial artist realm, leaving them stuck at the martial disciple stage. Even worse, their physical power is locked by a barrier. Even if Hua University freshmen have higher limits at this stage, they still should not be able to break through. But this guy's raw physical stats are way beyond any normal Nanny University freshman. It is over. She was so focused on that punch that she completely forgot about the other ice-cold guy. Even if she and Xin Chen team up, they stand zero chance against these literal monsters. Fighting any longer is a completely lost cause. She bends her knees, preparing to dash away at full speed. Siyu leaps high, shouting that she must escape. But at that exact moment, someone grabs her ankle tight. Siyu looks back in absolute panic, realizing she is completely doomed. He yells from below, ordering her to get back down here right now. His eyes turn icy cold as he unleashes a powerful Xuanhuang martial skill at Siyu, who quickly uses her illusion technique to escape. Below Yi, he grins creepily, asking if she really wants to run. He immediately releases his raw physical power, activating the demon prison illusion to trap Siyu, who screams in terror that she cannot move her body and asks what kind of magic this is. He sneers, telling her she can neither fight nor run, so she might as well accept her fate. Siyu weakly begs for mercy, offering to surrender and give him all of her pendants. He remarks that things would have been much easier if she had just cooperated from the start, then demands whatever intel she knows. She explains that to win this trial, they must collect all 12 pendants. Since they are in the final phase, even if he does not hunt others will still target him anyway. She warns him that Wu Yangzhe and Yan Jingsheng of the demonic capital are the strongest fighters among the freshmen, and they have likely gathered a massive horde of pendants by now. She asks if he wants her to lead him straight to Ouyangzi and Jingshan. In her heart, she knows she has no chance of winning anyway, so she hopes to muddy the waters and watch these monsters destroy each other. With a sharp glare, he tells her to keep out of his business, but casually mentions that her special fan looks pretty nice. The scene shifts to the other side, where nothing but ruined buildings are left standing. Zhengxiong anxiously points out that Xin Chen and Siyu have likely arrived by now, but Ouyangzi calmly reassures him that it does not matter. He says that whoever wins the battle is simply keeping those precious pendants safe for them anyway. He suddenly freezes, yelling for Ouyangzi to look at that corpse over there. Both of them are utterly shocked to see Xin Chen lying in a massive pool of blood. They cry out in sheer terror that is actually Xin Chen. Just minutes after being blasted away by Yi He, Xin Chen limps off, muttering about how that guy is an absolute monster. He figures Lan Ziyu is probably dead by now, and to make things worse, he has been marked. He is definitely coming for him. It seems his only choice now is to team up with those two rogue bastards, Ouyangzi and Yan Jingshan. Suddenly, Xin Chen freezes in shock. Who goes there? Right before his eyes, a shadowy figure holding a sword approaches. A massive glowing eye appears within the eerie pitch-black darkness. Xin Chen's voice begins to tremble violently. It is the dragon. The dim streetlights begin absorbing crackling sparks of lightning. Once the energy is fully charged, it flares with blinding brightness. Amidst that flashing eerie glow, Xin Chen is instantly taken down. After defeating him, the divine dragon snatches the pendant and walks away. Zhang Xiang wonders why Xin Chen died here, pointing out the incredibly sharp slash mark. Wu Yangzhe quickly realizes it was the divine dragon. Such a clean, precise, and fatal blow shows the attacker completely overwhelmed Xin Chen in raw power. Only the legendary dragon mask from the 12 zodiac masks could ever execute a perfect strike like this. But isn't the dragon mask restricted to the underground parking lot? Back then, he even led over 20 people down to that dark garage just to search for his companion. But instead, they ran straight into that monster, and only the two of them managed to escape with their lives. He still cannot believe the beast actually committed murder, wondering if this was not supposed to be just a harmless trial. But with all that steaming fresh blood, there is no way this was a simulation. Jing Xiang wonders what they should do now, since the pendant Xin Chen carried has already been stolen. He emphasizes that the Divine Dragon being able to leave the parking lot likely means their freshman class met some hidden condition. For instance, once all the fake masks are completely wiped out, the ultimate boss gets unleashed. Only then are his limitations removed so he can roam and hunt freely. Just as the normal Zodiac masks automatically track down new freshmen, the dragon will probably make it his personal mission to hunt down those who hold the precious pendants exactly like them. They cannot fight the Divine Dragon head-on. They must act first, snatching pendants from the other students and absolutely ensure none of those artifacts fall into his hands. Wu Yangzi immediately activates his powerful golden winged rock skill. He reminds his ally that they must actively broadcast a signal luring all other pendant holders here for a final deadly showdown. Sharp magical energy slashes suddenly tear right through the open sky. Somewhere in this twisted world, Liu Qingzhu leans against a wall, muttering that she was just taking a bus to university when she got dragged into this bizarre space. Now so many freshmen have been slaughtered by the dragon mask. She and another survivor met a teacher who could only rescue one person. She chose to stay behind, knowing she could not just run away during such a dangerous crisis. She absolutely must warn that idiot Yi He to stay far away from this mess. She wonders if her classmate made it out and found Yi He. Unfortunately, she lacks the strength to search for him, but with his monstrous power he should be safe as long as he avoids the dragon mask. Suddenly, a loud, heavy crash echoes right behind her. Fear grips Liu Qingzhu as her heart races, wondering if they have found her. In her battered state, escaping is completely out of the question. The enemy has locked onto her aura and will surely hunt her down for the pendant. Although she does not care about this relic, a gut feeling tells her that he will need it. Since she cannot fight them head-on, her only choice is to lure them to that special spot. Flying high above Ouyangzi immediately spots Liu Qingzhu on the ground. During the college entrance exam, rumors spread that the fallen Liu clan birthed an awakened Netherfinch bloodline. Since they both possess high-grade divine bird bloodlines, he thoroughly researched her files. It turns out she holds the Ox Pendant, making this an incredible unexpected bonus as she flees toward a specific location. Is she trying to lure him straight to the dragon's parking lot? How foolishly adorable of her. The dragon has already left with his blade, leaving that underground garage completely empty. He tells Zhang Xiang to wait there while he goes to capture her first. Violent explosions rip through the building floors one after another. Ouyangzi lands on the ground, telling Liu Qingzhu that she cannot escape. Suddenly, his eyes freeze in sheer terror at a familiar sound. It is the dragon. How is this possible when he should be out hunting other pendant holders? Wait a minute, if the dragon's targets are indeed those holding the pendants. Since he carries 4 pendants, the dragon would naturally prioritize the location with the most loot. His sheer arrogance has ended up putting him in extreme danger instead. Ouyangzi's eyes begin to fill with sheer uncontrollable panic. He immediately spreads his wings wide, staring fearfully at the towering divine dragon. Ouyangzi mutters in shock, realizing it is a domain and wondering how the dragon can cast such a skill. Simply making eye contact drags a victim into this pocket dimension, and they can only escape by defeating the caster. He never expected to be backed into a corner like this. Right then, the divine dragon charges forward at terrifying speed. Here he comes. Ouyangzi's massive wings instantly wrap around his body for protection. He suddenly slips behind them, letting out a furious roar. The entire building shakes violently, its supporting beams cracking under the pressure. Meanwhile, Chanhong takes the full force of Yi, his magic orb. He snaps, "Did you turn your voice volume to maximum just to provoke me?" Chuzhou steps forward, telling Yi He to leave this opponent to him to test his strength. Furious, he leaps high into the air and screams, "Do you think you have me cornered?" Chuzhou's eyes turn cold, unleashing a freezing glacial light. The barrage of strikes rains down, exploding right beside Chanhong. He laughs wildly, locking eyes on Chuzhou. Where can you possibly run? A massive gap in weapon size becomes obvious the moment their blades clash head-on. He suddenly flinches. Whipping around, he glances behind him. Chuzhou reacts, instantly bringing his sword up to parry the heavy blow. Is he actually channeling the legendary soul-piercing sword, intent to become one with his blade? The two clash furiously, their overwhelming killing intent completely suffocating the air around them. Driven by his inner tiger, Chanhong grows wilder and more crazed. He charges headfirst straight into the dragon-like power radiating from Chuzhou. Watching from below Yi, he finds this entire duel somewhat boring. Suddenly, Chanhong senses through his aura his ally is desperately calling for help. He quickly ducks beneath Chuzhou's strike and springs backward to create some distance. Retreating, Chanhong glares back and yells, "If I wasn't dealing with an urgent matter right now, I'd have broken at least 8 of your bones." Yi, he scoffs, trying to act tough and then running away. "Did I give you permission to leave? Look in front of you." Chanhong gasps in shock. Caught off guard, Chanhong groans in pain as Yi, his devastating technique hits him. He goes flying, stunned by the sheer force. Chanhong weakly mutters, "What the hell just happened? Was I blown away by some beast?" Yi, he retorts, "I did that. Your screaming was getting incredibly annoying, so I had to put you in your place." He furiously protests that it was a cheap shot, but he simply counters, "That's not a sneak attack. Your brain is just way too slow to react to my fist." Chan Hung roars, "I will take your life." 3 minutes later, he calmly remarks, "Don't feel too bad about yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me is already impressive. Why even Tan Tran went down with a single hit? Your weapon is actually pretty heavy. I think I'll borrow it for a bit, you don't mind, right? Though it still needs a bit of a power upgrade." With that, he channels his own energy, coating Chan Hung's weapon in a brilliant glow. Chu Zhou walks over and tells Yi that while he couldn't find the pendant inside the storage ring, he did discover this instead. The device is blinking nonstop, almost as if it's broadcasting some kind of signal. The scene shifts to a ruined wasteland where Duong Trak finally appears. He appears battered and completely broken. He mutters weakly, expressing his bitter disbelief at only being able to make it this far. Having exhausted every single sealing nail retrieved from the secret ruins, the plan was simple: pierce his heart directly to seal his energy and lock away his massive power source. Regrettably, even though he paid the price of losing an entire arm, he still failed to drive that spike into the dragon god's heart, missing by just 3 inches. With that single failure, his absolute best shot at killing the dragon god is officially gone. Almost instantly, thick black smoke surges forward to swallow the surrounding area, leaving Duong Trak pinned helplessly against the wall by a blade. Than Truk pushes on, just a little longer. The rooftop is almost within her reach. That dragon god is absolute terror. Sungu is not even in the same league. Knowing Duong Trak won't last much longer, she realizes she is bound to be his very next target. If she truly wants to survive, her absolute best option is finding a way to get He over here to rescue her. Standing atop the tallest building, she remembers Yi's signal flare and prepares to fire one back in his direction. She immediately activates her bloodline awakening skill, the Nether Sparrow. Than Truk's desperate voice echoes, spreading rapidly through the silent space. She collapses in pain, praying he can somehow receive her message. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes appears, letting out a creepy, unsettling sound. Panic sets in. This cannot be real. Looking down, she gasps as the terrifying dragon god charges straight toward her. How did he find her so quickly? Panicking, she knows she must send a signal immediately to warn he to leave this place before it is too late. A direct hit, sonic waves explode from the beast's eyes. An entire floor of the massive building is violently engulfed in blinding light. It draws closer. She takes a step back in sheer disbelief. He strikes. A massive hand swings directly down at her. Tears stream down Than Truk's face as panic sets in. There is no more time, but suddenly everything shifts. A massive rift tears open right in the middle of empty space. He appears. He promised her family to save her, and he always keeps his word. Overjoyed, Than Truk looks up and cries out Yi's name. He stops. The dragon god's focus shifts to the noise. Glaring with pure murderous intent, he asks what kind of monster it is. He swings his sword, unleashing his furious rage directly at the dragon god. The shockwave violently slices an entire building clean in half. He tells Than Truk that Chu Zhou and his new recruit are waiting in the east alley, urging her to go first. She wonders what he will do, and he replies he is going to test this dragon-masked freak. The entire space lights up from the fierce intensity of their battle. Standing alone in the vast space, he looks remarkably small. He marches forward. His sword drags along the floor. Glancing back at the dragon god, he immediately recognizes this annoying domain. Ever since receiving her distress signal, he knew this place was highly suspicious. He mocks the beast, asking if it can only cower and fight inside its own safe zone. While observing he is startled. Could this massive nail be the key plan Yen Zhengsheng mentioned to defeat the dragon god? Right then, the dragon god charges forward with absolutely devastating power. Incredible speed. He quickly evaluates the oncoming strike. He immediately leaps up, charging straight back at the monster. Blocking the heavy blow with his sword, he grins excitedly. He has been looking forward to this. The entire building where they are fighting begins to shake and rumble violently. A clean slice, the entire top of the building flies off. The battlefield becomes completely chaotic, filled with falling debris and crumbling ruins. He is startled when the dragon god suddenly appears right above him. Its eyes glow a menacing red through the thick, swirling dust. Pure chaos. He watches the massive power crash down. Leaping high into the air, he barely manages to dodge. Thick smoke blankets the area as a bright light pierces the center. The dragon god silently plans his next move with 4 red eyes. A terrifying power surges outward, spreading to every single corner of the area. Completing his transformation, he grins. This beast is incredibly strong, and he has finally met a worthy opponent in this world. He quietly wonders if this monster won't be easily defeated like the others. His hand slams down hard onto a massive piece of floating debris. Opposite him, the dragon god's terrifying face burns with intense, furious rage. Laughing excitedly, he yells that this is more like it because the supposedly invincible dragon god boss cannot be defeated so easily. Charging forward, the beast moves with blinding, dizzying speed. His expression instantly tightens as he braces for the oncoming impact. Charging forward, he delivers a flurry of wild slashes. He panics inside because the guy is way too fast now. Ever since that mask broke, his speed and strength have both skyrocketed. A strange sound. The dragon's eyes flash with rage. The beast swings a decisive strike right at Yi. His legs. Just then, his eyes flash as he realizes that the dragon's weapon is actually completely shattered. Quickly turning around, he spots the divine dragon. Another lethal sword slash is already flying straight towards him. Too late. He bites right onto the freezing blade. Yi, he grins with pure excitement, mockingly saying that he has finally caught his prey. He pulls back his arm, winding up a devastating fist. The divine dragon's eyes instantly widen in sheer shock and disbelief at this suicidal maneuver. Then Yi, he unleashes a massive magic-infused fist, shouting out a powerful Hadoken. The overwhelming force of the magic punch instantly leaves the dragon completely dazed and defenseless. Stepping forward, he coldly mutters that he is not finished yet. Technician service. Fully ready to assist you. Yi, he delivers a heavy, power-packed punch straight into the dragon. He feels quite satisfied, targeting the temple, throat, heart, spleen, and kidneys, all the most fatal, vulnerable pressure points. On top of that, the beast's meridians were already heavily blocked by Ouyangze's bronze nail, stopping his internal energy flow. That is why these killer blows easily penetrate deep into his vital acupoints and main pathways, causing devastating internal injuries that destroy him from the inside out. Over on the other side, the dragon weakly looks down. Grip lost. The sword drops to the ground. But Yi, he reacts instantly, grabbing the dragon's wrist and pinning it down with a crushing grip. Yi, he knew he wouldn't surrender. Talk about a hopeless struggle. Your only actual chance to kill me was right when I first arrived, exploiting our information gap to pull off a sneaky surprise attack. That only gave you a 30% chance. With a wild roar, he sends a massive wave of energy. A blazing crimson aura suddenly erupts from his sword, violently tearing the very space around them apart. Beams of light scatter everywhere like a highly destructive, lethal slash. Taking the full blow, the divine dragon feels his spiritual energy being completely sucked dry. Yi, he continues his relentless assault mockingly, shouting that this fan bolstered with raw killing intent is far deadlier than when Lan Wuxi had it, and he is still not done with Wu Lianzi. He charges in using his unique martial skill for the first strike. A massive sphere of blinding light violently explodes, illuminating the entire sky with a terrifying shockwave. When the dragon takes the punch, his body dissolves into smoke. Enveloped in blinding celestial light, Yi, he dives straight down to deliver a devastating second punch. His final decisive move is none other than the sinister Lanshan fist. He flashes lightning fast through the city streets. No escape. The dragon is slammed hard against a wall. Yi, he stands above him, mockingly muttering that he expected some legendary dragon, but he is just a pathetic little insect. Clutching his sword, the dragon weakly mutters death. But Yi, he interrupts him, slamming him into the wall. The impact forces the dragon's head to jerk forward helplessly. Yi, he looks closely at the dragon pendant, noting that it is finally time to end this little game once and for all. Over on this side, Zheng Xiang falls into a deep, troubled silence. He is currently standing right behind him, completely unnoticed. Qingzhu screams in worry, saying he should never have gone alone to fight that dragon-masked monster. Chu Zhou reminds her that besides Yi, anyone else going would only get in the way. Lost in thought, she realized Chu was right. She was too injured to even use her martial skills. Claiming she was helping Yi, he only distracted him because he had to keep protecting her. If only she could grow stronger, she would never hold him back again. Suddenly, he approached, snapping Qingzhu out of her thoughts and asking what was on her mind. The pendant, is she really asking him to just snatch it? Try arranging them from rat to pig, following the order of the 12 zodiac signs. He wondered why nothing was happening, questioning if the arrangement order was simply wrong. Zheng Xiang explained that this dragon pendant was the most unique. It was not designed to make the wearer a target to be hunted, but was actually created as a hunter to track down anyone holding the other pendants. Therefore, under normal trial conditions, they probably did not need to attach the dragon pendant at all. Yi, he then placed the dragon pendant right below the remaining ones. The sudden noise startled her. Did we succeed? She wondered as he asked if some mechanism had been activated. Right then, a strange phenomenon began to unfold across the sky. He screamed in terror, "Look at the sky." A giant eyeball slowly emerged from behind the smoke. Yi, he cried out in absolute shock, "What on earth is that?" Then he was sucked upward. Yi, he screamed in pure panic, his voice echoing loudly. In that very split second, Yi, he snapped his eyes wide open. He looked around in utter confusion. This was the Huada University train. He was back, and he was actually alive. Just a moment ago, he was trapped in that bizarre city, and now he was suddenly here. He remembered being ruthlessly killed by that masked hunter. In fact, he distinctly recalled so many of them being slaughtered by that long guy. Could it really have been just a dream? But how could so many people dream the exact same thing? An announcement chimed over the speakers urging students not to panic. They had all been pulled by the evil eye into an illusionary dream realm for this year's freshman exam. The voice assured them it was just the Imperial entrance test and asked everyone to remain calm. The speaker then made a special announcement. In this freshman trial, Yi from In-City alongside Chu and Qingzhu had successfully collected all 12 zodiac pendants to claim first place. Because he performed exceptionally well, a unique reward would be presented to him right after enrollment. The crowd erupted into whispers. Who on earth was this Yi? Some who died early had no idea what happened, wondering if even Ouyangze lost. Others questioned what, and City even was shocked that big city prodigies lost to an underdog. Collecting all the pendants seemed impossible when they could barely survive one masked hunter. Perhaps he was the secret successor of some hidden martial arts family. Everyone wanted to get close to him, while Yi stood there feeling uneasy as the system notification finally loaded. It looked like meeting certain conditions unlocked a gotcha pull. The screen congratulated him for outperforming every freshman in the exam. Feeling a bit helpless, he asked Chu to pass him a wet wipe so he could clean his hands for good luck before drawing. He prayed silently, "Please let my luck be good this time." Suddenly, a terrifying monster materialized right in front of him. The system labeled it as a Tier 3 monster, the vampire Lacket. Back on the train, he realized he had pulled a vampire quietly celebrating his new SR card. Although this basic bloodline was nothing special, its evolved form possessed an insane time-stop ability that was completely broken. Just then, Ouyangze walked over and asked if he was the famous Yi. He demanded to know if he really defeated the divine dragon. Beside them, Zheng Shang internally begged Z to calm down since there was no hospital on the train if a fight broke out. He casually corrected him, explaining that he did not beat him to death, he slashed him. Hearing that cold response, Ouyangze was momentarily stunned. He then declared his plans to start a brand new faction at the university entirely separate from the student council. He invited Yi to join and even offered him the leadership role. For years, the top freshman spots in student council presidency had been completely monopolized by the local elites. He believed his power could finally shatter this old tradition, urging him to join their cause. The carriage instantly erupted into wild gossip. Nobody expected the prideful Ouyangze to recruit someone so eagerly, let alone offer him the top leadership spot. Everyone whispered that they were witnessing the birth of a legendary alliance, making this a historic moment. He cut him off, stating he had absolutely no interest in student council power struggles or forming new factions. He simply preferred his own freedom. Gasps echoed through the train as people couldn't believe he actually rejected the offer. Everyone wondered what kind of background Yi had to casually turn down a powerful figure like Ouyangze. Ouyangze remained calm, handing over his business card and stating they would always be open to cooperating in the future. Bright light washed over the train as Chu announced they had finally arrived. Looking out the window, he let out a breath of pure amazement. He whispered to himself that this massive place was indeed Huadu. Around him, students began gathering their luggage to head out. A guide directed the incoming freshmen toward Huada University, pointing out the main path right ahead of them. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the station corridor. Suddenly, the crowd stopped dead in their tracks, completely stunned. A massive robot had materialized right before their very eyes. An automated broadcast that instructed all of the incoming students to board the flying shuttle in order, reminding them to carefully match their new seat assignments with their original train tickets. He snuck up from behind and startled her by calling her little Juju. She remembered Qin Lan warning her that even though she and Yi were technically engaged, they were not married yet. She was advised to avoid acting too close in public and absolutely never let that boy take advantage of her. She had to protect herself first. Qingzhu whirled around and snapped, asking what he was doing out in the open like this. He just laughed it off, asking if she was half asleep before wondering why they had to board a flight. She sighs in helpless frustration, wondering how on earth her mother could marry her off to a country bumpkin like him. That is because Huada University floats in the sky. He stammers, looking up as Qingzhu gasps at the massive aerial city. This scene takes place at Huada University as their spaceship departs. The vessel begins piercing right through the atmosphere. Sitting inside, he quietly ponders. This electromagnetic barrier must be designed to keep the magical beasts out. Once they pass through, even the life force detection range shrinks, as expected of the prestigious Huada University. As they step off, staff remind them to keep their student ID cards safe. The Huada University student ID card belongs to none other than Yi. An announcement chimes in, directing everyone to the levitation station to catch a train to the student dorms. The magnificent buildings here are constructed with absolute ironclad strength. He excitedly shouts that they have finally reached the highest city in the world, while bypassers whisper, wondering what kind of idiot has loose screws in his head. Nearby students are comparing rooms. One is on the 42nd floor, room A3, while Chu Zhou is up on the 45th floor, room B7. It looks like some will have to get off the lift early. He pushes the door open in absolute amazement. A standard room spans over 100 square meters. These students are living like royalty. The room is fully equipped with the latest high-end computer model. There is even a luxury massage bathtub. Honestly, who could ever say no to a hot jacuzzi? It literally feels like staying in a five-star luxury hotel. But he still needs to focus on business first, specifically maxing out his Lacket vampire monster template. Earlier on the floating train, he figured out how to use his student ID. Scanning the barcode lets him log into the exclusive Huadu app. Inside, the Academy Marketplace only accepts their local digital currency school credits. To make a big move, he withdraws his entire life savings of over 30 million Xia country yuan from his bank account to exchange every single coin into school credits. Right then, his phone chimes with a notification. He received 322.43 school credits. He is absolutely stunned. A whopping 100,000 Xia country yuan only gets him one credit. That is insanely expensive. However, the goods in the Academy shop are top tier. Many items are not even sold on the public market, yet students here can buy them legally. This privilege is definitely a sweet perk of being a Huadu student. He purchases every single blood attribute monster core available. This batch should be more than enough to fully upgrade his Lacket monster template. After all, the anthropomorphic giant template he invested in earlier cost less than 10 million to hit over some 90% compatibility. The delivery drone chirps, "Thank you for your purchase, student He. We wish you smooth cultivation and please leave a 5-star review." He is amazed by how incredibly fast robot delivery is here. Once the crystals arrive, an excited he downs them in one gulp. Soon, his trembling hand weakly grips the table. Ingesting so much energy at once has pushed his body to its absolute limits as his Lacket vampire monster template stats flash before him. He observes that the results, however, are incredibly obvious. Even his fangs have grown razor-sharp, complete with blood grooves. If he sinks them into an enemy, drinking their blood would be easier than sipping bubble tea. Looking down at his hands, he notices his fingernails have turned into deadly claws. Now, a rather bold idea crosses his mind. Ultimately, he raises his clawed hand and slashes himself. Standing in the bathroom, he violently coughs up blood. It drips from his mouth, soaking his shirt completely. He slowly opens his mouth to check. Healing is faster. Much faster than before. The self-healing ability of the vampire template is definitely impressive. However, these physical mutations are just secondary details. The absolute highlight here is his newly unlocked power, Garuda. Indeed, in a world that worships martial arts, even the college dorms are fully equipped with private training rooms. Stepping outside, he unleashes the raw power of Garuda. His eyes suddenly turn cold and sharp. He summons the vampire out. He narrows his eyes. "Come on, punch me." It immediately lunges straight at him. Space distorts. Thick smoke fills the air. Garuda also manifests directly behind the vampire creature. Combining their immense power, they unleash a devastating strike at He. He swiftly raises his arms to shield his body. Yet the sheer force of the impact grows even more terrifying. The bones inside his arms slowly begin to reconstruct themselves. He is thrown backward, leaving a deep crater on the dirt. His body trembles under the impact, but he smiles, eager to test his time-stop ability next. He immediately activates his ultimate temporal freeze, Jawaryudo. Time starts ticking down, first 1 second, then 2 seconds. Soon new cracks begin to form at 3 seconds, extending all the way to 5 seconds. He wonders if 5 seconds is his absolute limit, but he must continue to push past it. His face twists eerily as the clock creeps to 5.3 seconds. As time passes, the strain becomes painfully obvious at 5.5 seconds. Space itself begins to shatter outward. Wiping away the blood, he realizes 5 seconds was only his old body's limit, not his current one. The next morning, he walks to school with Chuzhou. He complains that the morning sun is blinding, prompting Chuzhou to ask if something is wrong. He shrugs it off, but secretly realizes that merging with a vampire monster has made him despise sunlight, even if it isn't actually lethal. Chuzhou asks if he has heard about the Academy's new reforms, taking He completely by surprise. He spent the entire night battling Jawarudo, leaving him no time to check school announcements. His friend explains that the university has completely replaced traditional classes with a mentor system where students study directly under a primary instructor each year while still having the freedom to learn from other minor mentors on the side. He wonders if they both must find a master, but Chuzhou quickly points out that only he needs to, leaving He completely confused. Chuzhou pulls out his phone and check this out. The official freshman forum posted a wild announcement last night. The screen displays a special reward for He for collecting all 12 zodiac pendants. He is granted the absolute right to choose any mentor he wants, and they cannot refuse him. Chuzhou emphasizes that putting this on the public forum is incredibly dramatic. The scene shifts over to Gymnasium Area A. Walking through the crowded hall, he notes that students enter the testing room in groups of 3, waiting for mentors to turn on their lights to select them. He He tells Chuzhou to go ahead while he walks around a bit, knowing his special privilege allows him to join the selection whenever he wants. Outside, he grumbles that choosing a mentor is completely boring. Just then, a strange scent drifts into his nose. He instantly freezes, realizing it is the smell of blood. If it was normal blood, it wouldn't be strange, but this scent carries a dark, menacing bloodlust like a violent ocean undercurrent that instantly awakens his own killer instincts, forcing him to find the source. After running a bit, he stops dead in his tracks. Right ahead of him, Gong Kei is preparing to eat. Standing on the quiet street Yi, he stares in disbelief, wondering if this cute little girl could truly be the source of that terrifying murderous aura. Right at that moment, Gong Kei shifts her gaze, realizing someone is secretly watching her. She speaks up, asking if he refined his body with a demon. Yi, he is shocked she knows, wondering why this little girl acts like a wise elder. Gong Kei explains she helped perfect this martial art for Liu Chenghu, whom Yi recognizes as a legendary master, leaving him completely stunned. She boasts that Liu Chenghu was her disciple over 95 years ago. Yi, he wonders if she is joking because even though powerful masters can live exceptionally long lives, her childlike appearance makes the claim completely absurd. Yi, he falls into deep thought, knowing that elite martial artists can compress their skeletal frames to resemble children. However, the white-haired girl seems so genuinely innocent that unless she is an Oscar-level actress, there is no way she is faking it. She looks at him, asking if he doubts her. Yi, he laughs, saying believing her is like believing he is the ancient emperor. Suddenly, a chilling wave of danger washes over him. He envisions his own severed head rolling to her feet. His face goes pale, realizing her murderous intent is so pure that it forced him to hallucinate his own execution. Terrified Yi, he instinctively tries to scream his time-stop command. Suddenly, she pops her own favorite strawberry gummy candy into his mouth. Apologizing, she begs him not to report her to the academy, explaining she's only allowed outside to get fresh air for an hour or two once a week. Chewing the sweet Yi, he asks who she actually is. She smiles, introducing herself as the incredibly powerful Master Gong Kei. She boasts that when the university principal Shi Jingwen was a little kid, she used to beat him until he cried. Yi, he immediately drops to his knees before her. Realizing she can help him break his martial bottlenecks, Yi, he reverently begs her to accept him as her disciple. He loudly declares he has wandered half his life without finding a true master and asks her to guide him. She stares at his dramatic display, feeling completely helpless. The scene shifts to the gymnasium. Whispers fill the room as everyone realizes the deans of the 5 major academies at Hua University are acting as mentors for this year's freshmen. If one of those legendary deans selects you as a disciple, your entire life is set. Still others laugh it off, pointing out that such elite figures would never notice ordinary rookies. So why are they here? Certainly not to waste time. A rumor quickly spreads that a freshman named Yi, he actually conquered the Zodiac trial, and these powerful leaders are here solely to recruit him. The freshmen have no clue that the Zodiac competition is being broadcast live to the entire faculty of Hua University. Right from the initial announcement on the train, teachers have been closely analyzing how each student handles sudden high-stress crises. Advanced artificial intelligence scans their facial expressions to grade each student's immediate reaction. Anyone who treated this as a simple trial and mindlessly rushed into the Zodiac City received very low marks. Once they actually arrived, every single clash with the masked combatants became a test of survival. Their overall combat intelligence, practical fighting skills, and tactical coordination all serve as crucial benchmarks for their final evaluation. Even if a student fails to defeat a masked combatant, showing exceptional talent in just one of these key areas is enough to earn them a high grade. Yi, he is the only student to secure top marks from start to finish. Yet even that perfection was not enough to shock the 5 deans. What truly stunned them was his victory over the Divine Dragon, an unkillable boss that was never meant to be fought in this trial. One dean explains that Yi, he likely has no idea what he actually defeated. That dragon was a virtual model trained by the Nuwa supercomputer built from data left by Fu Hongsheng, a National Protector-level warrior back when he first joined Hua University. Even a supercomputer cannot fully replicate his godlike double-pupil ability inside an illusion. However, Fu Hongsheng remains the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia state and the entire world. His legendary records at Hua University have stood completely unbroken for over 100 years. Slaying that simulated legend proves Yi, he possesses peerless talent even if the model lacked the original warrior's full power. As long as he avoids trouble on his journey, he will easily become a Grand Master of his generation, perhaps even reaching the peak of Supreme Master. For now, the deans agree they must stay calm and wait for the young genius to arrive and choose his mentor. Suddenly, an assistant rushes into the room out of breath with terrible news. Yi, he is currently bowing to Gong Kei, a former Imperial University professor who is now his special detainee. The dean gasps in complete shock. Outside the main campus, on a quiet field of lush green grass, Gong Kei asks if he really wants to make her his master. Yi, he quickly confirms it. Internally, he tells himself this young girl must be over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before a lolly in broad daylight would definitely land him a 3-year prison sentence. She proudly reminds him that she was actually fired by Imperial University. He reassures her, pointing out she is only allowed outside for 2 hours a week. If she accepts him, he promises to find a way to secure her complete freedom within 2 years. Gong Kei's eyes light up with excitement as she immediately agrees. He secretly celebrates, proud of his successful manipulation. Suddenly, a flash of light blocks them, commanding them to wait. Gong Kei scowls, muttering that a bunch of busybodies have arrived. Kui speaks up, reminding senior Gong Kei of their agreement not to interact with students while out on her break. He points out her unstable mental state makes her unfit to teach, and another elder quickly agrees, urging her to just go home. Gong Kei shrugs and agrees to go home, then turns to ask the boy his name. He quickly replies that he is Yi He. She struts off, throwing back a command for Yi He to follow her home. They witness some pretty unique designs inside the Huadai Research Institute. The lady walks ahead while Yi follows close behind. The two of them step into a room together. Curious, he asks if she really lives in such a remote place. She explains that 15 years ago she used to lose control and hurt people, which is why Huadai kept her locked up down here. Luckily, she has gained control lately, finally getting a chance to breathe fresh air. Realizing the truth, the boy asks if that makes him her very first student in over 15 years. She finds his logic strange, asking if he is not even scared. Hearing this, Yi breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if she might actually chop him up. The door lock screen displays -666. He wonders why such a massive institute has such a narrow hallway. Gong Kei simply explains it is because only she needs to walk through it. 11 seconds remain as a countdown timer ticks away on the door. Suddenly panicking, she yells that they are out of time and must rush in. Terrified, he asks what that countdown timer even is. Turning around, she screams that every time she goes out, this electronic timer starts. If she does not return in time, alarms will go off in the principal's office and she will be wanted by all of Huadai. Hearing this, he realizes how incredibly dangerous her situation is. And just like that, the two of them start running like absolute madmen. The countdown ends and the heavy door slams shut behind them. She looks at the barrier and sighs at the danger. He notices a strange magnetic field here that prevents him from focusing his martial energy outside his body. In other words, any martial arts technique used in this room will have its power drastically cut. She explains that this is naturally expected since the place is actually her detention room. To keep her locked inside those scripture-reading kids literally built her a 3-story house to live in. They have everything from entertainment to martial arts training, but there is also a high-power magnetic field installed to restrict his martial energy, preventing him from getting bored and breaking out. He is completely bewildered. They call this place a prison cell, but it is actually a luxury apartment where every need is met, almost as if they are treating teacher Gong Kei like royalty. The scene now shifts to Huada University. On the other end of the line, a panicked voice quickly reports that Yi has officially taken Gong Kei as his master. Jing Wen replies that they do not need to worry about him, reminding them that Hua University's current reform goal is not to train average martial artists, but to cultivate a peak powerhouse who can protect the nation and carry the peak fate of humanity by letting geniuses develop freely with full resources. Just let Yi learn from Gong Kei for now, since the freshmen at Hua University are almost done with their special summer camp. When that time comes, they can use Yi as a whetstone to sharpen those newly forged blades. The person on the other end quickly agrees. Reporting to the principal, the freshman Yi has entered the prison cell with Gong Kei, and everything is currently stable. However, according to big data, with Gong Kei being a special grade combatant, sharing a room for too long carries a 5% chance of him losing control. In that scenario, Yi has an 89.7% chance of dying before Imperial capital reinforcements arrive, and even if saved, there is a 95.3% chance he won't survive. He stands up, explaining that special grade combatants are either powerful martial artists currently serving a suspended death sentence or those who simply cannot control their own immense strength for various reasons. Normally, the state limits their freedom until the Xia nation faces a severe crisis, sending them to the front lines as defenders. Facing such terrifying existences, she believes her student Yi must be mentally prepared. After all, without that resolve, death is the only thing waiting for him on the battlefield. How else could he survive long on this path of slaughter? Time is running out for the Xian nation. Those fools in the Northern White Federation and the cult fanatics of the Heavenly Descent Nation are starting to make their moves, so the younger generation needs to grow up fast. Down in the third-floor cell, Gong Kei mentions she hasn't taught anyone in years. She wants to spar first to see what he can do. Hearing this, he carefully asks if she is really going to suppress her cultivation level all the way down to a mere martial apprentice just to fight him. She pauses, realizing she almost forgot to suppress her power. A moment later, he is fully ready and calls out that he is prepared. Deep down, he really does not want to remember that terrifying guillotine from earlier. Without warning, Gong Kei charges straight at Yi. Yi is stunned. She is aiming straight for his vitals during a simple test. He calculates 5 different evasion paths, but Gong Kei anticipates every single hand chop before he can move. He has no choice but to face her head-on. He immediately unleashes his nuclear light combat sphere skill. He pulls his fist back ready to strike. Gong Kei instantly realizes he is trying to use his awakened bloodline to boost his speed, blocking her attacks while launching a counteroffensive. Too bad for him because she is still much faster. In an instant, she grabs his tail and drives a heavy punch into his stomach. The only sound left echoing in the room is Yi. He's screaming in agony. Yi. He takes massive damage from sparring with Gong Kei. He groans that she showed absolutely no mercy, beating his awakened bloodline form right back to normal. An excited look crosses her face, mentioning it has been ages since she tasted fresh blood. Yi, he admits that he is completely outmatched in pure hand-to-hand combat. He warns her that he is about to use some absolute cheat code martial arts now. He immediately activates his elemental personification skill. Yi. He feels smug glad he fully upgraded his giant personified monster template last night. Watching this, Gong Kei wonders if a mere martial apprentice should even be capable of this, realizing she has taken in a terrifying beast. Gong Kei turns serious, deciding that as his teacher, she needs to show some real skills of her own. She strikes forward with her heaven, destroying Blade Level 2. Their massive, overwhelming powers collide with a violent force. A massive explosion immediately tears through the entire training room. He charges, switching to his elemental personification, split form, and dimension personification. In that split second, Gong Kei's eyes flare with pure killing intent. Standing completely still, she calmly sweeps her hand toward him. Suddenly, Gong Kei pulls all the surrounding energy straight into her. She immediately unleashes a devastating punch straight ahead. He grits his teeth in utter disbelief. He had crafted a flesh armor using Demola's outer shell, which should be tens of times more durable than his massive giant form. Yet she just tears right through it like paper. Can you believe that? His eyes begin to glow with a terrifying, ominous light. Gong Kei moves, asking if he is hiding in the armor's mouth. He is astounded by her perception, considering he had completely shut down all of his body's vital signs. She smiles coldly, ordering him to get the hell out right now. He quickly deploys his meteor personification split form skill next. Gong Kei swiftly leaps backward, leaving a massive trench carved into the ground. He challenges her, wondering if her powerful slashes can actually break through his next trick. He knows she won't be melted by nuclear energy breath easily, but wonders how she plans to defend. Suddenly, heavy iron chains materialize and wrap tightly all around him. Looking up, he trembles and wonders if he still cannot escape that damn guillotine. Suddenly, a massive gleaming blade drops straight down from above. Dripping with cold sweat, he screams out in sheer panic, summoning Gevaluda. Right before the blade can slice him, he successfully summons Gevaluda. He calmly points out that after being cornered, she dragged him into her killing intent domain. It turns out this place is not physical reality but a mental illusion born of pure malice. To break free, he must use his own mental strength to overpower it. Then she starts unleashing a fury of supersonic punches. But those heavy blows shatter the glass, plunging the entire area into absolute chaos with flying shards of crystal. A moment later, he frowns slightly, staring at the bright light before him. Gong Kei walks over to ask if he is awake, commenting on his incredibly tough defense as he softly calls her teacher. Sitting up, he realizes his brutally violent teacher must have dragged him straight out of the mouth of that personified beast. Even the protective crystal armor he condensed around himself was completely shattered by her terrifying raw strength. Still, he knows this level of sheer force is absolutely not something a mere martial apprentice could ever achieve. He pouts, asserting that his teacher must have cheated during their match. Lifting her chin high, she instantly snaps back, asking how on earth she cheated when she beat him fair and square. He looks highly skeptical. Gong Kei proudly explains that she only used a tiny bit too much force, boasting that a powerful master like her naturally finds it hard to control her precise strength in just 1 or 2 strikes. He says nothing, simply pouting as he watches her. Feeling embarrassed by his silent stare, Gong Kei glances back until suddenly, she bursts into tears, begging him not to be mad and promising not to cheat again. She pleads with him not to leave, crying that she has not had anyone to play with for 15 years. This embarrassing scene takes place right inside Gong Kei's private apartment. Faced with this awkward meltdown, he quickly tries to comfort her, telling her not to cry. She looks back with watery, hopeful eyes, asking if he is really staying. He assures her that after working so hard to become her student, he will not be leaving. Gong Kei instantly stands up, putting on a majestic front and claiming she was not crying, leaving Yi secretly amused by her act. She then explains that she now understands his current strength. Though he is still far weaker than her younger self, he is highly talented compared to normal people. She declares that they can finally start lessons, asking him what he wants to learn first. He resolutely asks for advanced martial techniques, specifically wanting to know how she slashed through lightning and pierced his personified arm. She pauses midway through opening her water bottle, muttering that teaching her slashing technique is incredibly difficult since it relies entirely on muscle memory. Suddenly, Gonkei's eyes flash with a sharp, ominous red glow. She explains that whether it is a human body, a magic beast, or an inanimate object, an ideal cutting line always exists. This perfect line allows for an effortless, clean slice, and she calls it the death line. He breaks into a cold sweat. It turns out his teacher, much like the legendary Divine Dragon, is a true master of lethal swordplay. While the Divine Dragon pursues absolute devastating power in every swing, his teacher's style focuses entirely on precise surgical execution, hitting the exact weak point. Gong Ki sits down and warns him that mastering this is highly tedious. She strongly advises him to break through to a full martial artist first, as his current cultivation is far too low to learn most of her high-level martial arts. She asks if he even knows the real difference between an apprentice and a martial artist, sparking He's curiosity. The teacher explains that the shift is not just physical but mental, as a true martial artist gains a crucial ability over an apprentice called inner vision. Once they acquire inner vision, a martial artist can transition from macro training to micro-level cultivation. This allows them to peer directly into their own meridians, acupoints, and vital organs, utilizing their internal energy to fortify and expand their physical limits. In other words, the mind must become powerful first, and only then will the body truly follow. He is quietly amazed by her high-level teaching. She truly lives up to her title as an elite university professor, keeping her sharp intellect despite her childish behavior. But speaking of mental power, his own mind has grown incredibly strong ever since he merged with the vampire beast and awakened the power of Garuda. He realizes his highly bolstered mental stats will give him a massive advantage as a martial artist. Deeply curious, he asks her if the breakthrough techniques for reaching this stage have any major differences. Gonkei explains that both breakthrough cultivation methods and martial skills are divided into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and common. For average students at standard academies, their schools can only provide them with basic common grade breakthrough methods to advance. This tier allows for a rapid breakthrough with almost no entry requirements as long as bloodline and energy reserves are full. Over 80% of martial artists rely on these standard common grade methods to advance. But for elite students at our prestigious university, the entry point for breakthrough methods starts at the mysterious tier. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he asked her about the 2 highest tiers, the earthly and heavenly methods. She explains that heavenly grade techniques are ancient one-of-a-kind scrolls retrieved from secret ruins, adding that there might not even be 10 of them left in the entire world today. Even though our university possesses a single copy, his current authority and power are far from enough to access it. However, he can still learn an earthly grade method called the Killing Heart. Specifically, she holds the supreme earthly grade Killing Heart Bodhi Sutra. In fact, Xiao Hu's formidable demonic prison body technique was directly inspired and created from this very method. This instantly fires up his excitement, and he eagerly shouts that he wants to learn it. Gong Kei agrees and tells him they are starting right now, instructing him to closely feel the murderous intent she is about to unleash. His eyes instantly widen in panic, silently groaning at the thought of going through this nightmare again. Suddenly, his feet begin to sink deep into a pool of blood-red water. She licks her lips, whispering that blood is her absolute favorite. Finally, the cold moonlight begins to blanket the quiet city streets. As their intense training session ends, Chu Zhou walks down the long road completely alone. In that quiet moment, he suddenly spots a familiar figure ahead. Chu Zhou immediately calls out, asking hey how his first day of school went and if he really took a master. But out of nowhere, he swings his blade straight at Chu Zhou. Stunned, Chu Zhou barehandedly catches the sharp blade. Right in front of him, he is practically radiating a terrifying aura of pure bloodlust. But then he suddenly snaps out of it, apologizing to Chu Zhou for getting a bit too worked up. Shaken, Chu Zhou can only stammer, what are you doing? What on earth actually happened to you today? Rewinding time back just 10 seconds inside the illusionary realm, as hideous monsters swarm and Gong Kei's voice echoes, forbidding He from using any martial arts or special abilities. Confused, he asks if he is really expected to face these zombies with nothing but the blunt blade in his hand. Completely surrounded, he panics, wondering how he is supposed to survive this wave with just a blunt knife. She explains that the raw blade trains him to feel the steel, cutting flesh and breaking bone. This builds pure muscle memory, allowing his body to instinctively find the fastest path to slash a target's fatal weak points. Getting the point, a look of sheer resolve fills his eyes as he declares he is ready to begin. He leaps forward, charging right into the monstrous horde with his dull blade. Watching from the shadows, Gong Ki can't help but mutter about how impressive the kid is. She silently worries that cultivating her earthly fiend technique inside this illusion is incredibly dangerous. A mere martial apprentice shouldn't even attempt it. If he didn't possess freakish mental strength, the murderous aura would have already driven him insane. He is truly the rising star of Shi Jingwen and maybe even the future of Hua University. She can't wait to see how far he will go. The scene shifts over to He's dormitory room. As he soaks in the tub, he realizes that his very first day has exhausted him completely. Great Chia's top university definitely lives up to the hype. Courted by his phone, he chuckles and jokes that a truly rare guest is calling. Calling from Liu Qingju's dorm room, he asks if something is up. She tells him that her mother sent over the item he requested and she has it with her now. Her mother even wanted her to thank him for helping her secure first place in the freshman trials. Surprised he offers to drop by her dorm to pick it up. A flustered Qingju quickly stops him, stammering that there is no need to visit and she will just send it over via drone. He readily agrees, asking her if she managed to find a personal advisor today. Qingju proudly explains that Dean Bai personally took her in due to her immense talent. While he is happy for her, things get a bit awkward when she immediately turns the question back on him, asking which dean he ended up choosing. On his end, he realizes it is probably best not to mention that he rejected 5 different deans or else she won't get a wink of sleep tonight. He quickly tells her that he found someone, but when the call goes quiet, she frantically asks if he is still there. Just like that, half a year flies by and the freshman year is drawing to a close. It has been a wild semester for the first years at Hua University. Right at the start, Wu Yangzi united the elite students from different provinces to establish the Blood Dragon Society, quickly dominating the freshman social ladder. But things got complicated when the local freshmen returned from their summer training camp in Huadu. It did not take long before they ended up in a massive clash with the Blood Dragon Society. As tensions boiled over, members of the Blood Dragon Society and the Huadu elites took their grudges to the dueling arena. Unfortunately, the Blood Dragons suffered defeat after defeat, leading to their rapid decline. Today, the most famous freshman is Xiang Jianhui. Honestly, calling him the most popular student at Hua University is an understatement, as his legendary reputation has already spread across the entire country. As the top scorer of the national entrance exams in Huadu, Xiang Jianhui is on everyone's radar. But what about Yi, the guy who made such a massive, unforgettable splash when school first started? Sadly, absolutely nobody even remembers him anymore. That is just what happens when you completely vanish from the public eye for over 3 months. Meanwhile, deep underground in the University Research Institute, an impatient voice is constantly barking out orders to move faster. Gong Kei is literally standing on Yi's shoulders as she instructs him, explaining that every single step he takes transfers the spiritual martial force into his body. This energy is mixed with her own insights of the Bodhi-killing intent, helping him stabilize his newly achieved martial realm. She even jokes that getting to feel her soft bare feet is a total luxury for him. Struggling below her, he curses her in his head, thinking it is anything but a luxury. With his martial energy completely sealed, doing these push-ups feels like carrying a literal mountain on his back, not to mention her foreign energy is making his skin itch like crazy. She giggles teasingly, calling him a weak little fry who can't even handle a simple training session of under 1,000 reps. His trembling voice snaps back, asking who she is calling a fry before suddenly accelerating his pace. Amused, Gong Qi applies even more pressure, urging him to push harder and move even faster. The sudden crushing weight instantly makes he cry out in agony. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of energy erupts, filling the entire room. He looks down at his own body, feeling his old, worn-out muscles literally tear apart as blood sprays out. He is forging brand new muscles infused with pure martial power. She teasingly tells him his shirt is completely gone, while he snaps back that she should actually close her fingers if she is going to cover her eyes. With his training complete, Gong Qi asks if he is really leaving. He chuckles, saying that after being trapped underground with her for 3 long months, he needs to go out and touch some grass. Her eyes tear up slightly as she asks him if he will ever come back to her. He just looks back with a grin, teasingly telling her to practice her gaming skills before he returns because she is absolutely terrible at them. A bit later, he is walking down the bustling city streets. Not seeing the sun for 3 months definitely makes him feel nostalgic, even if he is not a fan of bright light anymore. Stepping out feels like entering a completely different world, but this is no leisurely stroll. There is some seriously important business he needs to take care of. At Hua University, an incredibly important part of every student's semester grade comes from extracurricular missions. The vast majority of these tasks involve hunting down rogue martial artists who are illegally on the run, investigating dangerous hidden dimensions, or helping to defend against massive beast tides. Some operations even require them to suppress illegal organizations or stand against hostile foreign forces. First, he heads to the activity center to pick up missions and also to meet his close friend Suzhou, whom he hasn't seen in ages. Suzhou smiles and replies that he is finally out of seclusion, adding that he kept him waiting for quite a while. He asks Suzhou how much his strength has improved. Suzhou replies that he actually broke through to the martial artist rank 2 months ago. Suzhou observes him and frowns slightly. Meeting Yi for the first time in 3 months, there seems to be no obvious change in his aura or physique, but that is exactly what feels off. This subtle stability is actually the most terrifying part. How far has He's strength progressed, and could Suju even keep up? Just 3 days ago, Suju was invited to watch a private duel between Huadu's freshman representative Xiang Jianhui and Ouyang Zi, the vice president of Dragon Blood Society. The result was no surprise. Ouyang Zi was defeated in just 10 minutes, and Suzu could clearly tell that Xiang Jianhui had not even used his full power. He wonders if he could actually go toe-to-toe with him, but then realizes that maybe even the monstrous Xiang Jianhui is no match for Yi anymore. Suddenly, someone approaches them from behind, and a familiar hurried voice immediately catches their attention. Qingzhu runs over in a rush, gasping out that she is late. He crosses his arms, asking Qingzhu if there is anything else, leaving her completely dazed. She suddenly remembers Eggs Yunlin's strict advice that since she and Yi are now a couple, they must act like one around campus and show everyone what real sweethearts do. Back then, Qingzhu had shyly asked if they really had to start doing those couple-like things right away, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He asks, what is wrong, pointing out that they haven't met in 3 months, and she is not even greeting him. She immediately turns away in a huff, muttering that she hates him. Shortly after, the three of them head over to the main area. Sujo points out that the information on the massive screen shows all the latest hot missions and the top students who completed them. Suju adds that he and Qingzhu have already completed 3 missions, exceeding their quota, so this time he came solely to team up with Yi. Qingzhu chimes in, explaining that there are 3 specific missions suitable for them, which include hunting a serial killer in Hoan Hathan, investigating beast tides in Lian Than, and looking into abnormalities in Linshui County. She explains that while they started as rank 2, the Linshui County task has been upgraded to rank 3. Off-campus missions are divided into 5 ranks, with higher ranks being far more dangerous. Freshmen usually stick to rank 1, and the only rank 2 mission she and Sujo did required a 10-person team. For a small squad of 3 freshmen, getting approved for a rank 2 task is nearly impossible. He pulls out a special card, assuring them is fine because he has a privilege pass. Gong Qi had once proudly told him that he was already strong enough to stand alone with barely any rivals among the underclassmen, and that he just needed high-difficulty challenges to test himself. Gong Ke had explained that this pass allows Yi to take any university-level mission he wants. However, he warned him not to carelessly touch rank 4 or 5 tasks, as those contain too many variables, and even Xuanwu-level martial artists could end up failing them. Qingzhu asks out of curiosity where he obtained such a card, while Suju asks Yi what thinks about their 3 options. He replies that risk and reward always go hand in hand, secretly feeling relieved that Suju changed the subject. Analyzing the board, he explains that the first mission is a simple hunt, which would be highly inefficient. Since the police have spent months failing to track down this cunning target, the real challenge of the mission is purely about investigation rather than any actual physical combat. He continues that the second mission is merely assisting in investigation, which will not help them grow. With the powerful Great Shia Dragon Sparrow faction on site, they would only be assigned trivial chores, leaving them absolutely no chance for real combat or scouting. On the other hand, they would have total control over the third mission. Even though there are major risks and absolutely no safety guarantees, he believes higher danger always brings far greater rewards. He points out that if they hide from danger in a greenhouse, they cannot call themselves true martial artists, which is why he prefers the third option. Qingzhu and Suju both readily agree with his choice. Completely satisfied, he declares that they will set off on their journey today. The scene shifts to the registration office, where the examiner crosses her arms and scolds them for being reckless. She points out that even a second-tier squad already failed in Linshui County, so it is incredibly arrogant for 3 mere freshmen to take on a rank 3 mission. But he simply pulls out his special card. The examiner scoffs, asking if he has learned how to lie, and immediately calls the department head to expose their trick. However, her tone changes completely as she answers the phone, stammering out her agreement. She wishes them great fortune on their path, admitting that she actually quite likes his confident attitude. He steps forward and tells his 2 teammates to prepare first while he goes to retrieve his gear. The scene shifts to the bustling forge of the Mechanical and Artifact Academy. Mechanical sounds echo as the system announces that his identity verification is successful. He tells the director he is here to claim his first-place weapon reward from the competition. Director Zhuqi praises his choice, noting that picking a weapon over martial arts shows great vision, and mentions that Senior Gong Ke had actually helped secure it for him. The director leads him over to show off his latest masterpiece, a peak divine weapon crafted from a special star fragment alloy. Though it completely lacks elemental attributes, its durability is legendary, boasting an exceptional martial energy transmission rate of 95%. This massive horse-chopping saber is about 1.2 meters long, featuring a wide flat blade. Its dark steel sparkles with glowing specks like a starry sky, a classic trait of the star fragment alloy. The heavy serrated spine adds immense weight to the weapon, ensuring that every single swing delivers absolutely devastating destructive power. The hilt is wrapped in a specialized non-slip black leather threaded with star fragment metal fibers. This clever design allows a martial artist to effortlessly channel their inner energy directly into the blade. Every single swing unleashes a piercing wind and a blinding flash of light enough to make anyone shudder. He praises the weapon, noting the weight is absolutely perfect and fits his grip naturally. It was customized to his body measurements from 3 months ago, yet it still handles beautifully despite his sudden breakthrough to the martial artist rank. He admits that the legendary Master Smith of Imperial University is truly top tier. Smugly, the director claims that even the great senior Gong Ke would have to call him father when it comes to the art of forging. When a startled he calls him out, Zhu coughs nervously, warning him never to repeat that arrogant statement to Gong Ke. A peaceful scene unfolds under the clear skies of Linshui County. As they walk, Suju explains that due to the confidential nature of their mission, they are disguised as ordinary college students doing an internship. He decides to use his life domain to scan the area first. Having raised his Emperor Mala template to 71%, his life domain can easily blanket the entire county. He worries their sudden arrival might startle the old rats hiding in the shadows, and letting them escape would be a massive headache since these pests are always much harder to find than they are to eliminate. Suju breaks his train of thought, suggesting they head over to inspect the house Imperial University has prepared for them. Just then, a local driver pulls up and asks the group where they are headed, offering them a ride on his tricycle. He flashes a knowing smile and quietly declares that their mission has officially begun. The driver curiously asks which school they attend, noting they look like elegant city students visiting on vacation. He replies that he is actually a local of Linshui County, just bringing his 2 classmates along for a visit while they are on break from their university in Yuncheng. The driver looks surprised, asking who his family is since he cannot seem to recall anyone matching his description in town. He replies that his name is Yi Xiaorong, who passed away a few years ago before he moved away. The old man sighs in realization, calling him Old Yi's boy. Inside Yi, he is thrilled. Luckily, he picked up some local dialect on the flight, and the background cover Commander Hua gave him is totally real. Right after, the old man bursts into a hearty laugh, praising him for still remembering Linshui County and not forgetting his roots, assuring him he is destined for good fortune. Now the scene shifts to their mission base, the old house of Yi Xiaorong. The driver bids them farewell and tells little Yi that the grandest festival in Linshui County, held once every 3 years, is happening in 2 days, so he absolutely must participate. If he is too shy to go out, this old uncle will personally come and drag him out. He politely replies, thanking the old man and promising to be there. Chuzhou walks inside and looks around, noting that the house has been abandoned for over 10 years. It is completely overrun with weeds and mosquitoes, meaning they will definitely have to do some heavy cleaning. He proudly grins, declaring that cleaning happens to be his absolute specialty. He then stomps his foot hard on the ground, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Chuzhou warns that this is a massacre, not cleaning. He just retorts that it is fast and efficient. He tells them to pack up the luggage while he installs mini cameras around the house, while Qingzhu decides to inspect the interior layout. Suddenly, she calls out to Yi, telling him to quickly come and check something out. He approaches her from behind, asking if she discovered anything unusual. Qingzhu anxiously points out a strange shrine, unsure of what it worships. He explains it was placed here much later, leaving her utterly confused as to what that means. He explains that the shrine is made of wood, meaning it would have rotted away long ago if left in this damn house. Although this shrine is covered in dust, once they wipe it clean, the wood underneath is actually incredibly new. Stepping up from behind, Chuzhou draws his sword, realizing someone must have snuck it inside. Finding the creepy statue highly irritating, he decides to slash it first and ask questions later. Qingzhu stops him, urging Chuzhou not to be reckless since it might be an important clue, suggesting they examine it thoroughly first. He chimes in, saying he agrees, which only makes her glare at his actions and yell, asking who on earth he is agreeing with. He suggests that before they slash it, they should at least check what is hiding under the mask of this creepy clay statue. Suddenly, Qingzhu reaches her hand out, wanting to touch the bizarre object. He sharply senses the danger and immediately pulls her back, warning that something is terribly wrong. Sure enough, it is a filthy creature, so he quickly orders Chuzhou to slash it. Hearing the command, Chuzhou draws his sword and charges forward like a howling wind. Suddenly, all 3 of them cry out as a wave of sheer panic hits them. With a trembling voice, Qingzhu asks what on earth this black liquid oozing from the statue is. At that moment, Yi frowns, shouting to ask where it is trying to run. He quickly summons his power, unleashing the mighty Jagannatha. Yi's hand instantly shoots forward, catching the bizarre creature in his grip. Immediately, the creature begins sprouting countless wide, horrifying mouths all over its body. He yells out, ordering Chuzhou to seal the entity. At the same time, Qing Zhu turns pale as a ghost, weakly muttering what on earth this thing is. Suddenly, a warm hand touches her shoulder, gently calling out her name. He asks with concern if she is all right, sensing her mind has been infected by the entity, prompting him to transfer some of his pure energy to soothe her. She quietly replies that she is fine. Qingju feels the overwhelming terror suddenly vanish, replaced by a soothing warmth spreading through her body. Yi He analyzes the situation, realizing the anomalies in Linshui County are directly connected to this bizarre clay statue. Their investigation has finally reached a critical turning point. He tells the other two to guard this creepy thing to prevent any further mutations while he heads out to handle a quick task. He recalls leaving a secret radiation tracer on that old tricycle driver earlier. Calculating the time, he smiles, knowing it is finally time to reel in his target. He excitedly mutters to himself that there is no need for the old man to seek him out because he is coming straight for him. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient and luxurious buildings of Linshui County sits Jinshen Temple. Suddenly, the heavy wooden doors are gently pushed open. A Zen monk welcomes him, announcing that the abbot is waiting inside. Su Sheng laughs heartily, agreeing immediately. He follows the monk deeper inside, walking down a long, dark corridor. The interior is lavishly decorated, yet it carries an incredibly eerie and unsettling atmosphere. The monk speaks up, informing the abbot that the qualified candidate Liu Gansheng has arrived to receive his sacred blessing and has an urgent matter to report. The Zen master continues, explaining that this candidate has successfully met all the criteria for the ritual and is eager to share some crucial information. He demands to know the visitor's true intentions, asking why he has suddenly decided to visit. In an instant, its gaze turns incredibly dangerous, sensing that someone else is hiding nearby. The Zen master's true form is finally revealed to be the horrifying mechanical bodhisattva. Witnessing the terrifying sight, Su Sheng immediately drops to his knees, begging the descended deity for mercy. Suddenly, a colossal foot crashes down from above. He dives straight down from above to launch his attack. Talk about a messy fight. Good thing his Garuda ward is keeping all this filth away, otherwise his clothes would be ruined. The old man stammers, recognizing him as the kid from old Yi's family. Suddenly, the giant statue's hand moves with a deafening metallic screech. He speaks up with total nonchalance, asking how a Buddhist statue can actually move. Its giant hand grinds forward, sounding like screeching scrap metal. He stands completely unfazed, his Garuda shield fully active behind him. The mechanical bodhisattva glares down at him, its red eyes glowing with menace. It grips its weapon tightly, raising it to prepare for a strike. They lock their sights on He and charge directly toward his position. He casually keeps his spatial storage ring completely cloaked to avoid drawing any attention. He finally draws his weapon. The Starfall Cleaver is summoned. The blade slowly begins to slide out of its scabbard. He delivers a swift, decisive slash straight at the mechanical bodhisattva. Metal joints and severed parts immediately come crashing down to the floor. Unwilling to back down, the mechanical bodhisattva fires laser beams from its eyes, prompting Yi to scoff, asking if actual Buddhist statues are supposed to shoot lasers like that. Too bad for them, this laser is painfully slow. Let's see if your belly is just stuffed with straw or something far worse. He launches into a relentless, violent storm of sword slashes. The old man watches in horror, stammering the word Buddha right before his own body is sliced clean in half by the raw energy. In the end, nothing is left but a pile of crushed debris. Sheathing his sword, he notes they aren't living things, as his life force detector couldn't sense any trace of a life signature from those two bodhisattvas from the start. But how did a backward county like Linshui end up with such highly advanced technological creations? Is the answer hidden right behind that closed door? After all, he's a college student, so he should at least show some basic manners and knock. Instead, he steps up and violently smashes it open. His loud voice echoes down the hall, asking if anyone is home. The wall completely crumbles away, revealing an entirely new hidden chamber. He takes his time, casually stepping inside the palace. He looks around and marvels at the massive hidden cave system. To think a massive underground palace exists here, complete with such a colossal statue standing tall. Since the guest is already inside, is the little rat going to keep hiding? The Zen master finally steps out with a heavy sigh. He asks why the young benefactor is trespassing when they have no prior grudge between them. At the center stands a giant golden sculpted Buddha statue. The mechanical bodhisattva repeats the monk's question, prompting an annoyed He to snap back, asking if this stupid robot has played human for so long that it actually forgot what it really is. He immediately unleashes a savage slash directly toward the machine. But the mechanical bodhisattva suddenly appears behind him, whispering that his sins are far too heavy. He glares back in pure irritation, telling it to cut the crap. He quickly shifts his weight, preparing to unleash another strike. In that exact split second, the ground splits open, creating a spatial rift. He calmly places his palm flat against the cracked floor. Looking around, he figures this underground area is like a massive sewer with 18 sluice gates, while deep in the dark, countless vicious eyes begin to gleam. Great Moor monitor lizards, and there are tons of them, each emitting the power level of a Tier 1 or Tier 2 warrior. On top of that, their life force wavelengths are practically identical, suggesting they were mass-produced. Artificial cyborgs. If they think they can overwhelm him with brute force and numbers, they should look at the last guy who tried the weeds on his grave are already a meter high. He immediately unleashes his deadly Xuanhuang blade technique. He unleashes the first strike, the 1,000-mile slaughter. His heavy blade rips through the open air. Hideous monsters begin crawling out from deep within the shadows. He laughs in amusement. What kind of sick person raises a horde of hideous beasts right beneath a sacred temple? Suddenly, a colossal beast swings open its massive maw and sucks in everything nearby. Once the dust finally settles, he stands victoriously over a mountain of their corpses. A computerized voice warns of his heavy karma. He is sick of this brainless, mechanized junk reciting pre-recorded lines despite a broken head, wondering if the puppet master hiding behind the curtain is still too scared to show up. The hidden foes realize they have crossed paths with an incredibly dangerous enemy, but assume that is his absolute limit. Right at that moment, a massive golden mechanical entity charges up to ambush Yi. Thick black smoke starts pouring heavily from the mouth of the mechanical bodhisattva. A strange, eerie red glow begins to radiate from its massive metal frame. It declares he is beyond saving, making Yi. He scoffed, pretty impressive that this junk can still transform. Its massive golden fist swings directly at Yi, he telling him to fall into reincarnation. The crushing impact descends but gets completely stopped by his powerful shield. Yi, his eyes burn with fury as he yells to bring it on. As the giant hand slams down, a thick cloud of dust consumes the entire room. Suddenly, the robot system blares out in panic, warning that energy levels are exceeding limits and the right hand is overheating. The temperature continues to spike rapidly, sending the machine into sheer panic. What on earth is happening? Yi's monstrous Emperor Mara form clashes head-on with the mechanical deity. He casually chants Namo even as he trades heavy blows. Then he lets out a thunderous shout, Amitabha. He extends his massive hand directly toward the giant mechanical face and delivers a brutally heavy slap right across its metallic cheek. Growing more savage by the second, he laughs that he is nowhere near finished. He tells the beast to taste his rock-hard knee strike. Alarms ring out from the damaged robot, warning of critical structural failure and multiple fractures across its skull. The mechanical deity and his fierce Emperor Mara form continue their brutal exchange of blows. The machine quickly deploys its deadly floating prayer beads technique. Blazing energy from the mechanical beast gathers into a single point as it charges up, before firing a massive destructive barrage. A chain of violent explosions rocks the area, threatening to tear the room apart. The mechanical beast growls in frustration, wondering what kind of monster forces it to use its entire arsenal before suddenly freezing in sheer shock. He calmly tells him that these pathetic toys are just firearms and guns are completely useless against a true martial arts master. The mechanical beast roars that it will personally put his lingering soul to rest. It immediately unleashes its deadly meteor strike. He counters with a technique telling the fake monk to get lost forever. He follows up with his nuclear witch breath, mockingly apologizing for smashing their expensive mechanical toy into complete pieces. Finding such a massive cavern hidden deep inside the mountain suggests they are either dealing with lizardmen or another giant moving robot. It looks like the mastermind behind all this is some mad scientist obsessed with bizarre experiments. Sure enough, there is a pathway leading further down beneath this lotus throne, and he is going to find out where it goes. Half an hour earlier, inside the research lab, Xiao Liu reports that the kid has already destroyed the Guardian robot outside, but reassures the doctor that their state-of-the-art security door is completely impenetrable, making it impossible for the intruder to break in. The doctor replies that it is fine because they still have an army of tens of thousands of clones that can easily wear down even a grandmaster to death, which also conveniently clears out their excess clone inventory. His eyes fixated on the screen in front of him when suddenly Xiao Liu got excited, telling the doctor that they still had their ultimate trump card and should trust their design. This giant Buddha mecha was built specifically to handle massive lord-level beasts. Dealing with a petty martial artist should be as easy as turning over a hand. Right before them was the breathtaking sight of the mechanical bodhisattva. Suddenly, the two of them fell into silence as Xiao Liu tried to reassure him that everything was fine, but Dr. Feng Xia screamed for him to shut up. In his heart, the old man cursed this jinx. The enemy was already at their doorstep, yet the boy kept saying it was fine. He hoped the guards upstairs could buy him at least a few minutes. Feng Xia quickly ordered a retreat, demanding they get out and activate the self-destruct program. They absolutely could not allow any of their research data to leak out. 15 years ago, Laser Bird rooted itself in Linshui, a quiet and ordinary county. Operating in the shadows, they replaced every single monk at Jinshin Temple, exploiting the locals' sacred faith to brainwash and control the entire region. Under the guise of distributing sacred blessings, they tricked the locals into undergoing body modifications, turning them into free test subjects. This provided massive clinical data for Laser Bird's biological research, but now this base had to be abandoned. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed right inside the laboratory. He hovered high in the air, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. His eyes glared with terrifying intensity as he asked where the abbot thought he was running. Bodyguards immediately rushed in to protect the two of them, shouting to cover the doctor's retreat. But he moved at a terrifying, near-instantaneous speed. Step by step, he closed the distance between them. Feng Xia desperately asked what he wanted, pleading that they could negotiate. The old man told himself that a simple press on his watch would trigger the self-destruct program. Laser Bird had planted lethal microbombs inside the bodies of every single researcher and key manager. Furthermore, their family members and friends were kept under constant surveillance, ensuring absolute obedience and making certain no one would ever dare to leak any secrets. However, Feng Xia's subtle movement did not escape Yi's sharp eyes. Before the old man could react, a cold hand clamped over his mouth. He lifted him effortlessly into the air, leaving the old man able to make only muffled groans. The light in the old man's eyes flickered, rapidly growing dimmer and weaker. Finally, he slammed Feng Xia mercilessly onto the cold, hard floor. With eyes dripping with absolute malice, he demanded to know every single thing they had done to Linshui County. The old man was completely paralyzed with fear right there in the underground laboratory. He barked out a cold order, demanding to know if they had murdered those three young martial artists and what sick, twisted game they were actually running. Feng Xia screamed in sheer agony, stating that he could never reveal details about their experiments. A transmitter in his brain would detect any forbidden keywords, and the bomb inside his body would instantly blow him to pieces. Since death is inevitable anyway, he decided he would rather take a quick end. In that instant, his mouth trembled, leaking a strange fluid. He forced his mouth open, wondering if he had hidden poison inside and if all Laser Bird operatives were truly this suicidal. His heart had completely stopped, which immediately triggered the automatic self-destruct sequence of the entire base. But unfortunately for him and his presence, even the peace of death was a luxury. Then his sharp claws gently tapped against Feng Xia's lifeless neck. Vampires could easily infect living humans or fresh corpses to turn them into ghouls. Unfortunately, once turned, the vast majority became nothing more than brainless zombies unless they possessed some rare, exceptional talent. They lacked self-healing, became mentally slow, and their flesh rotted. However, he possessed the primordial progenitor's unique power, which he could combine with his vampire abilities. Moments later, the dead doctor slowly regurgitated a bizarre object. Suddenly, the revived figure bowed deeply to him, calling him master. He realized that this method allowed him to create a perfect, loyal subordinate who retained every single memory and talent from their past life. Immune to sunlight, they possessed powerful self-healing and absolute obedience in both mind and body. Since the doctor could no longer die, the self-destruct sequence had to be terminated immediately. He declared he would call him the Mad Doctor, stating that his entire past no longer mattered and his only purpose from now on was to serve him. The doctor humbly replied that serving his master was his greatest honor. He added that because the doctor had accepted the primordial power, their new mental bond completely neutralized any external tracking and surveillance. In fact, he was eager to find out exactly when this entire city had been infiltrated. The Mad Doctor's eyes began to glow with a bizarre, eerie light as muffled groans suddenly echoed from right behind Xiao Lu's back. Feng Xiao walked up, reminding Xiao Liu that it was not even lunchtime yet, asking why he had snuck out to eat instead of cross-referencing the data. The boy hurriedly apologized, explaining that he was simply too hungry. The doctor complained about having raw meat again, grumbling that his bad teeth made it hard to chew. Xiao Lu reassured him that these were tributes to the Buddha from the locals, claiming they were three delicious young newcomers from out of town. But something felt wrong. An old memory echoed in his mind, scolding him for dozing off again, pointing out that some people even fell asleep while kneeling right in the Buddha hall. He wondered if bringing these villagers straight to the lab was a great way to save time and effort. Why did everyone suddenly fall asleep while praying to Buddha? When told that sleeping was just a normal human need, the doctor realized that something was deeply wrong. He muttered in a panicked voice, whispering about the divine advent. What is this and why is it carved on my arm? It looks like some kind of numerical puzzle. The answer to the puzzle was a file code formatted specifically for the company's internal server. Entering the code 4825612 on the screen, his voice started to tremble. Something was deeply wrong. His memories and perception of reality had been altered. Who dared to treat him like a lab rat? It was only when he saw the computer files that he realized the truth. He had carved that numerical puzzle himself before his mind was breached. He believed that even if his mind were completely altered, his inner scientist would still be curious enough to solve the mathematical puzzle left on his own arm, forcing him to learn the dark truth. The cannibalism, the unnatural sleeping sickness, and those creepy clay statues, everything was orchestrated by a single mastermind behind the Divine Advent sect. Hearing this, he finally put the pieces together. The raw meat diet was actually cannibalism, and the Divine Advent sect was nothing but a twisted, dangerous cult. The Mad Doctor explained that Thunderbird had built this secret facility as a research base only for the cult to silently infiltrate and take control of it. Just like the brainwashed locals, the researchers' minds had been thoroughly rewritten, leaving them completely under the cult's total manipulation. Squinting, he asked if they had eaten the three Huadu martial artists too. It seemed he and Qingzhou and Chuzhou had also been targeted, all along viewed by these monsters as premium high-grade ingredients for their experiments. The doctor continued, boasting that this was his 8th year managing Linshui County. With the Jinshin Temple base fully constructed, their cyborg modification technology was mature enough for mass production. He declared they were paving the way for a brand new era where traditional martial artists would soon be replaced by more efficient and powerful biomechanical creations. In his eyes, the path of Prometheus was absolutely correct. After noticing something was wrong, his investigations showed the outbreak in Linshui County started around February of last year. By March, they had launched an official probe, but his mind was being subtly altered in his sleep every single day. Piece by piece, his consciousness was eroded until he was completely assimilated into their collective will. Even though his sharp scientific mind helped him spot logical fallacies and temporarily regain his memories on multiple occasions, he still couldn't escape his ultimate fate of being assimilated. The corruption within the Jinshan Temple research facility ran far too deep, making it nearly impossible for anyone to flee or resist that overwhelming sinister will. He explained that the plague in Linshui County has 4 distinct phases: cannibalism, chronic drowsiness, worshipping clay statues, and collective sleepwalking. The initial stage of cannibalism begins as a physical mutation triggered the moment their minds are first touched by that sinister collective will. The constant sleeping is a sign of deeper mental corruption, while worshipping those clay statues means both body and soul are completely infected beyond recovery. And once they start sleepwalking together, it means they have officially become food for that terrifying entity. The Divine Advent sect is truly monstrous. He had thought their own illegal human experiments were ruthless, but they paled in comparison to this cult, which planned to offer an entire city as food to feed that horrific entity. He eventually discovered the tool used to corrupt the citizens' minds and harvest their raw life energy. It was a demon fetus, smuggled out from the secret mystical ruins. According to his precise calculations, the exact day this unnatural demon fetus fully matures is near. He frowned, asking if the awakening would happen in 2 days. This perfectly matched what Su Sheng had told him earlier, inviting him to join the Grand Triennial Festival of Linshui County in exactly 2 days. The old tricycle driver he met earlier had actually provided him with a vital piece of information. Inside the room, the television blared with loud static. He finished extracting every shred of useful memory from the doctor. With the Mad Doctor's report, he now knew this base belonged to Thunderbird, along with the details on the Divine Advent, the demon fetus, and the missing Huada martial artists. He silently realized he had uncovered some of Thunderbird's deepest secrets. This included all the horrific human experiments they had performed. Since he didn't have the strength to take down Thunderbird right now, he decided to let Huada handle them later. But there was also a pleasant surprise. Before losing his mind, the doctor had researched the golden gene, mastering its application. He resolved to deal with that gold mine after clearing out Linshui County. Even though Huada only required him to uncover the truth to complete the mission, he was no longer just interested in their standard mission rewards. He spoke up, he actually wants to hijack the cult's ultimate prize for himself. He ordered the doctor to go into hiding in Linshui County and find a way to inject his own special blood into the main water system, ensuring the infection spread as widely as possible. The doctor responded in frantic excitement, calling it sheer madness. He realized his master wanted to steal the cult's followers right out from under the demon fetus. He knew the entire population of Linshui County had already entered the 4th stage of corruption, making a normal recovery impossible. While mutating them served his own interests, he promised to try his best to restore their lives once the storm passed. At least under his direct control, they wouldn't pose any danger to society. The scene shifts back to their old base. Waving his hand, he announced his return, offering them food because the local options were unsafe. It seemed they had already figured out what the local food actually was. Chuzhou spoke up, explaining that he and Qingzhou had investigated earlier and suspected the locals were practicing cannibalism. He assumed he already knew this, concluding that the entire town's distorted perception had made them slaves to some entity. He silently praised his sharp companion, realizing the guy had already guessed nearly 90% of the truth. Qingzhou was shocked that an illegal research base had operated in Linshui County for so many years. She wondered how the place had become so chaotic, concluding that even a powerful biotech organization had fallen victim to the town's abnormalities. She stressed that this case was far beyond rank 3, asking if they should call Huada for backup. He scoffed inwardly. If they called Huada, now how was he supposed to hijack the cult's prize? He spoke up to reassure them, saying the mission was just bizarre rather than dangerous. He urged them not to panic, pointing out that running for backup at the first sign of trouble would get them nowhere. He suggested they wait until nightfall. So far, they had witnessed the raw meat diet and the clay statues, but there was still one final stage of the town's curse. They had yet to experience collective sleepwalking. Perhaps this highly mutated town would finally reveal its true sinister nature under the cover of darkness. At the Thunderbird headquarters in the capital, a board member reported that the self-destruct sequence at the Jinshan Temple base in Linshui had been triggered half an hour ago. However, the sequence was abruptly canceled within seconds. Knowing something had gone terribly wrong and unable to contact the base, the board had gathered to decide how to handle the situation. A mysterious member replied coldly that it was better to kill everyone than to risk leaks. He ordered them to detonate the heart bombs and all researchers to eliminate witnesses, then dispatch a special ops team to Linshui. At the central water treatment plant of Linshui County, a sudden violent explosion erupted, sending flames spreading everywhere. With blood dripping from his mouth, the mad doctor reported that Thunderbird had just detonated his internal bomb. Fortunately, he removed it in time and was recovering, but a strike team would arrive in Linshui shortly. On the other end, he calmly ordered him to ignore them and proceed with the plan. Now the scene shifts over to the Linshui building. The deserted street is lit only by the passing train. Quiet footsteps start echoing softly up the stairs. Nian Yu suddenly breaks the silence, saying it makes sense for the company to set up their secret base here. Bai Yang replies that the company already checked and the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow has zero involvement with the Jinshin Temple base. So who actually did this? The company has way too many enemies to count. Jinshi chimes in, suggesting they check out the base first. Heishi is determined to wipe out every single piece of lab equipment and document they can find. They chat as they move, asking if the captain wants a bite since they have only had instant noodles. First, they need a spot to nurse the baby, but in this dark place, he tells her to just go ahead since he will not look. She tells the pervert to get lost. He asks if they look like professional assassins at all, noting that the third team captain of Thunder Falcon, once a terrifying killer, is now just a regular programmer. Adjusting his glasses, he breaks it down, saying those guys in black suits and sunglasses look completely fake and unprofessional. According to him, real pros blend in undetected. He cuts the chatter and starts assigning the roles. Jin Shi and Qing Bird are tasked with scouting Linshui County while he, Nian Yu, and Bai Yang head directly to the Jinshan Temple base to investigate and take action. The scene then shifts to an abandoned building. Qing Bird points out how strange this city feels but gets told it is obvious since people here are literally eating each other. It looks like this mission is going to be far from simple. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a strange masked statue nearby. Suddenly, Qing Bird's eyes glow with a weird light as she trembles, staring at the clay statue. Meanwhile, a report comes in over the comms, explaining that the cause of the disaster at the Jinshan Buddhist temple base has been uncovered. A single insanely powerful martial artist wiped out the entire facility, leaving more than 10,000 biochemical corpses scattered across the underground palace. Outside, even the Fortress-class mechanical fighter jets were brutally torn to shreds in a display of pure violence. There were absolutely no survivors inside, but the chief researcher Dr. Feng Xia is officially missing because his body was not found anywhere near the Jinshan Buddhist temple base. Just then, Jinshi realizes their comms signal is getting heavily jammed, leaving him totally confused. Peeking inside, he instantly freezes in sheer terror, wondering what on earth he is looking at. Is this some kind of mass sleepwalking? And worse, they seem to be surrounding them. Looking down from above Jin, she realizes they have been spotted through the window. He spins around and tells Qing Bird to hurry, but she suddenly stabs him from behind with a knife. Weakly, he gasps out to Qing Bird, asking if some kind of force is controlling her. Looking up Jin, she suddenly recognizes the divine statue inside the shrine. It was taken from the ruins of the Baros Moon Nightmare. A massive tower stands tall, bathed in the glow of a bizarre, gigantic moon. Looking up, Hua marvels at the massive moon, feeling as though his own life force could easily be swallowed up by it. First, they locate Chu and Qingzhu's group in the southeastern part of the city, right where the sleepwalkers are gathering. If this mass sleepwalking is actually that entity feeding on their minds, what does that process even look like? Well, they are about to find out. Later, she groggily wakes up, wondering where he is. Staring down, he screams in absolute terror, "What on earth is this?" These are the local townspeople. Are they all being completely controlled now, too? Qing Bird wake up, stop being so useless, and snap out of it. He asks if they are with the Kingdom of God's Descent, suggesting they sit down and talk since his backing organization is incredibly powerful. But there is absolutely no communicating with them. These people have been completely brainwashed by the Kingdom of God's Descent, making them no longer human but beasts in human skin. Honestly, they are even worse. Wild beasts still fear pain and death, but these crazed cultists do not fear a single thing. Right at that moment, she hears a bell chiming. He glances up and is stunned by how massive the moon is. Down below, the controlled crowd is wearing a deeply unsettling, creepy grin. Then several hands begin placing themselves onto their heads. The monsters start stepping on each other, forming a bizarre human ladder that climbs straight up into the air. A sharp spire begins to rise from the ground, leaving a massive crater behind. The entire scene being built is incredibly eerie and savage. They are surrounded by ancient traditional-looking buildings. Heishi says over the phone that they cannot reach Jin Shi and Qing Bird, meaning something bad likely happened to them. He suspects the culprit who destroyed the Jinshan temple base might be behind this. No matter what, a massive incident must be unfolding inside the city. They need to seize the initiative right away and rush back. Suddenly, their eyes widen in pure shock. What on earth is that? Everyone panicked as they saw the giant moon appear while by. Yang pointed down and shouted for them to look. Everyone gasped. Is that a massive pillar of light? It looks as if the moon itself is dragging it down. Seriously, stop talking nonsense at a time like this. That beam of light hit somewhere in the city. Heishi trembled, muttering, what on earth is this? The destruction of the Jinshan temple base clearly is not as simple as the higher-ups in the company originally believed. Let us head over to where the moonlight strikes. This might be why our two golden snakes lost contact. On the deserted old street, they rushed forward at full speed, running as fast as they could when he suddenly sensed someone nearby. Heishi quickly hurled his weapon in that direction. The sound of clashing metal echoed sharply through the air. A streak of light flashed through the broken house. He scrutinized them, a demon weapon, definitely no ordinary foes. At that moment, an umbrella snapped open. Qing Zhu spoke up, demanding to know who they were and why they attacked. He countered, noting their outfits proved they were outsiders, asking if they were indeed the ones who destroyed the Jinshan temple base. On the worn-out street, only ancient buildings loomed around them. Heishi ordered them to crush these two filthy insects in 3 seconds. Bai Yang and Yan Yu rushed forward, shouting their assent. At that moment, Chu Zhou and Qing Zhu stood shoulder to shoulder to fight. He grinned sleazily, saying they should enjoy a beauty like her first, as killing her too quickly would be a real waste. He lashed out angrily, telling the creep to get lost behind an ice wall. A massive wall of solid ice instantly formed before them, but Heishi shattered it effortlessly with one strike. Chu Zhou gasped in shock, wondering how his ice wall could be shattered so effortlessly. He warned that these three possessed high-level combat strength, urging them to retreat instead of dragging out the fight, to which Qing Zhu agreed. But Heishi was faster, holding a blade to their throats with exactly 1 second left. Sud. Enlai Heishi whipped his head around, realizing someone else had just arrived. A sword shot toward him, making him gasp at the sheer danger of it. Heishi demanded to know if he was their ally, but he simply replied that he was here to take his life. He burst out laughing at the kid's arrogance, unleashing his 12 shadow assassination technique. Heishi attacked relentlessly, screaming for the kid to die. At the exact same moment, his body surged with immense glowing power. He remarked that even a great martial master with active chi defense can easily withstand tank shells, but they are still mortal. Clever shadow clones indeed. I cannot even tell which of you is real. But there is absolutely no need to. He was Heishi, a lethal assassin of unknown origin, an assassin king who looked entirely ordinary. His beam of light instantly pierced his head. He walked over, lifted him, and let him fall dead. He must act while the body is warm. Your blood will help me become a true martial artist. He reached out, absorbing Heishi's blood directly. Tossing him aside, he successfully reached 8th stage martial artist, Nyan. Yu panicked, wondering what on earth just happened and how their captain died in an instant. Bai Yang trembled, adding that the kid even absorbed his blood, calling him an absolute monster. He frowned, promising them a much more interesting show. He unleashed his demonic blood slaughter power. She stared at the approaching dark aura in terror. What is that? The captain panics. What kind of monsters are these, with each one scarier than the last? Are they really just martial artists? Seeing this, Bai Yang goes completely wild, yelling to leave the beast to her. She throws the child in her arms high into the air. It begins dissolving into a swirling cloud of dark mist. Bai Yang screams out, ordering her little monster to block them. Seeing this, Nian Yu bolts, trying to escape while there is still time. Yi orders Chu Zhou and Qing Zhu to team up with his shadow clone and deal with this cyborg beast, while he goes to hunt down those two martial artists. Unleashing his bloodline power, he awakens the ice demon dragon. The grotesque beast, born from the baby, recoils in shock at the sight. Chu Zhou seizes the moment, lunging in from behind to strike. A cold breeze sweeps through the ruins, quiet and eerie. Watch closely, massive pillars of ice instantly erupt from the ground. But the frenzied monster continues its unstoppable charge. It swings its massive claws right through the thick smoke. Dropping down from above with a roar, he drives his blade home. As he flashes past, a deep slash opens up on the monster's neck. With a beast this massive reacting so quickly, he realizes it must have mechanical body parts. He grunts under his breath, realizing its speed is insane. Meanwhile, he unleashes his demon shadow skill to dominate the battlefield. His dark lion shadow beast leaps forward with terrifying speed. Its wings spread wide, launching a deadly storm of black feathers. Qing Zhu finishes charging her energy, completing her powerful gene spell. She conjures a massive magic orb that envelops the entire area. Her voice rings out, warning the beast it has nowhere to run. Trapped inside her magical barrier, the corpse beast begins to shudder. Violent bolts of dark lightning crackle from the magic orb. Down in the city, sewers' filthy water rushes through the pipes. Nian Yu curses, remembering the last time he ran like this was in the war zones of the Black Triangle drug lords. But his eyes suddenly widen as he grinds to a dead halt. A raging magical storm blocks his path, sealing off the entire sewer. Yi, he sneers, mocking the rat for crawling through the sewers. Across the ancient city, Bai Yang is running for her absolute life. She spots a bright flash of light and realizes Nian Yu is nearby. With Jin Shi and Qing Niao gone and the captain dead, she wonders what kind of monsters those three kids actually are. Desperate to survive, she panics with absolutely nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, a crazy idea pops into her head as she remembers something crucial. Is that Moon Ascension body not the ultimate masterpiece of the heaven-descending nation? Vowing to survive at all costs, she would even sell her soul to a demon. Looking up, Bai Yang shudders in absolute terror, crying out at the horrifying sight hovering above. Yi, he steps out from behind her, asking if she wants to go up there, and her heart sinks as she realizes he caught up. Driven by pure survival instinct, Bai Yang dashes forward blindly, not caring about anything else. Her blood-curdling scream echoes loudly through the empty, desolate space. Bai Yang scrambles frantically over a sea of mindless, sleepwalking bodies. Her eyes widen in pure shock at the gruesome nightmare unfolding before her. She gasps in shock, asking if that is the portal. At that moment, a violent light erupts, radiating massive power. Tears stream down Bai Yang's face as she cries out for her parents. A thick blanket of white smoke begins to cover the sleeping city. As Bai Yang stands right before that portal of life suddenly, Yi, he watches from afar wearing a pretty dangerous smirk, like a grim reaper, holding his weapon under the pale moonlight. Yi, he looks into the distance and chuckles, noting how clever Heaven's descent was to exploit her fears using his illusion to force her to the moon. Truly fascinating. Of the assassin squad sent by the Thunderbird, 2 are already dead, and the other 3 probably wish they were too. By his calculations, the people of Heaven's descent will arrive tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Thunderbird, having lost both their base and an entire squad, likely won't deploy any more troops. This means all external threats are officially cleared out. After so much hard work, the stage is finally set and his grand show is about to begin. The beam of light slowly shrinks, growing weaker by the second. At last, the city is finally preparing to return to normal. The sleepwalkers slowly begin returning to their own homes when Qing Zhu speaks up, asking Yi if he really wants to continue, and the bizarre nature of this mission has completely exceeded their wildest imagination. He reassures her, telling her not to worry because they have more than just 3 people. In fact, a highly powerful ally is secretly assisting them, though they prefer to stay hidden. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou silently ponders. After spending so much time with Yi, he knows there is no way he is just some ordinary guy from a normal family, as his file claims. In the martial world, bloodline advantages are very real, drawing a massive line between high-level martial artists and common folk. He must be either the illegitimate child of some insanely powerful martial artist, or perhaps the young master of an elite martial clan out here testing himself. If that is the case, he definitely has a powerful guardian protecting him, which perfectly explains the mysterious ally he just mentioned. Yi, he speaks up, telling Chu Zhou and Qing Zhu that he has a very important mission to assign to the 2 of them today. His dark energy begins to surge through the freezing cold ground as he instructs them both to go with his shadow clones and destroy every single clay statue inside the city homes. Chu Zhou gives a nod of acknowledgement and instantly charges straight forward. Meanwhile, she suddenly falls into a deep, heavy silence. Just as she prepares to move, Yi calls her back. He flashes a warm, bright smile, telling her to trust him. Qing Zhu stays silent for a long moment, her body seemingly frozen in this instant. Then she smiles back, saying she trusts him, but urges him to rely on his teammates more in the future instead of carrying every single burden alone. The scene shifts to an ancient house where the Mad Doctor welcomes his lord, but he coldly cuts him off, warning that time is short and they must prepare for battle. The doctor reports that all the artificial humans he defeated earlier are piled up there, and a highly satisfied Yi. He notes that the quantity is perfect. With that, he unleashes his absolute power of humanization. Deep inside his chest, his heart beats violently. Veins begin to bulge and spread rapidly across his entire body. The fallen beasts begin to violently resurrect one after another. A massive, terrifying eye suddenly snaps wide open. The Mad Doctor explains that they will first use the vampire virus to revive these biochemical bodies and then grant them the ultimate power of humanization. When the time comes, they will transform into a giant immortal army, completely bound to obey his command. The biochemical mosquitoes have been released and are currently heading to the district. He praises this, noting that the biochemical mosquitoes carry pure vampire blood. They will fly into every home, delivering a warm gift directly from him. Once the infection is complete, they need to rebuild the giant Buddha mech. Even though it was completely dismantled and hard to fully repair, stripping and modifying its massive weapons is still very possible. The doctor eagerly reassures him to rest easy as Yi. He casually cleans his ear, replying that everything is on track and now it is time to see how his opponents in Heaven's Descent will make their move. Elsewhere, a long line of buses rolls in. Heaven's Descent actually originated as a radical faction bent on humanity's extinction right when the mystic rifts first erupted. Led by a mysterious pope who wields a terrifying power from the ancient ruins, this group of chaotic fanatics has grown at an absolute frightening speed. Their holy decree is to nurture a demonic fetus taken from the mystic rifts by draining the life and souls of living beings. This creates a temporary vessel for their god who will supposedly lead backward human civilization into the true eternal heavenly kingdom. And this nation happens to be the hardest one for Heaven's Descent to conquer. But now it is finally about to become a part of their empire. They believe the divine fetus is about to form as subordinate reports to the bishop that Linshui district lies ahead, the exact place where the archbishop planted the divine fetus 4 years ago. Lin Chi speaks up, lamenting that the archbishop gave everything to the cult only to be murdered by those foolish great Shia Dragon Sparrow forces. Tragically, he never got to see the divine embryo he painstakingly nurtured reach maturity. What a cruel world. Another notes that a good man with such steadfast, merciful faith like the archbishop would end up physically shattered into pieces. The bishop answers, declaring they cannot let the archbishop sacrifice himself in vain, nor let those fools drag the world any deeper into ruin. If they fail, this realm will soon turn into a second domain of sin. The cultists shout in unison to welcome the descent of their god. My children, this is true liberation. We are saving all of humanity. Gods descend to the mortal realm, bringing heaven to earth. Fight for the god. Time passes quickly, and it is now late Monday night. Standing before the human tower, he is thrilled. In the cult's long history, only 2 divine embryos have ever successfully hatched. Now he boasts he will go down in cult history. The very first heavenly being that hatched caused extreme global climate disasters, triggering tsunamis and volcanic eruptions that left hundreds of millions injured and displaced. What is truly terrifying is that this chaos was from just a single minute of the deity being active. When the second deity descended, it blanketed the surrounding ocean in dense fog and violent undercurrents, completely sealing off the entire continent. After that, there was nothing. The landmass lost all contact, showing up as a complete blank void on satellite scans. The Allied military forces suffered massive casualties. Since then, these dark waters have been classified as an S-class forbidden zone, a place where no living soul dares to tread. The bishop raises his hand and begins to drip his own blood. Suddenly, a glowing crystal begins to take shape from the blood. In pure excitement, he declares that their cult will welcome the descent of the third god right here. Sinister chanting begins to echo and spread throughout the chamber. Moments later, the bishop stands before the massive gate of life. Placing his hand down, he pleads for the god on high to accept his fresh blood. As the heavy doors swing open, the cult leader is determined to push forward. He steps forward, his feet moving silently across the stone floor. Inside lies the platinum divine coffin holding the demon god they have been cultivating for years. By draining the life force of Linshui County's residents for 4 long years, this divine embryo is finally on the verge of maturing. My children, let us begin welcoming our supreme god. Suddenly, his followers' eyes widen in absolute shock. The cult leader carries a mysterious box down. His follower quickly nods, obeying his father's command. He carefully places it right in the center of the pre-prepared magic circle. They chant together, "Great Moon Dream, god of the illusion realm, your most loyal servant calls to you. Please grant permission to speak your sacred name." The magic circle erupts, activated by the moon nightmare skill of Barrows. The outline of a strange alien object slowly begins to take shape. Eerie, unsettling sounds begin to pierce through the silent night. Gross tentacles immediately sprout and twist all around the human tower. Suddenly, a violent wave of magic energy sweeps across the area. Strange glowing liquids begin to float and levitate in midair. The cult leader panics. What is happening? Why is the pure white spirit turning blue? Did that earlier roar somehow corrupt it? How is this even possible? How could a divine embryo be corrupted by some random roar? Who on earth is behind this trick? A fierce magical storm erupts, threatening to swallow the entire space. He screams in terror. The ritual cannot be stopped. These corrupted spirits are trying to contaminate the divine embryo. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Bishop. Turning around, the leader spots Yi He. He demands to know who he is, but Yi He asks if he still fails to recognize him. The crystal spheres begin to connect, linked together by beams of light. A devastating skill is unleashed. Asura 3 Blades, second blade. Right after comes the 6 paths of the moon. Yi, he roars out, I am a demon. Deep bell chimes echo loudly through the once silent night. Blood gushes from the bishop's throat, yet he still struggles to speak of the demon moon Barrows. His dark blood splatters into the air, painting the sky in a deep shade of red. Yi, he scoffs at his weakness, noting that having 3 protective magic items won't save him. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes, "What an unbelievable strike, young man." A figure in a red robe steps out asking if he wants to join their cult. He introduces himself as Lin Qi, the supreme leader of the Xia State's sacred sect, noting that the deputy bishop was the one just killed. Surely he understands by now that being a follower of this cult is a highly dangerous job. So letting a double play the boss makes total sense, right? Listening to this Yi, he realizes it was just a body double. Realizing this, he quickly leaps backward. Lin Qi raises his hand, warning that this sacred ground isn't a place where anyone can just come and go. Instantly, slimy tentacles wrap around his limbs and neck. Yi, he trembles, feeling as if an invisible force has grabbed him, wondering if it's some kind of telekinesis. Suddenly, he roars out Gawala Dadu, completely shattering all the constricting tentacles. Lin Qi looks up in absolute shock, gasping at the strange presence. Seeing that shadow, he wonders if he also trained in the sacred arts. Energy begins to condense, forming a weapon right in Yi's hand. He angrily snaps back that he only wanted to back away because he hates fighting anywhere near that creepy cursed coffin. He hurls the newly formed weapon forward, asking if Lin Qi really thought he was afraid. Startled, Lin Qi snarls that such filthy, heretical tricks could never hope to wound him. He quickly raises a single hand to block the incoming strike, yet the impact slams him straight into the back wall. Lin Qi is sent crashing through several houses, leaving a trail of absolute destruction. As the dust clears, he stands there covered in wounds. Astonishingly, his severed right hand begins to regenerate as he smugly sneers that he's completely immune to any real damage. He boasts of being favored by the gods. He clicks his tongue, realizing that fighting someone with such high regeneration is going to be incredibly annoying. He chants about bringing the heavenly kingdom of God Lin to earth. Suddenly, he senses a strange presence behind him and whips his head around with a grunt. Cultists swarm him from all directions, prompting him to mutter that he almost forgot about them. Raising their daggers, the fanatical cultists chant in unison that they represent true justice. They suddenly stab themselves, causing blood to spray everywhere. He is utterly baffled by these absolute lunatics, thinking that the twisted logic of these cultists is impossible to comprehend. Time to see what other sick tricks these maniacs have. He feels it, a cold, damp, and incredibly slimy wave of psychic energy washing over. Right before his eyes, a monstrous demonic claw rips out from inside a cultist's body. A literal demon was nesting deep inside their physical flesh. It reveals itself as a three-eyed, three-horned goat demon. He looks on with interest, realizing it is just another standard foreign monster. He scoffs in complete mockery at how easily these fools threw their lives away. Imagine sacrificing your own body as a portal just to summon a few demonic minions. Too bad he can spam an army of his own, and those resurrected lizardmen weren't brought back for nothing. They're the perfect humanoid vessels. The frenzied demons let out terrifying shrieks and charged directly at him. But in the blink of an eye, they are absolutely obliterated. His summoned giants effortlessly crush the entire demonic horde into dust. A high-ranking zealot steps forward, highly confused by how their bishop died and where these massive giants suddenly came from. Pressing a finger to his forehead, he quickly activates his spirit vision to track down the leading youth. Realizing the target is the divine embryo, he warns him to stay back. Right then, Qingzhou and Chuzhou swoop in out of nowhere, declaring that they are his real opponents. Gnashing his teeth, the cultist realizes this group came fully prepared. They must be agents from the elite Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Division, who likely uncovered the sect's master plan long ago. From the assassination of their leader to their demonic forces being completely countered by giants, his own escape now seems impossible. In the end, he realizes that the sect's grand mission here is entirely doomed. He steps closer to the divine embryo, noting that just approaching it lets him feel an icy aura cold enough to freeze his very soul. The entity inside the coffin seems to harbor massive hostility toward him. But that is natural, after all, he did steal its divine power. The system suddenly alerts him that he has received 5 divinity points. This special energy was obtained because during the final stage of the Heavenly Descent ritual, half of the faith power accumulated over 4 years to condense the divine body was stolen by the host. Corrupting the source. This tainted energy was used by the demonic embryo to build a physical body, allowing Yue Yen to manifest in the mortal realm. Upon birth, part of its divine power was stolen by the host He chuckles in realization. But then again, he never cared about those weaklings from the heavenly descent anyway. His true enemy has always been this god of the moon and dreams. So even if its power was stolen, and even if it is just a malnourished premature newborn, it is finally time for it to wake up. Why do you keep hiding in that coffin? What is going on? Why is there nothing here? Boasting about being a god, yet still forced to hide away. It is too quiet. The chaotic screams of the giants and demons have completely vanished, and the battle between Chuzhou, Qingzhou, and the vice bishop is nowhere to be seen. It feels as though he is the only one left in the entire world. Right then, a dark voice echoes out, calling his name. Startled, he spins around to find someone standing there. It is Lin Qi, who slowly steps forward, asking if he has already forgotten him. Seeing him, Yi's face turns pale, The moonlight was an illusion. When did it start, Lin? She laughs mockingly, asking him to guess exactly when he entered the dream. Meanwhile, on the other side of the quiet city, Qingzhu and her ally are currently battling the archdemon. Furious, the enemy mutters that he must use the archdemon to stall them. He wonders how things are going on Bishop Lin Qi's end. Wait, something is wrong. That kid's condition is abnormal. He cannot sense the bishop's mental power at all. This is bad. They must get to the divine embryo immediately. The illusionary divine needle is a terrifying weapon. Once forced into an enemy, it triggers blood thorns to grow from the inside out, shredding their body into minced meat. Their pathetic soul will face divine punishment, but their filthy body will be dealt with by him. Chuzhou cries out in panic that the enemy is rushing toward Yi He. He urges Liu Qingzhu to save Yi He while he holds this monster back using a forbidden blood spell. Using extreme freezing energy to lock down the giant beast, he exhausts almost all of his power. He screams not to hesitate as their lives are not as valuable as Yi He's. Look at that resolve. She solemnly promises to go, understanding completely that their lives are nothing compared to saving Yi He. Telling him not to die, she runs off. Now Chuzhou is left alone against the raging archdemon as it slams its fists into the ground. Chuzhou mutters in panic that he cannot seal this beast as attacks begin to rain down from the sky where ice blades suddenly manifest. In an instant, the sharp ice shards pierce deep into the demon's back. Chuzhou's cold voice echoes, mocking the beast for thinking it could kill him when his revenge is far from over. After all, the powerful blood of Huadu still flows through his veins. Now transformed into a powerful ice dragon, Chuzhou notes that activating both the forbidden blood art and his bloodline breakthrough at once will double his life force consumption. But to drag this wretched demon back to hell is entirely worth the price. Without hesitation, he swings his sword, summoning a devastating blizzard. He roars with absolute fury, commanding the beast to go back to hell. The archdemon lets out a terrified shriek. As a massive glacier crashes down, Chuzhou coldly invokes his bloodline art. But suddenly, his giant ice blade is stopped dead in its tracks. His eyes widen in shock as he senses that something is incredibly wrong. Below, the archdemon is using every ounce of its strength to block the strike. Turning pale, Chuzhou gasps, unable to believe the beast caught his storm sword chi. This is bad. His sword chi is incinerated by demonic flames, leaving him completely out of options. But wait, a blazing bullet suddenly flies through the air in the blink of an eye, piercing clean through the archdemon's head. A second later, its massive skull explodes into a bloody mess. Chuzhou was completely drained of energy, plummeting to the ground. He looked around in a panic, wondering if another expert had arrived as Yi's ally. Elsewhere, a trail of smoke slowly drifted from the barrel of a rifle. The mad scientist let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, his master had left him armor-piercing bullets loaded with special energy, which saved the day when it mattered most. He originally thought Chuzhou was the weakest link in his master's squad, but the kid was hiding a massive trump card. In a world where martial ranks go from apprentice to warrior, master, grandmaster, and ultimately national guardian, Chuzhou was already on the verge of breaking through his apprentice rank. Even Liu Qingzhu looked incredibly formidable, keeping pace with her leader. Both of them possessed truly spectacular potential. For now, he needed to deploy the drones to help the boy recover his strength. Once that was done, taking down the giant demon would be an absolute walk in the park. The cultists stammered in absolute panic, shouting that they could not be from the great Xia dragon sparrow. All three were so young, yet each was a different kind of monster. He demanded to know who they actually were. Chuzhou swung his sword as he stepped forward calmly, replying that they were just ordinary freshmen from Hua University. Suddenly, a massive barrage of coffins came crashing down from the sky. They slammed heavily into the earth right before the cultists' eyes. Looking at the figures stepping out of the coffins, he gasped in sheer terror, wondering if they were actually walking corpses. Liu Qingzhu turned pale, realizing those three were the missing second squad from Hua University. She recognized the leader as one of the elite fighters they had faced before. The cultist broke into a crazed laughter, thanking his god for protecting him. This filled the mad scientist with dread. The girl his master had specifically ordered him to protect was now surrounded by 6 zombie martial masters, which was practically a death sentence. He had avoided sending the giant legion earlier because they completely lacked intelligence and might get in Liu Qingzhu's way during combat. But with the situation turning so dire, he had no choice but to deploy them immediately. Failing his master's orders was a sin he could never redeem, even if he paid with his own life. Suddenly, massive footsteps shook the battlefield as a horde of giant warriors rushed forward to assist Liu Qingzhu. She frowned in sheer confusion as they began holding back the undead, realizing these giants might actually be allies. Saving Yi, he had to be her top priority. Watching this unfold, the cultist frantically ordered his minions to stop her from reaching the divine vessel. The undead roared and tried to pursue her, but they were cut off. The massive giants blocked their path. Both sides instantly clashed in a brutal, chaotic melee. She dashed toward Yi, he telling him to hold on, but a sudden threat intervened. A stray sword suddenly slashed through the air, sending her flying back. Ignoring the searing pain in her arm, she defiantly declared that she was not done yet. Summoning every ounce of her remaining strength, Liu Qingzhu lunged forward. She reached out with both hands, telling herself that she was just a split second away. The cultist's face turned completely pale as he realized they were out of time. Liu Qingzhu finally wrapped her arms around him, whispering that she had finally reached him. She lifted Yi He into the air, knowing they needed to escape immediately. Her arm throbbed from the blood spike injury, forcing her to cauterize the wound with purple fire to stop the poison from spreading. It was agonizing, but it would keep her moving. Did they really wipe out all of those giants? Those 6 undead martial masters were still standing, and she needed to escape this place quickly. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, telling her to let him go. She gasped, demanding to know who was there. The mysterious voice echoed once more, insisting that she had done enough and urging her to hand him over directly. She took a sharp breath. Never, she screamed out, telling them to get lost. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, she realized she was under a mental attack. Her head throbbed as the mocking laughter echoed in her mind. Protecting Yi. He was all that mattered. With her strength entirely depleted, she began to fall from the sky. Below her, the undead suddenly paused and looked up. A split second later, their necks began to unnaturally stretch. Their heads shot straight up into the air like launching missiles. They locked onto her falling body, snapping their jaws. Right at that moment, a protective Verudo shield suddenly materializes around the two. Fan Truk weakly opens her eyes to look around. Yi He holds her tightly, apologizing for waking up so late, while she softly whispers that he is finally awake. She happily whispers he is not late. He gently squeezes her arm, telling her to rest well and leave the rest to him. Shocked by this, the enemy leader screams in absolute madness, demanding to know how this guy escaped the god's illusion, but insists he still cannot take on 6 moon god followers at the same time. They must attack together because no one can survive being surrounded by 7 martial masters. Yi He instantly teleports Fan Truk to a safe place, releasing his Verudo barrier as he prepares to fight. The cultist excitedly orders his men to kill, but suddenly freezes. A massive giant foot suddenly appears right before their very eyes. The giant stomps down with devastating force right where the cultists are standing. Standing high above, he casually looks down and asks what they are barking about. On the other side, Lam Kai is kneeling on the ground, groaning miserably. He sobs bitterly, begging them to stop torturing him any longer. This illusion was clearly created by my own hands, so why on earth can he just casually slaughter me like this, forcing me to feel that agonizing tearing pain every single time? How did he escape the dreamscape, or is it just completely useless against him, proving he is a true demon god that even the deities themselves cannot hope to punish? I am sorry, Lord Moon Deity. I can only actively shut down the dreamscape to expel him while lying in the divine coffin. My Lord Moon Deity. Hearing this, Moon Deity coldly replies that he can only use his lowly body to complete his vessel. By now, the giant has completely destroyed all the living dead. He narrows his eyes, realizing that even with this power they are nothing but a pile of flesh, and now he has completely wiped out every single follower of this tattered evil cult. As Moon Deity floats down Yi, he clicks his tongue, correcting himself, because there is still one enemy left. Under the dim hazy moonlight, he slowly makes his appearance. Moon Deity looks down with a creepy, unsettling face. Yi, he laughs with excitement, whispering that the Moon Deity has finally shown his face. Moon Deity immediately swoops down below. Yi, he looks down in shock as the ground beneath his feet suddenly turns into pristine white stone. Staring at the cratered surface, he gasps that it has turned into the moon. He analyzes that this cannot be the real moon since there is no freezing cold or lack of oxygen, meaning it must be an intent realm similar to what his master Kung Ka possesses. Unlike normal illusions that target the mind, an intent realm is a domain covering actual reality where any damage taken is fully real, meaning his immortal armor will not protect him in here. He suddenly jumps off the floating staircase above. Moon Deity approaches the giant and sighs, telling Yi that he admires him because he is the most outstanding human he has ever encountered. Especially since he stole a portion of his divinity, their compatibility should be over 96%, making him the absolute perfect vessel to complete his mortal body on Earth. He remains silent, thinking he can let him ramble all he wants since his rescue plan is already finished, leaving him only with the task of stalling for time. Moon Deity pays no mind and continues, promising that after absorbing him, he will allow Yi to keep his consciousness and ascend from a mortal into the divine realm. He claims he has no idea how vast this universe truly is, and whether it is Earth or the Sin realm that humans call secret realms, he has only seen the tip of the iceberg. His incredible talent is nothing but a ticket to enter a much higher plane. He urges him to step onto the moon and rise above the 9 heavens. Without hesitation, he flips him the middle finger, mocking that while not even 10 people on Earth could reject a god's grand invitation, he happily refuses, adding that he expected these supposedly mysterious and unpredictable deities to be far more arrogant. But in the end, he says they are just a group of intelligent creatures with slightly higher life forms, and because they are damaged and cannot threaten him, they had to drag out a useless puppet to patch themselves up first, followed by cheap threats and enticements. He scoffs that these recycled tricks are no different from petty human schemes, proving he had vastly overestimated them from the start. Unfazed by the insult, Moon Deity calmly forgives his insolence, declaring that once his mortal body is patched up, even if he temporarily uses a vessel with only 20% compatibility, it is still far beyond anything he could ever hope to resist. He only asks for his opinion out of admiration and pure formality. But his opinion does not matter as nothing can change the final outcome anyway. With a single wave of his hand, the giant is instantly ripped apart. He gasps in absolute horror that a simple hand wave could shred his giant construct. The massive giant is completely shredded, leaving behind nothing but a bare skeleton. Staring at the reaching hand, he fearfully mutters that his body cannot move. Moon Deity presses a finger onto his forehead, declaring that he is nothing more than a meal waiting to be devoured, yet he cannot sense even a shred of the creature's consciousness. He suddenly flashes a mocking smile. Foolish monster, you finally realized you cannot touch my soul at all, did you, even if my physical body is no match for yours? But mentally, I have this system panel backing me up. I already knew that physically, fighting a god like you would be an impossible task from the very start. Because of that, I chose to harness the insane healing powers of my vampire template. I split my physical body vertically right down the middle and left the other half with the mad doctor, ensuring that if my main body is completely destroyed, my mind will immediately activate in that remaining half. Hearing this, the monster freezes, only able to stammer out you. Right at that moment, the fabric of space is torn open by a sharp blade. Both of them quickly turn their attention to it. Majestic Qinglong swings his sword, slicing right through the spatial barrier. He calmly introduces himself as the Dean of Longquay, Grandmaster Guardian of the State Qinglong, here to seek instruction. He flashes a triumphant grin. They are finally here, and it is a good thing he reported these ruins to Longquay early on, because he never expected to defeat Moon Deity himself, only wanting to steal the divine power descending into the mortal vessel. Moon Deity watches closely and begins to evaluate, is a physical body of this incredible caliber truly human, because it seems the potential of your race must be thoroughly re-evaluated. Qinglong furrows his brows and mockingly asks if he is truly a foreign demon, seeing how the purity of his vessel is incredibly low and mixed, because back when the first demon descended, he was a sect master who fought in that war, witnessing what true world-ending destruction looked like, and compared to that, while this creature has a similar aura, the gap between them is simply massive. His face instantly darkens. Is it not because of Lin Chi's pathetic physical body, which is an absolute humiliation? So tell me, human, have you ever been struck by the moon? Your body belongs to me, so I will not let this coming battle injure you. With those words, Moon Deity waves his hand and flings the young man high into the air. Qinglong raises an eyebrow, wondering why this demon values that young man so much, but decides that once he suppresses this creature, he will go ask the youth for some answers. He recalls that before setting out, Shi Jingwen mentioned the young man's name as He. Show me your moves. On the other side, He has already used his powers to protect himself. Landing on the ground, he angrily grumbles about feeling dizzy and seasick, wondering where he has been teleported. Since his life force field cannot detect Linshui County, he must be extremely far away, meaning Moon Deity knew Qinglong's battle would completely wipe out the entire area, so it is a good thing he had the Mad Doctor evacuate the injured. Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu, though he never expected Barrows to possess teleportation, which could be a real problem if he uses it to track him down. The gaze of Moon Deity can find him anywhere, whether in dreams or under the moonlight, making him feel like he is constantly being stalked by a relentless nightmare. Truly terrifying, which is why a guy like him always needs to protect himself. Now that he is far from the battlefield, he finally has time to study this divine spark, having gone through so much trouble to snatch it from others, hoping it will not disappoint him. The system reveals that a divine spark is a unique power born when a domain is pushed to its absolute limit or from the natural talent of a noble race, making a life form completely peerless in one aspect as their ultimate source of power. And Yi rubs his chin in thought, finally understanding why that silver-haired sissy went completely wild trying to hold onto his power after it was stolen. The system shows 5 points of divinity related to either the moon or dreams, explaining that fusing it with a compatible template will trigger an immediate evolution, while fusing it with a non-compatible one offers a slight chance to unlock that new attribute, adding that his Rakuzawa world template is highly compatible, while his Emperor template already has its own mutation path and should not have its growth direction cluttered. He mutters to himself in sheer surprise at how powerful the divine spark actually is, because, in short, it can drastically boost a template's natural potential, and since his Rakuzawa template's power has only been used instinctively as a racial talent so far, fusing it with moon deities divinity will allow it to directly evolve, unlocking unprecedented control over the domains of both the moon and illusion. The Emperor template already has a mutation path that should not be messed with, while the Giant template is completely incompatible with this attribute and serves only as a tool to boost his Emperor form, making it totally unworthy of an upgrade, leaving the Rakuzawa template with its time-manipulating abilities and infinite potential as his most important trump card, second only to the Emperor itself. With that decided, he frantically taps the screen. Let's see what this upgrade brings. A series of notifications pop up confirming that the B+ rank Rakuzawa template has evolved its moon and illusion domains, starting the vampire bloodline upgrade to reach rank A-. Looking at the vampire standing before him, he cannot help but marvel at its sheer strength, because even though its main evolved abilities require the special condition of nighttime or moonlight, the actual stat boost is absolutely terrifying once met. With all of these incredible enhancements stacking together, his actual combat power will grow exponentially, making this a premier utility template and proving that high risks truly yield high rewards, which makes this entire trip to Linshui completely worth it. And of course, he will not forget the good friends who fought so hard alongside him, especially since this mission should easily qualify as Tier 4 in difficulty and Tier 5 in danger, guaranteeing maximum rewards from Hua University. At this point, academy ranking points and resources do not help him much anymore, but they are still extremely important for both Liu Qingzhu and his other companion. Landing gently on the top of a tall tree under the faint moonlight, he stands there quietly in deep thought. Suddenly, he spreads both of his arms wide. A second later, he suddenly snaps his eyes open with absolute vigilance. He quickly throws a powerful punch straight ahead. A massive surge of raw energy erupts from his thrown fist. He calmly rolls his shoulders, confident that he will quickly adapt to his newly enhanced body under the moonlight. As a key figure in Moon Deity's descent, Longwei will definitely summon him for interrogation, but because he has too many secrets to hide, trying to make up lies in front of seasoned professionals would easily expose his flaws. Therefore, he needs to contact the head of Hua University first, since having connections and powerful backing is exactly what keeps him safe in situations like this. The next day at Hua University, someone is waiting right by the yacht, standing ready to welcome him back. He also noticed that mysterious silhouette at this moment. Shi Jingwen, the principal of Huada University, warmly shook his hand in greeting. He excitedly replied, telling the principal that he was an absolute legend to all the students and that it was a true honor to finally meet him in person. The principal laughed and told he had dropped the formalities, saying there was no need to be so polite. Hearing that, the boy stretched and happily agreed, leaving Shi Jingwen slightly speechless at how incredibly blunt he was. Once done, he asked if the principal came to question him about Linshui County. The elder slowly replied that he was actually there to announce that his team had cleared the mission excellently, so they did not need to worry anymore. He scratched his head in utter confusion, wondering how a divine sacrifice incident could end so quietly without a single interrogation. Shi Jingwen chuckled and leaned closer, telling he to trust the academy. He reassured him that the higher-ups would handle the aftermath. The principal understood his anxiety and promised to respect the genius' personal secrets, but when the school board made the official announcement, things would look slightly different. The Linshui mission would be kept completely anonymous, credited to his team only as a Tier 4 task. Since Tier 5 missions normally required an overseeing professor, giving freshman students credit for one would be too shocking. However, when it came to the actual rewards, Huada University would deliver standard Tier 5 prizes. In terms of resources, the university would reward them with top-tier assets. He nodded, thinking this deal was almost too perfect, wondering if this sly old fox had already caught onto his secret cheat. The next day in the principal guest room, the boy relaxed on a couch, muttering that the mad doctor finally sent the post-battle footage from Linshui County, eager to see who won between Qinglong and the Moon Fiend. The news screen showed a devastating disaster, reporting that a mysterious explosion had completely wiped out the entire county. He realized this martial world was still far too dangerous, and his current power gave him zero sense of security. To make things worse, that creepy bastard promised to watch him, leaving him unable to sleep for fear of dreaming about that idiot Barros. Having shared this with Shi Jingwen, the elder mentioned Qinglong had a method to seal the Moon Fiend mark. Waiting here today was a golden opportunity to learn from the second strongest martial master in the entire nation. He's here. Before the youth could finish, he instantly froze. Sensing the chilling aura radiating from the Grandmaster at the door, he nervously asked if Senior Qinglong was doing all right. Inside the tightly locked office, the atmosphere turned cold and heavy. Qinglong told him not to make a fuss, admitting he caught some frost from the cunning demon, but he had won the fight. After 100 moves, that vile creature body had already begun to crack and turn to ash. If the beast had not used a cheap trick to escape, he would have slain it. Now there was no need to wait for the seal. He smirked quietly, amused that the great Qinglong actually explained himself. Although different from the aloof master he expected, the Grandmaster was surprisingly kind of adorable. Shedding his heavy coat, the warrior instructed him to prepare so they could seal that curse mark. Under his heavy outerwear, his torso was wrapped in countless layers of bloody bandages. Frowning, Qinglong mentioned that Principal Shi knew divination and had warned him about the boy's unique state. Therefore, he could share a highly classified secret, asking if he ever believed beasts were once intelligent humanoids. That intense gaze felt like it was stripping away his deepest secrets. Ignoring the reaction, the master recalled that as a young martial artist, he and 5 brothers explored a newly uncovered Tier A ruin, but he was the only one who made it out alive. He was struck by a horrific curse, and hearing this made he turned completely pale. Qinglong explained that his body was slowly mutating into a beast and his mind would completely dissolve during the transformation. With even the finest doctors failing to help him, he chose exile. He absolutely refused to mutate and slaughter his own countrymen in his homeland, so he traveled alone to a deadly S-tier secret zone in the Pacific, fully prepared to die. However, a massive storm ended up washing him onto an uncharted island. The remaining secrets were classified directly tied to the future of the nation. He pouted, muttering that the master was such a buzzkill. Unwrapping the bloodied bandages, the elder concluded that someone on that island had saved him from becoming a mindless beast. Beneath the bandages lay endless complex runes carved directly into his scarred flesh. Catching a single glimpse of them, he gasped in absolute shock. Suddenly, he shrieked in agony, clutching his face in blinding pain. Collapsing onto the floor, he groaned. Even with the near-instant recovery of his lake-hued template, just a single glance at those runes made him feel like his very soul was being dragged into an abyss. Qinglong watched in silent thought. Any ordinary master would have fainted and a weaker fighter would have suffered brain death. Yet this boy only bled slightly, proving how exceptionally unique he was. Principal Shi was never wrong about people, and he might truly be the key to changing their increasingly dangerous world. Pointing a finger, the elder commanded him to remain calm while he engraved 2 runes in his consciousness, ensuring he could finally sleep peacefully. Before he could react, a beam of light shot into his forehead. A dark, eerie mist slowly began to spread across his face. The system interface suddenly emerged, warning him that the Moon Fiend was watching his dreams under the pale moonlight. Adjusting his coat, the master declared it was done. He thanked him, but Qinglong paused to ask if his teacher was Gong Ke. Gong Ke's warnings instantly echoed in his mind, reminding him how she used to be a notorious bully at the university. Since her victims were now powerful grandmasters, she had warned him never to admit he was her disciple. Qinglong smiled, reassuring him that he had absolutely no grudge against her. He merely felt a deep pity that such a brilliant grandmaster had ended up suffering severe mental damage. He then proposed a friendly sparring match, eager to see how far the successor of the legendary Bloody Rose of those years had actually progressed. Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking that martial artists were truly obsessed with fighting. Even so, he agreed, asking if they could have their spar under the moonlight instead. He pauses for a moment in pure disbelief. Is it that moonlight again? At the 4th panoramic arena of Huada University, Azure Dragon speaks. I won't make the first move, he says. You can show off all your talent while I defend using only the pure physical strength of a single finger. If you can force me to move even half a step, consider it your win. Not only will I grant you a single favor, but you will also get direct admission to the elite department of Longqi, receiving all of its special privileges and benefits. He clasps his hands respectfully. Very well, Senior Azure Dragon, please show me what you've got. Just then, the pale moonlight slowly breaks through the thick clouds. Bursting with aura, he summons his humming longsword into his hand. Azure Dragon frowns in deep thought. This aura feels just like the moon nightmare. Could he be possessed? No, that's not right. It is similar, but it lacks the corrupting rot of the abyss monsters. This is a pure lunar energy. Without hesitation, he leaps high into the air, swinging his blade. Senior Azure Dragon, here comes the first strike. Slaughter stance, 6th form lunar blue. Azure Dragon blocks the heavy blow, silently shocked by his opponent's terrifying intent to kill. Meanwhile, Gong Ke is lounging comfortably in her chair. Just a second later, she suddenly freezes in absolute shock. Her face goes pale as she bolts upright. She can feel his presence, but how is this possible? He has only been gone for 3 days. How could he possess such a terrifying killing intent? Did the kid lose his mind and slaughter a whole city? At that very moment, inside a hotel near Huada University. Inside the room, a woman coos, asking Jian Zhuang what could possibly be more important than the fun they are about to have. He coldly replies that it's nothing. He just felt an incredibly terrifying wave of killing intent nearby. He cannot believe it traveled such a massive distance. Honestly, more than half of Huada University's campus must have detected this overwhelming aura. This kid is really showing off. Meanwhile, back at the 4th panoramic arena of Huada, Azure Dragon stands tall, surrounded by an incredibly cold, powerful aura. Seeing the senior standing in the middle of a giant crater, he is amazed. Compared to his own 3/Asura technique, Azure Dragon's single punch is incredibly simple yet absolutely devastating. He is truly worthy of being a top-tier powerhouse of the nation. Instead of exploiting weak points to instantly shatter an attack, the way Master Gongke did Azure Dragon met it head-on with pure raw strength. It is a perfect display of absolute brute force, crushing all complex techniques and smashing through everything in its path. Right then, Azure Dragon raises his fist, preparing a basic military strike. Facing that overwhelming pressure, he widens his eyes in shock, realizing the blow is coming. With just a single punch, the senior blasts he far away. Watching him fall, Azure Dragon clicks his tongue. This is bad. He used a forbidden technique just to win, draining his energy completely. If a future pillar of the nation damages his martial foundation, it will be a disaster. With that thought, he quickly leaps forward to catch the falling youth. A second later, he covers his face and smiles. Mr. Azure Dragon, you moved way more than half a step just now, so I win. He is thrilled inside. The trick actually worked. The blood nightmare technique from the mist he inhaled triggered an illusion that messed with his senses, while the moon nightmare curse weakened him enough to seal the deal. Although slightly annoyed, Azure Dragon can only sigh helplessly. This kid is not just exceptionally talented, but incredibly cunning. Fine, you win, he says. Tell me what you want. He quickly declines, asking to save the promise for later instead. Azure Dragon chuckles, praising him for having such impressive long-term vision. Your killing intent and martial skills are great, and Gongke taught you well. But you are still missing something. Killing intent alone is not enough. Since you lack a powerful physical body to anchor it, that energy is just floating on the surface. He chuckles dryly, asking if he needs to train his physical body. Secretly, he thinks to himself that the senior has no idea he has not even used his Daimala's template yet. Smirking with absolute confidence, Azure Dragon explains that the key is who trains him. A physical foundation must be rock solid to avoid going down the wrong path, meaning guidance from the absolute strongest physical trainer is extremely crucial right now. Having a sudden epiphany, he excitedly promises to find the dean of the Physical Cultivation Academy tomorrow for guidance. The senior feels a bit irritated, wishing the kid would just ask him to be his master since he laid it out so clearly. He seemed so clever earlier, so why did his brain suddenly shut down? Since when did the great Azure Dragon ever have to practically beg someone to be his disciple? But still, he's an exceptionally talented seed. He hands over a badge, explaining that it contains a top-tier physical cultivation art. He actually looted it from a powerful Western expert he defeated many years ago, and it is allegedly a national treasure-level martial technique. He gifts it to he today, hoping the boy will train hard to successfully master it in the future. This technique is incredibly difficult because it comes from a Western martial space that completely rejects Easterners. While he innocently offers his heartfelt thanks, Azure Dragon is secretly scheming. He knows one must normally reach the Grandmaster realm to conquer that space by force. Passing it to he now means the kid will face endless struggles and eventually have to come back to beg him for help. That way, he will naturally become his master anyway, making it official later down the road. A short while later, inside his bedroom. Drying his hair, he examines the badge. He has been at the Imperial University for over half a year, but spent almost all of it underground with Master Gongke. He has barely used his dorm room. To learn this technique, he will probably have to rely on sleep cultivation to train inside. Right at that moment, the doorbell suddenly rings out. He suspiciously opens the door, wondering who is visiting this late. Ouyangzi stands there with a gloomy face, asking if he can come inside. He pauses for a brief moment before speaking. You must be Ouyangzi, come in. He wonders what the guy wants. Surely he is not here to recruit him into his club again. Hearing this, Ouyangzi lowers his head in complete silence. Suddenly, Ouyangzi drops to his knees on the floor, sobbing out, Brother there were too many people outside earlier, but now that we are alone, I beg you to become the leader of the Dragon Blood Society. He frantically clutches his towel. Ouyangzi, it has been a while, but you have changed completely. Where did that sharp strategist who talked about ruling the university go? Why are you in such a miserable, pathetic state now? And on top of that, how did you even know I was back in my room? Looking guilty, Ouyangzi shifts his eyes. One of our Dragon Blood members just happened to see you coming back, Brother Seeing his guilty look, his face instantly darkens as he asks if he used hidden cameras. Ouyangzi followed him to train, trembling as he begged Brother hear me out. We did not put a camera in your room, only in the hallway. This was a complete last resort. A moment later, he coldly interrogated him. Speak, why did you come looking for me to be your president? What kind of trouble did your association run into lately? With his face covered in bruises, Ouyangzi stammered that their organization lately. He sat down, feeling he had gone too hard. He handed over a blood pill to let him speak properly. As soon as he recovered, the young man quickly pleaded, Brother our Dragon Blood Society is about to collapse. Please help us. At Hawata University, students can start clubs, but they get absolutely no school funding without special contributions. When the society first formed, the freshman summer training in the imperial capital was still ongoing. This fresh group instantly stole the spotlight, securing massive funding and sponsors from various martial arts organizations. Under my leadership, we secured discounts from local shops as member benefits, which drew in a crowd of new students. As our membership surged, our commercial value skyrocketed, attracting even more resources and sponsorships in a perfect virtuous cycle. But then everything took a sharp turn for the worse. As our group grew larger, we began to face heavy suppression from the student union run by the local capital natives. With Shang Jianzhuang leading the charge against us, our society suffered back-to-back defeats. Our value plummeted, investors pulled out, and our member benefits vanished. Seeing the chaos, regular members abandoned us while new recruits refused to join. Ultimately, the entire Dragon Blood Society was pushed to the absolute brink of survival. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I get it, he muttered. So basically you just got totally thrashed by that Shang Jianzhuang guy, right? Ouyang slumped to the floor in dejection. He explained that while they could ask upperclassmen to suppress him, there were strict unwritten rules. Grade disputes had to be resolved internally. If they brought in seniors today, Shang Jianzhuang would simply call his own powerful local upperclassmen tomorrow to completely destroy the Dragon Blood Society. Only you meet the requirements, Ouyang begged. Please, you have to save the Dragon Blood Society. With a resigned sigh, he finally agreed to help. Hearing that, Ouyang leaped up in pure excitement, thanking him on behalf of all their members. But he quickly cut him off, telling him to hold on because he was not finished speaking yet. Instead of making me president, you just want me to be a powerful shield for your society, he remarked. So cut the chatter and get straight to the point. What do you need me to do next? Ouyang immediately locked in. A friendly teacher had leaked the great Xia reclaim plan to him, and since it was no secret, no rules were broken. Cutting the chatter, he laid out the strategy. This massive campaign aims to gather martial artists from all over the country to launch an all-out assault on 12 major cities and their surrounding regions, which have been completely overrun by demon beasts. Every single university across the nation will participate. While the senior students from Capital University brave the extreme dangers on the front lines, first-year students like them will secure the surrounding outer perimeters. Crucially, their final exams and the selection for grade leader will be decided right during this high-stakes military operation. Therefore, during this campaign, the entire Dragon Blood Society will be under your direct command. You absolutely must secure the highest score. He narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint. That part is easy, but you have one thing to do first. Seeing his expression, Ouyang nervously asked what else he had to do. A moment later, he coldly ordered him to rip down that hidden camera immediately. Ouyang had unwittingly done him a massive favor. He confirmed that unlocking grand achievements granted a template draw, and the grander the achievement, the higher the chance of pulling a top-tier template. Ouyang was actually a management genius. If he could use his raw power to clear all obstacles, scaling up the Dragon Blood Society would be incredibly easy. If their group became the top force at Huada University, the reward template would be far more valuable than anything he obtained in the high-level exams at An City or Zodiac City. Both martial templates and absolute authority had to be secured. The scene shifts back to the training hall of the Dragon Blood Society. At this moment, the entire membership was gathered inside, waiting for Shin. Chen lazily spoke up, demanding to know from Yan Zhengxiang why Ouyang was so slow. Zhengxiang frowned in anger, thinking how this kid Shin Chen used to respectfully call Ouyang president and behave politely. Now he was throwing names around and acting incredibly smug. It was crystal clear that the arrogant brat did not come here today to play nice. Even so, Zhengxiang calmly explained that the vice president went to receive the true president of the Dragon Blood Society and would arrive shortly, leaving everyone skeptical. The crowd scoffed at the mention of a true president. Suddenly, one guy turned pale, trembling as he realized who it might be. Yan Zhengxiang, do not tell me you are pinning your hopes on someone sneered. You saw Shang Jianzhuang's terrifying power. No freshman stands a chance against him. When it is time to quit, you have to let go. Ouyang has zero hope of turning this around. Siyu quickly chimed in, claiming that a wise person knows when to pull out. Hoping for an outsider was useless. This society was just a temporary thing, and trying to save it would only get them crushed by much larger forces. Zhengxiang's face darkened instantly as he demanded to know what they were planning to do. Xin Chen laughed maniacally, mocking them. Everyone knows the powerful Zhou family of the imperial capital, a true elite martial lineage. Their seventh son, Zhou Kai, has promised us a cozy spot. Following him is far better than staying in this half-dead society waiting to be wiped out by our enemies. The others quickly agreed, mocking the idea of relying on Yihei. The guy had been hiding for months, ignoring every challenge from the capital elite. They claimed that no one could save their doomed society now, and that they had already done more than enough. Now that it was collapsing, they owed absolutely nothing to anyone. Seeking a better future was just common sense. Xin Chen gloated internally, incredibly thrilled that his bribes had already easily swayed the hesitant officers, leaving them completely ready to turn their backs on the association. Disgusted by their shameless betrayal, Zheng Xiang growled in fury. Just then Zhu Kai kicked the door wide open and roared, demanding to know why Xin Chen was so slow when he was dying of impatience downstairs. Xin Chen immediately started groveling, promising that everything was wrapped up. But Zheng Xiang glared at the intruder, demanding to know how he got into their private hall. The young master, Lord, clicked his tongue, saying he simply smashed his way in. He casually offered to compensate the beaten guards with cultivation resources they could not earn in years, claiming they should be thrilled. Such a trashy attitude pushed Zheng Xiang over the edge. He lunged at the idiot, but before his fist could land, a female fighter named Liu blocked him effortlessly. She looked down at him with utter contempt, making Zheng Xiang realize that this woman was incredibly dangerous. Zhou Kai suddenly barked out furious orders, calling his guard useless for not instantly dropping this big idiot. He commanded Xin Chen, Siyu, and all the defectors to beat Zheng Xiang into the hospital to prove their loyalty. But instead of stepping forward, the turncoats only shrank back in deep hesitation. Seeing this, Zhou Kai flew into a psychotic rage. He screamed at them, demanding if they dared to refuse. He warned that if they did, they would never walk out of this room on their own 2 feet, declaring his faction was no shelter for useless dogs who refused to bite on command. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted, forcing everyone to cover their ears in agony. Yi! He slammed down, grabbing Zhou Kai by the hair and growling at Ouyangzi for leaving him such a pathetic mess. Ouyangzi quickly apologized, admitting their society desperately needed a complete purge. Terrified but arrogant, Zhou Kai shrieked in pain, demanding to be released and furiously warning them about his powerful family name. Just like that, both of them are instantly thrown out of the room. With that out of the way, he cleans his ear, muttering that things are finally quiet. Without a single second of hesitation, Yi kicks both Xin Chen and Si Yu right out the door. Once they are gone, he turns around. Any other business, Jin? Jin quickly steps forward to apologize to the president, claiming he was blinded by that snake, Xin Chen, and even stupidly thought of leaving the Dragon Blood Society. Secretly, he knows he already offended Zhou Kai and ruined his chances in Huadu, so he absolutely cannot lose his spot here. Ouyangzi steps in to lay down the law, telling them they will not be expelled this time, but their roles are now strictly on probation. If they fail to meet expectations, they are out, and they are banned from all association activities this week. He asks if they accept, leaving them completely speechless and stuttering. He loses his patience, growling out to the group, demanding to know if they accept his terms or not. Terrified out of their minds, they quickly agree, prompting him to instantly kick them all out of the room. He tells Ouyangzi that he fully understands their struggle, which basically boils down to a massive lack of funding and investors. While taking back their headquarters next month is a solid plan to make a grand entrance, it is way too slow, and he has a much more direct method in mind. Ever since returning to the university, he keeps hearing the name Xiang Jianzhuang. He figures he will just call out this guy who is draining the Dragon Blood Society, beat him in a fight, and call it a day. Complete silence. The entire room just stares back in sheer disbelief. Ouyangzi hesitantly explains that just this morning, Xiang Jianzhuang went into seclusion to break through to the martial master stage. He scowls in complete annoyance since a direct fight is off the table, but he quickly realizes that showing off his combat strength to attract major investors does not mean he has to limit himself to just first-year students. Stroking his chin, he figures the whole point is to make some noise. If he challenges every single high-level fighter in the entire school, the hype will be unreal. Suddenly, an idea hits him, and he asks the group how much they know about the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's first division. Zheng Xiang gets incredibly hyped up and explains that the Great Xia Dragon Sparrows are the strongest faction of martial artists in the nation, and the First Division is their ultimate, most elite research and combat group. While regular members are called specialists, every single member in the First Division holds the legendary title of Ace. Hearing this, he asks if he really wants to join that badly, and the guy quickly nods. Of course he does, because that division is a club exclusively for monsters led by Azure Dragon, the second strongest fighter in the nation. Every single year, only a couple of graduates make the cut, making it the ultimate dream for every young warrior. He smiles, realizing exactly how to play this. He immediately instructs the Dragon Blood Society's media team to start spreading the word and hyping up a massive announcement. Standing up abruptly, he declares that as the president of the Dragon Blood Society and a certified ace specialist of the First Division, he is officially challenging every single martial artist below the Great Martial Master and tells rank. He grins, asking if that kind of hype is big enough to bring in endless investors. The entire room freezes. They just stare at him with eyes as wide as saucers. Zheng Xiong practically jumps out of his seat, asking if he is actually a legendary ace specialist of the First Division. He points out that he has not even graduated yet, so taking that insane entrance exam should be completely impossible. He just laughs it off, saying he did not even have to take any test because he got recruited directly into the ranks. Yangzi chimed in with sheer shock, warning him that this is not something he can just lie about. He calmly assures him that it is completely real since his official appointment went through last night, and the paperwork will arrive in a few days. Still stunned, Yangzi mutters that challenging every fighter below the Great Martial Master rank is absolutely insane. He thinks it over, realizing he can easily crush standard martial masters, though the genius ones might take a tiny bit of effort. Fighting stronger opponents might force him to reveal his ultimate trump card of freezing time, but that secret relies heavily on the element of surprise. He decides it is definitely not worth exposing his best ability just to secure funding, so he opts for a different route and plans to challenge the entire university. Yangzi frowns, feeling like this is completely jumping the shark, but he chooses to trust Yi. For the sake of the Dragon Blood Society, he immediately dials the media team. By the next morning, the school's social media completely explodes with shock over the news of Yi's return. The forums are flooded with posts about how a freshman who vanished for 6 whole months is suddenly an ace specialist challenging the entire campus. People are calling it pure arrogance, demanding to know who this guy even is when Xiang Jianzhuang was supposed to be the top freshman of the year. Some remember him as the top scorer of the entrance exam who shocked the university deans, but others point out that he has been a complete ghost for the last 6 months. They find his open challenge to the entire school completely insane, but what really confuses everyone is how on earth a student managed to bypass everything and get into the legendary first division of the Great Xia, Dragon Sparrows. Graduates complain that the actual entrance exam was a total nightmare that wiped out 99% of candidates. Rumors spread that He got in without even taking the test, leading some online trolls to joke that he must have smiled his way into a government job. The comments quickly devolve into ridiculous banter, with users telling each other to shut up. Over at the university hospital, Chuzhou looks at his phone and chuckles that he simply cannot stay out of trouble. Xingzhu laughs along, remarking that some poor souls are about to have a very bad day. On the television screens, news anchors are reporting on he being a specially recruited prodigy who skipped the exams entirely. The public debate is heating up fast, with some pointing out that the official Great Xia Dragon Sparrows confirmed his rank, while jealous students claim he is just a fraud who used family connections and does not deserve the title of ace. Yangzi watches the numbers rise, noting that the hype has officially peaked and trusts his media team to keep guiding the public narrative. At the same time, the internet is practically begging to know if he is the real deal, with thousands of people planning to tune into the university live stream to find out. Skeptics on the forums are absolutely convinced that he is a complete fraud who bought his way into the first division, promising to tune into the live broadcast just to watch his fake reputation crumble. Meanwhile, others tell everyone to stop guessing and wait for the match, while his loyal supporters argue that he wouldn't dare to stream the fight to the entire nation unless he actually had the godlike power to back up his words. Seeing the massive wave of online engagement, Yangzi excitedly notes how the public has split into different factions. Some are supporting others are praying for his downfall, and some are just neutral onlookers. But the beautiful part is that regardless of their stance, every single account is successfully driving traffic directly to the upcoming live stream. Meanwhile, in VIP Hospital Room 17, Zhou Kai is shaking with absolute rage, muttering that he did not even get the chance to send men to break Yi before the idiot went and invited the entire school to kill him. After all, accidents happen in the arena, and a slip of a blade leaving someone dead is perfectly normal. The scene shifts. A massive fighting arena appears on screen. The stands erupt with deafening cheers from the excited crowd. Fans pull out their phones to record a helicopter flying overhead. The announcer builds up the crowd, welcoming everyone to the highly anticipated university tournament that they have all been waiting for, before finally calling out the main attraction of the night, the confident Yi. With zero hesitation, he leaps straight out of the helicopter. The moment his feet touch the ground, a massive shockwave sweeps across the arena. Through the thick clouds of dust, his powerful and imposing figure slowly comes into view. The stream chat goes wild over the absolute coolest entrance of the year, with fans declaring they are not sleeping tonight. Some admit they do not know if he is actually strong, but his style is definitely top tier. Viewers point out that his dramatic entrance under the bright moonlight radiates true protagonist energy, completely overshadowing any other fighters who will step onto the stage tonight. Even though he is technically the one issuing the challenge to the entire school, his sheer presence makes it look like the rest of the student body are the ones desperately trying to challenge him. The hype in the stadium reaches an absolute fever pitch as deafening roars echo through the stands for Yi. Watching from the sidelines, Long Cao clicks his tongue at the freshman's flair for the dramatic. When his junior asks if he wants to jump in, he calmly admits that for this kind of massive viewership, he definitely has to make an appearance. But deep down, his mind is running a quick calculation. As a popular online influencer, there is no way he would pass up a chance for massive views like this. Stepping onto the martial arts stage first is a complete win-win situation for him. If he actually wins, he will instantly skyrocket to global fame using this crazy viewer count. But even if he loses, he can just wait for the next fighter to win, then shamelessly claim he wore down most of Yi. He's stamina first. No matter what, he gets to ride the hype of Long. Thao jumps onto the stage with an arrogant grin, introducing himself as a second-rank martial artist here to claim the ring. But Yi, he calmly responds, introducing himself as an 8th-rank martial artist of the Dragon Blood Society. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, the enthusiastic announcer shouts that the match has officially begun. With a single devastating kick, Yi sends him flying backward and crashing onto the floor. Even so, Long Thao cries out about his precious views. Yi, he completely ignores him, coldly asking who is next, prompting Yao. Ling storms forward in a rage, yelling that she is here to fight him. Seeing this, the comment section explodes. That is Yao Ling, a second-year student. Even though she is only a 5th-rank martial artist, she has a record of defeating 3 7th-rank opponents all on her own. She is the most prominent figure in the entire sophomore class. So why is she stepping onto the stage now? Everyone wonders if she stands a chance against Yi He. But honestly, no matter how things go, she is definitely going to do much better than that internet clown, Long Thao. Facing her incoming blade, Yi, he remains completely calm, dryly pointing out that the purity of her weapon is simply too low. With a quick flick of his hand, he completely shatters her sword into pieces. Having dealt with her easily, Yi, he throws down a bold challenge, saying he is in a hurry, so everyone should just attack. Enraged by his arrogance, the crowd charges forward, shouting at the cocky freshman. They tell him not to look down on everyone just because of his great Chia Dragon Sparrow status, rallying together to teach the kid a lesson. Yet he obliterates all of them in a mere fraction of a second. Witnessing such a clean and effortless victory, the crowd instantly erupts in wild excitement. Over at the hospital, Zhou Kai turns pale as he mutters, wondering how Yi He is this strong. At this rate, taking revenge seems impossible, since anyone he sends would likely end up in a hospital bed right away. There is only one person who can actually pull this off: his older brother and eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Yanting. But that guy is notoriously rigid and reasonable, meaning he won't just blindly protect his brother or help him vent unless. After effortlessly dusting off the entire crowd, Yi calmly raises his voice, asking if there is anyone else. 2 of the defeated fighters, lying flat on the ground, groan in pain, cursing that he should have shown some restraint to save face for both sides. The sophomores and juniors of the Imperial University have completely lost all honor, and their names will forever be engraved on the school's pillar of shame. Whenever people mention Yi He, they will always bring up how he walked all over them. Right at that moment, another figure suddenly steps onto the arena stage. The moment they see who it is, the comment section explodes with excitement. Zhou Yanting is finally stepping up. A 9th-rank martial artist has finished his secluded training to put Yi He in his place. He is no ordinary master, having perfected his martial arts realm to absolute completion. He is even capable of defeating standard grand martial masters above his level. Zhou Yanting inherited the legendary Solar Yang bloodline of the Zhou family with a level of purity that is unmatched across generations. However, the immense energy flowing within him is incredibly difficult to control, and as a child, he frequently suffered from terrifying, violent outbursts. To combat this, the Zhou family commissioned a special nano suit to regulate and compress his body temperature. They also trained him in art, music, and meditation to cultivate his mind and calm his inner spirit since childhood, allowing him to lead a normal life. Now he will surely pay for his arrogance. Up in the stands, the crowd is more hyped than ever. Zhou Yanting steps forward, bowing politely as he speaks. He offers to fully compensate for any damages caused when his younger brother, Zhou Kai, previously caused trouble at their club. He raises an eyebrow, asking if he is indeed the brother of that messy-haired punk, and Zhou Yanting immediately confirms that he is. He rubs his neck, noting that Zhou Yanting doesn't seem like the warmongering type. If he is not here to save face for that messy-haired Zhou Kai, then why exactly is he challenging him to a duel? Zhou Yanting nods and sighs, admitting he is not here for his disappointing brother Zhou Kai. Instead, he fights for the honor of the Zhou family, and as for Yi, although my brother was at fault, you shouldn't have slandered the prestige of the Zhou family. Hearing this, he bursts out, laughing mockingly, finding the reputation slander storyline so cliché. He mutters that small-minded cowards only know how to fabricate lies, but he does not care. Infuriated, Zhou Yanting demands that he kneel down and apologize to the Zhou family in front of the entire school. Yi mockingly challenges him back, stating he will need the actual skill to back up those words. Zhou Yanting glares fiercely and roars out, calling him arrogant. Immediately, both of them swing their fists, clashing head-on. A rapid flurry of devastating punches is unleashed in the blink of an eye. Losing his mind, Zhou Yanting unleashes a barrage of aggressive attacks, while a serious Yi meets each heavy blow head-on. The moment their fists collide, a violent shockwave erupts, tearing across the entire arena. Suddenly, the protective armor on Zhou Yanting's hands begins to dissolve. Watching this, Yi gasps in shock. The opponent's nanosuit is coming off, and the temperature is suddenly skyrocketing. Through the billowing smoke, Zhou Yanting emerges. The comment section erupts, warning that his solar yang bloodline is active and he is completely doomed. The spectators are in awe of their immense power. Compared to Long Thao and Yao Ling earlier, these two are on an entirely different level, leading to a flood of comments that buzz with excitement. They praise Zhou Yanting's extraordinary strength as a top martial master, but note that no one else can survive more than a few rounds against Yi, he who has now become the ultimate demon king of Hua University. Zhou Yanting backs away, wondering if this monster form is Yi, his true self. Why does he look so much like a demonic beast? Just then he chuckles, warning the young Zhou master not to get distracted. Hesitation only leads to defeat. Up in the stands, a young boy cheers excitedly, rooting for the fire-breathing big brother to take down the ultimate demon king Yi He. Touching the cut on his cheek, Zhou Yanting wonders how the great Xia Dragon Sparrow could ever favor someone with such a crude and brutal fighting style. Could it just be his imagination? Why does this kid seem to be growing larger by the second? He chuckles and tells him to trust his eyes. He is indeed growing. He explains it is not from fully unleashing his transformation energy outward, but by using his supreme vampire flesh control to gradually release the inner power of his beast form. This method grants him extreme speed and lightning-fast reflexes while multiplying his physical stats every second. At this point, beating his senior is as effortless as a grown adult taking candy from a baby. Struggling to block the incoming strikes, Zhou Yanting realizes why this monster dared to challenge the entire school. Such terrifying raw power is far beyond anything a normal human should ever possess. Yan Ding thought his own bloodline was absurdly broken, but compared to Yi, it was absolutely nothing. This guy was a high-level demonic beast in human form. His bones couldn't take that sheer power anymore, and the martial physique he spent so much effort building was on the verge of collapsing. He would have to rebuild it from scratch. But first he had to take down the monster in front of him. He leaped up and roared out, "If my strength can't match yours, then I'll use speed to win." He just smirked in response. "Did you not study any of my past battle records before coming here to challenge me with zero preparation?" Yan Ding yelled back in pure rage, "You are the arrogant one." He plotted silently, "With this move you might actually die, so don't blame me for not warning you." With that thought, he erupted his power as roaring flames completely engulfed his entire body. His flame-wrapped hands were raised high toward the sky as lava bubbled. Scorching heat seemed to completely cover the entire arena. The excited crowd cheered. That heat is so intense, is changing the environment, truly worthy of the Chu family fire martial arts. Suddenly, a massive ball of fire materialized right above Yan Ding's head. Then he roared, "Earth-slaying martial art, blazing sun, demonic hand." The fireball instantly closed in. He showed zero fear, calmly saying that this was finally starting to look decent. But did he think he was the only one who could unleash energy? Because this was the perfect chance to test a newly self-created technique. Heaven-shattering dragon burst. As those words echoed, a massive surge of power intercepted the giant fireball. Without stopping, that immense force surged straight toward Yan Ding. He froze, muttering that he was dead. A second later, the power blasted straight into the sky. Just then, a deep voice echoed, "Yi, you went a bit too far there." He chuckled sheepishly, "Didn't I go all out just because I saw you arrive?" Principal, wanting to have a satisfying fight. Shi Jingwen did not answer, slowly carrying Yan Ding down to the ground. He sighed helplessly, explaining that he only came to check out the heavily promoted tournament Yi had organized, not expecting to be dragged in as a guest star like this. "You definitely did this on purpose, didn't you?" With an awkward laugh, he pleaded, "There's no other way, Principal. Without you, my arena wouldn't get any recognition, so please help your student out this once." Shi Jingwen nodded, mentioning how Gong Ke always complained about he being clumsy, but it turned out he was just teasing her. Fine for this, once the principal would show his face and help hold down the stage. Next up, are there any other students who want to challenge Yi? If not, I will declare him the official arena champion after taking on the entire school. Hearing that, the remaining contestants immediately backed down in fear. "Are you seriously going to challenge Yi? If I fight him, his atomic breath will slice me into 2.5 pieces. Didn't you see that massive energy wave earlier? He would literally disintegrate into nothingness. So should we keep rotating to wear him down, or is it your turn to go up next?" Seeing that no one stepped forward, he turned and announced that Yi had officially won the match. Yi, a first-year student with only martial artist cultivation, had single-handedly challenged every martial master in the school. Unprecedented and unmatched, his name would forever be engraved at Imperial University as a true legend. Honestly, watching the hot search trends explode like this is just wild. A new star of humanity was officially rising. As a top scholar from In City, he brought massive pride to his hometown, making local citizens feel incredibly proud to claim him as one of their own. People excitedly claimed they knew he was destined for greatness, with some jokingly pretending to be his uncle to get followers. Meanwhile, dark news loomed. The nation's martial saint was injured, and the Grand Master Protector Du Jingming was in critical condition. With 12 cities and 7 provinces in danger, Yi's rise truly felt like a divine blessing for the entire empire. That evening, back at City High School, number 1, a crowd gathered. Students chanted in unison that He was incredibly cool and had brought immense honor to their school. The teachers praised him too, urging the students to study hard and strive to become the next legendary martial artist, just like him. Yet online rumors began to swirl. Why did the great principal Shi Jingwen personally intervene to declare Yi's victory? Why would such a top figure support a private event? People questioned their relationship and wondered who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Because of the principal's bold action, Yi's name was instantly thrown into the spotlight. He was now targeted by countless powerful organizations who realized that this orphan boy might not be as simple as his profile suggested. Just then, an official warning was issued. Yi's identity was classified as a top-secret file of the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow organization. All parties were ordered to immediately cease all discussions about him, or they would face strict enforcement actions from the organization itself. Hearing this, Yangzi jumped up in sheer excitement, while others cheered for the rise of the Dragon Blood Society, wanting those petty people to regret ever doubting them. He then turned and asked where their main hero had gone. Zhang Xiang paused for a moment before replying that the young champion had mentioned having some urgent business and left in a hurry. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory room, a top-secret visitor arrived. Dr. Mad respectfully reported that he had successfully retrieved the golden gene hidden in City. He asked thoughtfully if there was a way to open it. He calmly replied that he could open it since he was once one of the lead engineers working on the golden gene project. However, a tracking device inside the vial would activate the moment it was opened, sending their location to the Laser Bird headquarters for a swift execution. Hearing this, he asked with a serious tone if there was any way to block that tracking signal. Dr. Mad quickly assured him that he was already gathering materials to build a signal-shielding room. He raised an eyebrow asking how long that would take. The doctor estimated about half a month, which was also the time needed to crack the complex mathematical codes on the vial. Nodding, the young man told him to proceed quickly, but emphasized that keeping himself safe was the absolute priority. With those words, he pressed the power button to disconnect. He silently pondered over the memories he had just extracted from Dr. Mad. It turned out Prometheus once had a deep, hidden partnership with the Divine Kingdom. Back then, Prometheus used its massive resources to secretly nurture a demonic fetus for them. But right when the creation was nearly complete, Prometheus betrayed the Divine Kingdom. But during the long gestation of the demon embryo, those mad scientists secretly injected various materials into it. This made the deviant demon incredibly weak upon its descent, allowing Prometheus to successfully capture the first living specimen in human history. Afterward, they chopped the creature into separate organs to run endless experiments. With a living deviant demon whose life force far exceeded any creature on the blue star as raw material, Prometheus sped up their biological research like a Formula One car flooring the gas pedal. They charged straight ahead without looking back, eventually producing several massive breakthroughs from the beast's body, including the world-shaking Eden project. Through this project, the madmen of Prometheus planned to build a literal god among humans. This artificial deity was not just meant to protect the blue star from secret invasions and stop otherworldly deviant demons from descending. It also aimed to abolish all nations and ethnicities on the blue star, uniting humanity under a single divine brain. This supreme mind would stand above all organizations, distributing all global resources to achieve absolute fairness and transform the Blue Star into the legendary Garden of Eden. They also had plans to alter the human genome to trigger an evolutionary leap for the entire species known as the Tinder Project. This project was the direct predecessor to Thunderbird's Golden Gene Initiative. He sits in deep thought, murmuring to himself. Prometheus's influence runs incredibly deep. Since he accidentally mentioned the keyword gene back then, people seem to think he was connected to them. He has a strong hunch that sooner or later he will get dragged into this chaotic vortex. That aside, he was so busy helping Ouyang Zhe that he had no time to study the badge Senior Qinglong gave him. Now is the perfect chance to practice his sleep cultivation technique. Deep in his sleep, a torrential downpour suddenly washes over the landscape. He slowly opens his eyes beneath the heavy blinding sheets of rain. He sluggishly stands up, surveying the desolate ruins around him. It looks like a brutal battle recently took place here. Yet the remaining scars do not suggest a clash between humans. Scorched marks cover the muddy ground, burns so intense that even the freezing rain cannot wash them away. There are also massive claw marks that clearly do not belong to any human. Amidst the smoldering battlefield, he stands alone, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. A moment later, he strips off the heavy armor with a sigh. The rain has stopped. How do people from the Western Kingdom even fight in such heavy gear? Better take this off quickly. Inside this strange martial fate space, he cannot utilize his full strength yet, so he grabs one of their discarded weapons to use. The time is almost up. The master of this domain should show up soon, just like a quest. NPC. Right on cue, a massive horse-drawn carriage comes charging right toward him. Peering through the carriage window, the spirit of martial fate lets out a surprised grunt. Seeing the carriage turn away Yi, he shouts out asking why they are leaving. But the fleeing carriage is suddenly grabbed and forced to a halt. Yi, he holds the carriage back with one hand, questioning the old man inside. Why run the moment you see me? Aren't you supposed to give me a trial quest? The old man snaps in frustration, wondering how this kid is strong enough to stop a whole carriage. He yells that he has nothing to say to a thief like him. Hearing the absurd accusation Yi, he raises an eyebrow in confusion, wondering what thief he means. The old man's face darkens as he tells Yi he to stop playing dumb. He demands to know if he is here for their family inheritance, just like that blue-haired martial artist who barged in before. His own unfilial descendants were completely useless, leaving him to guard their glory alone in this space. Yet that blue-haired brute broke through his limits, invaded this domain, and violently stole their legacy. He angrily asks how he is any different from that thief. He rolls his eyes, sighing that he does not care about the old man's personal grudge. However, since he is a quest NPC, he has to do his job. With that he swings his blade and completely shatters the carriage wheel. The old man stares wide-eyed, demanding to know what the kid is doing. He flashes a smug grin, apologizing to the old man. To make sure a stubborn guide NPC like him does not run away, he has to drag him along for the entire map exploration. Leaning on his cane, the old man walks ahead, cursing the brat for breaking his ride. He lazily offers a half-hearted apology, reminding him that, as the master here, he must lead the way. The old man grumpily notes that he is at least more polite than the blue-haired warrior. He points out that following these eruption marks will lead to the trial grounds. He gazes into the distance, sighing that the eruption marks vanish right here. Talk about a headache. The old man smirks to himself. Did the kid actually think he would lead him to the trial? How naive. He will be hopelessly lost in this space forever. He suddenly looks up, whispering to himself. Wait. If there are no tracks on the ground, could it be that the target took to the skies? The old man narrows his eyes in shock. He did not expect the kid to find such a crucial clue so quickly. Between his sharp eyes and raw talent, it is a real shame he is not a descendant of his family. Stroking his chin, he reasons that flying beasts never build their nests on low ground. Since they are standing on a vast plain, they just need to head this way and search for the highest peak. That has to be their target. Looks like he has to borrow the old man's horse for a quick ride. Towering peaks loom ahead, shrouded in thick clouds like a mythical fantasy land. The borrowed horse carrying the two of them charges forward at full speed. Suddenly, the horse's eyes widen in absolute terror as it senses danger. It rears back violently, tossing both riders straight off its back. Yi grits his teeth, realizing the horse sensed danger. It seems they have finally arrived. What on earth is that? Could it be the star-devouring calamity, the legendary enemy of the deviant demons? The colossal multi-headed white dragon suddenly spews a massive wave of fire. The raging fireball hurtles straight toward the two of them. The attack explodes violently right where they stand, engulfing everything in raging flames. Martial Fate steps out of the flames, unharmed, scoffing. Finding the place means nothing. He is just a speck of dust, to be ash-burned by its wrath. Since the old man controls this domain, he will survive. That kid is still way too green for this. This trial was never about killing the multi-headed white dragon. He was supposed to find sacred items guarded by beasts in the snowy mountains, then offer them to the beast to gain recognition and earn the inheritance. The old man closed his eyes, muttering that the green-haired punk was an exception. After breaking through, he used terrifying power to slaughter several white dragons to snatch the inheritance. But this kid is helpless. With his weak cultivation, the first wave of attacks would have already. Is that kid still alive? There is something wrong with his body. He smirked with amusement. The first time he entered the Wuyun space, he received none of the power the mother body provided simply because his fusion rate was too low. But now, as his compatibility with the mother body rises, its raw power is seeping into his very soul, finally allowing him to unleash its true strength inside this dimension. So the sword he planned to use became useless, and it was time to show his true power. Wuyun gasped in utter shock, stammering about how this kid could possibly be another absolute monster. Transforming into Demora, he issued a challenge to let Demora at 71% compatibility concentrate all cellular power to completely swallow the giant form and achieve full transformation. But this terrifying power is far from infinite. Once his giant form and nuclear energy run dry, he will drop out of this god-devil state. Optimistically, he only has 2.5 minutes left, but that is plenty of time. The white dragon tilted its head in deep caution, and then it happened. He suddenly reached out and choked it, unleashing the world-ending power of Demora that swallows the stars. Witnessing this insane scene, the old man was so shocked he screamed out in sheer terror. Right after his scream, the ground instantly exploded and sent Wuyun flying backward. The white dragon roared in agony while he just smirked. He threw down a challenge to recreate their legendary battle right inside the Wuyun space. Moments later, the group of white dragons suddenly soared into the sky. He sneered, asking if they thought they could bully him just because he could not fly. With that, a brilliant blue light erupted around him in a blinding flash. He roared fiercely, telling them not to forget that he could also attack from a distance. He quickly gathered all his power into a massive energy sphere inside his mouth. Both sides then launched their most devastating attacks at each other. The two titanic forces crashed together, triggering a massive explosion amidst the blinding light. Through the blue glow, the calm voice of Yi, he echoed, declaring that this was far more than a simple clash of raw strength. Faced with the power of Demora, the pack of white dragons continued to attack with absolute madness. However, his overwhelming power systematically ripped them apart, destroying them piece by piece. After a moment, Yi smiled and noted that with only 3 heads remaining, they reminded him of a certain legendary 3-headed dragon. With those words, he surged directly forward. He closed in on the white dragon and roared, warning that those 3 remaining heads were about to go. The moment he finished speaking, emerald flames erupted to completely swallow everything in sight. A massive explosion tore through the area, sending out a shockwave that swept the battlefield clean. At that moment, a massive glowing heart suddenly materialized right inside his hand. Amidst the endless mountains, he slowly raised the giant heart high into the air. The old man stared in absolute shock, wondering if he was caught in an illusion. He could not believe someone could use a monstrous form to utterly slaughter a multi-headed white dragon with such ease. Wu Yun suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked straight up into the sky. Right in front of the old man, the massive heart suddenly dropped down with a heavy thud. He cheered in excitement, noting how incredible it felt to control a giant beast and charge ahead. He told the old man that since the dragon was dead, he already knew where the inheritance was hidden, so he would not need his help. Wu Yun flinched in surprise and yelled at him to keep dreaming. He burst out laughing, saying he knew the old man would react like that, so he would just grab it himself. Without waiting, he plunged his hand directly into the giant heart with all his strength. Feeling the extreme heat inside, he gritted his teeth, thinking about how incredibly hot it was. It felt like molten iron, as if his entire arm was about to dissolve completely. He finally gripped it, though it was incredibly heavy. In an instant, Yi pulled himself back up, holding the legendary inheritance. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Wu Yun panicked and flinched backward. Right then, the inheritance suddenly split into hundreds of writhing tentacles that reached out toward Yi. Before he could react, one of the tentacles wrapped tightly around his arm. Suddenly, 10 sharp spikes shoot out, burying themselves deep into Yi's flesh. In the blink of an eye, the genuine dragon armor from the earthly fiend heritage completely encases him. Standing right there, the old man can hardly believe his own eyes. As he clenches his fist in pure excitement, the old man looks on in utter shock, thinking about how other warriors were simply too weak to bear the weight of the dragon armor or the sheer amount of blood it drains. Even that green-haired martial artist only managed to get 90% of the heritage, making this young kid the first master to be fully recognized by the armor in 1,000 years. Suddenly, remembering something, he turns and asks, "You want to know how I did it? Well, as you saw, I just put on the armor. So what's so hard about that?" Those words instantly spark the old man's fury, though he quickly sighs in defeat. Since the ancestors have accepted him, he decides not to pursue the matter further. With no heir left in the family, passing this heritage to someone worthy is a blessing, keeping it clean and undefiled. He suddenly interrupts to ask the old man if this heritage is missing something, suggesting there must be a second part to it, making Wu Yun scream in sheer panic, telling the greedy thief not to dare rob their entire family line. Instead of replying, he merely smiles and analyzes that the genuine dragon armor is too extreme, focusing solely on external training. It requires an equivalent internal cultivation technique to achieve perfect balance, otherwise a regular martial artist's internal organs would collapse under the armor's brutal pressure. Otherwise, bones would be shattered and flesh squeezed completely dry by the armor. That is why this combined internal and external training is the only way to make it a complete system, a rare heavenly STEM-tier technique that he absolutely cannot afford to pass up. A week flies by and he remains trapped in a deep, long slumber. Suddenly, the phone sitting on the table begins to ring loudly. He quickly sits up and answers, asking Chu Zhou what's going on, only to be asked if he has been training in his dreams 80% of the time lately since digesting the massive influx of information from the genuine dragon armor. Within Wu Yun's space takes time. On the other end of the line, Chu Zhou explains that he and Liu Qingzhu were discharged yesterday and must collect their rewards at the university center today, adding that the student union director specifically asked Yi to go directly to the principal's office to claim his prize. Still groggy, he questions why the principal wants to meet him. Could the principal really want a private chat with him? Shortly after they arrive inside the Tianfang Tower, a massive floating facility at the heart of Huada University. A gentle voice echoes through the hall, welcoming Yi and saying she has been waiting. Nuwa smiles warmly, introducing herself and explaining that Principal Jing Wen is waiting upstairs, so Yi should follow her. Nodding in agreement, Yi quietly observes her, noting that while he cannot sense any martial energy from her body, she does not feel like a normal human, either raising the question of whether she is even real. Even inside the elevator, he cannot stop staring and examining her. Nuwa suddenly asks if he is curious about her body, making a caught Yi. He quickly stammers that she misunderstands, insisting he only wanted to learn a bit about advanced technology. She suddenly begins to unbutton her shirt, replying that it is actually quite different, leaving Yi. He completely shocked as he panics and yells to stop because she really has the wrong idea. Nuwa calmly reveals her mechanical chest, explaining that this mass-produced service unit has a completely different structure compared to human females, with only her face realistically simulated to make her more appealing. Seeing this, Yi finally breathes a massive sigh of relief, laughing that she nearly gave him a heart attack while silently marveling at Huada's incredibly advanced technology. Moments later, the elevator stops at floor 667. She politely bows, informing him that the principal is waiting for him inside the office, so he calmly thanks her for her help before stepping right out. But the moment he steps inside, a sudden wave of pain hits him, making him grunt. A second later, his entire body slams heavily onto a sofa. Jingwen slowly comments that he slept for a very long time, asking if he mastered the dragon transformation manual yet. Groggy Yi, he asks where they are, only for the principal to reply that they are in his office. Instead of answering, he calmly pushes a cup of tea forward, inviting him to try this unique brew from a secret realm. He takes a sip and asks if the spatial teleportation is his actual power, which Jingwen calmly confirms is possible within a limited range. Hearing that he is completely astonished, realizing that must be how the principal managed to save Chu Yanting, since spatial techniques are thought to be on par with insane heaven-defying abilities like time manipulation. Sipping his tea, the principal informs he that all his points and resource cards have already been transferred to his account, and as the prime contributor of a level 5 mission, he is now entitled to choose 2 earthly fiend techniques, along with custom advanced weapons. With a serious look, he calculates, realizing he has no immediate need for weapons or techniques. Instead, he asks for permission to access the genetic lock files and get authorization to research Prometheus quickly, adding that he has no hidden motives, and to his absolute surprise, Jingwen immediately agrees without any hesitation. Seeing that incredibly calm expression, he grates his teeth seriously. How does this guy always know what is coming next? Setting his cup down, the principal tells him to follow him to the archives, prompting a startled he to point out that he has not even finished his tea yet. Jingwen pushes the door open, noting they can always finish the tea after checking the records. Stepping inside, his eyes immediately widen in absolute shock as he gasps. What on earth is this, and what creature does this severed half-brain belong to? The principal calmly explains that this is Nuwa's central computer and its true physical form, making he realized the receptionist from earlier was also an AI creation before Jingwen nods and reveals this half-brain actually belonged to Prometheus. He stands completely speechless in sheer shock, realizing that this half-brain once belonged to the first otherworld demon ever captured alive in human history, which was then split into 8 pieces by Prometheus. Back in their peak golden age, they were so incredibly powerful and insane that after plotting the Garden of Eden project to slay gods and unify the entire planet, dividing up the rest of humanity was probably nothing difficult for them to achieve. Right then, the principal calls for Nuwa and she instantly responds, answering that she is present. Jingwen calmly orders the files to be exported, which Nuwa does immediately, and a few seconds later he pulls a flash drive from the server. He hands over the drive, explaining that he loaded a portion of Nuwa inside so he can ask her anything he wants. Hearing this, he literally shakes with pure excitement, knowing that a central computer like Nuwa holds countless core secrets regarding Huada and many vital national military missions. He cannot help but wonder why the principal would trust him with something this incredibly valuable, leaving him to suspect if there might be some hidden motive behind it. The principal smiles warmly and presses the drive into his hand, telling him to stop daydreaming because even as the principal, sneaking a student in here is a serious violation. Stunned, he realizes that his own principal is the one leading him into a major rule-breaking scheme. Meanwhile, in another room, Jian Zhuang remains entirely focused on his intense training. He suddenly snaps, his eyes open, unleashing a massive burst of sword energy. Jian Zhuang laughs with pure excitement. In his very first semester as a freshman, he has already completed a training path that normally takes over a year. The gap between people is just too vast. Even among geniuses, there are levels, and he is at the very top. Boasting that he is at the absolute peak, he gets ignored as He coldly asks if he is finally done with his business. Sneering, he sizes him up, asking if he is the he Ouyang Zi mentioned, delivering himself right to his door. He raises an eyebrow, reminding him that if he is with the Dragon Blood Society, he should find Ouyang Zi because right now he needs the training room. Infuriated, Jian Shuang snaps, asking if the guy is playing dumb. He proudly barks that he is Xiang Jianzhuang, the absolute beast who crushed Ouyang Zi under his boot and nearly wiped their entire Dragon Blood Society right out of the history books. But before he can even finish, he swings his fist and heavily slaps Jianzhuang, the freshman king, right across the face. Clicking his tongue, he mutters that he already said he needed the training room, complaining about the guy blocking the door. Jian Zhuang has no idea what happens next anyway, because by the time he finally wakes up from his coma, a whole week has already passed. Inside the elite training room reserved exclusively for gifted students. Clenching his fists, he mutters that with no more distractions, his Beast King is starving and ready to be unleashed. He is ready to let his power consume everything. All the demon cores he collected along with the Academy subsidies and bought resources are gathered right here. It is finally time to raise the compatibility of his Emperor template. Feeding this massive load of cores all at once will force his body into a deep sleep state for evolution while releasing a massive burst of nuclear energy radiation. He specifically has Nuwa, his digital maid assistant, open the largest private training room. Ever since gaining her support, this whole academy has basically felt like his own home, since she instantly bypasses all the annoying paperwork for him. He used to hate when others had special privileges, but having them himself feels absolutely amazing. Finally, he instructs Nuwa to activate the room's energy shield as he is ready to begin. Nuwa quickly complies, acknowledging He as her master. A moment later, staring at the system display, he mutters in confusion that it is still not enough. It is still not enough. As compatibility levels up, the core quantity and quality requirements increase exponentially. That is the major drawback of having an elite template. The growth period takes too long and the resource demands are terrifying. Since he cannot instantly convert this template into raw power, it slows him down, which is exactly why he still has to study the martial arts system. Suddenly, his screen pops up a warning about extreme standard exceeding energy levels, though Nuwa quickly suppresses the alert and recalibrates the system. He mutters to himself that even when using cheats, one must do it smartly because brainless hackers still end up dead or defeated anyway. Meanwhile, the digital clock on the wall displays 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds. He floats silently in mid-air as layers of freezing blue ice gradually envelop his body. Before drifting into a deep slumber, he vows that once the gateway opens, the Beast King will rise. Meanwhile, out in the open sky, fleets of massive starships are slowly taking off. Hovering high in the air, Jing Wen loudly announces that today marks the start of Great Shia's reclamation plan, requiring 70% of martial artists nationwide to report. Great Shia's martial artists must reclaim the 12 cities taken by the 7 beasts. Finishing his speech, he pauses quietly, scanning the rows of warriors gathered below. Jing Wen loudly rallies the students' fighting spirits, calling for the entire student body of Huada to light the war beacons with their own burning vital energy. Fueled by adrenaline, the crowd of students roars back in unison. His powerful voice echoes across the plaza, promising that the war smoke of their collective vital energy will soar straight into the heavens, merging through the fierce clash of steel and blood. This is their ultimate fighting spirit, swearing to fight to the death, to reclaim their lost territories and fully restore Great Xia. They all know the mission details, and though many are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice, there is still one condition. They must survive and return, because only survival keeps hope alive. Huada University will forever be their home, standing right here to welcome them back. He orders all the Imperial warriors to repeat the oath. Before our army there stands no enemy. Every single student roars back in unison that before their army there stands no enemy. Meanwhile, back inside the secluded training room, he remains locked in a deep slumber. Shrouded in deep shadows, his facial expression is completely unreadable. In the silent hallway, the sharp click of high heels echoes coldly. 2 men bow respectfully, greeting Manager Yu Yan as she passes. She frowns in deep frustration. Between the stolen Golden Gene, the attack on their critical base, and the loss of an entire elite squad, Lei Shidiao has faced endless disasters this year. The board of directors is starting to suspect that a single enemy is behind all this to bring down Lei Shidiao, though they still lack concrete proof. Even though Heishi cleaned up their tracks at the Jinshan Temple base, the Longwei organization has still narrowed their sights on them. If Great Xia's Longwei forces were not so busy trying to reclaim the beast cities, Lei Shidiao would likely have been dismantled by now. Fortunately for them, with the nation's martial artists entirely focused on the beast cities, Lei Shidiao has a brief window to quietly release their terrifying monster without drawing any unwanted attention. This creature is a literal Pandora's box, a highly unstable failed specimen from their initial Golden Gene experiments that could easily drag humanity into a bottomless abyss. Yet, because it carries the Golden Gene, it acts like a radar that can naturally sense the location of other active genes. Even though it is extremely prone to going berserk, it remains their only hunting dog capable of tracking down their missing asset. A moment later, Yu Yan stops directly in front of the lock gate. She slowly pulls a ring of keys from her pocket. Then she slides the keys into the locks one by one. After a tedious process, Yu Yan finally manages to unlock the heavy door. Staring at the creepy iron coffin, she coldly speaks to Subject Yin Wen. With those words, Yu Yan quickly steps toward the iron coffin. Her face contorts as she gulps down a handful of pills, laughing like a maniac. It is time to show the world your true terror, father. The battleship flies high up in the gloomy sky. Soldiers stand together right in front of a fuel container. A groaning voice echoes from ahead, telling them to keep flying forward. A subordinate reports that the location this hound points to is West City. The executor replies, West City, the seventh stronghold that great Shia Dragon Sparrow plans to reclaim. Are there people there? Relax, Captain. As long as the thief who took the golden gene is not a grandmaster, even strong martial artists can be surrounded and hunted down easily. That is right, Captain. Under your brilliant leadership, we have never lost a fight. As long as we do not run into the first division of the great Shia Dragon Sparrow, we can retreat safely. The captain hears this and barks out an order. Eva, mask our flight signal and hack the navigation system to start autopilot mode immediately. As you wish, Executor. The heavy warship begins to move rapidly across the vast sky. A female soldier panics. The aircraft is completely out of control. In that exact moment, the Executor's eyes turn dead cold with murderous intent to eliminate him. Seeing this, a subordinate asks with a trembling voice, Captain, since when did you become a traitor? He laughs and shakes his head. That is not quite right, because I was never one of the Thunderbird's men to begin with. So how could I betray you? My apologies, everyone. You can punish me all you want once I go to hell, but for now I need you to die first. The soldiers turn pale with horror, Captain. The monster sees this and laughs maniacally. They are all dead. Hey brother, can you give me some blood? I am so thirsty. He smiles. The squad members here are all great martial masters, so you must savor their hearts. The executor stuffs it into the monster's mouth. Hound, you are finally free. The hound grows increasingly wild. This is not enough. Give me everything. The executor laughs with satisfaction to think an elite Baby-done special agent like me is reduced to feeding a dog. The monster's voice trembles. What do you want me to do? He answers, nothing special. Just unleash your pure rage on the territory of the Shia nation. Right now, they are fighting to reclaim their lost cities, and their recovery is the last thing we at Baby-dune want to see. It is also time for me to leave, or the people coming will tear me to pieces. I will leave these great martial master corpses as your first meal out of prison. The warship begins to drift through the open sky. It laughs eerily, from a hunting dog searching for items to a rabid dog unleashed to bite anyone in sight. Is that it? It is truly being underestimated here, wanting to rip everyone apart and swallow them whole. At the exact same time, metal screws shoot outward. The iron cage begins to shatter across the deck. The monster's shadow looms through the thick smoke. It wildly declares, first I will complete my golden gene to fully evolve, then become a god. Let's see who dares call me a dog after that. Over West City, a loud announcement blares out, evacuate the blast zone immediately, as the warship prepares a massive fire sweep to draw the beast tide of the entire city here. Once the local defenses are cleared out, deploy our elite squad, led by a grandmaster, straight to the enemy core to eliminate the overlord. The beast now stands directly in front of the warship. Crackling bolts of lightning gently take the shape of a new creature. The other beast flinches in surprise upon seeing it. The monster suddenly breaks into a wild, maniacal laugh. It eagerly says time to try some different food. Then the monster dives toward the ground to launch its attack. In that exact instant, its exposed nerve fibers twitch violently. High above, the ferocious beasts let out deafening roars. The entire sky is completely overtaken by these bizarre creatures. Terrifying shrieks echo, threatening to swallow the entire area. The hound leaps high, its bloody veins fully exposed to the open air. It screeches out, this gene pool is incredibly rich. My broken body can fully recover here, making this the absolute best buffet ever. The scene opens over the skies of West City, where a massive battleship suddenly explodes in midair. Blinding explosions chain together in a frenzy, completely engulfing the sky. The squad panics, shouting to Sister Liu that a beast just downed a plane and they must rescue the survivors. But she warns Xiao Zhang to stay back, as the monster might still be lurking nearby. He protests that she is a grand martial master, and since they are only in the outer suburbs of West City, no beast can match her. The others agree, arguing that if they do not take risks here, they will never survive the inner city. Sister Liu finally relents and tells them to be extremely careful. But standing right before them now is a colossal monster. Xiao Zhang watches in sheer terror, wondering how this single warrior wiped out all the beasts attracted by the crash. Sister Liu watches him closely, secretly wondering if this guy who sneaked into the chaos is completely out of his mind. Suddenly, the massive monster notices their presence and focuses its gaze on them. It grins with twisted excitement, targeting its new prey. Deadly dark tentacles begin to rise and crawl toward the pair. Xiao Zhang charges forward, unleashing his signature Wen Qi slash technique as his glowing blade drives deep into the monster's flesh. But he immediately feels like he is just slicing through soft mud. Before he can react, the beast opens its massive maw. It swallows Xiao Zhang whole, leaving nothing. Sister Liu watches in utter horror, screaming that he was eaten. Her eyes flare with pure rage, and she unleashes a storm of fierce sword strikes as she charges. The beast swings its hand, copying the Wen Qi slash. Sister Liu's eyes instantly freeze in sheer disbelief. The creature fluidly twists its body, launching a devastating familiar counterattack. She is completely shaken, wondering how this hideous monster could possibly use a martial art that is identical to Xiao Zhang's. A weak voice whimpers Sister Liu, shocking her. She asks if Xiao Zhang is still alive. From deep within the writhing black tentacles, his voice echoes. He begs her to save him, crying out in sheer agony that it hurts so much, pleading that he is about to die as he screams her name. She stares in horror, completely paralyzed as she realizes their terrible fate. Sister Liu finally screams out in absolute terror. Suddenly, her attitude completely shifts. She mutters that although he was an older man, his flesh was still quite firm, and she can feel the golden genes in another part of West City. The parasite plans to sneak into other martial artist squads and gain their trust, only to suddenly devour them just to watch their horrified expressions. Looking out over the bloody battlefield, it can still sense several incredibly powerful life forces, likely Grandmaster-level warriors and Overlord-tier beasts. If it can successfully consume genes of this immense caliber, absolutely no one in the world would ever dare to control it like a trained dog again. It has cast off its chains, ascending to become a demon. Suddenly, a warning blares that a Lord-class beast is charging in from behind, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves as a leader shouts not to panic. Tianwu leaps high on his warhorse like a fierce warrior. He swings a decisive, powerful slash straight ahead. Tianwu warns that against an endless tsunami of monsters, the heavy firepower humanity prides itself on is nothing but a tiny candle in a vast ocean, easily snuffed out at any moment. He explains that only by relying on highly agile and powerful individual warriors to eliminate the high-tier monsters can they dismantle the massive horde and lure out the Overlord. Their 5-man elite vanguard squad from the Huadai faction has taken on this incredibly dangerous and vital mission. As the surroundings fall quiet, Kai Ming reports that their chosen route is completely clear, noting that the great Shia Dragon Sparrow Scout Vanguard mapped out this path to lead them directly to the Overlord's lair. Closing his eyes, Tianwu explains that the higher a warrior's cultivation level, the stronger their spiritual vision becomes, sometimes even letting them foresee their own death in dreams. He advises Kai Ming to always trust a martial artist's raw intuition. The squad halts and immediately stands on high alert, while the boy respectfully agrees with Master Wu, who raises his hand to manifest his inner power. A moment later, his eyes snap open. It is here. A bizarre, ominous sphere suddenly comes plummeting down from the sky. The instant it collides with the ground, a devastating explosion erupts. Folding its arms, the Overlord demands to know why they stopped when it had prepared such a grand welcoming ceremony for them. Tianwu shouts to confirm their target, the West City Overlord Golden-Horned Insect Lord, ordering everyone to take formation. And so, in the ruined combat zone of West City, a figure riding a warhorse charges forward, wielding a powerful lightning dragon spear. The Overlord simply crosses his arms and laughs at the foolish tiny humans, wondering if they really think such cheap tricks can actually hurt him. He immediately flexes his massive arms, preparing to show them the true meaning of overwhelming power. The Overlord channels his strength to strike down at the target below, but suddenly, he is forced to a complete halt, wondering what is happening. Another fighter has leaped onto the Overlord to pin him down, executing the Earth Fiend secret technique, water drops pierce stone. Instantly, the warhorse leaps high into the air, along with its rider. Annoyed at being tricked, the Overlord grumbles that these cunning humans have clearly designed their tactical team based on his specific weaknesses. Furious, he stomps his foot down, deciding to eliminate the old man first. A shield immediately blocks the blow for him, allowing Elder Mew to retreat safely. The powerful strike is completely absorbed by the massive shield. A teammate shouts for Tian to charge forward, leaving the rest to him. She immediately summons a powerful yin-yang array to lock him down. Shi Ming crouches low, tightening his fist as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a heavy punch directly into Tian's magic array. The array immediately flies forward to trap the Overlord, making him wonder what kind of skill can actually seal his movements. In the blink of an eye, he is dragged into an entirely different domain. The Overlord looks around in utter confusion, wondering if this is the special space humans keep talking about. Blood splatters everywhere, surging heavily like waves in the sea. The other fighters raise their weapons and charge forward together. The Overlord watches them and calmly admits that the human cultivation system actually has some highly commendable points. A devastating slash comes down, ripping everything into 2 clean pieces. As blood sprays like water, he muses that perhaps the Emperor was right about learning from humans. Both sides immediately clash in a brutal exchange of blows. A massive explosion erupts, unleashing a blinding flash of brilliant light. One teammate asks if the Overlord is dead, but another warns that heavily injuring him was already their main goal. Despite losing half his upper body, he still stands, praising the humans and noting that any normal Overlord would be dead. But unfortunately, there are massive gaps between Overlords, and he is far superior to any of those lesser beasts. And just like that, the nightmare continues as they stare in shock at his rare hidden form. His body quickly mutates, entering his second molted state, the Insect Sovereign Overlord. Every single organ inside the Overlord's body begins to violently vibrate. Stepping forward, he targets the troublesome old man first as Tian Tian and Qi Ming rush in to protect their elder. They combine their powers to launch an attack at the Overlord. He instantly vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone completely shocked by his terrifying speed. The two quickly circle around the Overlord's back to strike again with the lightning dragon spear. But the Overlord effortlessly spins around, dodging both of their strikes. Someone gasps in horror, calling out to his king. He swings his arm, telling the worthless beasts to get lost. Then the Overlord tightly squeezes the opponent's throat with his bare hand. Looking down at them, the Overlord sneezes that if their entire squad struggled this much against him, they stand absolutely no chance against the other deadly Overlords currently lurking in the Western City. Gasping for breath, the fighter struggles to ask if there are really other Overlords in the Western City. The scene shifts over to the military war zone in the Western City. Inside the command battleship, a subordinate reports a Level 1 warning detecting a massive biological reaction at a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Computer readings confirm the creature has reached Overlord rank. With no Grandmaster protecting the ground forces, a strategic retreat is highly advised. Everyone is thrown into a panic, wondering how this is possible when the only Western Overlord was supposed to be fighting Director Chen's squad. The commander shouts not to hesitate, ordering the ground forces to retreat immediately, while the airborne battleships pull back to prepare for a heavy bombing run. A massive wriggling tentacle suddenly emerges out of thin air. The military operators quickly radio the captain that they are under attack. The battleship immediately fires its electromagnetic cannons to counter the strike. A terrifying explosion instantly tears across the entire battlefield. The monster's giant tentacle is cleanly sliced in half, but almost instantly, the severed limb regenerates as if nothing happened. The captain screams that there is no time left, they must prepare to deploy nuclear weapons immediately. The commander's booming voice echoes, giving the order to fire Payload 1. High above the massive aerial warship begins its attack run. A colossal shockwave erupts, blinding everyone as it sweeps across space. The commander prays that the power of 3 nuclear warheads will buy enough time for the warriors below to retreat safely. A panicked operator yells to the captain that the Overlord's life signal is still active. His voice shakes in absolute horror. How could that monster survive 3 direct nuclear blasts and still be alive? Furious and desperate, the commander slams his fist onto the console. He mutters in despair, wondering if their mission to reclaim West City is going to fail. Suddenly, a cold robotic voice overrides the entire ship's communication channels, reporting that central system control has been seized. The commander gasps in shock as he realizes that Nuwa is the one taking over. The artificial intelligence thanks the warriors of West City for their brave fight, instructing them to leave the rest to him. The commander is left baffled, demanding to know who this mystery savior is. A subordinate screams that they have detected an intercontinental ballistic missile heading directly toward them. The commander stands completely stunned. An intercontinental missile. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light flashes across the high heavens. He realizes something is wrong. The scanner detects a life signature riding on the missile. As the strange object draws closer, the commander's voice cracks. He can barely squeak out his shock. He screams, someone is actually standing right on top of it. Flashback to just a few minutes ago back at the Hwada Academy. A massive surge of power flows directly into his body. His assistant smiles, congratulating He on finally achieving his breakthrough. This is the custom nano-battle suit that the Longquay faction prepared specifically for him. He turns to Nuwa, asking how long ago the West City military fleet from Hwada departed. The AI system reports that they set off 5 hours ago. He gasps, that is way too late. He demands a supersonic jet immediately, but then stops himself. Even a supersonic fighter is too slow. He tells them to prep an intercontinental missile instead, since its speed is unmatched. Heading to West City has 2 main goals. First, he needs to find the Mad Doctor to reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, he must slay the Overlord Beast to secure its core for the final step of his Emperor template. His synchronization is already over 90%, making ordinary cores useless. Only Lord-tier cores can help, but even then, each one barely yields a fraction of a percent. He literally bought out the entire Hwada market, exhausting their entire stock of Lord cores, just to push his synchronization to 99%. Yet that final 1% remains completely out of reach. No matter how many resources he throws at it, ordinary cores will not cut it anymore. Only a much higher grade gene can bridge the gap. An officer yells out that the missile is ready, wishing him safe travels. He grins as he plunges downward, spotting the giant beast. He laughs that even 3 nuclear blasts could not bring it down, meaning his final 1% relies entirely on this fight. According to the database, a tentacle freak like you is called the Earth Demon. Quite a badass name, is it not? What are you angry because I made fun of your name? Well, the Emperor template has a pretty short temper too. A brilliant blue light begins pulsing through his mechanical arm guards. Cosmic energy surges through him while the beast begins releasing a thick, toxic slime. The monster unleashes its secret technique, forming the devastating Stone Light Sword Slash. But he strikes first, slicing through the tentacles before they can even regenerate. Seeing Yi, he's power to defeat the beast, everyone on the ship celebrates. They cheer, wondering if a Grandmaster from Huada has arrived to rescue them. Finally, they might reclaim West City. The commander watches in sheer shock, feeling a bit of begrudging pride, but he still shouts encouragement, yelling that they can actually win this war. Jagged ice blades slash deep into the earth, splitting the monster's flesh wide open. He lunges forward, targeting its core, muttering that the beast hit its weak point pretty well. Yi, he charges with supreme confidence, aiming to finish this fight once and for all. His power finally pierces its heart, triggering a massive shockwave. He unleashes his ultimate demonic nuclear pierce technique to utterly destroy its heart once and for all. The energy grows even more intense, expanding outward and shaking the entire region, reverberating all the way into deep space. Nearby citizens watch in absolute horror, whispering in sheer panic about what could be happening over in West City. The blinding light is terrifying and rumors of an overlord raid start spreading fast, but they try to keep faith that their great nation will surely triumph in the end. The colossal beast is finally defeated. It turns out this man was the host and half his body has been completely sliced away. Yi, he recognizes him as Wu Huang, but that is just an outer shell. The real entity inside is completely unharmed. A grotesque creature steps out in pure mockery, calling the Master of Shields nothing but a flimsy piece of paper before effortlessly piercing right through him. The monster has a multi-armed insect form. Even after revealing his true self, he begrudgingly respects Yi, his strength, admitting that forcing him into his third form is quite a feat. Extremely weakened Yi, he can only stammer in absolute disbelief, realizing that this overlord still has 3 distinct stages of transformation. He knows his blood-burning secret technique is running out of time. Even if he wins this battle, his lifespan has been severely cut short. He desperately calculates his strategy but quickly tosses the worries aside. As a Grand Master of the Empire, Chen Tianwu resolves that he must slay this demonic beast right here and now, launching a final strike. The beast mocks him arrogantly, claiming that the conceptual moves and absolute force of these martial artists are ultimately meaningless. None of it can ever bridge the massive gap of absolute power. Before the beast can even finish speaking, a wave of lethal energy erupts as the Earth Fiend Thunder Strike rushes in. It scores a direct hit while the creature is completely unguarded. But the insect's reflexes are insanely fast, blocking the entire strike with a single fist. Laughing maniacally, the beast explains that the Emperor has recently perfected the ancient transformation experiments. Since he actually respects the martial artist's raw power, he promises to personally submit the corpse for a brand new, highly advanced mechanical upgrade once he is dead. Yi, he roars in absolute fury, swearing that even if he dies, he will deal enough damage to keep the monster from interfering in West City. His power is truly formidable, managing to force the towering beast back a few steps. But his energy is fading fast. Moments later, his strike completely fizzles out. The insect crosses its arms and mocks him, complaining that these life-burning human techniques are quite annoying since he should have been dead long ago. Even when mortally wounded, these warriors just keep using that blood-burning trick to forcefully keep themselves breathing. Grinning widely, the beast scoffs that it doesn't mind the hassle. He only held back his true strength to keep the Grandmaster's corpse in pristine condition, but warns the others they will get no such mercy and will be crushed into dust. Before he can finish, the beast suddenly flinches as Wu Huang inexplicably emerges from the shadows. Talk about an unexpected party guest. He casually remarks that the battle is so loud he felt the shockwaves from outside the city limits. The onlookers are completely stunned, wondering if Wu Huang wasn't already killed in battle. He slowly walks toward his warhorse, muttering that yes, he was indeed dead. He is dead, but some mysterious force is controlling his corpse. Elder Mu watches in confusion, unable to tell what is happening. Suddenly, his body deforms, sprouting massive sharp spikes resembling the armor of a rhino. The group stares in absolute terror, whispering Wu Huang's name. Wu Huang shifts once again, morphing into a massive, terrifyingly hunched beast right before their eyes. He sprouts multiple faces, sharing one headline with razor-sharp fangs. The beast mutters that a Grandmaster's mount is incredibly delicious, but eating the Grandmaster himself would be absolute perfection, asking the terrified group if he can have a little taste of them too. But before he can even make a move, the multi-armed insect slices his head clean off. The insect scoffs in absolute disgust, wondering what this vile creature is since it clearly carries dark demon energy. It mocks humanity's crazy experiments for tampering with demon forces, declaring that alien life might as well just take over this entire planet. But the creature doesn't die. Instead, massive octopus tentacles start sprouting rapidly from its severed neck. It transforms into a bizarre new beast with writhing tentacles covering its face. It even greets the insect, introducing itself as Yin One and calmly stating it is here to eat him. The insect calls him utterly arrogant as the two monstrous beasts face off in an incredibly tense standoff. For a brief second, the battlefield falls dead silent. Then both monsters suddenly clash. The insect lands a devastating, bone-shattering punch right to the tentacle beast's face, mocking him for being unable to take a single hit. But the satisfaction is cut short when the insect realizes something is terribly wrong. Its own hand is rapidly dissolving and it panics, realizing the creature's acidic flesh is actively corroding its arm. Hoping to exploit this weakness, the insect leaps back to create some distance, but the tentacle beast mocks him, saying the body he is fighting is merely a decoy, while his actual main self is lying in wait. Suddenly, the insect realizes it is in deep trouble as a colossal mouth erupts from deep underground like a massive trap. The tentacle beast creepily asks if he has ever heard of an anglerfish. The beast lunges upward completely, snapping the insect in half within a split second. This grotesque beast is the mutated Wu Wang, who quickly sucks his massive stomach pouch back inside. His belly is completely bloated from his fresh prize, but he mutters that an overlord-level creature is incredibly tough to digest, especially since the insect is still actively thrashing around inside his stomach. Watching the horror unfold from a distance, the commander realizes they are outclassed and quickly signals his squad to move. Their only option is to retreat, carrying Director Chen away while desperately calling out for Elder Mu and Wu. Wu Huang has no intention of letting anyone go. He sneers smugly, saying he has not forgotten them and they will make a perfect dessert to wrap up his feast. But a second later, he freezes up completely, distracted by something unexpected in the distance. He spots a streak of light soaring into the sky, rapidly heading straight towards his location. Below, the fleeing refugees panic at the sight of this terrifying energy, wondering if another monster overlord is heading their way. But this incoming threat ignores them entirely, locking its target solely onto Wu Huang. He has zero reaction, simply staring to see what is coming his way. He stared too long and paid the price, taking the hit dead on. The massive blast shakes the entire area, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as the commander yells to protect Director Chen. The young warrior peeks open his eyes and realizes this attack is not another overlord but a strike aimed at the beast. The sheer force of the explosion causes several massive high-rises in the city to collapse. It is he glaring down at the beast as he says he thought they were allies after the monster ate the overlord. But trying to eat Director Chen is a line he cannot cross, especially when the beast is covered in that disgusting black and red goo. He raises one hand, channeling power into a massive orb of lightning. Without hesitation, he hurls it at Wu Huang, launching a relentless assault that leaves the beast completely defenseless. The devastating impact tears the beast apart, leaving nothing but a mangled heap of flesh and shattered bones. Yet he has no intention of stopping, swearing the monster will not get off that easy. He leaps high into the air with insane speed and power. He shoots straight up, piercing through the thick clouds to reach the absolute limit of the sky. Looking down, he screams as his eyes flash with crackling murderous lightning. Simply beating the beast is not enough. He wants to grind it into complete dust. The beast is smashed flat against the stone ground, reduced to a slimy heap of flesh. Satisfied with the absolute destruction, he lands back on the ground. The system immediately grants infinite points, confirming host He has achieved 100% synchronization with the Flame Lord form, though it warns him to use it carefully. But wait, this monster is not going down that easily, as its severed tentacles begin fusing back together. Within seconds, the pieces assemble into an even more grotesque monster form. Not only is it alive, but it quickly reforms into a human shape, muttering that such a brutal beatdown almost made it forget who it was, since it had never been suppressed like that. He watches in utter shock, realizing his brutal high-tier attacks did absolutely nothing to this beast. This evolved and completely invincible beast openly taunts he thanking him because that final violent strike actually accelerated its digestion process, allowing it to fully absorb the genes of the dead overlord beast and promising to devour he alive piece by piece. A massive smoldering crater now stretches wide across the shattered battlefield. He appears, asking who is doing all the barking. He delivers a massive kick, launching the monster overlord flying like a soccer ball. It crashes straight into the building behind, leaving a brilliant streak of light. Yet the beast remains completely unscathed, laughing and begging he to keep hitting him. Wearing a wicked grin, the monster boasts that he will become he's permanent nightmare. Thick dark currents of crimson and black energy begin erupting from its body. Amused he conjures another lightning sphere, noting it is his first time meeting someone even crazier than himself. He unleashes the devastating strike, lighting up the sky with his Godzilla Emperor Qigong technique. The overwhelming wave of energy surges upward, tearing straight through the massive monster's body. Watching from below, Qiming looks up in sheer awe, wondering which Grandmaster possesses such unimaginable godlike speed and power. Even the professor is amazed, relieved that this mysterious powerhouse with unheard-of blue energy is fighting on their side. The intense energy waves easily demolish several nearby high-rise buildings. Yet the monster still mockingly boasts that any attack is completely useless, explaining how his biological potential triggers infinite cellular division under heavy nuclear strikes, meaning every time he tears his body apart, his cells divide at a speed that easily outruns the destructive force of the atomic blast. He He grits his teeth in frustration but realizes his maximum synchronization with the Emperor Beast gives him an incredibly sharp perception of vital energy. As he unleashes a rapid barrage of blows, he notes that even without an electron microscope, he can clearly feel that this beast is actively adapting to his devastating atomic energy with every second. Sensing his opponent's struggle, the beast laughs and boasts about his ultimate evolution, declaring that he will never win and will eventually be swallowed whole. The beast continuously sizes he up, saying it can feel an incredibly powerful genome pulsing deep inside his body. Compared to this ultimate masterpiece, the Overlord-class genes it had just devoured earlier feel absolutely bland, worthless, and nothing more than mere garbage. It begins to wonder why, despite devouring countless living beings and constantly refining its own bloodline to create a perfect genome, it still cannot compare to the human standing right in front of it. Driven to madness, the Overlord screams that it absolutely must devour him. Its massive body reshapes into colossal waves ready to swallow the entire city. The massive waves roll violently forward like an unstoppable rising tide. Qiming watches from afar, filled with anxiety. Not only are the top fighters strong, but even this monster is terrifyingly powerful. He wonders if the mysterious expert can actually handle this beast. He simply scoffs, mocking the beast as nothing more than an overhyped glutton. His mutated arm activates the abyssal dragon armor, unleashing immense power from one side. With his free hand, he powers up a sea-splitting punch. He unleashes both of these highly destructive attacks at the very same moment. The strike tears through the wind straight at the Overlord. Not stopping there, he unleashes a barrage of rapid strikes, forming a massive cutting arc. With chunks of its body blasted away, the Overlord demands in total disbelief how this is even possible. Refusing to back down, the beast shrieks, asking how his power can possibly keep rising. He proudly declares that his power will always remain a tier above it, leaving the pissed-off Overlord cursing in rage. The monster switches tactics, activating its air-bursting genetic ability to turn the tide. Countless glowing bubbles begin detonating mid-air at the beast's command. They explode in rapid succession through the sky. Blinding white light from the massive explosions instantly blankets the entire area. Yet as the smoke clears, Yi steps out casually, completely shielded by his protective barrier. He slowly brushes the dust off his coat with absolute ease. Flashing a wicked smile, he asks how the beast could possibly be sure that this is his absolute peak form. The Overlord rapidly unleashes an acid elbow strike, followed by a volcanic lava bash before resorting to a surprise lightning whip attack that strikes repeatedly. In sheer shock, the Overlord screams out, cursing about what kind of freakish monsters it has been devouring. It refuses to believe that anyone could be more invincible, screaming that it alone is the ultimate perfect lifeform. Next, it fires a devastating sonic roar, but he stands his ground completely unfazed. Folding his arms smugly, he mocks the beast, asking if those messy random attacks are meant to be a joke. He tells the monster that it is his turn to state a fact. No matter how hard it tries, it will never kill him. With his physical strength boosted, Zuwarudo, the ultimate fusion of his mind and body, has ascended to a level far beyond its initial state. Every single attribute is now multiple times greater than his base form. Since it is highly doubtful the beast's attacks could even scratch him in his normal state, breaking through Zuwarudo is completely out of the question. He teases the beast with a smirk, saying that even if it stands there blasting him all day, it still would not scratch his defense. In absolute disbelief, the Overlord wonders if this is actually happening, panicking over the reality that it might genuinely lose. Panicking inside, it realizes that even though it grows stronger every second while deciphering more perfect genes, it still cannot keep up. It is forced to accept the brutal truth that the gap in their power is simply too massive. Feeling utterly humiliated, the Overlord compares their power gap to a distance of 100 meters, realizing that gaining just 1 or 2 centimeters on such a massive scale is basically like making no progress at all. Trembling violently, the beast tells itself that if it only had more time to grow, consume more powerful fighters, and analyze perfect genes, it would eventually surpass the man in front of him. But unfortunately, time has completely run out. It blames itself, bitterly cursing that the gold gene energy was suddenly cut off. Had it successfully integrated those genes to reach a far more perfect state before fighting this monster, it never would have ended up in such a pathetic, humiliating situation. Letting out a heavy sigh, the beast finally admits defeat. The Overlord yells out, admitting that he is fully equal to a perfect creature like itself. Since it cannot find a way to kill him and he cannot kill it, it proposes a peaceful deal, promising to never harm this city or the rest of this country ever again. It offers to target other nations instead, like the Northern Whiten Federation, claiming this perfectly aligns with their own strategy of using external forces to maintain the balance of power among countries. Lost in its grand delusions, it suggests they divide the blue planet with itself, ruling the Northern Whiten continent while he controls the East and West. Hearing this, he's expression darkens completely, but the delusional beast keeps bargaining, offering to research customized toxins to easily wipe out all his political rivals if he can just secure some blood samples from the world's strongest fighters. In response, he silently points a single finger toward the sky, shocking the startled overlord, who frantically asks what that is supposed to mean. He crosses his hands to form a 10-minute sign. With a highly mocking expression, he tells the beast that if it survives for 10 minutes, he will take its last name. Furious, the overlord screams that he should just clench his fist and end it, but he retorts that enjoying the hunt makes it much better. Realizing that negotiation is completely impossible, the beast mockingly asks if he is joking, bragging that even it cannot kill itself because every single cell in its body is constantly screaming to evolve, which makes death an absolute impossibility. Approaching in a flash, he tells the beast to just try him and find out. He uses his hand to force it into the air. A second later, a blinding flash of lightning shoots straight into the sky, crashing hard into the opposite skyscraper, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. The overlord laughs out loud in defiance, boasting that they cannot kill him because such a pathetic attack does not even tickle. He completely ignores the taunts and keeps forcing him upward. The two fly completely out of Blue Star, leaving the overlord panicked, screaming to know if he is being thrown into space. He sneers that this is completely useless, claiming cosmic radiation and the absolute zero of empty space cannot kill him at all. Instead, he will constantly absorb cosmic energy to evolve and then return to slaughter everyone on the Blue Star. But he calmly notes that this distance is perfect. No one can see what he is about to do now, and it will not cause any catastrophic damage to Siching down below. With a mocking smirk, he adds that at such a massive distance, the overlord must have lost connection with all those clones of his. This shocks the overlord, making him gasp out in horror, wondering how he knew his secret. In truth, Fu Yi is far from invincible. If he were the Thunder Ray bird would have never captured him years ago. While he is incredibly hard to kill, every single regeneration and cell reconstruction drains his vital life energy, leaving him weaker and weaker as his reserves run completely dry. During his brutal clash with Fu Yi had already burned through 3 full portions of his life energy. In terms of pure reserves, his power could easily match 3 ordinary overlords combined. Yet the main thing Fu Yi relies on when facing he is not just his rapid self-healing, but rather the hidden body offshoots that he detached from his own physical form. From the moment the Golden Horn Insect Lord blasted his head off to when he pulverized his body tissues, all those scattered pieces remained active. Once separated, they maintained their mutated traits and entered a dormant sleep state. The moment Fu Yi's main body runs completely out of life force, he can activate the conscious backup stored inside those dormant fragments, initiating an extraordinary form of rebirth. Unfortunately for him, this conscious split rebirth ability is not fully perfected yet, as it is still strictly limited by physical distance. His eyes turn cold as he mockingly asks why he knows, stating it is simply because he is stronger. But in his mind he chuckles. He actually used his life magnetic field to sense the connections between those scattered fragments and the main body. By tracking the shifting battlefield, he felt the signal strength change, realizing there was a strict distance limit. He truly is a genius. He drops a chilling threat. In other words, you only have one single life left now. Hearing this, the overlord cannot help but shiver in absolute terror. Just like that, he and the overlord hover in midair. The monster is in complete disbelief, horrified that his secret was exposed. He cannot die here because if he does, he will never see the light of day again. Desperate, the overlord triggers his self-detonating splitting technique, proudly boasting that this is his ultimate life-saving move. He claims there is absolutely no way he can catch every single piece of his body as they scatter in all directions. Lightning crackles in Yi's eyes as he mockingly asks if the beast is feeling the instinctive fear of death. A second later, 2 colossal hands surround the overlord, shocking him completely as he gasps, wondering how he can grow giant as well. He slams his massive palms together. There is no need to catch every single piece when he can just squash them all in one go. Flash of a sinister grin, he tells the beast there is absolutely nowhere left to run. The overlord screams in sheer terror, demanding to know his plan. Now reduced to a tiny sphere, he panics, asking if he actually plans to swallow him whole. Without wasting any words, he tosses him straight into his mouth, leaving the monster to scream if he is some kind of beast. The overlord furiously threatens him, screaming that he will devour he from the inside out and use this foolish mistake as his ultimate way to survive. A second later, he gulps him down coldly, noting that swallowing him was only the very first step of the execution. Immediately after, his entire body bursts into flames as he prepares to unleash the Flame Sovereign technique. His colossal form slowly vanishes into a thick cloud of smoke. Inside, the overlord screams in absolute agony, wondering how any living creature can generate stellar-level heat. He realizes his extensive genetic library contains absolutely no supergenes capable of surviving a deadly environment like the sun. Begging in pain, he asks if he is trying to refine him like a cultivation pill. Disintegrating, the overlord desperately cries out that he refuses to accept this defeat. His fading voice desperately whispers that he was supposed to be the perfect lifeform, needing only a little more time to become a god. With those final words, a brilliant blinding light completely engulfs the entire space. Flashing back 10 minutes earlier, Qiming is on the radio calling out that this is the Sicheng combat zone, asking the Vanguard squad to respond. He confirms that he is Dai Qiming and he has received the transmission from headquarters. He reports that the beast tide in the Sicheng combat zone is completely crushed and successfully cleared. With headquarters confirming all Sicheng overlords are dead, they ask for his report, noting they already have a good grasp of the situation. Qiming repeatedly praises the mysterious expert, admitting that without their help reclaiming Sicheng would have been absolutely impossible. He begs headquarters to share the person's identity if it is not classified, wanting to thank them in person. Learning this savior is actually a student from Hua University, Qiming is utterly baffled, wondering if it is a dean or a special guest professor, since he has never heard of anyone like that. His eyes freeze in shock. He explains that as the student union president of Hua University, he has met almost every single teacher and lecturer, yet none of them are capable of unleashing such a brilliant, destructive blue light in battle. The voice on the other end explains that the mysterious expert is not a teacher, but actually a current student. Qiming is stunned, wondering which fourth-year senior could have possibly surpassed him to reach the legendary Grandmaster realm without his knowledge. As a brilliant light shines behind Qiming, he begins to tremble violently upon hearing the next sentence that the student is actually 3 years below him. High above Yi, he continues to burn with all his might. He complains with a sigh that the monster not only looked hideous but also tasted awful, and the extreme heat of the Flame Sovereign has completely scorched his nano-battle suit. He grins mockingly, saying he wants to see just what kind of benefits Fu Yi has to offer him now. A swarm of dark tentacles begins to spill from his mouth. He analyzes how his newly advanced vampire bloodline combined with his god-tier prototype evolutionary power can simultaneously refine Fu Yi while completely absorbing his unique genetic abilities. He is thrilled to discover that he inherited the red and black biomatter from that guy. It turns out this substance can not only mimic clothing. He slowly feels the profound changes inside himself. This power does not just heal the injuries his body suffered while in his Lord Yan state. Honestly, calling it healing is an understatement. It is an ultimate optimization, feeling like he is customizing a character in a video game. At long last, he finally makes his way back to the ground. His face is filled with pure satisfaction. The sensation is absolutely magical and beyond words, easily matching the raw power of any high-tier monster template. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the Hawthorne Federation. At the federal military headquarters, the main screens play back the terrifying explosion that Yi just triggered. General Durrell of the North Whiten Federation trembles in total disbelief, cursing and wondering what on earth that thing is. Meanwhile, over at the Federal Supercomputer Network, Eva detects a massive high-energy event occurring right between the troposphere and the thermosphere above Ixaicheng and the Great Xia. The blast radius spans a staggering 600 kilometers, which is equivalent to 10 million tons of nuclear force. They are left wondering what went wrong since the recovery plan was supposed to be running smoothly. An analyst quickly turns to report that Eva detected signs of life right at the center of the blast. Durrell cannot believe it, muttering that an explosion of this magnitude would reduce even peak Grandmasters to ash. He barks an order to zoom in the satellite feed so they can see what Great Xia is doing. The screen then zooms in on the massive form of Yi He, hovering silently in the air. His eyes freeze in shock. It is just a teenager. Suddenly, he looks straight back at them, causing absolute panic as Eva translates his lip movements, asking if they are peeping at their father. Durrell screams in order to run facial recognition, immediately terrified that Great Xia might have secretly produced a fourth Grandmaster. His eyes glow with lethal intent, making them panic over what he plans to do. The technicians shout in fear, warning the general that their satellite is detecting a massive buildup of energy. In the next second, their satellite is completely incinerated by his power. He mocks the bastards of North Whiten, saying he will blast their satellite out of the sky first, so they can never spy on them again. With his Emperor template pushed to its absolute limits, his life force field has expanded to a massive scale wide enough to cover the entire globe. Even better, he can sense far more than just carbon-based biological life now. Every mechanical signal and bizarre radio frequency falls right into his range of perception. Now that Sicheng is officially reclaimed, a pretty wild idea suddenly sparks inside his mind. His eyes flash with sheer excitement. With his current life state, could he actually set foot inside those 11 S-rank forbidden zones? He promises himself he will only test it out just this once. He then unleashes a blazing red aura, projecting a massive magnetic field. The entire city is instantly blanketed by his overwhelming power. He folds his arms, calculating. By combining the black and pink biomatter with his life magnetic field, he begins constructing a complete map of the entire region. He relentlessly analyzes the layout. The cities of Great Xia are mapped out with flawless precision. Suddenly, he pauses for a brief second as if catching sight of something unexpected. Through a gap in the map, he recognizes Guanshan, the city that collapsed due to an S-rank secret realm. so it really was a total failure. Then again, it makes sense since even the strongest experts at the peak of humanity are completely helpless against an S-rank threat. With a solemn look, he wonders if Guanshan collapsed. What about all the other places? Yi. He expands his perception across Great Xie, pushing his magnetic field even further. It stretches across the eastern continent of Blue Star, crosses the great oceans, reaches the North Whiten continent, the North Hanyang continent, and even the frozen Vinfeng continent of Antarctica, mapping and scanning everything in its path. The scene shifts to Xiaodong Island, where the very atmosphere seems to have shifted. Deep within the Sun Star Palace, the Emperor lies gravely ill. Reaching out a trembling, oversized hand, he weakly demands his medicine. As he drinks, he frantically analyzes the pressure. This perception wave has reached Dongri. He wonders which Grandmaster it is. Could it be that old fox Shi Jingwen of Great Jia, or Sali of the Western continent? Could a hidden powerhouse from 100 years ago be trying to probe him? He resolves to quickly refine his sacred artifact. Once he reaches the legendary realm, it will be time for Dongri to conquer the entire Blue Star. Then the wave sweeps over the Western continent's holy kingdom. In the heart of the sacred city, citizens fall to their knees, crying out that the divine statue has manifested and the true God has descended. They boast that their faith and oracle are real, warning that non-believers will burn in the abyss while begging the god to heal their sick families. Suddenly, a mysterious figure approaches, wondering if that arrogant gaze from afar has finally awakened the deity. A colossal skeleton is slowly dripping with blood. The figure touches the bleeding wound completely, healing it in a single second. As the statue returns to its original form, the servant begs for forgiveness for his negligence, pleading for his lord to continue resting. Next, it reaches the waters off Oceania's coast. A lone ship is cruising across the open sea. On board, a figure senses the pulse, questioning if this gaze belongs to Yi Hai. The white-haired man flashes a sinister smile, amazed that the kid has progressed this far in such a short time. Looking down at his scarred hands, he mutters in rage, blaming that freakish green-haired human. If that bastard hadn't severely damaged his mortal body, he wouldn't have been delayed for so long just trying to heal his injuries. But in the end, he brushes it off, deciding to hunt Yi He down once he escapes. Back with Yi He is deeply puzzled. Although his life magnetic field covers the entire Blue Star, there are at least 12 spots like Guanshan City, swallowing his perception like black holes. Even crazier, some powerful entities actually tried to trace his location the moment they detected his sensory grid. He smiles with interest, realizing the waters of this Blue Star run incredibly deep. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoes out, calling his name. He instantly recognizes the speaker, wondering if it is Principal Shi Jingwen. His eyes open wide as he strains to see what lies ahead. That voice keeps echoing, warning him to watch out for Great Xia's national guardian, Fu Hongsheng. The next second, he realizes the signal is coming from Great Xia's Kunlun Peak. He wonders why the principal warned him about national guardian Fu Hongsheng. Is he not in seclusion recovering from injuries? What happened at Kunlun Peak? He quickly calls out to Nuwa. She answers immediately, and he asks if she can trace the principal's location signal. She responds that she is searching but has not found anything yet. Frustrated he grits his teeth, asking if she can locate Dean Qinglong's signal using Great Xia's Great Xia Dragon Sparrow transmitter. Nuwa reports that she cannot locate the signal. However, database records show Dean Qinglong's last known destination was Death Valley at Kunlun Peak for undisclosed reasons. This shocking revelation leaves he completely stunned. Could the two of them actually be working together against Great Xia? He grows highly suspicious. It is happening right at the critical moment of reclaiming Great Xia. He is forced to wonder, has Fu Hongsheng betrayed Great Xia? Flying through the air, he realizes that if Principal Shi Jingwen and Senior Qinglong are missing, then Fu Hongsheng must be an enemy. Analyzing the situation, he concludes that Great Xia's top-tier fighters are completely gone. This leads straight into the absolute worst-case scenario. Great Xia is currently launching a massive, highly demanding campaign to reclaim its fallen cities, severely draining its core resources in the process. If a colossal giant like Great Xia falls now, hostile nations will swarm like wolves to devour its flesh. This is shaping up to be a total disaster, isn't it? He pushes himself to fly faster. Without its peak guardians, Great Xia is entering its most vulnerable era, where a single slip-up could invite a coordinated invasion from all sides. Deep down, he is filled with growing dread. Death Valley is a place that suppresses martial artists, magic beasts, and pocket zones, yet shows absolutely no signs of combat. A battle between grandmasters easily shatters mountains and splits seas. If Principal Shi and Qinglong truly fought against Fu Hongsheng, Kunlun Peak would have been completely flattened and turned into a crater by now. Finally, he reaches a decision. Only one path remains, which is to track down Fu Hongsheng. But if Fu Hongsheng is indeed an enemy, wouldn't going there expose his own identity? Damn it, solving these complex puzzles is definitely not his style. He is much better at straight-up fighting. He reminds himself that regardless of the danger, getting stronger is always the ultimate answer. Right now, his 3 power templates are completely maxed out. His outstanding achievements in reclaiming Xisheng should easily grant him the rights to acquire 2 more templates. He recalls that strange black emblem and the golden gene decoded by the mad scientist. He closes his eyes in quiet contemplation, wondering what will happen if Great Xia truly has no guardian experts left to protect it. The next second, he wears a wild grin, then he will just become the supreme ruler. The scene shifts to a commercial building located somewhere in Xicheng. He walks inside, surrounded by loud, chaotic noise. Looking around, he senses that his blood servant must be hiding somewhere nearby. It is a very clever hiding spot, making him wonder what they could possibly be running from. Suddenly, a bright green light flashes all around him. He smashes straight down to the floor below. Waiting for him in the darkness is a massive monster. He raises his hand, instantly channeling his spiritual energy. A split second later, he unleashes his deadly, intense slaying strike. In the blink of an eye, the monster is completely eliminated. He speaks mockingly. No wonder he could not find him, since the man was hiding inside a beast. Covered in thick, sticky slime, the mad scientist finally emerges while clutching his chest, calling out that his lord has arrived. The mad scientist yells for him to stay back because he is too filthy, and he agrees that he looks extremely slimy. Holding his nose in disgust, he asks what happened and who he is hiding from. The scientist explains that he hid inside the giant worm specifically to mask his aura and protect the golden gene. Li Shi has dispatched a truly terrifying ultimate monster to steal it back, an apex beast capable of devouring every living soul in Sicheng. He urgently begs he that they must leave this place right away. He summons the beast's spirit and calmly asks if this is the creature he meant. The mad scientist panics, recognizing the beast instantly and wondering if his master defeated it. He casually confirms that he already refined the creature. Bowing deeply in pure respect, the scientist remarks that using the word refining sounds far more elegant than eating. He enthusiastically congratulates his master on taking another massive step forward in power. He quickly cuts him off, telling him to drop the dramatic flattery and hand over the golden gene, which he was originally not even that curious about. The mad scientist pulls it out to give it to him. Since the item is covered in disgusting, sticky slime, he has to use Garuda's powers to retrieve it. Seeing it, he feels a sudden, intense craving. This is the extracted golden gene, and his entire body desperately hungers for it. The scientist asks why he does not consume it immediately. He explains that now is not the right time, as absorbing such massive energy would force him into a deep slumber to evolve. With Xisheng still being an active war zone, he cannot find a quiet place to cultivate. He then praises the mad scientist, saying he did an excellent job. The scientist smiles and replies that it was his duty, but before he can finish he suddenly stabs him. His hand glows as a powerful energy flows directly into the mad scientist's blood. He explains that the scientist's current power is far too weak, forcing him to hide constantly. He tells him that this black and red biomass from Yin 1 will greatly enhance his brain capacity. Simultaneously, a strange transformation begins to occur within his own body. He reaches behind his back, firmly grasping one of his sharp spines. The next second, he directly pulls the sharp spine out. He hands it over to the mad scientist. My lord, here is He cuts him off, offering his life crystal. Take it. How much power you can draw from this depends entirely on your own capability. The doctor breaks out in cold sweat, completely stunned. Then he breaks down in tears of pure gratitude, swearing that this single drop of blood will buy him a whole empire. He is left utterly speechless. Why did he never notice how incredibly dramatic this old guy is? Turning to leave he orders him to get back to work. The doctor quickly salutes and obeys. He flashes a sly smile. The monsters in the West City have gotten way too comfortable. Now it is time to purge them all. On the eastern battlefield of West City, a loud voice announces the glorious news. The Overlord is dead and the beast tide has completely collapsed. Everyone charges forward with high spirits, shouting to wipe out the remaining beasts in one blow. The few smart monsters flee into the city alleyways, but the soldiers know they can just leave those runners to he. The students are totally confused. Who is he? Could this new guy really be the one who took down the Overlord of West City? Under direct orders, all martial artists quickly evacuate. Right then, a massive sphere appears in the sky, rapidly falling toward the ground. A terrifying wave of pure energy continuously ripples outward from it. His gaze turns ice cold, completely filled with deadly intent. Massive tentacles surrounding his body slam into the earth one by one. The appendages slowly coil together, preparing for something big. The next second, a massive arsenal of heavy weaponry begins to materialize. He transforms into a giant sphere bristling with guns pointing straight at the oncoming horde. He laughs with excitement, shouting that it is time for these beasts to taste his brand new prototype, the devastating power of the Archangel gun. With a roar, a relentless storm of bullets erupts in every direction. Every single monster gets a taste of his lethal copper candy. Even the flying beasts up in the sky cannot escape this onslaught. The relentless rain of bullets triggers a wave of agonizing screams across the battlefield. Observing from a high-altitude drone, the operators are stunned. This guy is a total monster, barely even human. Everyone watches in disbelief. He's acting as a one-man heavy artillery unit, firing auto-homing bullets with perfect precision. His efficiency easily surpasses the actual military. Nobody can understand where Principal Shen managed to dig up such a freak. Suddenly, an officer shouts out to the captain. His devastating attack has finally stopped. The crew quickly reports that his massive weapons have likely overheated, Captain. The captain immediately orders their 360-degree energy cannon to prepare for firing. Right on cue, two massive cannons deploy from the warship. They continuously pelt the ground with heavy fire as ordered. The monsters are absolutely furious. How have human weapons gotten this advanced? That airborne fortress is coordinating with the cannon on the ground. They must destroy that ground weapon or they will not even have time to escape back to the dark abyss. One of them comes up with a plan, telling another beast to charge first while the rest follow. But on the ground, his heavy artillery has already finished recharging. He opens fire in all directions once more, starting his second devastating bombardment. Panic spreads. The low-level beasts have absolutely no way to resist this absolute slaughter. Screams echo everywhere. They must destroy that weapon quickly or the entire beast tide will be completely wiped out right down to their underground nests. Suddenly, a beast shouts that the cannon has stopped. Its barrels have finally overheated. The giant three-headed wolf roars for them to charge while that cursed weapon is cooling down. He warns that if they do not destroy it now, not a single beast will return alive. Word has already reached them that humans took the West City stronghold, so they must make every single second count. Right then, a scout technician reports a massive spike in energy readings inside the city. Staring at his screen in shock, he realizes that at least 20 Lord-class beasts have just gathered. The frontline situation looks incredibly grim as a massive horde of monsters begins to swarm them. Someone screams for backup to protect that cannon at all costs. They cannot let those Lord-class beasts destroy it. Even if they have to die, they must hold the line until the airborne fortress prepares its next heavy strike. Fiercely charging forward, they vow not to let a single beast pass. Suddenly, a clean crack splits open across his massive metal sphere. A blinding flash of brilliant blue light instantly bursts out from the rift. He leaps high into the air, unleashing a single devastating blow that obliterates the swarm. The soldiers are left completely speechless. Is it over already? Every single Lord-class monster got vaporized in a second. All that dramatic buildup, and they ended up looking like useless background extras. Hovering high above he mocks them. Did they really think he was just some stationary turret? Reclaiming West City is already a done deal. His face was dead serious as he declared that after tonight, Xicheng would be completely free of monsters. Sunlight pierced through the gaping holes of two ruined buildings, casting a blinding, brilliant glare. He smirked slightly, then let out a light laugh. Folding his arms, he quietly watched the glowing system screens display his newly unlocked achievements. The notification declared that the savior of Xicheng would receive a template draw. It also stated that since the host was participating in a massive event contributing over 50% would merge his achievements, guaranteeing a high-grade elite A-rank reward. He smirked and pulled out a card, finding the setup incredibly familiar. It felt exactly like the gacha games from his past life, only this time he was drawing powerful templates. Since anything below B rank was basically useless now, saving up all his achievements for one massive draw was the smartest move. He was highly anticipating an A-rank monster template, hopefully something on par with a legendary emperor. He truly could not wait. Suddenly, a broadcast boomed from the loudspeakers, making the crowd jump with joy. Great Shia's first reclamation operation was a massive success, reclaiming 3 entire cities in just one day. Lianqing was the first successfully reclaimed under the leadership of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's 1st Division. The second city was Lancheng, reclaimed under the fierce command of the Tado martial artists. Finally, the third city was Xicheng, reclaimed by a team led by Hua University's Dean Chen Tianyu. Great Xia's warriors vowed to keep pushing forward, reclaiming every last city lost to the beasts. Xingzhu stared at her phone screen, murmuring that Xicheng had apparently been saved thanks to Dean Chen. She turned around in disbelief and set her phone down. What a joke, she muttered. That blue light definitely belonged to someone else. This is Great Xia's Reclamation Project Headquarters Division 3. The commander stood tall, ordering his identity to be classified under the highest security clearance. His shocking power would attract too much unwanted attention. The staff immediately saluted and agreed. Suddenly, the door swung open, catching him completely off guard. He entered casually, asking the commander for a favor. Terrified, the minister bowed deeply, insisting that he was the real boss. He simply smiled and got straight to the point, asking when he would receive his official certificate as Hua University's top student. The commander raised his head in utter shock. since he was already stronger than the principal, why did he still care about a student title? Wasn't he embarrassed around his peers? Panicking even more, the officer explained that the student union normally took a whole month to process the certificate, but things were different now. Given his extraordinary power, no first-year student at Hua University would dare object to his top title. Even better, the student union president had just arrived at the base and could sign the papers immediately. He blinked in confusion, asking if the student union president was actually here. Just then a figure stepped into the room, prompting he to ask if he was the student president. The visitor suddenly quickened his pace, rushing forward. The president leaned in incredibly close, giving he a brief start. Grabbing he by the shoulders, the president emotionally thanked him for saving everyone, expressing deep gratitude on behalf of his master. He modestly replied that it was just his duty, adding that since the president was clearly older, the senior title was unnecessary. But the president quickly objected, stating that in the martial world, strength alone determines who the senior is. He's lips twitched slightly at the logic before he reluctantly agreed. The scene shifts as two system screens flash congratulating him on securing the top student achievement at Hua University. His reward is a template draw, and it is finally here. But get this, next came the moment to witness a total miracle. A strange, ominous portal quickly materialized before him. An intense blinding light burst from deep within the gateway. Shielding his eyes, he smiled as he realized his prize had arrived. A massive creature materialized as the system revealed its details, showing the B+ rank Hellstar template. The creature's massive eyelids fluttered, slowly opening to reveal its gaze. The moment its eyes opened wide, its full statistics flashed on screen, detailing the Eclipse star bloodline. It allowed him to sense cosmic radiation, manipulate light energy, and redirect energy flows. It also granted the Great Darkness skill to devour everything, though his compatibility was only at 1%. He nodded in satisfaction, relieved that this was a powerful skill template rather than a useless C or D rank that merely increased physical size. He began wondering if the Hellstar's light manipulation could stack with his Emperor nuclear energy. If perfectly integrated, his growth potential would be absolutely massive. He was incredibly eager to max out this template to fully exploit its hidden power. Meanwhile, things were getting incredibly tense over in Qingcheng. A group of martial artists gathered in frustration. A whole day had passed, and they had only secured 2 districts. Despite their elite decapitation squad being formed by top association presidents, they still had not located the local overlord. It was all because of those cowardly pests. The Qingcheng beast tide was made up of rodent monsters, and though they lacked giant beasts, their sheer numbers made them a nightmare to fight. The rats had dug an incredibly complex tunnel network beneath the Seven-Head City, forcing the Alliance into brutal subterranean warfare. The human forces had tried mimicking Sicheng's successful strategy, bombarding the city outskirts to lure the beasts out. They planned to send in an elite strike team for a decapitation blow, but the pests proved to be highly organized. Not a single beast took the bait of their heavy artillery, and the entire Qingcheng horde maintained a deadly silence. Strangely, all entryways were left completely unguarded. It was as if the beasts were inviting the martial artists to step inside. They were being forced into close-quarters urban combat, which was their absolute weakest area. If not for this disadvantage, they wouldn't be stuck reclaiming just 2 districts while suffering devastating heavy casualties. One of the girls checked her phone and chimed in, noting that the news reported Liancheng, Lancheng, and Sicheng had already been reclaimed. He punched the concrete wall in sheer rage, cursing under his breath. The local overlord had yet to show its face, clearly hiding deep beneath the streets of Qingcheng. Reaching it meant navigating narrow, claustrophobic tunnels and complex subterranean terrain guarded by billions of ravenous rats. It was a completely impossible task. Having the raw power but lacking a clear path forward was the ultimate form of helplessness. Deep within a shadowy alley of Qingcheng, something stirred. His footsteps slowed down, scraping lightly against the dirt. Covered from head to toe, he steps forward. He must keep his mission to reclaim Qingcheng completely hidden. Right now, across the entire Blue Star, no one besides Yi. He knows that the 3 State Guardian Grandmasters of Great Xia have completely vanished. The mastermind is highly likely Great Xia's #1 martial artist, Fu Hongsheng. But why would a legendary figure strike down his own country's peak experts? Whether in sheer strength, reputation, or status, Fu Hongsheng already stands at the absolute pinnacle of Great Xia, and indeed the entire world. Fu Hongsheng is destined to go down in history, yet his actions suggest a dark motive to systematically weaken Great Xia from within. And with his rapid growth speed, it is only a matter of time before he also becomes a major threat, a target marked for absolute elimination. This means a massive clash with Fu Hongsheng is absolutely inevitable in the near future. To stand a chance against the legendary Marshal Saint Yi, he has to gather a lot more power. But while building up his strength, he must lay low. He needs to strike first before the Grandmaster can even react. Fortunately, his greatest weapon right now is the element of surprise. Fu Hongshang has no idea that Yi already knows his secrets from Principal Shi, let alone how insanely fast he is growing thanks to his monster specimen. Red rings of energy suddenly expand around him. Given enough time to evolve, he will not fear any opponent on Earth, reclaiming Qinchang as his ultimate golden ticket to leveling up. In fact, the moment he stepped foot inside the city, he immediately swept the entire area using his life magnetic field. The signal is incredibly dense, with hundreds of millions of life forms swarming below. This massive interference completely scrambles his sensory radar, making it impossible to pin down the exact location of the Overlord. No wonder the Qinchang Alliance failed to conquer this place. When even he cannot track down the boss, you know this beast is incredibly cunning. It immediately reminds him of the blood-eyed black ape back in City. Facing such highly intelligent, deceitful monsters only makes his killing intent burn even hotter. He suddenly stomps his foot hard against the ground. Too bad for them, his arsenal is so massive that he always has the perfect counter up his sleeve. A thick shroud of dark energy rapidly floods out from where he stands, creeping forward. The dark mist seeps into the sewer grates. Below, a massive swarm of rats begins scrambling in absolute terror. One rat looks up, letting out a sharp screech. The rest of the pack look up in panic. In an instant, the black mist rains down upon them. Bound tightly, they squeal in agony as they are dragged up. Its body trembles violently, raising a desperate hand as if begging for salvation. But the dark energy only tightens its grip, bringing tears of terror to the beast's eyes. Then gulp, it is swallowed whole in an instant. The rest suffer the exact same fate, though a few still desperately scramble to escape. He sits with his legs crossed, softly humming a tune. Down in the sewers, utter chaos erupts as the rats panic. He pulls out his phone and taps the screen. Go on, assemble and gang up on them. Below, every single rat is dragged into the swirling black vortex and swallowed whole. Seeing the job is finished, he stands and prepares to leave. The plague of rats is cleared. With his black and red energy seeping hundreds of meters deep, it is finally time for the hidden boss to show its face. The dark energy creeps into the deepest, darkest corner of the sewer. Glowing red eyes slowly snap open within the pitch-black shadows. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts, throwing the dark mist high into the air. A massive foot stomps down hard, fracturing the concrete floor. A colossal, furious monster emerges from the ruins. Stepping right in front of Yi, the beast snarls, "Human, are you all alone?" This king thought there would be an entire army waiting in ambush. The monster lets out a booming laugh. "Human, your red and black trick is impressive, but my sonic roar completely counters it. You have walked straight into your own grave." Watching the beast gloat, he simply asks with utter calm, "What makes you think I only have one trick?" He skips the talking and lets his actions do the work. High above, a massive vortex begins to swirl, solar eclipse, wild star. The beast is utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming power. What kind of monstrous strength is this? The vortex swells to 4 times the size of the Earth, heavenly punishment. A blinding ray of pure light pierces through the very center. With a deafening roar, the beam crashes straight into the city. Terrified, the monster turns tail to flee. What on earth is that? This king is out of here. He glares coldly as it flees. Think you can run? A mere beast like you can never outrun the speed of light. A massive explosion erupts on the spot, completely vaporizing the creature's entire lower body. The beast screams in agony, turning back to roar. "Killing me will not be that simple." He doesn't say a single word, simply pointing his index finger straight up toward the sky. A sudden barrage of blinding light beams rains down instantly. The beast is utterly powerless to resist, screaming in absolute agony from the assault. A brutal finishing blow strikes hard right after. Taking the hit head-on, it vanishes as expected of an overlord. Even though its body was blown to pieces, the mana core remains perfectly intact. He bends down to pick it up casually, claiming the mana core for himself. Suddenly, the core on the ground flashes with light. Seeing this, he pauses for a brief second. A massive swarm of rats suddenly bursts out of it like disturbed hornets. He frowns, asking if the beast has learned to use cheap tricks too. He immediately unleashes a swarm of his sharp tentacles. They whip forward at lightning speed to intercept the fleeing rats. The terrified rodents scramble frantically, desperate to find a way out. Their loud, high-pitched squeaks echo endlessly through the entire area. The tentacles rising behind he stretch out relentlessly to capture them all. Closing his eyes, he clicks his tongue. Despite being an overlord, its abilities are cheap, and a rat will always be a rat, never a true king. With that said, he summons Jiawalu out to the field. A shadowy figure appears, deploying a solid barrier to block the path. Jiawalu's time skill has upgraded to sense spiritual life forms, meaning if they shatter each core one by one, it can no longer divide. But if all these cores are fake, then even with an upgraded skill, where is the true core of this cinching overlord hiding? This cowardly rat continues to run and hide, and while it is the weakest overlord-level beast he has ever encountered, its sheer survival instinct is truly impressive. It is quite a talent, but unfortunately for it, those marked for death must still die. After all, this beast slaughtered an entire city, so he refuses to waste the primordial's blood to turn it into his servant, hoping it reincarnates as a human next time. Deep down within the hidden chambers of the underground sanctuary, weirdly shaped monsters march in unison toward a single direction where the casting light brilliantly illuminates their thick white fur and makes them stand out. They gather in a tight circle around the newborn body of a massive beast. Its eyes suddenly snap open, pupils dilating wide in the dark. It quickly absorbs every single one of the smaller creatures around it. Now fully fed, the monster raises its head and roars in absolute satisfaction. Breaking free from its shell, it shivers. He almost died back there. The Xinqiang stronghold is completely lost, and he must flee back to the abyss immediately. Damn it, if not for the Emperor's absolute orders, these low-intelligence beasts with unformed cores would never have come to fight humans to the death. He assumed they could hold the line for at least another month, hoping that drawing the humans into this underground array would completely stall their advance in Xinqiang. But who could have predicted that masked freak would appear? He can not only unleash a mysterious substance to consume every beast, but he also controls mind power. The Overlord has no clue how his clones were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, but luckily he played his trump card, a perfect body double escape. Those foolish humans surely have no idea they only destroyed a decoy. It quickly flies toward another shimmering vortex of light. The monster smirks wickedly as it looks down. Passing through this crack will take it straight to the abyss. Excitedly spreading its wings, it dives down, knowing humans are far too dangerous. But suddenly, a blinding beam of light flashes forward, shocking the beast as it wonders how that human could have found it. A massive beam of light strikes down on the city. Shelterers in the city watch in shock and whisper among themselves that purple beam is attacking again. They wonder what it could be, perhaps a heavenly energy weapon, because the idea of a single human summoning it is just too ridiculous. Even if it is a high-tech weapon, they question why the Xinqiang allied forces received no warning. One of them quickly rushes off to investigate the blast site. At the impact zone, a massive crater has formed amidst the smoking ruins. Looking down from the edge, they realize they can no longer sense any rats. Their presence has completely vanished. Not a single trace of energy remains, leaving them to wonder if the beasts fled back to the secret realm or were entirely incinerated by the pillars of light. Wu Sen looks up deeply, wondering who could possibly possess the power to command such a devastating weapon. Throughout the city, crowds erupt in celebration after Lancheng, and Xicheng. Qincheng is officially the fourth city reclaimed. Long live Great Xia! In just one single week, the nation has successfully liberated 4 major cities and 7 strongholds. News channels promise to keep broadcasting updates on the grand plan to fully reclaim Great Xia. Meanwhile, inside the high command headquarters of the Great Xia Allied Forces, one senior commander looks up, demanding to know who is behind this. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd starts arguing. Who could have done this? It is exactly like what happened in West City, where everyone was struggling until a mysterious hero suddenly saved the day. Now Qin City is facing the exact same thing, except the blinding light has turned purple. Are these guys some kind of Calabash brothers? Well, whatever the case, one thing is absolutely certain: whoever this person is, they are definitely helping the Great Xia Coalition. Normally, a mysterious powerhouse who can alter the entire battlefield would be heavily investigated by the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow organization. When contacted, they claim they could not disclose anything, which basically means they have no clue either. But whoever this savior is, the coalition has to reclaim the other cities first. If they do not, they will end up looking completely useless out there. He is already leaving the city behind. If he excludes the S-rank death zone of Guanshan City, only 3 occupied cities remain unliberated. 2 of those are currently being handled by Great Xia, Dragon Sparrow, and Grandmaster He. Rumor has it they are constantly winning battle after battle, meaning liberation is not far off. That leaves him with only one destination: the final 3-city coalition territory. These cities are practically invisible. Every day, the 3-city alliance sends minor updates at set times. There are no major losses but no grand victories either, meaning they barely ever make the news. Since he used the Hellstar power source before, that signature purple beam of light is way too recognizable. It is time to create a brand new identity. He opens his mouth, releasing massive writhing tentacles. His short black hair instantly transforms into a long, flowing white mane, and a mask materializes to conceal Yi's face. In just a brief moment, his entire body undergoes a massive change. He draws his sword, realizing it is time to disguise his trusty Stardust Slash. Raising the blade high, the dark tentacles tightly wrap themselves around it. The short blade instantly reshapes into a massive, menacing scythe. He clears his throat and notes that this new persona relies purely on martial intent. Since only Miss Gongke and Senior Qinglong know he possesses this skill, this cover should be absolutely perfect. He speeds off into the distance, telling Nuwa to play his favorite song, Still Missing You. As the music plays, he quietly fades away into the encroaching night. Over in the 3-city territory, a strange green mist drifts through the streets. He arrives and happens to overhear a casual conversation between some soldiers. One urges old Liu to get ready for the battlefield, while the other complains about the tasteless military rations compared to his wife's home cooking. They banter back and forth as one jokingly complains about needing a bathroom break right before deployment, prompting his buddy to tease him about being a coward who's simply terrified of the upcoming fight. The soldier next to them pretends to light a cigarette, quietly muttering that he hopes he can survive this battle for his newborn son. He wonders why a trained martial artist like him feels so cowardly right before combat. Watching them, he sighs at the flawless acting with zero props. Something is deeply wrong here, and the overlord of these cities must be planning something massive. Turning around, he realizes everyone in this region is trapped under a massive illusion, which is incredibly chilling. He reaches out and grabs a nearby girl's arm. Instantly, white smoke hisses from her neck as her flesh rots away. The entire coalition was wiped out long ago. Everyone here is dead, but the most horrifying thing is that they do not even know it. Their insides are completely decayed while their outer shells remain intact, endlessly repeating their final day of life. This massive tragedy has successfully fooled both themselves and the entire country. His face hardens with rage. This cruel mockery of life must be put to an end. He raises his hand, unleashing a sharp tentacle. Before the girl can even speak, it pierces her throat. He uses his blood hypnosis, quietly telling her that she has already passed away. Panic floods her face as she remembers dying in battle. The monstrous overlord of the 3 cities slaughtered all their leaders, turning them into mindless puppets. Holding her head as her face decays, she mutters that only a true grandmaster could ever hope to defeat such a beast. A crimson eye suddenly snaps wide open. Her body collapses instantly. Once the illusion of life is broken, the power holding her decayed shell together simply vanishes. He gently closes her eyes, promising his fallen ally that he will avenge this tragedy. Turning toward the heart of the city, it is time to hunt down the monster responsible. White clouds and green smoke swirl ominously around the skyscrapers. He uses sound waves to project his voice across the entire area. He spreads his sensory net, yet he cannot detect any dominant life force belonging to the Overlord. Oddly, the energy signatures of the beasts are completely uniform. Just like the fallen coalition soldiers, they have all been converted into mass-produced wooden puppets. Upon hearing his voice, the wooden puppets instantly spring to life. He glances upward, catching sight of something unexpected. Spreading his arms, dark energy erupts from beneath his feet. If the puppet master refuses to show up, he will just have to force them out. A dark wave of energy quickly sweeps over the entire city, swallowing up every single monster hiding in the shadows. Seeing no response, he smirks. So the master remains in hiding. He immediately shifts his gaze in another direction. Turning around, he spots a glowing mountain peak. He knows exactly where the enemy is. Atop that mountain stands the strongest warrior of the coalition, the butterfly grandmaster of the Hongwu sect, Li Zhongchen. Looking down at the city, he bellows a loud command to all his warriors. The soldiers standing below immediately call out in unison. The chancellor quickly adds that the overlord of Ba City is just ahead and completely alone, urging them that killing him will finally liberate Ba City. Hearing this, the crowd below instantly roars to liberate Ba City. Having achieved his goal, he flashes a sinister smile. High above in the sky, a glowing vortex suddenly appears, revealing a figure. Seeing this, the crowd wonders what is in the sky, asking if those are reinforcements. Floating gently in the air, he slowly descends, standing right at the center of the brilliant vortex. His eyes flash with a bright light. Rest in peace. Countless beams of light rain down, completely tearing the soldiers below to pieces. Screaming in terror, they flee in all directions, wondering why that human in the sky is attacking them, and if he is an enemy expert collaborating with the demonic beasts. Damn it, the ground forces must retreat immediately since they are nothing but sitting targets, while the aerial unit must do everything to hold him back. One panicked soldier yells to the commander that all the fighter jets and reserve missiles in the warehouse have mysteriously vanished. The commander replies that this is impossible as they have not even used them yet, and the logistics team had fully checked everything before departure. The commander looks around in utter disbelief, wondering when on earth they used up all their ammunition. Hiding behind a rock, Zhang Shen remarks that this is quite a surprise. He wonders if this human has already discovered his plot, lamenting that he wanted to use this chance to infiltrate their ranks. A massive pillar of light suddenly erupts right above his head, startling Zhang Shen. Quickly regaining his composure, he sneers at the Hongwu sect's secret Earth Fiend combat technique. Laughing, he raises his fist and charges with his brutal Gale Strike. Without hesitation, he plunges straight into the center of the beam of light. Sudden bursts of electricity crackle violently through the open space. Using only one hand, Zhang Shen completely shatters the entire pillar of light. Looking up, he spots he floating calmly in the air above him. Becoming even more thrilled, Zhang Shen remarks that the body of a human expert is truly spectacular and their mystical combat techniques are absolutely fascinating. He remains completely silent as multiple glowing magic circles manifest right behind his back. 3 pillars of light crash down, triggering a massive explosion. Still standing strong, Zhang Shen confidently boasts that such petty attacks cannot deal even a single scratch of damage to his mighty body. He arrogantly leaps high into the air, challenging Yi He to see if he can withstand his next punch. Yi Yi is momentarily taken aback by Zhang Shen's sheer raw power, realizing he is incredibly strong. Taking advantage of that distraction, he lands a brutal punch right in the middle of Yi He's face. Landing the blow, Zhang Shen praises him, noting that someone who could expose his plan must be an outstanding genius among humanity. The force of the strike completely shatters Yi He's mask into tiny fragments. Swinging his fist again, Zhang Shen adds that he will make him his next puppet, forcing him to realize how utterly powerless he is against absolute strength. Channeling all his power into one final punch, he screams for him to die with regret. The devastating strike instantly slices Yi He clean in half. His eyes widen in sudden shock. Soon his body slowly begins to fade away. Only then does Zhang Shen realize that something is terribly wrong. Suddenly, a crimson hue envelops the entire area as the 6-moon world slaying slash activates. Bewildered, Zhang Shen wonders if he has fallen right into a trap. In the distance, a faint glimmer of light flashes and a massive slash instantly cleaves the giant sphere in two. A thunderous explosion erupts, filling the area with blinding red flames. Suddenly reappearing Yi He muses that an imposter is ultimately just an imposter, completely unable to match the quick wits of a true martial master since he failed to even recognize a simple optical clone. Quickly bursting out from deep underground, Zhang Shen acknowledges that Yi He not only saw through his disguise but also wiped out his entire puppet army. Even this human vessel, stronger than most of his own overlords, has been scarred, proving Yi He possesses a truly superior physique. Clutching his wound, he laughs with excitement, declaring that this magnificent body now belongs to him. With that, Zhang Shen extends both of his arms forward and begins channeling his energy. He shoots into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for him. Yi He swings his scythe, mockingly praising the spirit for snatching such a rare human body. Yi He strikes from above, while Zhang Shen lunges from below to meet him. Zhang Shen crosses his arms to block the scythe, shouting that Yi He cannot break his golden armor, so he should just hand over his body. Yi He laughs scornfully, telling him that letting a creature like him waste the body of a peak martial artist is just sad. A crimson glow envelops the scythe as Yi He promises to show him the true gap in their strength. A relentless storm of slashes immediately rains down from his blade. Your dominant hand is weak, your offhand is clumsy, and your reactions are sluggish, Yi He mockingly declares. How dare a creature like you try to match him in martial arts? He is about to show him exactly how powerless and pathetic he truly is. Zhang Shen panics as the attacks suddenly grow sharper. He realizes that even though he possesses the strength and reflexes of a butterfly transformation stage grandmaster, he still cannot see through Yi He's relentless onslaught. His eyes suddenly widen in shock. It feels as if his very soul has been completely exposed. Yi He cuts right through his panic, stating that while Zhang Shen can shift his bio-electric field to hide his position, his true essence cannot be masked. He declares that he has finally found him. Caught in Yi He's grip, Zhang Shen cannot believe he is losing despite having a powerful grandmaster body. He realizes he must retreat and find a stronger puppet before fighting again. But his body is completely locked in place by some mysterious force, leaving him unable to even budge. Terror finally grips him as he desperately begs Yi He to stop. A massive wave of force slams directly into him, shattering his defenses and leaving him screaming in pure agony. As the system interface pops up, Yi He reaches out to tap a button on the screen. The system congratulates him for contributing over half of the effort to reclaim the lost territory, awarding him a guaranteed A-class template draw. A portal slowly opens, radiating with vibrant, swirling colors. Yi He stares at it in shock, wondering what this dazzling light could possibly be. Suddenly, a massive golden S materializes right before his eyes. A new system description pops up. Infinite Monster Template S-Class 10-Armed Ganesha. Bloodline ability, condensing the natural energy of the earth. This template generates 7 elemental attributes. Holywood Bloodline grants Holywood cells and the Divine Tree Essence. Eye of Karma Bloodline awakens the legendary Eye of Karma. Upgrade level is 0 with a 1% sync rate. Yi He screams in absolute excitement, shouting that this is insanely lucky and easily his best pull yet. The 10-Armed Ganesha is an S-Class template. Reaching this tier guarantees a truly extraordinary system of power. If he can reach 100% synchronization, its destructive power might not match the Star Pillar Demis Lizard, but its sheer variety of skills will far surpass it. Much like the Vampire template, this is a top-tier ability set. The system's mechanical voice chimes in, announcing that a compatible template of similar origin has been detected. The S-Class 10-Armed Ganesha can be fused into the plant mutation pathway of the Berserk Lizard Demis template. Since Ganesha belongs to a high-tier interface, does the host agree to integrate? The system warns that this integration may trigger unpredictable changes in the final mutated form of the Star Pillar Demus Lizard template. He pauses at the warning, realizing that both Ganesha and the Star Pillar share the plant attribute, which explains the shared origin. He turns his head slightly, realizing that templates can actually complement and merge with one another based on their unique characteristics. This fusion upgrade is similar to a card game, but reality is far more complex. Fusing two templates of infinite potential yields highly unpredictable results. Success means they merge into one, drastically reducing the resource cost for upgrades while granting him an incredibly powerful top-tier super template. However, if the fusion fails, both templates might not be completely destroyed since their foundations are exceptionally strong. Even if downgraded, they will not drop to D class, but the resulting fusion could suffer a permanent drop in its growth potential and final tier evaluation. Another system notification appears. The host possesses a premium material, the Golden Gene. This gene can optimize bloodlines, drastically increasing the success rate and steering the genetic fusion toward a highly positive outcome. He stares at the screen, chuckling at the sheer coincidence. He cannot help but feel that obtaining the Golden Gene was meticulously planned for this exact moment, jokingly wondering if some unseen author in another dimension is pulling his strings. Laughing out loud, he does not hesitate for a second. If he has to face Fu Hongsheng in the future, he needs to become 10 or even 100 times stronger than he is now. He commands the system to begin the fusion. Inside the small vial, a strange and mysterious liquid begins to glow. The system processes the data, analyzing that the Star Pillar Demus Lizard cannot fully absorb the Ganesha gene. As mutation begins, the Golden Gene is introduced, optimizing the delicate fusion process. Meanwhile, Zhang Shen's stolen body slowly begins to wither away. In a barely audible whisper, he asks if he was the one who killed him. He steps closer, giving him a cold, direct nod of confirmation. In his fading voice, Zhang Shen asks about the martial artists of the Three Cities Alliance army. Without hesitation, Yi bluntly replies that they are on the verge of total annihilation. Hearing this, Zhang Shen mutters that it is for the best as long as their corpses are not desecrated. He pulls out a bizarre object and examines it closely. He notes that this type of magic beast should not have been enough to defeat them, demanding to know who slaughtered their alliance. Zhang Shen weakly looks up, warning that he must be extremely careful. He warns that the Overlord Beast claims to be one of the legendary Imperial Stars. Its raw power far surpasses a butterfly transformation stage Grandmaster, and it can flawlessly master human martial arts while even wielding a Grandmaster's domain. Before killing him, the beast stated that it was heading next to Huadu. Hearing this, he completely freezes. The Great Xi Empire possesses 36 Grandmasters in total, with at least 20 typically stationed in Huadu. However, because of the Grand Territory Reclamation Plan, almost all of their top-tier fighters have left to lead the vanguard. Even the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow faction has dispatched a massive number of elite forces to secure the borders and keep enemy masters at bay. With the Great Protector Grandmasters entirely absent, it means that Huadu is currently completely defenseless. The garrison base in the Julong River secret realm of Huadu is situated inside a rare spatial rift deep beneath the water. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow organization established an entire subaquatic outpost there. But strangely enough, over the next 5 years, the magical beasts inside became incredibly rare and their power levels plummeted. Consequently, the danger zone rating was downgraded all the way from B rank down to D rank. Sizzling meat skewers roast on the grill, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The guards eat and chat, laughing about how amazing it is to be stationed here in Huadu. While martial artists everywhere else are being deployed to the front lines, they get to chill here with beer and barbecue while still getting paid. They brag that they were just born lucky. Even as branch members of Huadu's 9 families who might never hold real power or wealth, they can still enjoy a completely free and easy life. In the distance, a figure approaches while the others are drinking, playing music, and dancing. One of the guys eating looks up in surprise, asking Zhao why he is here when he is supposed to be on radar patrol. Zhao retorts, asking if he is supposed to patrol while they just sit here stuffing their faces. They laugh it off, saying there is nothing worth guarding in this dead realm anyway. They invite him to join, only wishing there were some girls around. Nearby, the wild grass gently sways in the soft breeze. Suddenly, a hand reaches up from the ground. A foot slowly steps onto the lush green grass. Wherever those footsteps land, the vibrant grass instantly withers and dies. One of them sneers that the human garrison is having a feast, completely clueless that death is right at their doorstep. The other monster eagerly agrees, urging them to slaughter everyone and crush them so the humans can feel the Emperor's majesty. With an expressionless face, the leader coldly commands them to be quiet. This is Asura, one of the 4 legendary emissaries of the Abyssal Emperor. The Emperor sent them here to slaughter humanity's top experts and wipe out their surviving elite forces. Strangely, the strongest human warrior Fu Hongsheng was the one who provided them with a list detailing the exact locations of these human masters. Asura notes that efficiency is key during a massacre, so they should not waste time on the weaklings right in front of them. The two subordinates nod obediently, agreeing to follow their leader's command. Asura transforms his shape and declares that it is time to move out and force this planet to its knees before their emperor. On the ground behind them lies a dry, smoking corpse. One of them lets out a screeching laugh, mocking how these pathetic weaklings cannot even survive their passing aura. They are so incredibly weak that just the wind from their movement turns them to dust. Asura opens up a dark portal and prepares to step inside. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy blocks him from entering any further. Asura pulls back his corroded foot, already expecting this. Stronger beings face massive rejection from the spatial rift. If not for this barrier, their emperor would have conquered this world long ago. He pulls out a strange object, muttering how disgusting it is to rely on leftovers from the foreign demons. He tightly squeezes the bizarre fleshy mass in his hand. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes through the entire area. The crushed flesh scatters into the air like strange floating bubbles. The weird substance completely envelops Asura's entire body. Even his corroded foot is now fully covered by the protective layer. He stomps his foot hard, dispersing the energy to reveal his completely healed limb. Asura then thrusts his two arms deep into the energy field. His face tenses up as he remains deep in thought. Asura swings his hand, conjuring a massive waterspout. The subordinate on his right asks if the world on the other side is indeed Earth. Meanwhile, at the grand meeting of Huadu's 9 families, the elders are deep in discussion. The Great Shia Dragon Sparrow headquarters received a dire warning from Manhwa and issued an encrypted emergency recall ordering all Grandmaster-level experts to return to Huadu immediately. One of the old men notes that if it were not for this crisis, they probably would have never gathered like this again. Another elder gestures, impatiently demanding to know why Fu Hongsheng is still in seclusion when the capital is in such extreme danger. He also asks why they cannot contact Shi Jingwen and Qinglong, wondering where on earth they could be. A representative replies that they have lost contact with Shi Jingwen and Qinglong for unknown reasons. As for Fu Hongsheng, messengers were sent to find him, but there has been no success. Another elder asks for updates, only to be told that Fu Hongsheng has not responded at all. They speculate that he might be at a critical breakthrough point where he cannot be disturbed, or perhaps he is doing this on purpose. The man sitting in the center slams his hand on the table in anger. He calls Fu Hongsheng a mere brute who might be plotting to seize the central power of Great Xia. He wonders if the warrior wants to destroy their 9 families, reminding them that he always advocated for keeping these martial artists suppressed before their ambitions grew out of control. Lowering his voice, he asks what they should do. If their 9 families mobilize to defend against the threat Nuo warned them about, they will play right into Fu Hongsheng's hands. All the top fighters they spent massive resources cultivating would be sent to their doom. Those elite fighters are their foundation kept to control the domestic martial artists. If they get wiped out now, then even if they win this war, the 9 families will completely collapse. The man opposite nods in agreement, suggesting a strategic retreat for now. He proposes they wait until all the nationwide experts return to the capital before making a final decision. Meanwhile, at the Jiulong River Bridge in Hoadu, suddenly a geyser of water shoots up from the lake. Dead fish immediately float to the surface, throwing the citizens into a panic. They shout for everyone to look as the river turns black and the fish float up lifelessly. A passing couple stops to watch the disturbance, wondering if a secret realm rift has just opened. High up in the sky, a mysterious figure slowly descends. Asura lands safely on the hard ground. His arm mockingly speaks up, calling them too weak to survive a single blow, while Asura coldly mutters ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Over at the monitoring room, the screens quickly capture his terrifying image. Inside the Longqui Command Center, everyone watching the feed gasps in absolute shock. Right as they speak, Asura reaches directly for the camera, and Overlord-class beast loose inside the Imperial capital. Suddenly, the screen cuts out, leaving nothing but static lines. Longqui Chief Wang Zhiting snaps in absolute rage. Damn it, our Division 1 ace agents are still guarding the border, while Chief Azure Dragon and Principal Shi are out of Huadu. We have to buy time until our National Guardian martial artist finishes cultivation. Alert near every single Longqui agent in the capital and deploy them immediately. A man strikes a pose, introducing himself as Li Tingsheng, master of the Richeng Dojo, while a woman steps up next, Lin Hong of the Jinghong Dojo. Then comes a heavily muscled duo, Wu Ma of the Wangdu Dojo and Lan Zushun of the Jingkai Dojo, ready and waiting for orders. Asura's extra arms laugh mockingly, urging him, "Big brother, look at these insects showing off in front of us. They are so pathetic. Let's just wipe them all out." Asura crosses his arms and coldly stares down at them. "Foolish humans, you should just leave, as we only hunt the truly strong. Not only is your strength pathetic, but your potential has reached its limit with nowhere left to grow. Even if you survive, you cannot change the Emperor's grand plan. So run while you can. The Longqui elites are still 3 minutes away, and to keep a monster like you from rampaging and hurting our people, we the masters of Huadu's 4 grand dojos will hold you down." All 4 of them join forces and launch a synchronized attack. Together, they quickly summon a massive magical barrier to block him. Asura's left arm glares down at them. Is that so? Then we will gladly respect your choice. Without saying a word, he easily slashes through one couple with a single strike. Asura sneers coldly. You certainly have guts, but without the strength to match your courage is nothing but a tragedy. Lin Hong's face pales in absolute terror. How is he so fast? Fighter jets tear through the city skies as support bombers lock onto the target while anti-aircraft guns are fully loaded and prepared to open fire. The moment they receive the command, the bombers release their payload directly onto the targeted zone. Unfazed, Asura stands still with his arms crossed, unleashing his domain of decay and death. Every projectile stops dead against his defense. This is bad. Long-range weapons cannot pierce the target's defensive barrier at all. Looks like firearms are completely useless against him, leaving everything up to the martial artists now. Standing below him, two fighters shout out orders. Divisions 2 and 3 of Longqui will engage head-on, while Divisions 4 and 5 provide support. Asura turns his head, sensing their power. Finally, some human experts worth hunting. Now he can enjoy a brutal slaughter before crushing them. Hearing this, the two unleash their full power and charge, using every weapon they have just to hold him back. Over at the command center, a panicked operator rushes in to report. The chiefs of Divisions 2 and 3 have died heroically in battle, with 50 agents from both divisions dead or wounded. Now Divisions 4 and 5 are attempting a strategic retreat, but the chief of Division 4 has already fallen as well. The chief of Division 5 has also died heroically. Even though the presidents of the Lanfang Wenhai and Lysan Martial Associations arrive as reinforcements, nothing has changed, and Asura is still marching straight toward the city center. Hearing this devastating news, Mai Long's legs tremble in pure disbelief. How is this possible? 4 cocoon breaking stage grandmasters have already been killed in action. Completely drained of hope, he collapses heavily back into his chair. Mai Long spins around and demands to know if they can contact Mr. Fu Hongsheng, Chief Azure Dragon, or Principal Shi, but gets no response. He yells in frustration, what about the 9 families of Huaidu? Why have they only sent mid-tier fighters to stop Asura? Where are the grandmasters guarding Huaidu? Are they all dead? And why on earth have the 9 families still not made any contact with the Longqui headquarters? On screen, the massacre continues as Asura relentlessly tears through the defenders. Watching this, Mai Long panics, and honestly, can you blame him with the whole empire at stake? Damn it, there is only one choice left. Deploy our special combat unit right now. An agent tries to stop him, warning that those weapons are uncontrollable, but he instantly barks back. This is Huaidu's survival we are talking about, so release them, and I will take full responsibility if things go wrong. Meanwhile, Asura continues to arrogantly march his way through the ruined city. Suddenly, a fighter charges from behind, screaming, where do you think you are going, beast? Without even turning around, he casually flicks his hand and swats the attacker away. Asura kicks a fire hydrant by the road and sighs in disappointment. How boring. He thought Longqui was a formidable force, but they are all just a bunch of useless failures. He reaches out to squeeze the gushing water, complaining that they are not even worth dirtying his hands. A strange voice echoes from behind a magic beast that likes to keep clean. How amusing. A trio of armed fighters appears, realizing they were set free just to deal with this monster. Looking around, they are thrilled to see Huaidu so completely ruined, but they quickly lock eyes with Asura and tell him his run ends here. His left arm chuckles, noting they are being underestimated, while his other arm roars in absolute fury, demanding that they slaughter them all immediately. Sensing a shift in their aura, Asura stops them. Hold on. You 3 have some hunting value, but it is nothing compared to the one up in the sky. So let us wrap this up quickly, because the prey in the clouds is way more exciting. Number 2 is completely shocked to see the boss actually open his eyes, wondering just how powerful that master up in the sky must be to earn his ultimate respect. One of them holds his head high and scoffs at the threat, reminding the beast of all the overlords he had slain in the past, promising to beat his arrogant face into pulp. Asura's right hand instantly starts radiating a pretty creepy, otherworldly energy. The other side matches the vibe completely, sending a deep chill down everyone's spine. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh rings out. 4 massive arms erupt from his torso. Asura has now fully transformed into a completely different beast. He glares down coldly, declaring that his domain is now active. The 3 targets panic, instantly wondering how on earth a mere magic beast could possibly master a martial arts domain. Asura traps them deep inside his dark domain, the Great Dark Heaven. The entire city of Huaidu falls dead silent, save for the echoes of brutal violence. A bright flash of lightning suddenly tears through the pitch-black sky. Asura and his inner voices wave their massive arms in disappointment, scoffing at how fragile these special-class fighters really are. Now that all the weaklings are dead, they hope the legendary warrior waiting up in the sky can actually give them a decent, thrilling fight. His left arm sneers in total contempt, complaining that they need to find a real powerhouse to feel alive. Hearing that, Asura simply replies that it is time to go. He kicks off the ground with insane force, launching himself into the air. Asura charges directly toward the heavily protected city, crashing into its outer defenses. A loud mechanical warning blares across the city, detecting a massive energy source approaching at extreme speed and ordering the magnetic shield to be raised to absolute maximum power. He laughs and yells down at them, calling their efforts completely useless. With a massive surge of power, Asura smashes straight through the city's defense shield. Automated defense turrets lock onto him the moment the command is given. The system orders an immediate launch of anti-air missiles. He laughs out loud, mocking the helpless humans for thinking basic weapons can actually hurt monsters like them, while his right arm grows impatient, calling it boring and demanding to kill. Moving with blinding speed, two of his arms easily swat away the incoming barrage. He suddenly pauses in mid-air, wondering why that strong human presence has suddenly vanished, questioning if they actually ran away. Gong Ki suddenly charges forward with her weapon drawn, shouting that he is the one who should be running. She swings her blade, delivering a powerful strike directly across Asura's body. Not missing a beat, Asura instantly presses all 6 of his hands together. Tilting his head, Asura quietly unleashes his deadly corrosive wind attack. Gonke looks up, clicking her tongue at the disgusting attack. His left arm watches with pure excitement, warning the boss that a clean decapitation could actually kill them, even if their core remains intact, absolutely thrilled that they finally have a worthy opponent to go all out against. Another arm screams out in pure fury, absolutely outraged that a mere human actually managed to injure them. Asura quickly heals, his flesh amazed that she managed to land such a quiet, incredibly pure slash on them without making a single sound. Now this is the matchup we have been waiting for, as he roars out, calling her his ultimate target. She offers a smug smile, asking Asura if she should show off a bit more to live up to such high praise. She spreads her arms wide as a pair of glowing red eyes suddenly manifests beneath her feet, triggering her domain. Asura slowly drags his heavy feet forward through a rising pool of blood. Leaning forward to study her, Asura observes Gong Ke activating her domain, noting that the surrounding buildings did not actually disappear. He realizes her power simply overlays itself onto reality instead of creating an independent pocket space, and decides they should test what this technique can actually do. Resting her hands on her hips with a confident smile, she remarks that her power is far cleaner than his disgusting corrosive aura. He rapidly closes the distance, unleashing his devastating martial technique, the sunset crash, without wasting any more words. Asura pours every single ounce of his monstrous strength into this massive strike. A blinding flash erupts as a deafening explosion shakes the entire area. He quickly scans the area in disbelief, realizing his strike missed completely. Her voice echoed from right behind the Asura. To think a demonic beast actually knows martial arts, telling Xiao He about this later would absolutely blow his mind. He spun around to ask Gong Ke if it was translocation or an illusion. Ignoring his question, she focused completely on her attack, warning the Asura that her ultimate blood art was coming. Instantly, he found himself completely surrounded by floating droplets of blood. The Asura's left arm chuckled, praising the blood droplets as anything but ordinary. He could clearly see a thin thread of blood connecting every single droplet, and with countless droplets floating around, these connecting lines formed a massive bloody web so dense that not even a mosquito could slip through. This time, there was absolutely no escape. Gong Ki stood frozen as she stared at the giant red sphere. She gave a playful wink, but her words were sharp as daggers as she commanded the beast's execution. The creature stared back with pure curiosity, uttering a confused "what?" Unleashing countless strikes in the blink of an eye is absolutely devastating. Even a steel-hard body that easily shrugs off a Grandmaster's direct attack cannot survive tens of thousands of rapid cuts, targeting one single spot in a matter of seconds. Even if those black beads could heal his wounds, they wouldn't be fast enough to stop the relentless waves of oncoming slashes. He burst into a wild, savage laugh, shouting that she was indeed a worthy opponent. Staring back with a sinister red gaze, he muttered that if that was all she had, it wouldn't satisfy him. But suddenly, his heart sank. What was this? His legs had grown incredibly heavy. Gruesome monsters emerged from below, clinging tightly to his body and trying to drag themselves up. He threw his head back and roared in frustration, while those eerie demonic faces stared intently right at him. Niu Hong spoke up, noting that her human body carried an incredibly massive sin of slaughter. With such a terrifying talent for killing, she would have been a massive threat on the Emperor's path had her soul not been too damaged to advance any further. Gong Ke plugged her ears, acting like she heard nothing but a stupid turtle chanting scriptures. The beast grunted, saying they'd wasted enough time. They had more experts to hunt, so it was time to finish her off by unleashing his domain. Gong Ke reached into her clothes as if searching for something, sensing the spatial aura of his domain. She muttered that she could do that too. Plus, now she could record the entire fight to show Xiao He, proving once and for all how awesome his master really is. With a decisive wave of her hand, she unleashed her domain, the boundless beheading of Mahakala. But suddenly, the beast thrashed violently, shattering the chains binding him. Gong Ke watched in confusion, wondering if she was disappearing silently, hoping her recording wouldn't capture any embarrassing moments. Using all his power, he roared that his ultimate move would completely erase her. She gave him a great fight, so he bid the human expert farewell. She scoffed, telling the giant to stop bragging because she was going to cut him down first. Her razor-sharp blade came slicing down without hesitation. At that exact moment, the blade slashed directly through his body. Gong Ke gasped heavily for air, relieved her legs and waist were still fully intact as their colliding martial domains reached their absolute limits and completely collapsed. Standing before her, the beast admitted she was far stronger than that other human grandmaster Li Zhongshen. It was clear he'd have to go all out to kill her. After all, human martial arts weren't their specialty, and it was time to unleash their true horrific power. His face contorted weirdly, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Creepy eyeballs suddenly popped open along both of his arms. He roared and charged forward, declaring she was worthy of his full serious effort. Gong Ke grew tense. This was getting troublesome. She was a master of slaughter, or at least she used to be before her illness flared up. Normally, she could clearly sense the exact intensity of an enemy's bloodlust, allowing her to easily calculate the success rate of her winning or losing any deadly duel. When this guy deployed his domain, his martial aura was completely unstable, making the threat he posed feel like a mere 6 out of 10. She was confident she wouldn't lose back then, but now everything felt totally different. Suddenly, a violent gust of dust swept in, carrying an indescribably grim and dark energy. Gong Ke stared in disbelief, wondering if she was witnessing her own fated death. It was a premonition only a grandmaster at the butterfly stage with immense soul power could ever hope to glimpse. Despair took over. It looked like she was going to die here, and maybe this was just her fate. At least she'd die protecting the flower capital. She hoped they'd build a statue of her at the university for future students to admire. She could already picture her students weeping before her statue, shedding bitter tears and crying out for their master, asking why she had to leave them behind. Facing her doom, Gong Ke accepted her fate, but even after living a century, she couldn't help but feel reluctant. There were still masterwork video games to play, epic anime to watch, and web novels to binge, and most of all, she still had her disciple. She silently warned Xiao He to take good care of himself because his master was about to leave this world. Summoning her remaining strength, she screamed that she would risk it all. Up in the sky, a brilliant and mysterious light suddenly bursts forth. Gong Ke glances at the light, wondering if another top master has actually arrived. He appears calmly, stating that he is here to change her destiny. The scene shifts as members of the Long Tuok headquarters look ahead with tense faces. Whispers break out around Hoa Dai as everyone wonders what went wrong. Did something fail in the fight between their special class Gong Ke and Asura Maklong grunts in anger, asking why the magnetic field in that area is completely distorted. They cannot even see the battle. What on earth is happening over at Hoa Dai? Nothing like this has ever happened before, and panic is starting to spread. People keep murmuring, asking if the beast is finally about to be defeated. That blinding light in the heavens looks ready to swallow the entire city whole. Hovering in midair, he stares straight down at King Yu. King Yu snarls, demanding that the human powerhouse identify himself. He looks back with a calm face, coldly mentioning the word monster. Both King Yu and Gong Ke freeze, utterly baffled by his response. He continues his introduction, saying he is Ma Dong and belongs to the monster organization. The beast is highly suspicious. There was no mention of any monster organization or Ma Dong in the file Fu Hongsheng gave them. Is it an oversight, or does Fu Hongsheng have a hidden agenda? Either way, the beast decides to just kill him first and figure it out later. Charging forward, King Yu roars for the human expert to prepare to die. He unleashes his self-created skill, the Black Map Destruction Slash. He watches the incoming attack unfold with a look of pure disbelief. King Yu watches him, getting a strange feeling. It feels like his strike missed. Is he still alive? A light flashes as he calls out the word Kuramaru. King Yu suddenly screams out in massive, unbearable pain. A massive sphere of light sends soundwave-like beams sweeping across the city. He calmly states that even though his 10-headed Geno template is only in the basic stage and his skill power is not at its peak, it is still more than enough to crush a beast like him. After all, Detong has already evolved. He tells him to stand up and stop pretending because a high-level beast cannot be defeated that easily. Slowly rising from the dirt, King Yu finds this highly amusing. Suddenly, a towering pillar of light shoots straight up from the ground. King Yu charges forward with a savage laugh, calling it exciting. He notes that since acquiring the passive causality eye from the 10-headed Geno, everything appears to be in slow motion. The beast's eyes turn wild as he crazily repeats how interesting this is. He considers him the perfect test subject since this is his first battle after unlocking the S-Class template. His deep, unpredictable voice echoes as he begins refining his cells. King Yu stares, utterly unable to believe his own eyes. Dozens of He's solid clones suddenly manifest, leaving the beast completely stunned. Looking around in a panic, he realizes he is already surrounded from behind. Sitting in a perfect circle, the clones surround him, using sacred wood cells to replicate before reinforcing themselves with black and red matter. He points out that every single clone here possesses enough raw power to match the combat strength of his original body. Although these clone bodies are structurally weaker and their cells will completely collapse under a high-intensity energy output, they still remain an incredibly terrifying and deadly threat on the battlefield. On top of all that, he infuses the light-guiding energy of Hellstar to constantly layer with nuclear power, multiplying the overall destructive force several times over. Panicked King Yu looks around, realizing he needs to retreat and avoid this deadly spearhead first. Yi, he's cold, voice echoes the name Zarudo, leaving the beast struggling in despair, unable to move a single muscle. Slowly, the clones begin to blur, leaving behind nothing but eerie, ominous shadows. As King Yu trembles in fear, Yi announces that this is the ultimate trap he prepared just for him. Together, the clones summon massive beams of light to strike him down, activating the Chu Tian particle formation. Panic explodes at the Long Tuok headquarters as chaotic voices scream out. Things are looking bad. They tell the director to look up at the sky over Hoa Dai, where radiation levels are suddenly skyrocketing out of control. The outdoor temperature rises rapidly as a second sun seems to appear in the sky. A sphere of blinding light appears, leaving everyone frozen in absolute shock. Suddenly, it explodes with enough force to rip the sky apart in 17 seconds. Debris rains down everywhere under a dark gray sky for 15 minutes 29 seconds. A violent wave of deep blue surges for 23 minutes 7 seconds. Yi's clones stand tall like giant walls for 29 minutes 46 seconds. Suddenly, the bodies of those massive clones slowly melt away over 40 minutes 2 seconds. Mai Long notes that the temperature has returned to normal and radiation levels are dropping. What on earth happened to Huadu? Has Gong Kei completely lost his mind? He stands there looking down from high above. He remarks that he is truly a top-tier powerhouse of the secret realm, and his title as one of the 4 emperors is definitely no exaggeration. Looking up at the glowing sphere in the sky, he sighs, shocked that any creature could actually survive and walk out of this Juxian nuclear formation. Even the most powerful beings could not adapt to such terrifying energy at the center of the formation in just a few dozen seconds. Their entire evolutionary cells would vaporize instantly. As expected, you are a premium specimen. I quite like that, King. Nu demands his magical sphere to restore his broken body. But Dai, he is furious. Trying to recover right in front of me, I will not let that happen. Saying this, he rushes directly toward his target. He uses his hand to tightly squeeze its face, then speaks up, declaring that he must take this creature out of Huadu because the city cannot withstand the energy of the third sun anymore. King Ningyu sneers, human powerhouse since our birth. This is the first time we have been injured this badly. You are still far from killing us, but you have earned the right to be proud. We truly appreciate your great talent, and the Emperor has just perfected the ancient civilization's conversion ritual. Strong human, are you willing to completely abandon your humanity to join our high-tier race? With your potential in just a few decades, you could become the Emperor's 5th messenger. Dai. He questions them all, that effort just to be ranked 5th, and I have to wait a few decades. Is that how you test your candidates? To King Nu's absolute shock, he slowly lets go of his grip. What a pity, Dai. He gives him a razor-sharp glare. This daddy here abandoned his humanity a long time ago. King Yu crashes violently to the ground with an ear-splitting thud. King Nu roars in anger. It seems you have made your decision. We respect your choice, and next we shall grant you death. Die. He frowns. Since we are no longer in Huadu, there is no need to hide my identity. I can unleash my full power. He transforms into his other form, Demora Secret Art Super Nuclear Light Combat Form. King Nu stutters in sheer disbelief. This human did not even show his full power when we fought in the skies of the imperial capital. What kind of monster organization is this anyway? Could every single one of their members possess such terrifying, monstrous strength? If that is the case, the Emperor's grand plans will surely be heavily affected. King Yingyu rises in a rage, declaring that they must destroy this monster organization. Yi, he says calmly. In that case, I will just eliminate you on behalf of the monster organization. He unleashes a blinding burst of light that throws his foe into panic. A razor-sharp beam of light slices the mountain clean in half. Yi, he, and King Nu shout out like madmen to decide who lives and dies. The scene shifts. Everything has fallen completely silent once again. Die. He taunts, bring it on, show me the peak combat power of your secret realm, let us see what you can actually do. King Nu charges, shouting, human, do not be so arrogant. 2 clashing beams of light from both fighters collide head-on. It yells madly, even though I lost my body and my strength and speed are down, a mere human like you still stands no chance against me. Take this. Its crimson light erupts violently, starting to overwhelm him. It growls, your monster organization will definitely be a massive threat to the Emperor, so today we must eliminate every single one of you. Yi, he chuckles. You are honestly way more arrogant than I am. The intense earth-shaking battle continues to rage on. Suddenly, King Nu steps on something strange, making him look back in absolute curiosity only. Seeing the black smoke swirling closer, the beast froze in shock. Strange Flame grins with smug satisfaction. These spores are a fusion of the demon pillar cells and the 10-headed nadas. We call them YH cells, and their effects are devastating. He narrows his eyes, watching the dark mist swirl. The smoke wraps around King Yu as he struggles, frantically screaming, "What did you do? Why can't I move? My body won't obey my own will. No, I still haven't completed my Emperor's great mission." The black smoke slowly consumes his entire body, leaving only helpless screams echoing in the air. Strange Flame explains the demon pillar cells can infect this entire planet, spreading through the atmosphere, land, and oceans. Soon, every living thing in the ecosystem will be completely assimilated, turning into a mere extension of its power. As for you, infected by these premium YH cells, your fate is already decided. To become my very own external avatar. A worshipful voice suddenly echoes, "My lord." Strange Flame commands, "Very good, now squat down and jump." The beast obeys, instantly leaping high into the air without hesitation. Strange Flame feels incredibly satisfied and praises him. Right now, he acts like an excited puppy, thrilled by his master's praise. Strange Flame tosses a small stone into the air and orders him to fetch. Such a good boy. By the way, these cells were actually inspired by the parasite overlord back in the Three Cities. Honestly, the results are even better than expected. Over at the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow headquarters, an assistant reports, "Director, we found the cause of the sky anomaly above Hua University." Mai Long snaps out with it. She continues, "It's all because of that masked man. This mysterious spiral masked fighter only showed up a week ago, mostly operating in Great Shia's 7 capitals. He changes masks for every mission and barely interacts with any of our allied defense martial artists. Instead, he focuses entirely on hunting down the overlords of the 7 capitals while wiping out magical beasts citywide. Whenever he fights, the clouds turn purple. Satellites confirm that glow comes from cosmic rays, suggesting the guy can literally control cosmic light." My Long mutters to himself, "Some edgy punk wielding cosmic light. Is he trying to help Great Sia reclaim our lost 7 capitals?" The assistant quickly objects, "No, director." She explains, according to Nua's psychological profile, his goal isn't saving the cities. The masked man is purely hunting down the overlords of the 7 capitals for himself. Mai Long is intrigued, hunting overlords. Suddenly, an alert chimes. Director, former Hua University professor and special combatant Gong Ke is requesting a secure link. Mai Long orders, "Patch her through." The screen flashes on. He gasps. Professor Gong Ke holds up her phone and reveals that masked fighter is actually from an organization. What he claims to represent a faction called Monster with the codename Demon Child. Confused, Mai Long asks, "Monster Demon Child? What kind of crazy setup is this?" With tears streaming down her face, Gong Ke screams he represents a mysterious faction named Monster, codenamed Demon Child. Everyone gasps in shock. Monster Demon Child? What kind of martial alliance is that? The name alone sounds incredibly shady and dangerous. Mai Long's mind is racing. As the chief of special intelligence, how does he have absolutely zero records on them? Is every single member of this group as terrifyingly strong as Demon Child? Why show up now right when Great Shia is executing its vital reclamation campaign? His assistant suddenly panics. "Director, look over there." Hovering above Hua University is a colossal figure emerges. It's King Yu. Onlookers murmur, "Is that Asura?" The form looks a bit different, but that massive scale and pressure are unmistakable. Could he have evolved already? Mai Long gasps, "Wait, look closer." There's someone standing on his shoulder. It's Demon Child. Wait, is he actually riding alongside Asura? I thought Demon Child only hunts down Overlord-class beasts. Strange Flame flashes a twisted, creepy smile, staring right at them. An urgent report comes in. Our tracking feeds are completely down due to some advanced jamming, but biosensors show that Demon Child is already taking Asura far away from Huadu. The assistant adds, "They are moving fast." Trembling with sheer rage, Mai Long barks, "Great Shia was once the strongest empire on Earth, yet now we are reduced to this pathetic state, helpless against invaders. We are literally pinning our hopes on some mysterious rogue to handle Asura. 4 department chiefs dead in a single day, half our elite forces wiped out. I have utterly failed our citizens, and those corrupt 9 families who fled Huadu to save their own skins. This betrayal will not be swept under the rug." Furious comments flood the web. "Huadu was attacked. Am I dreaming? That is our capital, the home of countless legendary powerhouses. Who would be brainless enough to attack the capital? This is definitely fake news. Our enemies are spreading lies because they want our reclamation campaign to fail. They are just trying to break our public morale." "Exactly. We must hunt down the rumor mongers and completely crush their invasion plans." Hua panicked, asking the president if this was a joke. How could Flower City possibly be under attack? The president countered, confirming it was real. He had inside intel. 3 martial arts association presidents defending Flower City and 4 Great Shia Dragon Sparrow chiefs, totaling 7 grandmasters, have all been wiped out. Word is the great Shia Dragon Sparrow even unleashed its special combat power, yet one of those dangerous terrorists still walked away alive. But what about our elite Guardian Grandmasters? Even if Principal Shi and the Azure Dragon Chief were stationed at the border, they could have rushed back to Flower City in minutes. Plus, we still have our Nation Defender class martial artist Fu Hongsheng. She asked in complete disbelief if not a single peak powerhouse had made it to Flower City. The president nodded grimly. Not a single master showed up because they have all completely lost contact. This crisis is far worse than when Great Shi's 12 cities had to defend against the Secret Realm invasion. The president's gaze turned icy as he whispered that the world was about to change. Meanwhile, on Great Shia's Liuli Island, a powerful man appeared followed by a long line of bodyguards. The head of the Sai family, the top clan on the island, bowed respectfully and welcomed him. This is their prestigious guest arriving from across the ocean in the North Whiten Federation. Even though their nations were never on good terms, business still had to be done. He continued, especially since this was an incredibly massive deal. The guest's voice turned cold. Skip the pleasantries, we do not have much time. If the intel is correct and Great Shia's last two Guardian Grandmasters along with their Nation Defender are officially off the grid, then our North Whiten Federation won't be the only one making a move. Yi, he let out a cold snort. From now on, you are a member of the monster organization, and your codename is Shu Wu. Wang replied, yes, my lord. Yi, he continued, telling him he should be honored to be the very first member of their monster organization. They always say if you want to survive out there, you need backing. Even in a superhuman world where individual raw strength is king, a powerful organization can still handle the tedious cleanup that you can't be bothered with. With the world falling into complete chaos, I am building my own loyal army. First, let's get you to the Mad Doctor and check out the secret base he built for us. Shocking news. The monster organization is allied with the mysterious overlord who attacked Flower City. Is this a total moral collapse, or wait, I almost forgot. We can't just walk around in public together like this. Does the organization have other plans? So they decide to use Hellstar's light control ability to turn completely invisible. Deep inside the forest, a damp and gloomy atmosphere hangs heavy. Yi, he looks up at the surrounding trees with curiosity. He spots one massive tree that looks completely bizarre. A pair of giant eyes open on the trunk staring down at him. Terrified Yi, he shrieks out, calling it a tree monster. Now those blood-red eyes on the bark are locked directly on him. He lunges forward, ready to strike, yelling for the monster to take his punch. Before his fist can land, a voice speaks from the eyes, wait, my lord, it is me. Yi, he glares in curiosity, realizing it is the Mad Doctor. The Mad Doctor's voice echoes from the trunk, begging his lord to calm down. He apologizes, explaining that this entire forest is actually a biological surveillance network he created using advanced biotechnology. Yi, he sighs in disbelief, calling the Mad Doctor a true genius. He asked him to study botany, and now the man has made the entire forest speak. The Mad Doctor welcomes him and apologizing that the base has only been under construction for 2 weeks and still looks quite bare. Curious, Yi. He asks how the doctor managed to build this secret base and achieve such massive research breakthroughs in such a short time. The Mad Doctor explains that securing the base and research funding was easy. The world is full of terminally ill rich people, desperate for survival. He simply extracts a self-healing factor from his own blood, and those wealthy tycoons practically throw money at him. At the same time, he is scouting prime candidates to convert into vampires for his lord. Their immense social influence will greatly accelerate the growth of the organization. As soon as his lord gives the word, he will begin the transformation. Yi, he snorts and tells him to handle it as long as he doesn't force people or go crazy like the Thunderbird organization. He expects the doctor to know his boundaries. The Mad Doctor quickly complies. The Mad Doctor continues explaining his research breakthroughs. First, thanks to the black-red biomass his lord provided, he obtained biological cells with infinite potential. He has never seen anything so perfect in his entire life. Second, he tracked down top experts in this field. He located key scholars from both the Thunderbird and Prometheus factions, converting them into his thralls to build a dedicated scientific team for his lord. Yi, he nods in approval, satisfied with the arrangement and raising no objections. A red alert flashes across the screen of a smart device. The door slides open and Yi, he enters with the Mad Doctor. Inside is a massive lab filled with personnel and state-of-the-art equipment. Everyone in the room wears a strange device over their faces. The Mad Doctor explains they are bioengineered cyborgs with modified brains. Yi, he scoffs, wondering what kind of bizarre experiments are going on here. Suddenly, a shadow appears right behind Yi, he addressing him as Lord. Startled Yi, he asks if he changed his appearance. The Mad Doctor's voice echoes back, explaining that the figure before him is actually just one of his cyborg vessels. Confused Yi, he asks where his real body is. The Mad Doctor explains that to maximize his research efficiency for his lord, he used the black-red biomass to convert his main body into a giant brain, discarding all unnecessary tissues to avoid wasting cognitive power on controlling physical limbs. Normally, she can only graft a portion of her consciousness into a chip-like host to move around freely. Yi, he narrows his eyes silently, wondering if the old man is trying to date the Nuwa system. All right, as long as he's happy. That charging giant lurking in the forest out there is actually my external avatar, and my will can transfer into his massive body at any given moment. I am leaving him under your care, so do not perform any strange research on him. Understood, yes, sir. The Mad Doctor guarantees it, claiming he will treat the avatar with the utmost respect. He vows that seeing the giant will be just like seeing his master, and he will arrange daily biochemical maintenance for him. He gives a helpless look, saying that really is not necessary. Yi, he curiously asks if that aquarium has an entrance, and the Mad Doctor praises his brilliant wisdom. Next, the doctor prepares to present his most critical research project, the Grand Artificial Demora Creation Project. The Mad Doctor spreads his arms in excitement, inviting his lord to observe. Behold, after successfully extracting the primordial genes from that holy dorsal fin relic you provided, I fed the data to the dark red biomass for calculations. Then, through a rigorous series of complex bioengineering experiments, this ultimate life form was born. It inherits the incredible controllable nuclear reaction talent from your own fin, while possessing the absolute environmental adaptability to evolve in any situation thanks to the dark red biomass. This will be the absolute crowning masterpiece among all the creatures I have ever created, and I proudly dedicate it to my great lord. As deep down Yi, he is stunned, realizing this is a genuine infant Demala. He suddenly gets a strange bad feeling. This giant beast is not going to invade the small East Island in the future, is it? After all, its attacks seem specially designed for that place. He tells the Mad Doctor that he is highly satisfied with these impressive results. To reward you, I will grant you my newly developed thread cells. I look forward to even greater surprises from you in the future. The Mad Doctor kneels down in deep gratitude while Yi helplessly tells him to drop this overly dramatic way of bowing. With everything settled here, it is time to head back to Huadu. Back in the city, the reclaim mission has concluded in total victory. Thanks to the secret support of a mysterious powerhouse, Great Shia is finally reclaimed. The entire nation rejoices, but this short-lived peace is suddenly shattered by a shocking incident that throws the public into sheer panic. Immediately, a strict nationwide curfew and wartime state are declared. All public transit is banned completely, cutting off ships and flights to the outside world. Tactical police units patrol the empty streets, armed military drones hover overhead, and essential goods are strictly rationed, turning daily life upside down. Even the most oblivious citizens can feel a massive, terrifying crisis hanging over their heads. Naturally, wild conspiracy theories start flooding the internet, but the authorities quickly shut them down. This move is designed to prevent social chaos and block foreign powers from manipulating public opinion. Right now, the entire nation is gripped by an unprecedented level of pure suffocating tension. Yi, he looks around in curiosity, wondering where he has ended up, and if this is even still Huadu. Still, he has to admit, this is a highly advanced city. Countless streets and urban zones ruined during the fierce battles have already been completely restored, repaired so quickly, it looks like no fighting ever happened here. He lifts his phone, asking Xiao Nu to guide him to the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow headquarters. A clear female voice responds, confirming that the optimal route to the Peacock headquarters has been successfully mapped out for Mr. Yi. He looks up at a massive skyscraper, noting that today is his first day of interning when a scanning beep of the security device suddenly rings out. Yi slowly and calmly walks straight through. He steps inside casually as the automatic doors slide open. Yi, he calls out hello, but is greeted only by the sight of a completely vacant office space. Linzhou adjusts her glasses, asking if he is the student specially recruited and recommended by Chief King Long Yi. He introduces himself, but she quickly replies that her name is Linzhou, a mere staff member who cannot claim to be a senior to a special student from Hua University. She points out his desk, saying all his documents are right there. She warns him that she is incredibly busy and begs him not to disturb her. Confused Yi, he asks if she is truly the only one working in the First Division. Linzhou sighs, explaining that when Huada was attacked, most of their elite forces were away guarding the borders, meaning they miraculously suffered no losses and preserved their full strength. Currently, because a massive number of elite experts from the 2nd to 5th divisions have tragically lost their lives during the foreign attacks, an astronomical workload has piled directly onto the shoulders of the 1st Division. She admits she probably should not complain during such a national crisis, but she has not slept for over 30 hours. Constantly reviewing high-intensity files has left her completely and utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapsing. Watching her plunge recklessly into work, he silently feels pity and quietly extracts a small substance from his palm. He thinks to himself that this harmless substance derived from his dark red biomass can boost brain function and alleviate severe mental fatigue, hoping it will help her feel much better. He slips the substance into her coffee and cheerfully offers it. Linzhou smiles wryly, thinking this rookie certainly knows how to flatter his senior, showing none of the typical newcomer awkwardness. With that, she takes the cup and drinks it dry when suddenly, An urgent voice suddenly blares out, announcing a critical emergency. Riots have erupted in several cities bordering the Southeast Triangle. While 4 special agents are already deployed to suppress the growing chaos, they still desperately require at least one more expert on site. Lin Zhou bolts upright, hastily telling He that an urgent mission just came up. She says she was about to grab lunch, but now has to leave him in charge of the office. He gently places a hand on her shoulder, offering to take the mission instead. She stares back at him with utter skepticism, pointing out that while Chief Qinglong recommended him, that only proves his future potential rather than his current combat strength. These emergency missions are incredibly dangerous, so as a mere first-year student, he really should not force himself into danger. He casts a sharp, icy glance at Lin Zhou, asking if she does not trust him. She asks what he means, but suddenly stops, distracted by a wonderful aroma. Lin Zhou's eyes widen as she stares in absolute disbelief. Staring at the delicious food tray placed right before her, she screams out in shock. Her voice fills with excitement, recognizing her favorite cafeteria meals, and she happily digs right in. "You are seriously impressive. Are you just a handsome kid, or are you secretly some legendary illusion master?" He flashes a smug smile and downplays it. He says he is no master, she was just too tired and left an opening. Lin Zhou shakes her head. She explains that all their elite agents undergo intense anti-illusion training. Even with a clouded mind, they cannot be easily hypnotized. Only pure, overwhelming power can hijack their consciousness. Yet, he did not just hypnotize her to walk to the cafeteria, he even made her list her favorite foods. His illusion skills alone are already something that ordinary martial artists stand absolutely zero chance of resisting. He replies, "In that case, Senior, I will be taking my leave now." Lin Zhou stops him, insisting it is too dangerous. He's a rare genius who needs to focus on training because she cannot take responsibility if anything happens. After all, he is still just a rebellious, specially recruited student who refuses to follow orders. Then Lin Zhou spots a note on the table. It says, "Senior, you are exhausted, so use this to help restore your strength." Holding the water bottle, she is incredibly touched by him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts directly to the busy border between Great Xia and the southeast. Inside a crowded public bus, passengers sit with exhausted expressions on their faces. Disguised as an old man, he frowns. The stench in here is unbearable. Luckily, he can lock his respiratory system and form a protective skin barrier, or he would have choked to death by now. According to Nua's intelligence, 3 other ace agents are facing a tight deadline and heavy tasks. They rush to various border cities using lightning speed to eliminate the riot ringleaders. However, these terrorists are merely puppets for foreign forces. Killing one just means they will find another. They are only treating the symptoms, not curing the disease. Since those 3 ace agents might already be compromised, he decides to strike from the shadows to find and destroy the mastermind. Suddenly, a dump truck crashes right ahead, leaving the bus with no escape. The angry driver yells at them. A ruthless, cold-eyed man steps out from the truck. He harshly commands the driver to open up. Tian Sheng and his boss march right onto the bus like they own it. He realizes that Great Xia was once the safest nation. Nobody dared commit crimes at the border, meaning these thugs must have powerful backing to act this bold. Tiansheng smirks and tells everyone not to panic, jokingly, claiming they are all good guys. He turns to the boss, announcing they are not here for money or women, just for simple cooperation. Terrified, the passengers scramble backward, crowding into the very back of the bus. Jostled around he feels helpless as his breathing lock begins to fail. Seeing this, Tiansheng bellows, "I said we are the good guys, so stop backing away. Anyone who moves gets sliced." He points at the 2 hulking men behind him, calling them professional tattoo artists. Soon everyone here, man or woman, old or young, even the nursing babies, must get this exact brand tattooed on their skin. He recognizes this tattoo from the intelligence Nua shared, and honestly, things just got way more dangerous. These lunatics are forcing innocent, ordinary citizens into their scheme. An old man courageously speaks up, asking if these traitors feel any shame toward their ancestors and warning them that karma will catch up. Tiansheng draws a blade, asking the old fool if he wants to die. He threatens to hack the stubborn old man to pieces right then and there. He swings the sword right at his boss with a strained grin. Furious, his boss demands answers. Tiansheng panic defends himself with a twisted face, swearing he didn't mean it and doesn't know why his hand attacked him. The boss orders him dead. Tiansheng struggles, begging the boss to believe him. In sheer desperation, Tiansheng musters all his strength to throw a wild punch. Accidentally, the swing sends one of the giant thugs crashing to the floor. The boss turns pale, shocked by the sudden display of skill. He orders his men to swarm and hack him to pieces. Tiansheng lets out a horrific, blood-curdling shriek. He begs for mercy, crying out in pain and pleading for them to stop beating him. He insists he did not do it, crying that his arm feels broken and his fingers are in intense pain. Suspicious, the boss demands to know his true identity. Tian Fan squeezes his face, pleading that he is still himself. Meanwhile, his boss screams in absolute terror. He screams, telling him to let go, shocked anyone would dare grab his head. but the guy is in pure despair, crying out that his body will not listen. Boss, this is a misunderstanding. The surrounding crowd watches in complete confusion. Is this some kind of internal gang war? First, these guys show up demanding everyone get inked. Then, without a word, a massive brawl breaks out. Well, not a brawl, but rather that young man absolutely dismantling the entire group of thugs single-handedly. Some whisper that the kid must be an undercover agent from a spy movie. Before anyone can speculate further, we cut back to Master Tran. Their Tian Fan is on the ground, face swollen red, whimpering in pain as he begs his boss to save him. The boss realizes his lackey must be under mind control. Otherwise, there is no way he would suddenly possess such terrifying combat strength. With a trembling voice, the boss starts pleading with this powerhouse. What do you want? Name your price. Just let me live, and I will fulfill any request you have. Yi. He cuts straight to the chase. Who runs your squad? Who funds you? And where do you guys set up your meetings? The boss eyes him suspiciously. Could this guy be a secret agent from the Great Xia Longquei Agency? If he stays silent, he will suffer. But if he talks, his mysterious backers will send assassins to wipe him out. Even if he survives, he will spend his entire life in a rehabilitation camp. So if his desperate brain settles on one logical solution, he has to kill this agent right now to save himself. The boss reaches out and the air instantly turns heavy and suffocating. Their car slowly creeps toward the edge of a steep cliff. Yi. He speaks up, telling them it is time to send them on their way. The boss panics, screaming that they had a deal and he already spilled all of the intel. Yi. He gently adjusts his glasses, asking how much of that intel is actually believable. To be honest, he was completely distracted and did not hear a single thing. Besides, he can easily read his mind directly. Making him repeat everything was just a fun way to watch the hilarious look on his face while he lied. Thrashing in absolute despair, the boss yells that as a government agent he is supposed to put him in prison, not execute him on the spot. He flashes a wicked smile. That rule only applies to the Yambo Lake Knight, but he is the Demon Emperor Knight and he does whatever he wants. The car halts right at the precipice as glowing red tentacles begin to manifest. He steps out of the vehicle, taking slow, heavy steps. Inhaling deeply, he feels a wave of relief wash over him. Nothing beats fresh air to clear the head. He walks away as thick, writhing black tentacles stretch out from behind him, dragging along. A bright beam of light appears. Right after that, a sleek supercar pulls up in front of him. He walks over, opens the door, and sits inside. The vehicle's AI system, Manhwa, chimes to life. He happily notes he extracted their hideout's location from their minds, though the targets were just low-level pawns. Just tracking down the local recruiters is not going to be enough for his next move. He commands Manhwa to set a course for Chen City while fabricating a new cover for him, maybe a notorious, filthy rich playboy in some prominent business sector. The system's crisp voice responds, confirming his request. The car starts up and tears down the empty road. It flies down the highway, practically slicing through the wind, tearing across mountains and valleys. Meanwhile, somewhere deep within the southeast triangle, Dao Heng points out that with Hua City under siege, they have a golden opportunity of a lifetime. If they can exploit this chaos, the Bloodthorns will write themselves into the history books. Plus, the regional leader of the Southeast Triangle is actively seeking cooperation, meaning they have been probing Great Xia's defenses for a long time. For now, they can exploit the chaos to cause trouble at Great Xia's borders. But Great Xia is highly unified with no messy political factions or racial divides. Simply inciting a few social outcasts won't get them very far. Chu Triet chimes in, saying they need to recruit a true power player inside Xia with real influence. However, with the Longquei Agency placing the nation on a strict wartime defense footing, even the Bloodthorns cannot penetrate their borders. Hong Mai grins. That high security is exactly why this opportunity is so incredibly perfect. Enter young Master Yi, a legendary playboy who burns through cash like water at the biggest night parties. His massive wealth and arrogant attitude make him irresistible to countless women. As the youngest son of a global financial tycoon, his backing is so immense he could buy an entire city with a wave of his hand. An incredibly powerful billionaire like this is exactly the man they need to recruit. Our intel ranks him off the charts, a complete playboy among playboys, an absolute degenerate, and the ultimate corrupt billionaire heir. This highly influential playboy is practically a gift from heaven. It seems almost too perfect, raising immediate red flags of a potential trap. But even if it is a trap, the payoff is too massive to ignore. So they dispatch their top operative to investigate young Master Yi and dig up his secrets. This guy's hobbies are completely unhinged. Even their most twisted agent, a literal psychopath who eats raw meat off people, admitted that the insane games young Master Yi plays are far more degenerate than anything he could ever dream of. A real monster recognizes its own kind. If the kid is just faking it, their specialist will spot the act in a heartbeat. Dao Heng stands up, eyes flashing. If that is the case, it is time to head to Chen City and meet this absolute maniac in person. Meanwhile, right on Great Xia's border in Chen City, he reviews the files of his three primary targets. First is Jeff, a rogue elite agent from the North Boston intelligence agency who defected to the Bloodthorns years ago. Next is Kenny, an assassin who fled Africa after taking out a local warlord to join their ranks. And finally, Sudana, a ruthless killer who wiped out a wealthy tycoon's entire family before clawing her way into the syndicate's inner circle. Yee, he chuckles coldly. A gathering of absolute degenerates, they might as well call themselves the Liangshan Bandits. A lifeless minion reports to his master that the three of them will arrive in Chen City today. He snorts and says to just deliver them when they arrive. He mocks the Bloodthorn organization for weakening Great Shia, saying any random nobody thinks they can join the chaos, they are basically begging for death. Cut to a car speeding smoothly down the road at this moment. Holding a cigarette, Dao Shan asks if the pickup spot is the cathedral in the suburbs of Chen City. Zhu Ji nods and confirms it is the organization's stronghold in Chen City. Hong Mai asks out of curiosity how they both feel about Chen City. He scoffs and calls it a backward, ordinary little town with no martial artists worth mentioning. Because it is so completely unremarkable, even the great Xi Dragon Sparrow Guard did not bother sending many troops to defend it. She admits she feels something is off. Ever since they entered, she has felt eyes secretly locked on them the entire time, and even the pedestrians on the street seem strange. Their heartbeats are far too steady. It is impossible for normal humans to maintain a heartbeat that flat. Dao Shang and Zhu Ji trade a quick knowing look. Suddenly, with a loud scream, the car accelerates instantly and tears down the road. The vehicle speeds down the empty street as bystanders watch with curiosity. Creepy, unsettling stares and eerie smiles follow the car. Things are definitely about to get ugly here. Dao Xiang replies that sunrise is coming soon, meaning the ruler of the night is about to move. While being careful is smart, they are definitely overthinking this. They have already driven more than 30 miles deep into Chen City. If the Chen City base had actually fallen, there is no way they would not have received any word. Rubbing her forehead with regret, Hong Mai admits she might just be too tense. She reminds them that a year ago, her breakthrough to Grandmaster failed. But during that breakthrough attempt, she caught a terrifying glimpse of her destined death. When she dies, the lifeless bodies of the other two are right beside her, meaning they will all perish on this very mission. Dao Xiang barks in anger, asking why she did not mention such an important thing sooner. Zhu Zhu chimes in, yelling that he would have never agreed to go on this mission with her. She still stubbornly insists that while destiny cannot be stopped, it is at least not happening to them today. In her vision of that destined death, she distinctly saw a dark, menacing forest with claws reaching out. But right now, there is not even a single tree in sight, let alone a forest. The voices inside agree but add that even if it is destined, they will defy heaven to change their fate because their lives belong to them, not the heavens. He has already quietly appeared on top of the moving car. He mutters that his specialized cells can now grow independently into human form. They can carry his consciousness and combine the power of the sacred wood with demonic plant cells to wield his full, devastating power. He calls this specialized technique the ultimate doctor. Suddenly, a glowing crimson sphere appears in the sky, trailing bright red tentacles behind it as it drops. A massive monster reveals itself as he watches. He calmly speaks, fate can indeed be changed, but only when he says so. Hong Mai watches indifferently and asks if this is the destined scene of death she foresaw. From a distance, Zhu Ji's weak voice calls out, "Get me out of here quickly. He is already dead." She screams in despair that escape is absolutely impossible and no one can dodge their destined death. Zhu Zhe curses in pure rage. Hong Mai slumps to the ground in exhaustion, muttering that destiny cannot be changed. He slowly approaches while sitting on the monster's head. Sensing something, she opens her eyes wide and thinks to herself that this scent is incredibly sweet. A drop of blood falls from his fingertip. He speaks to her in a chilling, cold tone, repeating that her destiny is entirely up to him to decide. He offers her a final choice, either die now with her human dignity or sell her body and soul to him to survive. The blonde girl trembles, biting her lip. She stammers out that she wants to live. He coldly replies that he has asked more than enough. Before long, her pupils suddenly turn a deep shade of red. A second later, the blonde girl screams in agony. Looking utterly desperate, he glances at her coldly. He calls her greedy, explaining he only planned to turn her into a normal thrall. He wanted to use her as a pawn inside the Bloodthorn organization, but never expected her to greedily drink so much blood. If she fails to handle the power and explodes, he will simply have to clone an entirely brand new version of her anyway. After a while, the blonde girl begins to transform. Black scales began to wrap around her entire body. The blonde girl let out a few soft groans. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but feel pretty amazed. She actually adapted to it, not bad at all. Let me see what kind of crazy organization this Bloodthorns group really is. So the big boss of your group is hiding in a submarine deep under the ocean, talk about cautious. And this even connects to the Southeast Triangle. A bunch of petty local bosses actually want to start a rebellion. In that case, there's no need to keep those bosses around anymore. Hearing that, the blonde girl immediately protested, "He is no longer my boss, my lord. You are my only master now. Yi smiled with absolute satisfaction, praising her with a simple, very good. In the next second, he let several drops of blood drip from his hand. They splattered onto the cold ground. Right after that, countless clones of him emerged. Take these 15 elite agents he commanded and wipe out every Bloodthorn's base in Great Shia. Destroy the rebel forces you found and execute their leader. I do not want to hear a single thing about this annoying trash once I return from the Southeast Triangle. The blonde girl bowed her head slightly understood. Then she slowly opened her eyes again. But Yi had already vanished, leaving her to whisper, "My lord." Over the next half-month, the riots along Great Shia's southern border completely vanished without a trace. Public order returned to its absolute peak, leaving the crime rate sitting at practically zero. Only the police knew a mysterious, powerful martial artist was out there hunting down rioters and foreign spies. And inside the community contact box, they found something chilling. Every single day, the officers received 3 mysterious letters telling them exactly where to pick up the bodies. Sometime later, out in international waters, he was on the move. He scanned the area, but his life force detection field picked up absolutely nothing. Still, that was normal. Even Great Shia's coastal defense forces couldn't catch this submarine, proving the enemy was pretty good at playing hide-and-seek. But ever since he started, the Demora apprentice had hunted down countless rats. This submarine would definitely not be an exception. He unleashed the complete Demora form right as he dove. Hitting the water, he fully transformed into the beast, taking on his true Demora form. Not long after he activated and released his Y cells. Found you at last. Meanwhile, a massive submarine was cruising quietly deep underwater. Named the Slaughter Blade, it once served the Snow Country Alliance. After they collapsed, it became a mobile base for the Bloodthorns. The crew began reporting to the commander's sonar shows an object over 120 meters long, rapidly approaching from 8 kilometers away. Could it be a whale? This area is not a known whale migration route, the commander noted, ordering them to use acoustic waves to drive it away. The operator had turned around to report, "Commander, the acoustic wave did not work at all. The target is already within 5,000 meters of our ship, and it is still charging straight toward us. It is estimated to be right in front of us in just 1 minute. Moving at this insane speed, could it really be some terrifying beast wandering the ocean?" The commander ordered to immediately fire the Trident torpedoes. Firing now. The heavy torpedo raced straight toward Yi. Then it detonated with massive force. Yet Yi remained completely unharmed. The Trident torpedo did absolutely nothing. Inside the command center of the Slaughter Blade, panic begins to set in. The sonar operator anxiously turned around to announce that the Trident torpedo could not stop him. The terrifying object is charging forward at an even faster speed, now leaving only 30 seconds before it slams right into our ship. And just like that, the massive beast roars as it rushes forward. Right after that, it collides heavily with the ship. A panicked voice screams out that the hull has suffered a violent impact. "Fire everything, launch every single Titan torpedo we have right now." In an instant, the torpedoes collide with the beast, triggering a massive explosion. Suddenly, a bright beam of light slices the entire submarine completely in half. Within seconds, thick smoke and raging flames engulf everything around them. Everything is completely shattered to pieces. The one behind it all is the Bloodthorns' leader, an S-rank Grandmaster. Charging forward like a madman, he thought of every possible end for his Bloodthorn organization. It could have been destroyed by vengeful enemies or wiped out by an entire nation. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect his life's work to be crushed by some passing magic beast. How could he possibly stand this? With his submarine heavily damaged, the nuclear battery inside wouldn't last much longer before detonating. "Just die, you monster, let this nuclear core blow you straight to hell." Gretel shoved the volatile nuclear core right into the beast's mouth. Watching the beast bite down hard, he couldn't help but celebrate. A mindless monster was still just a monster, stupid enough to swallow a literal nuclear reactor core. He originally planned a suicidal last-ditch attack by throwing the core, unsure if it would even work. After all, their Trident torpedoes did absolutely nothing to it. But an internal detonation is a whole different story. No extraordinary creature can survive a nuclear blast going off from inside its own body. "Blow to pieces, you monster." But to Gretel's absolute horror, a massive beast simply let out a loud burp. Staring at this impossible scene, the man was left completely paralyzed with shock. Panic completely consumed Gretel as his mind raced. What on earth is happening? Did this thing seriously just digest a nuclear core? A sudden voice echoed directly inside his head, causing a sharp pain. It whispered that it was now his turn. He shuddered. How could this creature possess such terrifying mental power? Damn it, it's even speaking the Shia language. He cursed, warning it not to underestimate him. He was still an S-class martial grandmaster, fully capable of taking it on. With that thought, Gretel instantly unleashed his full strength. But from the distance, a mysterious black liquid came hurtling forward. It completely wrapped around him. What is this stuff? He couldn't move a muscle, and this sponge-like substance was rapidly draining every bit of his martial ki. In a flash, Gretel was completely swallowed whole. He struggled in absolute despair, screaming to stop. What kind of monster are you? There was no hope, no light, only a suffocating, endless despair. The scene shifts to an open stretch of ocean. A massive boulder suddenly came crashing down from the sky. Standing right at the very peak, a mysterious figure could be seen. It was Yihi. He looked out, whispering that the Southeast Triangle would be next. Meanwhile, in the Southeast Triangle region of the Philippines, a local soldier froze, finding it incredibly strange that islands were appearing when the weather report said nothing about a low tide. Before long, his comrade walked over, telling him to stop staring at the boring sea. He asked if his buddy had heard about the massive shipment of military gear they just received from America, hinting they might move against Great Shia. The soldier gasped at how fast things were moving. But what about Great Shia's elite grandmasters? Even if 10 nations in the Southeast Triangle pooled all their resources, they couldn't gather even 5 grandmasters of their own. The other soldier smirked, explaining that the North Baylor Federation and the Little East Island allies are completely backed up. Great Shia's northern neighbors are too busy fighting off the invasion of zealots from the western continent's divine heaven kingdom, meaning they have absolutely no hands free to help Great Shia. Since the North Baylor Federation is greenlighting their move, it means Great Shia's top forces must already be completely wiped out. They wouldn't act unless they were absolutely certain they could crush Great Shia in a single devastating blow. The first soldier nodded in agreement. This was a massive opportunity, and hearing about it got him incredibly fired up. But suddenly, they both froze. What on earth was that sound? That island is actually moving, it's swimming right toward us. Terror struck as they realized it was an invading magic beast. We're doomed, it's coming straight for us, and we're all going to die. The destroyers are finally here, the fleet has arrived, and we're saved. A massive fleet of warships quickly sailed into position. Looking at the warships, he gave a cold, ruthless order to destroy every single enemy in their path. With those words, he condensed a massive dark energy sphere called the Dark Nuclear Spiral. The moment he launched it, the blast effortlessly vaporized multiple warships. The ocean water erupted into a violent, churning vortex. A massive tsunami surged directly toward the observation tower. Watching this apocalyptic sight, everyone panicked, screaming about the incoming tsunami. Over at the military port of the Philippines, a panicked staff member rushed in with an urgent report. An Overlord-class magic beast had breached their national waters, already sinking 2 massive warships and charging straight for the coastline. The commander immediately ordered his troops to use their newly received American gear to snipe the beast, forbidding them from letting it make landfall. He demanded a full mobilization of all ships and firepower while sending distress signals across the Southeast Triangle. Backed by advanced U.S. weaponry and international allies, they were determined to slaughter the invader right there. If they could win this battle, the Philippines would become famous across the entire blue planet. He vowed to lead his nation to the absolute peak of its history. But right as those proud words left his mouth, a trembling officer reported that the monster's signal had completely vanished. The commander was left utterly speechless by the shocking news. At the same time, beneath the water's surface, that massive monster is still swimming incredibly fast. Wiping out every single military force across the many nations of the Southeast Triangle is going to require quite a lot of traveling. He wants to wrap this whole thing up as fast as humanly possible. There is absolutely no point wasting his precious time on a bunch of complete and utter scumbags. Those battleships overhead represent the entire naval force of the Philippines. Time to completely destroy them all. Demora, release your full power. Moments later, a massive beam of energy shoots straight up from the depths. Absolute panic erupts on the water. How did an Overlord-class magic beast suddenly appear in this sea? Did the radar fail to pick it up? How on earth did that colossal monster bypass our massive minefield without detonating a single naval mine? Run for your lives. Everyone, scatter the ships immediately. Watch the seabed. We are dead. We are all dead. Over on the flagship commander's side, his face turns completely dark as he curses that beast for destroying all of the nation's naval assets. Fire at will. Before he can even finish his sentence, absolute destruction strikes. Countless frantic alarms blare through the comms. Commander, the ship is sinking. Forget the commander, just open fire. Focus every single ounce of our remaining military firepower directly on that monster. If that creature survives, none of us are getting out of here alive. The entire Navy will be history. Fire the cannons, fire everything we have. Run, hurry, it's already too late. On January 24th at 8:35 a.m., the mysterious beast codenamed Demora engaged the fleet. Just 3 minutes later, the entire Navy was completely wiped out. By 8:50, Demora made landfall on the coast. Martial artists from all over the country rushed to stop it. But by 9:15, the beast completely flattened the capital, moving onward toward 3 neighboring Southeast Asian nations. The entire ruling government, along with their army, air force, and elite martial artist squads, have been completely wiped out, leaving the nation facing a massive collapse. Meanwhile, Demora continues its relentless and unstoppable march forward. Based on the colossal beast's current trajectory, top military experts predict that in about 40 minutes it will make landfall in Nidonia. Nidonia's strongest fighter responds with sheer fury, calling it a low-class beast and swearing that he will absolutely never let it flatten his homeland. Yet, just 20 minutes later, Nidonia is left completely paralyzed. The massive Godzilla model laid waste to the land before finally moving on, heading straight toward Myanmar and the southern nation. Over in Myanmar, absolute chaos reigns as rival warlords fight with no unified leadership. One terrified drug lord flees, telling his crew to fly faster because Demora has already reached the southern nation, where those corrupt officials are probably running even faster than him. In less than 20 minutes, Demora will likely tear right through the southern nation and reach Myanmar. The people of Myanmar will just have to die in his place. He is finally flying away, ready to start over in a brand new country. But as he glances over, he realizes something. A streak of red blood is clinging to the wall, greeting him, making him swear in pure terror. Up in the skies of Myanmar, he backs away in terror, wondering what kind of monster it is and when it managed to attach itself to him. Dao Yi remains surprisingly polite, introducing himself before asking if he can come inside. With that, the creature slips right through the crack in the door. Witnessing this, he panics in absolute terror, realizing this bizarre creature actually squeezed right through a gap in the fuselage. Guards, kill this thing right now. The bodyguard rushes forward, mocking the creature as a tiny slime and boasting that, as the boxing king of the triangle, it won't survive 3 of his punches. He then throws a heavy punch straight at Dao Yi, but it simply waves its tentacles before shoving them directly into the guard's mouth. The other guard watches in absolute horror, yelling to his boss that the monster has crawled inside the man's stomach. A second later, it activates its deadly spell. Countless tentacles burst out, stabbing forward. Combining the power of the Tengana heads, the Hellstar, and a vampire module, these tentacles completely drain the targets of their blood and energy the moment they pierce through. The boss's body immediately shrivels up to a husk. Dao Yi laughs, smugly explaining that their master has gone to play with the forces of North Bay Dun, leaving them to deal with these scumbags. Their entire Absolute Han army has now been fully deployed to eliminate any remaining military forces across the Southeast Triangle, though fighting such weaklings is as boring as crushing harmless bugs. He really wants to head to the southern nation to witness their master's clash of giants, even if the resulting shockwaves end up killing him. Meanwhile, over in the southern nation, a trembling voice cries out for help, but then everything goes silent. And just a second later, the monster completely vanishes. This beast of Yi, he possesses absolute power and an overwhelming aura. Now Yi, he wears a cunning smirk. At this very moment, he is the true destroyer, the ultimate agent of death. Thousands of years from now, the entire Southeast Triangle will still whisper the terrifying legend of Demora. Survivors from the wasteland will forever remember the dark, towering silhouette of this colossal beast, as the sheer devastation Demora leaves behind is permanently etched into the very soil of this continent. Pafli watches in awe, murmuring that this monster is absolutely absurd. In just a single morning, it has completely flattened 3 nations. Standing right beside him is the terrifying dark mage Paradise, a legendary wizard from the western continent known as the Ice Demon King. Even a powerful sorcerer like Paradise, who can freeze an entire mountain range with a single wave of his hand, finds this massive beast incredibly difficult to deal with. I know you have a habit of collecting the frozen statues of the most powerful and rare magical beasts. If you can turn Demora into an ice statue, it will easily become the most majestic and legendary masterpiece in your entire collection. Pafli casts a freezing glare at the Bakhtan agent. You want me to lure this colossal beast toward Great Xia, is that it? Once this is done, you better keep your promise. You know very well that I absolutely hate it when people owe me. The man quickly nods, of course, Master Ice Sorcerer. Over on the western continent, there is a legendary tale of a girl born with a terrifyingly immense energy inside her. She can naturally commune with heaven and earth, summoning raw elemental forces to do her bidding like a living, breathing natural disaster. In the West, these rare women are known as witches. Only one is born every century, and as soon as they reach adulthood, they bring catastrophic ruin to the lands. For example, ancient Atlantis was dragged into the dark ocean abyss by the Witch of Seas and Storms, while the doom of Pompeii in the 6th century BC was triggered by the Witch of Earth and Lava, who caused a violent volcanic eruption that buried a thriving kingdom under scorching ash. In the 14th century, a terrifying plague wiped out over half the western continent's population, orchestrated by the Dark Witch, the most sinister witch in all of history. That is why, from ancient times to the present day, the Holy Church and Western kings have launched relentless witch hunts, ruthlessly slaughtering hundreds of thousands, even millions of women, just to ensure that no such monster ever lives. Ever since the Dark Witch brought ruin, every new witch for the past 500 years was hunted down and killed by the church and government before ever reaching adulthood. But the witch of the 21st century has somehow evaded every single execution squad sent by the Western factions, and the reason lies entirely with this creature. As if on cue, a dark shadow suddenly slithers out from beneath his heavy cloak. It is the witch herself, and no one could have guessed that the 21st century witch would actually be a conjoined twin. After a tense silence, a blinding beam of light suddenly cuts through. He looks up in surprise. Is there still a survivor left? From the brilliant light, a mysterious figure slowly begins to emerge. It is Pathly shouting for the endless blizzard to consume him. On this side, he counterattacks, vowing to send him flying high. He sneers coldly, what a truly violent and mindless beast. A colossal blast of energy surges directly toward them. Pathly calmly channels an incredibly advanced high-tier spell, Divine Reflection, Ice Mirror. Just as the two forces are about to collide, the incoming blast easily pierces straight through the defense. It splits clean in half. A massive explosion immediately tears the air apart. Yee! He observes closely, noting the foreign features. Could this guy be a Western mage? A master mage has arrived. Let's see how the peak power of another nation stacks up. You have more tricks up your sleeve than just copying spells, right? Let me see what else you can do. The moment those words land, countless beams of light rain down upon him. Pathly glares back in anger, you foolish beast. In the next split second, he effortlessly dodges the barrage. Seeing this, even Yi, he is stunned. He vanished completely. Is it a clone? Moments later, a sudden strike lunges at him from behind. Yi, he sighs in disappointment. You sneaked up behind me just to pelt me with some weak hailstones. Let me tell you, this little ice storm of yours is nothing compared to Chu Zhou. Show me your real strength, Pathly. Pathly effortlessly dodges the attack again. Now Yi, he is getting annoyed, is running away, all you know how to do. With his life magnetic field, Yi, he senses this opponent's weapon is far from ordinary, making him wonder why the guy is dodging. Could this guy actually be baiting him? Realizing this, Yi, he laughs out loud, taunting his opponent. Did this guy really think he was dealing with some brainless magic beast? Fine, he will happily play along today, just to expose this entire fraud in front of the massive crowd. He's not surprised at all. Is this guy really leading him toward the main building? Hey kid, do you want to guess why he actually wiped out several nations? Only now does he realize he walked right into a trap. Pathly is filled with doubt. Could it really just be from massive energy depletion? Why does it feel like this beast's movements have suddenly gotten so slow? But wait. A moment later, his eyes widen in complete shock. What is happening? Pathly can't help but wonder why Demora has completely stopped moving. The next second, he completely loses his cool, yelling for the beast to stop putting on a cheap act. He launches a direct attack, but it does not seem to do anything at all. Pathly quickly unleashes a rapid barrage of blows, taunting his target to see if ice magic can damage him. He wants to see how long this monster can endure. Even so, the beast remains completely motionless. On this side, he smirks. It seems Uncle Barton's grand plan is falling apart. This beast has likely entered a standby state simply because its energy ran dry. Suddenly, a terrifying power begins radiating from Yi. His massive beast form. Jia Bao sneers, mocking the beast for supposedly having some legendary ice powers. In the end, a stupid beast is still just a beast. Now, she threatens to use her absolute ice magic to freeze him solid, telling him to feel honored to become another rare trophy added to her personal collection. But right then, a massive surge of power erupts right in front of her. Jia Bao begins to tremble, wondering if this monster is just playing with her. Trying to lower her guard is useless. There's no way it can ever match her speed. It cannot even land a single blow on her. This beast has successfully pushed her too far. Watching the scene unfold, she feels completely smug and confident. But Yi, he calmly points out that everything before was just a show. Did she really think he could not catch her? His life magnetic field tracks her position in real time, so even if she disappears into the void, he will find her instantly. Now it is his turn to run the show. Unleashing a terrifying surge of energy, he strikes directly at Jia Bao. Heavily injured in an instant, her face is frozen in absolute disbelief. The surrounding space begins to warp, completely enveloped by Yi, his overwhelming energy. A beam of pure power shoots through the air as Jia Bao looks on. Jia Bao screams in pure rage, demanding how he dares to treat her so disrespectfully. Her voice is raw as she vows to slaughter him. Yi, he speaks up from right behind her, asking who she thinks she is going to kill. Startled, she wonders who this could be. With such an overwhelming aura, could this be an Easterner from Great Xia? Pointing down, he mocks her for having a woman fused to her body, asking how she can even walk around. What girl would dare look at an ugly wolf like her? Jia Bao panics as she realizes this guy somehow knows about her sister. Jia Bao screams in fury, asking if he has a death wish. Yi, he coldly tells her to guess what he plans to do to her next. He makes it clear that he came here to end her. Yi, he unleashes his dark technique, summoning a pitch-black forest of trees. Jia Bao immediately recognizes this sinister witchcraft at play. These wooden shards carry none of the gentle healing life of the wood element, radiating only a bloodthirsty, aggressive energy from the deepest dark magic. But when it comes to dark arts, such low-grade spells are nothing to a master like her. She counters with her high-tier defensive magic, summoning a massive ice mountain shield. Countless dense layers of ice manifest around her to form an absolute defense. She tells herself that she does not need any magic tool to act as a catalyst. Carrying her sister's pure witch blood makes her own body the perfect magic vessel, granting her a limitless pool of mana that is more than enough to easily crush any spell. The deep green grassland shatters as their immense powers violently clash. A strange object rises from deep underground, accompanied by her mad laughter, mocking how simple plant magic could ever hope to stand against her absolute freezing ice. Gorgeous blocks of ice rapidly spread and cover the entire area. She frowns confidently, declaring that whether it is burning flame or searing molten lava, her supreme ice will freeze it solid. Suddenly, a strange light flashes before her. To her surprise, the plants are actually breaking out of her ice. A massive wave of intense heat surges forward as a devastating explosion completely ruptures the battlefield. Out of the smoke, a terrifying new beast materializes in the arena. Now drenched in sweat, Jia Bao is utterly horrified to realize she is actually losing this intense magic duel. Sharp towering ice spikes begin to thrust wildly out of the ground. Gigantic, highly destructive tentacles ravage the entire area. Furious, she might tolerate him playing games with her. To openly mock her and call her a conjoined monster is something she will never forgive. She remembers her conjoined body. It caused her endless suffering since childhood. Because of it, she grew up deeply insecure, utterly detesting her own physical form. Yet the witch bloodline finally awakened. All that immense towering power came from her sister's lower half. This is a trial. Her hideous body is just the necessary path to unlock divine power and transcend into a true deity. Her voice trembles. Passing this trial means supreme power. She will finally enjoy the eternal adoration of mere mortals. But now, this mere mortal dares to mock her form. He even overpowers her. This is the absolute ultimate humiliation. Only by slaughtering him can she wash away this deep burning grievance. Instantly, her overwhelming destructive aura completely floods the entire space. Standing below Yi, he is totally unfazed, calling it mere child's play. He immediately activates his ultimate skill, the Divine Golem Art. A dark surging power radiates outward as he initiates the ancient Pangu spell. He does not stop combining it with his Zhu Long technique. The powerful beasts summoned by Yi, he rapidly manifests before them. A massive tidal wave of energy appears. Yi, he explains that his Mala Emperor Star Pillar inherits the natural energy sensing of 10 Jina heads. This means using his own raw spiritual power to directly influence the natural world. From this perspective, whatever you can achieve with your magic, he can easily do too. If you want to summon the freezing winds of the north, then I will counter by summoning a sea of roaring intense flames. His chosen fire spell radiates an immense power, commanding his dark curse black lilies to finally bloom. Eerie monstrous flowers emerge, bringing a catastrophic wave of fire magic with them. A giant black horn materializes amidst a blinding flash of light. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream echoes, violently shaking the entire space. Weird dancing embers quickly spread out, consuming the surrounding air. The devastating fire magic instantly engulfs everything in a sea of hellish flames. Her frustrated voice rings out. She originally wanted to unleash forbidden magic to completely freeze this stone-faced opponent, but doing so is a massive task. Gathering enough wind and water elements to condense them into ice requires too much time. Even with her pure witch blood, this preparation drains too much of her physical energy. Now the intense heat from this sea of fire has directly shattered her summoned frost. Can it be? Has she actually lost this magic duel? From high above Yi, he coldly warns Jia Bao not to lose her focus. Her eyes widen in horror at his speed. Despite his massive size, he has somehow teleported right behind her in a flash. A colossal stone hand swings down, aiming a heavy strike at Jia Bao. Dodging just in time, she smirks and boasts that no matter how fast he is, he can never catch her teleportation. A brilliant beam of light shoots straight up into the dark sky. Jia Bao muttered to herself her only option now was hiding in the dark clouds to charge a forbidden spell and end this in one shot. But she suddenly froze when she noticed the strange commotion down below. Jia Bao's eyes filled with terror as she choked out, "What is that?" Right down there, he stood right in the center of a bizarre magic circle. Two entirely clash-prone energies were violently wrestling for control over the airspace. Yi, his giant flame beast, let out a deafening, furious roar. Jia Bao shrieked in absolute rage. That persistent pest, the three-headed frost dragon. Its overwhelming fiery power was slowly melting away her ice magic. Struggling desperately to hold her ground, her mind raced in panic. That absolute idiot used his three-headed frost dragon not to actually defeat her, but just to buy himself some time. She had terribly underestimated him and was completely unprepared. If she had only brought all 10 of her powerful magic items, she definitely could have taken him down. Jia Bao roared out, "That's right, she only lost because she was careless, but once she got fully prepared, she would absolutely tear him to shreds." But a chance like that only comes once. A massive thunderclap suddenly shook the entire sky. A massive streak of lightning was poised to strike her down. She barely managed to dodge. She sneered in absolute triumph, calling him a fool, whose aim was way off, promising to return and slaughter him next time. But right at that moment, an insanely massive storm erupted directly behind her back. Filled with sudden panic, she slowly looked up into the sky. Yi, he calmly explained that the scorching heat from the Helltree Sea and the massive storm she summoned had merged into a perfect spell-casting environment for him. Without wasting another second, he unleashed his devastating Thunderstrike skill. Staring at the absolute horror unfolding right before her, Jiabao panicked. Her body took the absolute brunt of the attack as she helplessly whimpered the dragon's scale. The entire surrounding space was instantly swallowed by overwhelming chaotic power. Jiabao looked back, swearing in fury that the massive electrical charge paralyzing her body was blocking her teleportation magic, and just like that, her paralyzed body began to free fall right through the sky. A colossal wave of crackling lightning completely engulfed her. Finally, the entire sky fell silent, leaving only residual violent energy crackling. The ground below was horribly shattered as though whipped by giant thunderbolts. Standing silently in the distance, he witnessed the entire devastating aftermath. His voice carried a trace of disbelief. Is it finally over? But right in front of him, Jiabao stood completely encased in thick ice. He realized that the true Ice Demon King had finally awakened, just as her frozen eyes suddenly snapped open with a fierce blinding light. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the North Biden Federation. A panicked subordinate rushes in to report that a massive white vortex was rapidly forming in the southeast triangle region. Adler was completely off guard as he gasped in shock. What did they mean that Western Continent sorcerer was ignoring Great Shia and wasting his time fighting some mysterious masked stranger? The scout assured him it was true, explaining that Pafley had gone completely berserk, releasing magic so immense it was literally shifting the climate across the entire east and west continents, making communication impossible. This made Adler absolutely furious, cursing that useless sorcerer because their military base in the Bantu nation was about to be obliterated by the Mala Empire, yet he was wasting time brawling with a total stranger. Adler slammed his desk and demanded to know if the satellites could capture any live footage of the duel, but the subordinate explained that thick clouds completely blanketed the southern sky, blocking their views. He went on to report that 3 of their bases in the Bantu nation were already gone, with the rest currently unaccounted for, leaving Adler utterly fuming over what that crazy ice sorcerer was actually planning. Just then, another frantic officer burst in to announce that the massive storm had suddenly vanished into thin air. Adler practically broke a blood vessel, screaming that if that idiot was finally done playing around, they needed to order her to lure the Mala Empire towards Great Shia, immediately muttering that if their own elite powerhouses weren't busy raiding the Antarctic ruins, they would never have relied on such a useless, arrogant fool. His voice grew frantic, ordering them to display the ground feed immediately. But what they saw left them speechless, with the subordinate stammering in shock. It looked like that powerful ice sorcerer had actually been soundly defeated. High above his mighty beast glared down at a helpless Jiabao. He calmly commanded his giant summon to utterly obliterate her, and just like that he unleashed his devastating chaos collapse skill. The giant beast instantly lunges down at her, but suddenly, Jiabao calmly raises her hand and her magic easily intercepts and neutralizes his powerful strike. Instantly, his stone armor shatters into pieces, leaving Yi stunned that his attack was crushed so effortlessly in a blink. She then lets out a dangerous sigh as spiritual energy slowly envelopes her wooden hand, and the outer skin of the beast begins to transform. Plumes of freezing mist slowly rise from the ground as Yi lands. This icy aura is far stronger than the conjoined man's. I take back my statement that the giant bull is stronger than you. The battlefield turns eerie as the sheer power of both sides clashes. Below, Jiabao's body braces to take the full force of the impact. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a much more peaceful location. SL gasps in shock. What? The Lion King lost. The witch sharing his body is in danger. This is disaster. The cold wave witch of the 21st century has finally awakened. He falls into deep thought. In a way, Puffley's male body suppressed the true potential of her witch bloodline, preventing her from unleashing her full devastating power. Only Puffley's conjoined sister can tap into that potential because she is the one who is actually the true witch. Just a tiny fraction of her remnant power is enough to summon a terrifying frost wave, freezing the entire southeast triangle region. If the true witch fully descends, the entire Earth might plunge into a mini ice age. We must strike and kill her now while she is still weak and recovering. It seems our only choice is to activate TNG, the ultimate space weapon deployed during our war with the Snow Nation. Suddenly, a subordinate points to the sky, shouting that the masked man has already restrained the witch. A bewildered Adler can only gasp, "What? His voice echoes with cold judgment. This girl seems incredibly foolish. Does she even have any intellect at all? Then, as Jiabao prepares to charge and strike, a massive block of ice suddenly materializes directly above Yi He. Instantly, his entire body is hidden behind thick sheets of ice. Her expression turns suspicious as she looks around when Yi's voice echoes from above, noting that this witch seems to have absolutely no intelligence, relying entirely on raw instinct to guide her attacks. He sighs, muttering that this is getting pretty boring. Suddenly, Jiabao's body completely vanishes right in front of him. His eyes widen in shock. Is this a clone? A stream of water in the air slowly begins to condense. He realizes she did not clone herself, but split her body to reform elsewhere. Her body can elementalize in a flash, turning entirely into pure energy. Maybe I can devour you, he thinks. Annoyed, he unleashes his ultimate move, the inescapable net. Instantly, darkness completely engulfs the space, illuminated only by the flickering spiritual energy of Yi. A massive heavenly pillar quickly forms while he licks his lips, warning her that escape is absolutely impossible now. As the colossal pillar erupts from the earth, Bao roars out in pure rage. Facing her is his beast, standing completely unfazed as a thick layer of ice slowly wraps around the massive pillar. He calmly remarks that the screams from inside the wooden cage are far too deafening. She really lacks any intellect, doesn't she? Yet this raw primitive power is what makes her truly terrifying. Suddenly his eyes widen in pure shock as the beast's body begins to take on an icy attribute. He gasps in awe. Impressive, she can even replicate the Pangu ice armor. Excellent. In that case, I will have to show her something brand new. He immediately unleashes his ultimate technique, the Solar Thousand Hands, as he roars, declaring the battle of giants has begun as the massive ice monster faces him in deep thought. The scene shifts back to the laboratory. Adler mutters in disbelief, wondering who on earth that masked figure is to summon a 100-meter-tall titan in the blink of an eye. He questions if this is even a power humans should possess and demands to know why their Northern Biden database has absolutely no record of such a monstrously strong individual. IVDAP notes that while they lack an official record, other data can confirm his identity. The old man gasps, surprised by the mention of other data. The assistant explains that this photo was taken from above Huadu, when the three-headed Asura beast invaded Great Shia, revealing that this very same masked figure was the one who single-handedly drove the monster back. Intel from their spies suggests he belongs to an organization called Monster, under the alias Demon Infant, meaning there is an 80% chance this powerhouse fighting right before them comes from that very same group. SL strokes his chin and mutters the word monster. They always believed Northern Biden was completely invincible, yet this insanely powerful organization seemingly appeared out of nowhere. How on earth did such a small region produce a transcendent powerhouse of this scale? Meanwhile, the battlefield turns into pure chaos as both fighters unleash their devastating attacks. Half of the ice monster's head is completely shattered. Jiabao's body is slowly exposed through the cracked ice. Furious, she throws her arms skyward and screams in rage. He realizes her low intelligence and lack of actual combat experience make her rely purely on raw instinct, mindlessly summoning elements to wreck the area. To him, she is just a wild kid playing with a nuclear bomb. Without wasting a second, he unleashes the power of his Yulong form. The blazing dragon form surges forward, channeling intense heat straight toward Jiabao. She thrusts her hands forward, desperate to shield herself with mana. The Zhulong is now in its most ferocious, raging state. He charges forward, knowing his dragon cannot break her massive ice spikes, but this distraction is already more than enough. Closing in step by step, he declares that she is his. The surrounding space instantly blurs as their two massive spiritual energies collide. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light strikes he right in the face. His silhouette begins to fade, dissolving directly into the brilliant glow. Radiant energy quickly expands, completely filling the entire battlefield. His summoned beast slowly begins to dissolve and wither away. Under the silent sky, he vanishes without a single trace. Thick smoke begins to rise slowly from the ruined ground. Jiabao hovers high in the air, looking down at the devastation. She throws her head back and begins to laugh like a maniac. As her creepy laughter echoes, a sudden spell active from afar cuts through the air, chanting devouring refinement. Jiabao whips her head around in absolute terror, a manic grin still frozen on her face. His beast form is already lunging at her from the blind spot. He calmly activates his soaring fire spell. He states he has completely seen through her, knowing her power relies solely on manipulating natural elements. Once cut off from nature, she will be left completely vulnerable and weaker than ever before. Trapped inside the searing flame of his Zhulong, her demise is nothing but a matter of time. Now that the girl is dealt with, he turns his gaze upward, warning the spies that he knows they have been tracking him through satellites like voyeuristic creeps. Simultaneously, a massive explosion erupts out in Earth's orbit. He reflects that the Dumala he dispatched has likely wiped out Bangzi Island and completely secured the southeastern borders of Great Shia, noting that those foolish wolves definitely need a harsh reminder. He raises his hand to the sky, preparing his overturning cloud technique. Knowing it will take some time to fully refine her, he decides to conceal his presence for now. The scene cuts to the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow headquarters. A mechanical voice reports the complete intelligence summary from headquarters, prompting Fan Yue to calmly acknowledge Nuwa's transmission. He calmly notes that while the predatory ambitions of the various states in the Southeast Triangle are obvious to everyone, that disorganized rabble alone lacks the power to shake Great Xia, meaning the real key lies in the hidden global forces backing them. If Great Xia concentrates its military in the south, a certain nation across the ocean will surely deploy troops under the hypocritical guise of defending freedom and democracy. That venomous neighbor of Great Xia, always causing trouble near Xiaodong Island, will gladly strike to claim a piece of the pie, leading to consequences he honestly dreads to imagine. Fortunately, Demora has finally made his move. No one knew why the giant beast rising from the sea wiped out the entire Southeast Triangle, but it definitely solved a major crisis for them. The crucial thing was that the monster organization had finally mobilized. That mysterious powerhouse in the Demon Stone Mask who could summon the Dark Tree actually killed the 21st century Ice Witch. It was an absolute headache. Mysterious powerhouses kept popping up, and absolutely no one could predict how this future battlefield would eventually turn out. Elsewhere, Yi's massive power slowly began to recede. A strange, brilliant light completely enveloped the entire area. The legendary golden crystal finally appeared, fueling his growing excitement. He had successfully claimed the Ice Witch's power. It was time to head back home. Every living thing for hundreds of miles had already been completely wiped clean. If he had not stepped in, this absolute living hell would have already devastated the Xia nation. In this era of universal martial arts, every enemy civilian fighter eventually becomes a dagger aimed at Great Xia. His only option was to level their key cities. Sometimes the world's deep conflicts simply could not be resolved peacefully. He was the guardian god of Great Xia, yet also the most ruthless, bloodthirsty tyrant the world would ever know. The millions of fallen souls beneath his feet would no longer carry any curses or lingering resentment. He had no intention of arguing. He would carry the heavy weight of this blood debt for the rest of his days. A sharp flash of light pierced the dark void. Soaring into the sky, he knew the external threats to the Southeast Triangle were finally resolved. The only problem left was the 9 families of Huadu, who had fled to save their own skins. Nuwa's latest intel revealed that the Great Xia Long Kui had suffered devastating losses in the Battle of Huadu. Furthermore, global martial arts guilds were severely weakened after their failed attempt to reclaim Great Xia. Now those treacherous 9 families planned to exploit this weakness and seize total control of the nation's power. Those rotting old geezers should have crawled back into their graves instead of returning to the living world to spread their foul stench. Once the battle to reclaim Great Xia finally concluded, the elite martial arts academies recalled their teachers and students to resume normal classes. Battle-weary students returned from the brutal front lines, finally enjoying the quiet peace of their campus. Having directly experienced the brutal reality of the battlefield, where even breathing is an absolute luxury for the weak, these students knew they had to train with focus. In this post-war era, a new wave of powerful pillars would surely emerge from Great Xia University. War is undoubtedly cruel, but it has a way of forging human resilience and unlocking unlimited potential. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different residence. The surrounding crowd began to gossip excitedly among themselves. Did you know? After the Battle of Huedu defeated the masked Asura warrior, a brand new masked powerhouse emerged in the Southeast Triangle. But isn't that where a savage monster named Demora recently devastated everything? Honestly, they got exactly what they deserved. Rumor has it that before Demora made landfall, they were busy gathering a pathetic alliance in Great Xia's southern seas. They claimed it was a routine military exercise, but everyone saw through their hostile schemes. Now they've all been sent straight to their graves, making Demora's arrival the absolute best part. Annoyed, he snapped at them to stop interrupting and let him finish his story. Surely you all know about the severe cold wave that has been raging in southern China lately, right? Let me tell you that freezing weather was entirely man-made. I follow a top-tier blogger who leaks classified intel, and this time he uploaded a thread of pictures on Twitter showing a weather map of the Southeast Triangle along with other classified photos. One of those photos showed a conjoined white man and woman who are actually a legendary frost wizard from the Western continent. He was the one who unleashed the massive cold wave that froze the entire Eastern continent. Another guy gasped in fear, asking if he was really that powerful and what happened next. The storyteller emphasized that the wizard died shortly after. The listener got annoyed, grumbling that he spent all that time hyping up a complete loser. Quickly pulling out his phone, the teller snapped back that if he did not explain how insanely powerful that wizard was, first they would never understand just how legendary the new masked man truly is. He urgently handed over his phone, telling them they had to see this. The crowd gasped, wondering if that was the masked man's actual summoned beast. Although the news had not hit mainstream media yet, online speculations about this mysterious hero were already exploding. Almost everyone agreed that this newly appeared masked warrior belonged to the exact same organization as the Whirlpool masked hero from the Battle of Huedu. Xia hesitated, noting they could not be entirely sure if these masked warriors were actually from Great Xia. Wenwei chuckled, pointing out that whether it was the Battle of Huedu or the Southeast Triangle, these masked men had always saved them. He asked if they had ever considered that behind those masks were fighters from the Shy Nation, or maybe even people living right among them. Just then, a group of people respectfully bowed, welcoming back guild leader Yi He. He waved back, sending waves of excitement through the crowd. One member proudly recalled knowing Yi. He would achieve greatness back when they were in the Dragon Blood Guild. Another joked that being thrown out by the leader was a badge of honor, only to be reminded that he was literally tossed out of a window. Yi, he spoke up, noting that if he wanted to make a move against the 9 families in the capital, he would need some assistance. His eyes filled with pure killing intent as he slowly muttered Chuzhou. The scene shifts to the training hall of the Dragon Blood Guild. Inside, Chuzhou was training intensely, his entire body glowing with raw power. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, calling his name. Chuzhou narrowed his eyes, recognizing Ouyang. Stopping his workout, Chuzhou calmly asked what was wrong, and Ouyang explained that someone wanted to see him. Chuzhou smiled, asking if he had finally returned. Ouyang shook his head, explaining it was actually an esteemed guest he absolutely could not afford to offend. The heavy curtains were tightly drawn, completely blocking the room from any outside gaze. Feng Qi spoke up with deep annoyance, demanding to know why he was so late. He complained that Chuzhou was showing him zero respect, especially since the eldest son of the Chu family had traveled thousands of miles and was his half-brother. Chuzhou replied coldly, questioning why he would bother traveling thousands of miles from ancient Nandu. He asked if it was because the 9 families of Huadu had foolishly chosen to declare war on ancient Nandu first. Feng Qi fires back. Sure, what you were saying is true, but little brother, you cannot just look at the surface of things. Only by challenging the southern capital can we completely preserve our family power. Right now, Great Xia Dragon Sparrow force has been severely weakened due to the Battle of Huadu. Even the martial guilds nationwide have depleted their ranks in the plan to reclaim Great Xia. This is the absolute best opportunity for our 9 families of Huadu to seize back our royal bloodline honor. Chuzhou is sick of it. I do not want to hear your nonsense anymore, so what exactly do you want from me this time? Feng Qi slowly stands up and steps away from his original seat. He tells him, little brother, you have been out on your own for over 10 years, so let us go back home together. But Chuzhou instantly slaps Feng Qi's outstretched hand away. He yells, do not call me your brother. My family name is not the Chu of the Huadu clan. I took the name of my mother. Feng Qi shrugs it off. Fine, have it your way, but I never expected to actually take you back anyway. Still, your long blood society has grown impressively, almost surpassing the student union of Huada University. Chuzhou is completely stunned by his words, wondering what he is getting at. With a sly grin, Feng Qi asks if he wants to become the president of the society and lead the entire student body. But Chuzhou immediately remembers the terrifyingly powerful figure of Yi He. He decisively turns around to leave, calling the man absolutely foolish on his way out. Feng Qi shouts after him, demanding why he is leaving when the family backing could easily secure him a top leadership position in the organization. Chuzhou looks back with pure disgust. I do not want to talk to idiots. Anyone who actually knows Yi, he would never say something so incredibly stupid. Oh, and Yi, he is the president of the Long Blood Society. Hearing this, Feng Qi falls into a deep silence for a long moment. Feng Qi suddenly snaps, telling him not to act so ungrateful. Do you really think I came here just to bring you home? It was only a family order I could not refuse. The 9 families just need the backing of Huada University students. We only approached you because you climbed high in the society and have decent talent. But a bastard like you dares to ignore me repeatedly. You are thinking way too highly of yourself. Have you already forgotten the brutal lessons I taught you when we were kids? Chuzhou struggles under the heavy pressure of a Xuan Wu martial artist. The power gap is simply too vast, and he is still far too weak. Feng Qi sneers, noting that grandfather was right. Commoners only learn respect after tasting some real pain. Chuzhou collapses desperately, wishing he possessed the incredible power of Yi He. Right at that moment, a mysterious voice echoes, asking the young man if he desires true power. The strange voice calls out again, asking the young boy if he wants ultimate strength. Frozen in place, Chuzhou wonders what is happening. Is it an illusion? Suddenly, a bizarre surreal vision begins to unfold directly before him. Chuzhou looks up. His face is tense. A dark figure slowly emerges from the shadows. He gasps out, you are that masked man. How did you get in here? What do you want from me? Our organization is called Monster, the man replies. Do you want to join? Chuzhou is skeptical. Why me? The man simply answers, destiny. Our group only recruits those who are destined to become true monsters, and you possess that exact raw potential. Join us and you will easily obtain all the insane power you have been craving. He slowly repeats the organization name to himself. Monster. Chuzhou asks if he is also a member of their group. The masked man nods with a calm smile. Naturally. Without a second thought, Chuzhou yells out that he will absolutely join. The stranger smiles beneath his mask, pleased with the quick decision. He promises to return tonight, but first offers to clean up his current little trouble. Instantly, a bright beam of spiritual energy erupts into existence. That mysterious power shoots straight through Chuzhou's body. His eyes fly wide open in sheer amazement. Sensing the sudden shift, Feng Qi turns around in shock. How did this useless outcast suddenly trigger a bloodline upgrade? Breakthrough or not, you are still trash compared to me. So get ready for your big brother to teach you some actual respect. An incredibly intense light suddenly begins to emit from Chuzhou's head. Then the two massive powers from both sides violently clash with each other. Feng Qi remains fully confident, boasting that blocking his punch is pretty impressive and offers him one last chance to join him to become the president of the Dragon Blood Society, warning him of the consequences. He screams out in protest, refusing to associate with a bunch of thugs who only play power games and abandon Huaidu during a crisis just to protect themselves. Suddenly, Yi He appears right in front of them, praising him and saying, "Well said." Seeing Yi He standing right in front of him, the man is completely stunned. He remains arrogant, mentioning that he read the files on the Dragon Blood Society and dares them to bring their entire group along if they want to try and protect his little brother. Before Feng Qi can even finish his sentence, his mouth is suddenly shut. His body is lifted high into the air, and he immediately begins to tremble. Feng Qi reaches a hand back to resist, screaming that a peasant daring to humiliate him deserves to die, but then his opponent ruthlessly snaps both of his arms in an instant. He puffs out his cheeks in annoyance, asking if he has had enough fun. Feng Qi panics internally, wondering how this is even possible, as his Xuan Wu level attack fails to leave a single scratch on him. The Dragon Blood Society is just a freshman club, and freshmen are supposed to be rookies, so how could he lift a Xuan Wu martial artist like a toy Yi? He simply grins, saying it is his turn now. Yang Zi frantically screams for his president to calm down, warning him that this VIP guest cannot be thrown out the window, but before he can even finish, Feng Qi is launched straight out the window. Yang Zi covers his face, realizing it is already too late. Chuzhou watches Yi He dust off his hands, completely amazed by this monster. He wonders if he could ever become a powerful monster like that. He turns around with a bright smile, saying it has been a long time, Chuzhou. Chuzhou replies that it has indeed been a long time, President Yi He walks over and throws an arm around Chuzhou, laughing about how the two of them should not be acting so distant. He tells Chuzhou to just treat him like the same old Yi, knowing he has plenty of questions, so they should head somewhere else to chat. Meanwhile, Yang Zi is practically crying, realizing that the royal Chu family will soon hear about Feng Qi's severe injuries and hospitalization, which means his life is going to be a total living hell. He laments that he is just a tool for the president, but decides that even if he is just a tool, he will be the most outstanding tool among them all, aiming to write his own legendary story as the ultimate sidekick. Inside the president's office of the Dragon Blood Society, Yi He asks Chuzhou if he has already met Ma Tong, the guy who wears that whirlpool mask. He encourages Chuzhou to feel free and ask whatever is on his mind. Chuzhou asks out of sheer curiosity when He actually joined that monster organization. He explains that after returning from Linshui County, Ma Tong found him and invited him to join. He mentions that with Chuzhou's sharp observation skills, he must have realized that he was the mysterious savior who rescued West City. He boasts that his power back then already surpassed a Grandmaster, which is absolutely incredible, but claims that 90% of that strength actually comes from his own endless hard work and immense natural talent. Chuzhou is still curious, noting that the monster organization must provide crucial support, so he asks what their ultimate goal is and how many elites like Ma Tong or the Stone Demon Mask Man are in their ranks. He admits he does not know their true purpose yet, but is absolutely certain they mean no harm to Great Xia. He breaks into a sweat, adding that as for the number of elites, there are currently 5 other individuals who possess the exact same level of monstrous power as him. Chuzhou is completely demoralized, realizing that having 5 elites who far surpass a Grandmaster is stronger than an entire superpower. If they ever decided to invade Great Xia, the nation would stand absolutely no chance. He smiles and tells him not to overthink it, reminding him that Ma Tong is coming to find him tonight anyway, so he should just accept the arrangements since the monster organization is on Great Xia's side. Chuzhou stands up to leave, telling He that he will be heading out first. Right after that, the heavy door slams shut with a loud bang. He whispers that since Chuzhou is his best friend, he would never harm him, though his current plan absolutely requires his active involvement. Great Xia has thousands of years of rich history, with 9 consecutive dynasties established on this vast land. Interestingly, the royal families of each fallen dynasty were never wiped out by the new rulers, but were actually well protected. He wonders why the royal family still exists long after their dynasty was overthrown and the old emperor died. It makes absolutely no logical sense, as no newly crowned king would ever tolerate the growth of a rival family that once dominated everything. But hidden deep within the secret files of Manhwa, the shocking answer is revealed. It lies in the power of faith called aspiration energy. In Linshui County, the demon fetus nurturing Barros's body had been absorbing this exact energy. Yi always believed that only the demon realm could generate and utilize such a miraculous power. However, during the founding of Great Xia, the mystics of the First Dynasty developed a special technique to extract and harness this aspiration energy. They simply chose to rebrand this force, calling it Dragon Qi or National Destiny instead. Using Dragon Qi to protect the royals was actually its minor function. Its most critical purpose was to bind the emperor to Great Xia like a ticking time bomb. Under imperial orders, the mystics bound the Dragon Qi directly to the royal bloodline. If the royal family ever faced total extinction, they could easily manipulate this national destiny to trigger massive natural disasters across all of Great Xia, completely destroying the nation's very foundation. Through such incredibly underhanded methods, the royals successfully preserved and even protected their vital power generation after generation. It is safe to say that the royal family remains as solid as iron, regardless of which dynasties rise or fall. He concludes that the biggest hurdle in wiping out the 9 great families of the capital is not their powerful experts. Instead, the real danger is stopping them from dragging the entire country down with them when cornered. Otherwise, he must first seize the Dragon Key his opponent is so confident in. This method is actually recorded in the secret classified documents of Manhwa. Every 65 years, the 9 great clans take turns holding the Great Xia Dragon Qi. The chosen family selects a member, called the Heaven Chosen One. This person must sacrifice their lifelong freedom to become a living dragon vein vessel. Essentially, they are a human container, much like a Jinchuriki. Pursing his lips, he admits it is pretty cruel. Still, he plans to have Chu Zhou, who carries royal blood, temporarily absorb the Dragon Qi to stabilize this ticking time bomb. He promises him that he will absolutely find a way to get him out of there eventually. Great Xia has lost all its top powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, it is up to He to shoulder this massive burden all on his own. Only when reaching this height does one realize how brutal reality actually is. But every great path requires sacrifice. The only thing he can do now is to keep getting stronger, minimizing the painful price they all have to pay for this sacrifice. True to his word, he starts training relentlessly under the bright night moonlight. Up in the dark sky, giant birds fly past, completely startling young Chu Zhou. Just then, the silhouette of Yi in his demon child form suddenly appears right before him. Chu Zhou speaks up, saying he thought he would not come. Yi replies that he forgot to mention during the day that if you want to meet him, your mind must be completely quiet. Simply put, you cannot even blink. The two stand face to face, quietly sizing each other up with sharp gazes. He continues, saying they have already wasted far too much time, so it is time to start their special training. After all, Chu Zhou is currently way too weak, and the weak can do nothing. Suddenly, 2 thin streaks of blood appear on Chu Zhou's face. Chu Zhou reaches up to touch his face, letting out a soft, painful groan. Suddenly, he clutches his face and screams out in intense, overwhelming agony. He gently warns him, telling him not to open his eyes. He has channeled a unique power called Karma Energy into Chu Zhou's eyes, which is necessary to cultivate the legendary Eye of Karma. From this very moment, Chu Zhou is officially his disciple. He grants him the power of the Eye of Karma, a unique inheritance of his. He hopes the boy will not disappoint him and tells him to digest this power well. Hearing those profound words, Chu Zhou silently absorbs the shock. Then he bows deeply with absolute seriousness, thanking his new master. Meanwhile, in the real world, he is quietly observing. He tells him to first condense the ancestral water in the air to wash the blood off his hands. He has successfully transferred his Eye of Karma to Chu Zhou. In the spiritual realm, he also bestowed the Karma power upon him. Furthermore, pure ice element power is gradually evolving inside Chu Zhou's bloodline, utilizing IH cells to rapidly strengthen his physical body. Chu Zhou will surely adapt quickly to receive the Dragon Qi without much issue. Once that happens, he can finally rest easy and deal with the 9 clans that fled Nandu. The scene shifts over to the Huada Research Institute. Gong Kei is pouting, asking why the brat is suddenly in such a rush to see his master. Feeling guilty, he stammers out. Suddenly, she snaps at him, asking if he actually has the nerve to show up here. As her absolute favorite disciple, where is his promise to visit her often? Instead, after learning all her skills, he just ran off. Not even a single video call. He left her all alone in this tiny room, looking incredibly pitiful. She even mentions that a week ago she almost lost terribly in the massive Huadu battle. He quickly tries to calm her down, saying he knows she is upset, but she shouldn't be mad at him. He actually brought her a special gift. Look at this globally limited edition gold-plated magical girl figurine. Gong Kei is instantly bought off. Clearing her throat, she says, seeing his filial piety, she will forgive him. She then asks what he wants this time. He replies that he is about to break through to the black martial artist rank and needs the next volume of their scripture. Shocked, she questions if he has really already reached the absolute peak of the great martial artist rank. Gong Kei ponders that this kid has only studied at Huada for half a year. Reaching the black martial artist rank in such a short time is impossible, even with the help of performance enhancers. He also contemplates that breaking through right away does not matter too much. After all, he already wiped out two of the planet's top powerhouses. Right now, while Chuzhou is training in Huadu, he wants to quickly advance to Martial Grandmaster. That way, he can finally comprehend his own unique, one-of-a-kind martial domain. Gongke laughs, saying it is no wonder he is her disciple. Yi is barely any different from how she was back then. Since her beloved disciple has done so well, she is more than happy to pass down the rest of the teachings. But first, she wants to test him on some of his previous knowledge. Going from a martial apprentice to a martial artist is a phase of accumulating blood chi and building a strong physical foundation. Upon reaching martial artist, spiritual energy awakens. This energy flows through the meridians and acupoints, allowing the fighter to micro-strengthen their entire body from within. Moving from a standard martial artist to a black martial artist requires training both body and mind. During the breakthrough, the cultivator must achieve perfect seamless harmony between their physical form and their spiritual energy. This phase is actually essential preparation for the Grandmaster level. Only when the mind and body truly unite as one can spiritual energy project into reality. Naturally, this explains why a specialized martial domain is the ultimate hallmark of a true Grandmaster powerhouse. To some extent, a Xuan Wu fighter cannot be considered a distinct rank because it is merely a transition phase to Grandmaster. Countless martial artists get stuck in this transition, unable to merge their mind and body even after a lifetime of trying. Yi Ke wondered when this teacher outfit had been put on, but he kept explaining. These fighters could not reach Grandmaster but were unwilling to remain at the tier 5th rank Grandmaster. Thus, they teamed up with a scholar to officially define this Xuan Wu warrior realm. Chuzhou, just hearing the name is probably enough for you to realize how absurd this whole situation is, right? Chuzhou agreed, thinking that the progression from apprentice, warrior, master, and earth master to grandmaster flowed naturally. However, inserting the Xuan Wu warrior rank right in the middle felt completely forced. It was clearly a late addition, a classification only used in academic circles that made anyone who heard it feel exhausted. Suddenly, Yi barked out, warning him not to get distracted. He grumbled that he had prepared this teacher uniform ages ago, and it was not easy to get a chance to wear it, so Chuzhou had better show some respect. Privately, Chuzhou wondered if his master's cover identity was actually going smoothly. The scene shifts to the training room of the Dragon Blood Society. Yi instructs him, telling him to focus his spirit into his eyes, control his primal energy, and direct it straight into his pupils. Following the instructions, Chuzhou closes his eyes and begins to focus his mind. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes open, revealing a strange, vibrant green light shining from within. His pupils slowly begin to dilate at an intense rate. Seeing this, Yi praises him, noting that he successfully unlocked the eye. Back in the Dragon Blood Society training room, Yi tells him to test his new eye and see how it feels. Nodding, Chuzhou immediately begins to follow his master's request. He focuses his gaze, attempting to see right through Yi body. He can even peer far away, spotting people who are not even in the room. His vision acts like a high-powered lens, tracking tiny dragonflies mid-flight. He can even clearly make out every single detail of their wings. Chuzhou is completely amazed that he can easily lock onto a tiny insect from hundreds of meters away. Its precise path is fully visible thanks to his powerful dynamic vision, even allowing him to predict the insect's next move. He eagerly exclaims that it feels absolutely incredible. With an eye like this, every single move of his opponent will be completely exposed. Combining this with the analytical power of the evil eye will allow him to rapidly pinpoint the enemy's weaknesses. With the incredible boost of these eyes, he is absolutely certain he can handle his old problems in just 3 minutes. Yi warns him not to get smug over such a minor improvement, pointing out that he has not even unlocked 1/10 of its true potential. This eye does not just boost vision, it can cast illusions and even manifest a massive physical avatar to fight on his behalf. However, using this eye can drain his vision and even cause total blindness, at least until he unlocks its ultimate power to gain complete control over it. Hearing those chilling words immediately sends a shockwave through Chuzhou. Suddenly, he clutches his face and screams in agony, feeling like his eyeballs are about to explode. Yi explains that his own eyes are highly unique and his ocular techniques are far superior to Chuzhou's current level, so looking directly at him is impossible. Catching up will require grueling, agonizing training, but Chuzhou's gaze hardens with pure determination as he tells his master that he welcomes the challenge. A few hours later, Chuzhou gasps, admitting he has never endured training this brutal before. His head and eyes ache with blinding pain. Yet, it is still early, and he cannot give up. His master advises that cultivation takes time, so he must rest properly rather than push too hard, then tells him to open a chest. Chuzhou reaches out and slowly opens the mysterious wooden chest. A blinding brilliant light bursts from within, reflecting onto his face. A bizarre creature suddenly pops out, greeting Chuzhou warmly. Startled by the strange beast, Chuzhou instinctively takes a step back. Yi reassures him not to worry, explaining it is an artificial creature created by their monster organization, not a wild beast. The creature then introduces itself as A-Fei. Chuzhou freezes, wondering why this weird little creature's face looks so much like He. As Ah-Fei slithers onto him, his master tells him to relax and accept the creature's energy. Chuzhou feels a profound sensation as if a stream of pure vital life energy is pouring directly into his physical body. Instantly, all his fatigue and excruciating aches vanish, and he can even feel his eyesight improving dramatically. Ye narrows his eyes in satisfaction, telling him to keep training. Warm, bright sunlight bathes the ancient imperial city of Nandu. Inside the imperial city, representatives of the Chu family gather in the Great Hall. An elder slams his hand onto his chair in rage, calling this a direct provocation against their Chu family. The prominent Xuan Wu fighter Chu Fengqi went on a trip to the university and is now lying unconscious in the hospital. This clearly means a Grandmaster-level powerhouse must have intervened, which is basically an official declaration of war against their family. The family head demands answers, pointing out that reports from Hua University claim the leader of the Dragon Blood Society confessed to the attack. Cheng Ming scoffs, asking how anyone could believe such nonsense. The Dragon Blood Society is just a club for freshmen, so there is no way Chu Fengqi could have lost there. He adds that their president is just a low-level master, so Chu Fengqi could have easily swatted him away with a simple wave of his hand. Baojin agrees, claiming the so-called president is nothing more than a puppet set up by Hua University. To declare that a mere master beat a Xuan Wu warrior so badly he had to be hospitalized is a blatant insult to their family. He believes the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow faction is backing the school to issue a warning because their royal family has been consolidating national power lately. Fuming, he warns that since Great Xia has made its move, war is imminent and they cannot sit idly. He urges them to contact the other 8 royal families to prepare an army in the north. Bao Zhen strongly objects, warning that such a reckless move would be disastrous, since Great Xia is already surrounded by enemies and cannot survive a massive internal conflict. They have lost contact with their top combat forces and their national strength has severely declined. Launching a civil war now would destroy the nation, especially since they lack a valid reason to mobilize troops. Rushing into war will lose public support, ensuring the country never knows peace. Chu Chengming snaps in frustration, only fools wait around. The enemy already struck, and if we don't take the initiative, we are just sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. Public opinion is a joke. Our royal family is chosen by heaven, so why care about how commoners feel? If anyone dares to rebel, just put them down. Kill 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million, keep going until they submit. But a voice immediately pushes back, asking Chu Chengming what era he thinks they are living in. He is actively threatening the very future of this entire country. Just then, Chu Xiongtang yells out in a booming voice, enough. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow is indeed clashing with our imperial forces, but now is not the time for military action. Elder Chu Baojin is right, we must give them time to recover. Besides, the 65th Dragon Veins ceremony of the 9 great royal families is in 2 months. We cannot delay this. Let's wait until it's finished to discuss our next move. Chu Chengming is clearly not happy hearing any of this. He thinks this old man constantly gets in the way of their royal family's grand path to eternal unification. It seems if he doesn't eliminate him, their lineage will never rise again. The old man simply deserves to die. The scene opens right outside the massive imperial city walls. Ah-Fei sighs, this imperial city actually rejects outsiders. Without royal blood, he cannot slip inside at all. It seems he must report this back to his lord, hoping his master won't find him useless. Inside, his master calls him a complete fool. If he needs royal blood, he should just go steal some. After all, isn't he a creature capable of cloning? It is high time the mad scientist upgraded his brain, or he will never handle complex missions. That sudden realization startles him. Wait, is that actually an option? Finding a royal in Nandu is actually pretty simple. He just needs to hit the biggest club in town where all the wealthy second-generation heirs hang out. It seems he has to make this trip himself. The grand and luxurious lights of the Golden Club shine bright. Beautiful girls walk gracefully through the bustling hallway. Below them, a crowd of men eagerly watches the pole dancers. Inside the manager's office, a voice purrs, Xiao Qi, if you want to climb the career ladder, you need to be a bit more cooperative. He quickly replies that he does not understand what she means. She grabs his tie, sneering that she will gladly teach him. But right then, he suddenly interrupts and politely apologizes for dropping in. Shrieking out, she demands to know who he is and why he is here. He immediately activates his hypnosis, telling her not to worry as he is just visiting in disguise. As the manager of this place, she must have the full list of all the high-level VIP guests who entered the club tonight. He gently commands her to provide the personal details and room numbers of the highest-ranking royal members currently inside. After all, an experienced madam like her surely knows plenty of juicy scandals and secrets about them, and he wants to hear absolutely everything. The scene shifts to Liu Gong as a brown-nosing host welcomes him warmly, yelling at the staff to stop standing around and serve the young master with absolute respect. He glances around the room, letting out a sneer of utter contempt. Staring down at the people bowing before him, he just scoffs. Seeing his arrogant attitude, the onlookers can only curse in their minds. Ever since these Huaidu royals arrive, the local young masters have to cater to their every whim like servants. But complaining is useless, since Nandu is small compared to the royal family. They just have to wait out this storm until they finally leave. Liu Gong leans back, noting how well-behaved the old families of Nandu seem. He praises tradition over Huadu, where rapid growth has made people forget their manners, leaving them unable to tell the difference between masters and servants. Lan Xian steals a quiet glance, recalling how the elders mentioned the growing friction between the great Xie dragon sparrows and the royal family. Apparently, it has gotten incredibly intense lately. Guozi nods, agreeing that while they eventually have to choose a side, the family elders warn them not to be the first to speak out. They want him to watch how things play out first before making any final moves because his century-old legacy involves far too many lives to just gamble it all away on a whim. Liu Gong speaks up asking if they have anything fun to do around here. Guozi rubs his hands together, explaining that while this place cannot compete with Huadu, the local girls are absolutely stunning, promising to show him a good time. Sipping his wine, he mentions hearing that the top martial artist of their younger generation is actually a girl. Guozi quickly explains that her name is Tan Ya, a recent graduate who just joined the great Xie dragon sparrows, asking if he is interested. Intrigued, Liu Gong demands they bring her over immediately. Panic-stricken, Guozi stammers that they cannot possibly mess with someone from the great Xie dragon sparrows. Liu Gong slams his glass down, asking if their families are just sitting around waiting to pick sides. Guozi forced a smile, nervously asking what side they could possibly hope to choose. Liu Gong snatches a bottle, furious that he is still playing dumb. Now check this out, he smashes the bottle hard against Guozi's head, sending glass flying. He collapses in pain while holding his bleeding head as Liu Gong coldly warns them. Great Xia belongs to the imperial family, not the great Xia dragon sparrows, and definitely not to commoners like them. Since their families live so close to the royalty, staying neutral is a dangerous game. He asks if they really dare to sit idle or if they are just begging to have their entire lineages wiped out for treason. Tell your family that the imperial court expects a definitive answer by tomorrow. What a massive buzzkill, small-town fools really have no manners. Just then, a bodyguard suddenly steps forward to block his path. Confused, he demands to know why the guard is inside when he explicitly ordered them to wait outside. Suddenly, the bodyguard's head splits completely open, spraying fresh blood everywhere. He crawls out from inside the corpse, leaving Liu Gong utterly terrified. He screams out in panic, asking how a beast managed to sneak inside. Orders to sound the alarm immediately ring out. He coldly raises a single finger. The blood pools on the floor instantly shoot up, piercing right through his head. Instantly, Liu Gong's body swells up like a bloated water balloon. Then it explodes, spraying blood everywhere onto the. Terrified people scream as blood hits their faces, begging for mercy, pleading for their lives, shouting that there is blood everywhere. He chuckles darkly, telling them not to rush as a massive, horrifying head slowly emerges in this space, making the whole scene look incredibly chaotic and brutal, while Liu Gong frowns, demanding to know who he is, proudly declaring himself the third prince of the royal Liu family to negotiate. But he remains totally indifferent, staring back with cold, contemptuous eyes as the arrogant prince screams, demanding to know if they realize who he is, mentioning the royal family. Before he can even finish his sentence, he strikes him down. He points in disgust, calling him a fool because he was the main target all along. Suddenly, the body of he begins to leak a dark, ominous energy. This black mist wraps completely around his entire body until suddenly, that dark energy shoots straight into Liu Gong's physical form. Everyone watching is left completely frozen in absolute shock as trembling whispers echo, crying out that a demon has possessed the young prince's body. Cold sweat drips heavily onto the dusty floor. Behind him, immense terrifying power remains absolutely still, while he stands tall, looking incredibly arrogant. Now possessed, Liu Gong bows down respectfully like a servant, declaring he has successfully controlled this body of royal blood and completely absorbed his memories. But he frowns, pointing out that his brain is literally leaking fluid, and he needs to patch that hole first. The newly possessed prince awkwardly covers his forehead, admitting his mistake, promising to fix it right away. He turns his back, ordering them to handle the survivors, convert them all into Ju Shou Yi puppets, and begin the grand seeding plan. Liu Gong bows and obeys immediately, while he walks away, muttering that those arrogant bloodsuckers who oppress the citizens of ancient Namdu only dirty his hands when he wipes them out. His eyes flare with intense burning resentment as he sits down in deep thought, glad to have finally planted a chess piece in the imperial city. This key step in his seeding plan is massive, but infecting every royal member with Ju Shou Yi cells and turning them into loyal puppets is no easy task. This parasitic method only works on the weak, and a small dose of cells cannot infect high-level martial artists. Moreover, the mysterious royal Qi, a power fueled by the people's willpower, is incredibly unique. Leaving it with the 9 royal clans is a ticking time bomb, and wasting it on the Great Xia is a tragedy. Besides, to let the royal Qi transform into the Great Xia dragon Vayne and Chuzhou and rescue him, he must make a direct move on this power. Yi. He mutters his calculations. Currently, he only has a vague understanding of this highly idealistic power, so he must rely on his experience in Linshui County to test things out first. Even if he cannot take control of the royal Qi, yet he can still infect most royal members and gradually erode their massive power. Or, he can obtain their secret imperial arts to reduce resistance when he purges them in the future. Either way, it is a win-win scenario. Everything is set. He only needs Chu Zhu to grow stronger before making his move. But first, he must break through to the Black Tortoise realm. This requires perfect harmony between mind and body, but because his physical strength is too overwhelming, he has to focus all of his resources on elevating his mental capacity. Fortunately, his only way to upgrade his mental level is through I-Arts, a unique power that uses mental energy as its fuel. To enhance this specific power, he normally needs intense negative emotions for stimulation, as those dark feelings can be completely converted into human force, which acts as the ultimate source energy for his I-Arts. However, he has no intention of torturing himself, nor will he let his close companions get hurt. Luckily, the 10-headed Gienna mother he currently possesses is the ancestor of human force I-Arts, meaning with enough resources and compatibility he can open his eyes immediately. Moreover, he always tries to actively guide the mutation direction of his eyes, constantly injecting the mental power of the false ego Luda during their reproduction. Perhaps the I-Art he is about to unlock is actually related to time itself. 2 months later, heavy tense atmosphere completely blankets the area as Yi. He with his demon pupils activated tells him to come forward, demanding to see his progress to prove if these 2 months of training were worth it, promising to teach him the advancement method if satisfied. Chu Zhou takes a deep, quiet breath and exhales sharply. He looks up with resolute eyes, asking his master to guide him. Yi He in his demon pupil state faces Chu Zhou. He raises his hand, manipulating freezing ice that rolls upward as the cold frost solidifies into a massive heavy block. Chu Zhou drops right back down. Chu Zhou looks down as Yi He unleashes the beast's true form, releasing all its chilling frost energy. Yi He is quietly impressed. While the raw quantity is far below that shaman, the quality is far superior, proving he is a true genius. His tone deepens as he focuses on the fight, deciding it is finally time to get serious against Chu Zhou. Crossing his arms, He channels his Hellstar energy to summon a massive orb floating right above him. That massive orb immediately begins splitting into several smaller spheres to encircle him. Surrounding Yi He, this defensive barrier is known as the Light Energy Shield. Those glowing spheres charge forward all at once. Their sheer power is absolutely terrifying. They quickly form a spinning ring around Yi He, instantly shattering all of Chu Zhou's ice. Chu Zhou frowns, wondering if He expects those energy orbs to act as an absolute defense, but with his newly awakened pupils, he can precisely track the movement patterns of every single sphere. These energy spheres do not just orbit Yi He on fixed paths and speeds. They have a clear objective to protect him, meaning they will automatically lock onto and destroy any external object that tries to get too close. He realizes he can easily exploit this behavior to launch attacks from multiple directions. Even if those 5 energy spheres split up into groups of 2 or 3 at once, their defense is still almost completely impenetrable. But if he can shift their trajectory by even 0.01% with a clever feint, his advanced ocular technique can exploit that tiny opening. Chu Zhou raises his hand, preparing to unleash his next major strike. He instantly summons the ancient ice demon dragon bloodline. This dragon bloodline fires a relentless barrage of sharp ice shards. Chu Zhou watches closely, waiting for the perfect opening. If his plan succeeds, those energy spheres will be trapped by his ice dragon shields from several different angles simultaneously. The sharp ice shards fly straight toward Yi He. Chu Zhou flashes a quick smile, seizing his golden opportunity now. As his ice pierces through, forcing those defensive barriers to scatter, Chu Zhou immediately rushes straight toward Yi He. He looks at him with a cold smirk, mockingly telling Chu Zhou that his plan is way too simple. The moment those energy spheres touch the frozen spikes, they instantly detonate with a massive wave of destructive power. Chu Zhou recoils in utter shock, realizing these things can actually explode. The residual light from those detonated spheres suddenly shoots right back at Chu Zhou. Deadly beams of energy pierce clean through his entire body. Chu Zhou is blown back, instantly crashing hard onto the ground. He pauses, looking back up toward the sky. Chu Zhou is actually riding high atop his ice demon dragon, proudly declaring that it was all a trap. Leaping off his dragon, he vanishes in a split second. He reappears right behind He, ready to unleash his fatal blow. But a calm voice suddenly makes him freeze in his tracks, listing out his entire strategy of using ocular illusions and ice clones to coordinate an attack, while his real body hid in a blind spot waiting for an opening. Yi stands there with his arms crossed. Chuzhou wonders how his voice is echoing directly in his mind. He explains that he can easily tell the clone from the real body, but since he respects his tactical wit, he will give him one chance to approach. Gritting his teeth, Chuzhou realizes he is completely red, but this remains his only chance to close the distance. He lets out a roaring scream as he unleashes his absolute maximum power, shouting that he must become stronger. An overwhelming surge of energy erupts right from Chuzhou's palms. The frost solidifies into a massive jagged structure, forming the deadly Earth Fiend martial arts Shadow Dragon. A massive, terrifying creature rises from a vast sea of turbulent energy. Chuzhou yells that his ocular technique has already simulated every possible evasion path. His face contorts as he screams that this strike absolutely must land. A violent, tempestuous shockwave surges forward like a raging hurricane. Deep within those howling winds, a massive winding dragon suddenly emerges. Frost and water continuously expand outward, pushing the surrounding atmosphere to its absolute limit. The massive beast's head is instantly sliced cleanly into two halves. Chuzhou stares with wide, unbelieving eyes, wondering if he actually managed to kill him. But right then, a streak of light appears on Chuzhou's forehead as the gloomy void returns. A chilling voice echoes, asking him when he started hallucinating that he wasn't trapped in the illusion. With my current physical limits combined with this advanced alpha exoskeleton armor, I thought I easily surpassed ordinary Xuanwu warriors, but I still couldn't even withstand a single strike from Master. Reaching the absolute limit of external martial arts still cannot compare to spiritual ascension. He will remain forever trapped within the illusion of the Eye of Karma. Chuzhou, the difference between us is that you don't possess the Shujana body. To force a breakthrough in the Eye of Karma, one must stimulate the target's hidden potential, using intense negative emotions. I use an illusion to drag you into your most agonizing memory, hoping you can seize this opportunity to finally break through. Once you succeed, we can completely wipe out the royal family that has ruled for 1,000 years, erasing them from history. As childhood memories flood back, Chuzhou's eyelids tremble. It's so cold, where on earth is he? Heavy chains lie scattered across the cold floor, locking his body so he cannot move. Is this real? Has he actually returned to his childhood? His face, a face covered in streaming tears, reflects the sheer agony of his childhood memories. Just then, a massive, imposing figure emerges directly in front of him. Seeing that familiar face enduring such intense suffering, Chuzhou cries out to his father. The hulking giant with a towering build coldly commands them to execute her. Chuzhou sees his mother's familiar face. Painfully, his father begs, "Father, punish me however you want, but please spare Yi and Zhou'er. He carries our bloodline." The massive patriarch roars, "Shut up, you rebellious brat. You faked your death in the secret realm just to escape your arranged marriage with the Zhou royal family lady. Now you dare mention our bloodline. What were you thinking back then? Living with that worthless woman for 5 years and even having a kid together. Do you have any idea how much shame this brought to our family and the Zhou clan? If you weren't my own son, I would have had you quietly executed by now." Yi leans in close to whisper, "Kill me, use my death to make sure Zhou'er survives. Otherwise, both of us will perish. At least our child must live on to see tomorrow." His face covered in tears, Chuzhou screams out in utter despair, "No, you coward. Aren't you a great martial grandmaster? Take my mother and run away from here. Please break chains. Is there a blade anywhere? Cut through them, hurry up. Look over here, cut my chains. Can't any of you see me standing here?" Chuzhou screams until his throat goes hoarse, "You coward, what are you doing? If you hurt her, I will never forgive you. As long as I live, I will kill you." Chu Yi seems to have accepted his fate. Turning back with tears in his eyes, he tells Zhou'er to live on and become an outstanding warrior. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appears, washing away the painful memory. He channels every ounce of his inner power to shatter the heavy chains. He folds his arms, noting how strong this eye technique fluctuation is. "It seems you have succeeded, Chuzhou." An incredibly powerful pressure surges outward from Chuzhou's body. He opens his eyes, his pupils flashing blue. "Master, I have finally broken through. So this is how one awakens the Eye of Karma. Thank you, Master, for letting me see my mother again." He asks which eye techniques have been awakened. He answers, "My left eye has the Void Pagoda, capable of slicing open space, while my right eye holds Void/Love Severer. This ability temporarily cuts the physical space, separating myself and my opponent, letting me close in instantly, as if I'm teleporting right next to them." He nods in amazement. Spatial slicing and teleportation are supreme eye techniques. As the creator of this illusion, he can perceive Chuzhou's vision. The awakening of the Eye of Karma is deeply tied to the user's emotional and mental state during that critical moment. In the illusion, Chuzhou witnessed his father preparing to execute his mother. His desperate urge to break his chains granted him the spatial slash, allowing him to slice through any obstacle in his path. His profound desire to close the distance and protect her shattered the spatial boundary, enabling him to instantly bridge their locations. This raw intent defines the purpose and power of the Eye of Karma. Only those who have endured deep pain can hope to unlock its secrets. Next, try attacking me with your new eye technique. I won't fight back at all. Chu Zhou looks up, warning that his technique slices open space and is far too dangerous. Yi, his eyes flash, asking if he's that confident he can kill him. Chu Zhou remains silent, slowly lowering his head. Then he exhales a long, heavy sigh. He yells out as his right eye flashes with blue light, declaring to his master that he has arrived. A slash flies straight toward the liquefied figure. The slash cuts right through his body. Without stopping, that very slash continues to rip straight backward. His master's body is sliced completely in half. He screams as the causal eye technique activates, reversing the river of time. A crushing pressure weighs heavily down on Chu Zhou's body. He is completely stunned. What just happened? Just moments ago, he clearly sliced his master in half and even cracked the training room wall. Yet a flash of white light erupts and everything is instantly restored, returning perfectly to its original state, as if nothing had ever broken. Could this truly be the incredible power of his master's causal eye? The master nods in agreement. Yes, my power controls time itself, and if your hidden technique strikes unexpectedly, you might even have a chance to kill a grandmaster. Next, let me inspect the avatar form that comes with your causal eye. Once your standards are fully verified, you will finally be allowed to join the organization's classified missions. He asks, doubtfully, but before the causal eye upgrades to the eternal causal eye, won't overusing its power lead to total blindness? His master steps forward, explaining that this is the main purpose of the absolute hand robe he is wearing. Every time he activates the causal eye, the robe continuously channels pure yang energy into his body to maintain a perfect balance. Ah-Fei manifests, agreeing that Lord Demon Eye is absolutely correct. He complains that Master Chu Zhou always ignores him, which breaks his heart. If Chu Zhou would simply trust him and hand over a bit of control, they could easily unleash the full power of that absolute robe. Chu Zhou reflects silently. Previously, he had deep doubts about this lumpy liquid-like creature. But now that he has mastered the causal eye, he decides that if he wants to use this monster organization to grow stronger, he must wholeheartedly accept and embrace their terrifying power. He shouts out, telling Ah-Fei to stop clinging to his skin and merge much deeper into his body. Since this group is recognized by Yi, he trusts the process. Ah-Fei readily complies, promising to fulfill his master's exact wishes. The creature liquefies completely, wrapping tightly around his body. He instantly feels a massive surge of power racing through his veins. A raw energy erupts violently from deep within his eyes. Ah-Fei grits his teeth, telling him to release it all. Without the 10 Geno hands supporting them, the causal eye's burden would be too much to bear. Chu Zhou's entire body erupts with a blinding surge of golden energy. The aura slowly condenses into a pitch-black color. His physical form twists and warps alongside the violent energy. That dark energy manifests into a giant howling celestial dog. He opens his eyes, unleashing his causal eye avatar, the legendary Qing. Yuan Miao Dao, true monarch Erlang. Before them stands a massive golden armored beast, radiating an incredibly intense yang energy. Chu Zhou marvels at this incredible strength, wondering if he really achieved this in just 2 months of training. The beast then announces that with his assistance, Chu Zhou is now fully prepared to assume the critical dragon vein position. His dragon energy can finally be liberated from the 9 imperial clans, meaning they are now free to take action. Meanwhile, inside the pocket dimension of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Lin Qi gasps in total shock, asking if Chu Bao has truly met his demise. As the key figure representing the 5th Imperial Clan's Vengeance faction who departed 2 months ago, this defeat means his side has fallen completely behind in their fierce struggle against the Progressive faction. The scale of the clan's decision-making has tilted completely toward the Progressives, who are now beginning to influence the ultimate authority and control of the Imperial family. Only 2 days remain until the 60-year cycle of the 9 Imperial Clans' Dragon Vein rotation, yet during this critical hour, the Vengeance faction is already being systematically purged. This implies that once the Dragon Vein rotation is completed, the Imperial clans will likely declare war on the capital Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. At their peak, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow could easily suppress the Imperial power, but now things are vastly different. Just then a knock sounds and Ma Long calls out, telling the visitor to enter. The visitor is high-ranking Commander Hai Feng, urgently telling Director Wang Ma. Long asks what this is all about. In the next second, cold sweat beads on his tense face as he gasps in shock. The mysterious powerhouse who completely turned the tide in the West City war zone is actually a first-year university student. His voice trembles as he reads the name of Blood Dragon President Yi He. Is this real? A student still in school saved an entire battlefield and even slaughtered 2 enemies of the Overlord class. This raw potential easily surpasses Fu Hongsheng, the legendary man known as the Martial Saint. Back then, Fu Hongsheng mastered the martial domain in his 2nd year, fighting grandmasters on equal footing. That legendary achievement was deemed completely unmatched for the ages, but compared to what Yi He just pulled off his feet, is simply unparalleled throughout eternity. Why are you only reporting such incredibly critical news to me now, Haifeng? He answers honestly, Yi. He warned him that they have a mole inside, so he cannot risk showing his face yet. Mai Long wondered if Yi He really held that much weight in Feng Haifeng's heart enough to make a strict man like him hide it from his own superiors. So bringing Yi He's file here right now was actually his own idea, Haifeng. Feng Haifeng nodded yes, and he asked when. Just then, a deep, calm voice echoed in the room right now. Seeing Yi, he suddenly standing right there made him quite angry, demanding to know how he got in when he had absolutely no authorization. Yi, he raised a smart device playing an audio clip of Nuwa confirming she let Mr. Yi He inside. This only fueled Mai Long's anger. Nuwa helped him. Did their super AI just betray them? If so, did that mean the entire encrypted network of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow was completely exposed to Yi He? The world's top intelligence agencies were now essentially naked and defenseless before this teenager. Yi, he calmly replied, do not be so surprised, Director Wang. Nua's absolute authority was personally handed to me by Principal Shi Jingwen before he left. You surely understand what that means. Perhaps Principal Shi Jingwen foresaw that he and Section Chief King Long would run into trouble, leaving me as his backup plan. This makes me the successor chosen by the principal himself, a hidden trump card to guide the Great Xia through these rough times. The man clasped his hands in deep thought. Nua's supreme control indeed belonged to Shi Jingwen. After all, she was developed by the Huadai Research Institute, and even the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow lacked absolute access. Nua's technology was so highly advanced that no hacker on the Blue Star could ever hope to bypass this super AI. If anyone could have hacked it, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow would have taken control themselves instead of letting Shi Jingwen hide it away. So He's claims actually made perfect sense. Right after that, Hafeng quietly stepped out of the room. Mai Long spoke up, so student He, what exactly did you come to see me for this time? This was more like it. That old fox, Shi Jingwen, indeed left a massive asset for Great Xia. If he and Qinglong had vanished without leaving anything behind, a man like Wang Zhiding would have suspected something was deeply wrong. He spoke in a low, cold voice, the 9 great royal families, I will ensure their legacy ends with this very generation. Wang Zhiting gasped in shock. He, do you even realize what you are saying? The 9 great royal families are not as simple as you think. He replied coldly, the dragon vein. I have a way to bring it under our control so we can act freely without worrying about those traitors destroying Great Xia when they lose. As for the top experts among the royal families, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow will not need to lift a finger. Leave them to me and the monster organization. Mai Long stared, thoroughly confused. The monster organization? What is your connection with those people? Currently, on the Blue Star, the most prominent and renowned force is none other than the monster organization. Every nation and major power has been desperately trying to gather information and intelligence on them, largely because their combat record is simply way too over the top. Just the few members who had surfaced possessed enough raw power to overthrow entire nations, which was incredibly terrifying. Yet this organization seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Aside from the battle in Huadu and the war in the Southern Kingdom, they left absolutely no tracks behind. Their information security was nothing short of a miracle. After all, being able to train such insanely powerful members proved that the overall scale of the monster organization had to be absolutely massive. Yet maintaining such a giant footprint while leaving absolutely zero trace of their existence was truly terrifying. There had to be an incredibly powerful world-shaking figure working behind the scenes, helping them wipe out every single lead they left behind. He spoke up. Director Wang, let me formally introduce myself. I am He, a member of the monster organization. Within the organization, my rank is highly prominent. As the successor to our leader, he has agreed to send 3 members to assist me. 2 of them you already know, the Dragon Demon from the Huadu battle and the Emperor Demon Knight from the Southern Kingdom clash. His eyes lit up like high beams. This was a super SSR tier ally. Everything was absolutely set now. Meanwhile, a tense yet fresh breeze swept over the ancient southern capital. Heavy synchronized footsteps stomped hard against the floor, sending a cold shiver down anyone's spine. They formed massive, powerful rows clad in sturdy golden armor. A large announcement board nearby read, Royal Sacrificial Ceremony, no exit allowed. At the towering gates of the royal mausoleum, the air grew incredibly heavy. Meanwhile, deep underground within the ancestral dragon tomb, strange whispers started to echo. These murmurs quickly sparked a great deal of curiosity. A low, deep voice resonated. Today is the day our 9 great royal families gather beneath the Dragon Head Pass. Together, we shall witness the transfer ceremony of the new Dragon Vein generation. At that very moment, a figure stood trembling amidst the vast crowd. Zhao Guliang nervously reminded himself that the previous Dragon Vein belonged to the Li family, and now it was their Zhao family's turn. Since birth, he had been chosen for this. Since childhood, he had never interacted with the outside world or peers his age. He only ever spoke to the servants caring for him and the tutor who educated him. Seeing so many people for the first time made him incredibly anxious. He wondered if that long-haired figure in the red dress was a woman finding her incredibly beautiful. He felt a pang of regret that he had never even spoken to a woman before becoming the Dragon Vane, but quickly scolded himself for such low thoughts, remembering his tutor's lessons. His tutor always taught him that everyone was born with a specific duty to fulfill. For him, that meant living solely to become the Dragon Vane. He carried the weight of the Zhao family and the destiny of Great Xia. His birth was for this very day, and a true man would never lose focus over women. He looked up, deeply contemplating his grand life purpose. Guliang stared intently at the heavily reinforced, gold-plated coffin nearby. Soon he thought he would lie inside that very coffin. This was the destiny he was born to shoulder. His father, mother, and older brother had all told him so. Group after group steps up, offering their dragon bloodline for the grand ritual. It is a massive, highly structured event heavy with solemn tradition. Streams of vibrant green light constantly spread across the sky. The energy surges at lightning speed, erupting with intense, violent force. Right then, layers of thick green mist begin rising from deep underground. Dark, shadowy figures trapped in the green fog look absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, the Zhao clan leader grimaces and yells out, "Open the dragon coffin now." Strange liquids begin dripping down from the ceiling right onto the main bloodline. They call out to the leader as guardians step toward the swirling energy. Mist gathers rapidly, forming a massive towering pillar of raw energy. The Zhao leader raises both hands high and screams for everyone to stop. But the violent clash of these two massive forces triggers a massive sudden shockwave. Watching this unfold, the leader is utterly shocked. Why is the dragon energy resisting like this? Strange mist continues to rise from their main bloodline, throwing everyone into chaos. He panics. The dragon energy is fighting back when it should be welcoming royal bloodlines like theirs. Below, the crowd begins to whisper, asking their leader what is wrong and if something has failed. He demands the two sorcerers step up and fix this immediately. They pour every ounce of their power into stabilizing the wild dragon energy. Cracks begin to tear open across the platform, threatening to ruin everything. Earthquakes shatter the ground, unleashing a series of deafening, terrifying explosions. Screams echo as the dragon coffin finally bursts open, and yes, the ancient dragon energy is still inside. A powerful torrent of energy surges forward at a blinding speed. Guliang stays quiet, staring into the dark, pitch-black depths of the coffin. His father urges him to enter, telling Guliang this is his greatest honor and the pride of their entire royal family. A deep sadness fills Guliang's eyes as he hesitates, lost in his own thoughts. Instead of stepping inside, Guliang suddenly turns and bolts, leaving his panicked father screaming at him to stop. He dashes straight toward a woman wearing a short skirt, his face turning bright red. Blushing shyly, he introduces himself as Zhao Guliang, the dragon vane of this generation, and asks her for one last hug before he leaves. The crowd looks on with pure disgust, cursing at him for pulling such a pathetic stunt when he is nothing but a destined sacrificial pawn. It is completely pathetic. Did the Zhao family never tell him the truth? A dragon vane is nothing more than a disposable sacrifice used to stabilize the energy, functioning like a living remote control. Every single chosen dragon vane is secretly implanted with a tiny baby parasite. Once this vessel enters the dragon, that parasite activates at the critical moment. The royal patriarch can then use the mother parasite to control the baby from afar, easily taking complete command over the dragon energy. To put it bluntly, this kid is nothing but a cheap wrapper used to carry a bug. Guliang's father watches in pure disgust, wondering what this idiot is doing. He is just a mere sacrifice, yet he dares to threaten his father's future at the very last second. Members of the Zhao family and the royal guards slowly close in on him. The young woman looks around in fear, noticing the 9 grand patriarchs staring right at her when she only came to watch. How absolutely disgusting. Let's just get this over with already. The spectators watch the absurd scene unfold and burst into cruel, mocking laughter. Getting his hug, Guliang beams with joy, thanking her for giving him the courage and strength to overcome his deep fear of the coffin. He bows deeply in sincere gratitude, thanking her over and over again. His eyes suddenly light up with a fierce, unbreakable spark of determination. With newfound courage, he takes firm, decisive steps straight toward his destiny. Every single move he makes is watched closely by this silent, judging crowd. The Zhao patriarch coldly orders him to get inside, prompting Guliang to silently note how terrifying the leader looks in person. He is clearly not as approachable as his lord. But mid-thought, Guliang panics and questions himself, wait, who even is this lord? Why must he become the Zhao family's dragon vane? Is it truly for his family's honor? No, who is he really? He is not Zhao Guliang. The lord was the one who sent him here to seize the dragon vane. He remembers now he is actually the divine physician, and Zhao Guliang is nothing but his disguise. To fool this old fool, he had completely absorbed Zhao Guliang's memories, even forgetting his own identity as the absolute doctor. Right up until this very last moment, he had given his absolute all, fully believing his lord would reward him handsomely for his ultimate devotion. He mocks them, declaring he did not become their dragon vane. Seeing his bizarre behavior, the worried clan leader asks Zhao Guliang what is wrong. He dashes toward the glowing coffin. Guliang looks back and laughs. The clan leader is terrified, demanding to know who this lord is. Realizing this is not the real Zhao Guliang, he screams, demanding to know his true identity. The fake Guliang screams with wild laughter, shouting that his lord has arrived to drag them all straight to hell. Every single one of them is going to die right here. Just like that, a blinding aura erupts from the ancient coffin. A massive pillar of crimson energy strikes straight down. Everyone immediately takes a defensive stance, their faces filled with extreme caution. He coldly warns them that after today, the royal family is finished. Absolutely no one can save them. Long screams, demanding to know who he is and where the real Guliang went. Meanwhile, Thu questions how he uncovered their deepest royal secrets, from the ancestral dragon palace to the dragon vein candidates only the patriarch should know. He sneers, mocking that if this place is supposed to be a secret, then his identity and how he found it must also remain a secret. As he speaks, a terrifying dark magical aura wraps completely around his body. One of the guards quickly lunges forward to shield the patriarch. Diamond Bodhi barrier. Volatile energy crackles directly above them, ready to rain destruction at any second. He simply scoffs at their futile resistance. Instantly, a massive geyser of power erupts, completely crushing the guard's attack. Even a fraction of this overwhelming force is enough to disintegrate his physical body. The guard is left frozen in shock, unable to believe his mighty Diamond Bodhi was shattered so easily. He lunges forward, telling him not to despair just yet because his end is already here. A massive explosion tears through the chamber with a deafening roar. Having easily decimated the heavy guard he continues his cold advance. Thui trembles, horrified that a grandmaster was killed in a single strike, while Long panics, wondering when Great Xia produced such a monster. But a master's corpse cannot go to waste, as they are valuable battle assets for Great Xia. Suddenly, a loud ripping sound echoes sharply through the hall. Disgusting, bizarre tentacles begin sprouting directly from the dead guard's eyes and mouth. A guard panics and screams to stop him immediately. It is total chaos. Where are the grandmasters? Stop this monster. In her mind, Thu realizes this beast is likely on par with the Asura from the Huid of battle, and compared to him, she is nothing but a slightly stronger ant with absolutely no hope of fighting back. Someone desperately yells to summon the dragon Chi immediately. Its divine blessing can give even a grandmaster a real fighting chance, but the elder snaps back furiously, barking that he does not need to be told. Ever since the fake Zhao family dragon vein entered the sacred dragon coffin, the royal connection to the dragon Chi has been severely blocked by a strange barrier, leaving them completely unable to summon or control its power. Left completely defenseless and panicked, they watch helplessly as a violent shockwave explodes and sends one of their men flying into the air. Long watches in absolute horror as two more Grandmaster Guardians are brutally torn apart by the beast. With no other choice, the remaining 7 Grandmasters band together to risk everything. They prepare to unleash all their power to slay the monster. A heavy, deafening thud suddenly echoes through the cavern, followed by a sudden, mysterious geyser of dark energy. A startled voice gasps in disbelief, realizing someone else has arrived. A mysterious figure emerges, their face completely concealed behind a dark mask. The elder stumbles back in terror, recognizing the infamous Demon Child organization and wondering why they are aiding this blue demon. Is the blue demon also one of theirs? Why would such a powerful faction turn against the royal family? Hearing his panic, a cold snort echoes from the newcomer. Only his sharp eyes are visible behind his mask. He tells the old man to stop acting dumb. The ones coming for them are not monsters, but the legendary Great Xia dragon sparrows. At that moment, everyone turns their eyes toward this mysterious figure. The old elder gasps. The Great Xia dragon sparrows are colluding with monster organizations. Is it because they cannot beat the royal family that they hired assassins? How utterly cowardly. Where on earth is the palace head eunuch? That old man is a half-step grandmaster. Why has he not arrived despite such a massive commotion? And where is the royal guard? The imperial city is under siege, yet they are nowhere to be found. Is the entire royal family truly doomed today? The mysterious intruder sneers, asking if they really think he just charged in blindly. Every single detail of this raid was meticulously planned. Over the last 2 months, his hidden chess pieces have finally taken root. 80% of the high-ranking Imperial guards in ancient Namdo are now completely controlled by his absolute hand cells. The other 2 commanders who could not be converted were secretly executed early this morning. This gave him complete control over the guards. He issued a fake imperial decree to relocate 90% of the royal garrison out of ancient Namdo under the pretense of a military exercise. 10,000 elite guards have absolutely no idea that their royal masters are being wiped out by one single man. As for the other formidable experts in the imperial palace, his emperor demon avatar hunted them down one by one. But wait, there is still one survivor left. Lianshan Huang looks like a handsome young man, but he is actually a 200-year-old monster eunuch. 50 years ago, he was the top fighter in the palace, reaching the half-step grandmaster realm. However, with his life force decaying, he could never break past his final bottleneck. Rumor had it he was dead, but he has been hiding in the palace. He laments that he cannot protect the royal bloodline. The mysterious warrior admits this old man is a bit tricky to handle, but it will not change the outcome. The mysterious warrior takes a step forward. Several fearless guards still raise their spears, swearing to protect their patriarch. With a single wave of his hand, he leaves them dead in pools of blood. The patriarch trembles, begging for his life, as he literally pees himself in sheer terror. Smelling the foul odor, the warrior plugs his nose in disgust. He wonders if old age made the man lose control of his bowels. These corrupt elders are truly repulsive. One elder screams that he cannot kill them, claiming their lives are tied to the fate of the entire Shia nation. If they die, the entire country will be plagued by endless natural disasters like massive floods, earthquakes, and droughts, turning the nation into a desolate wasteland. Clutching at this final straw, the old man desperately pleads for political compromise. He argues there is no need to be so completely ruthless, pointing out that even when dynasties change, the former royal family is always spared. He asks how much the great Shia dragon sparrows paid the monster organization, promising they can easily double it. Hearing their desperate bribes, the mysterious figure only laughs out loud. Realizing he has only contempt for them, their flattering smiles instantly vanish from their faces. The warrior's cold expression returns. He has no time for them, declaring their rotten bodies are not even worth converting. A warrior's duty is to slay beasts, and these elders are the most evil beasts of all. They are the real demons here. With that, he raises his hand and summons a surge of energy. The elders scream in absolute panic, asking if he is insane. They warn him that destroying the ancient royal bloodline will doom the country and drag hundreds of millions of innocent citizens down to the grave with them. But the mysterious warrior shows no mercy, unleashing a lethal strike that completely cleanses them. Meanwhile, in another part of the modern city, a massive stone statue erupts from below, shattering the ceiling. The giant statue balls its hands into heavy fists. Waves of powerful energy explode into the surroundings. Lianshan Huang charges in his face, contorted in rage. He demands to know what kind of vile demon has come to destroy this 1,000-year legacy. A mocking voice retorts, asking the 200-year-old old dog of a eunuch if he still has not lost his slave mentality. He promises to send the old man to the grave so he can keep serving masters who wet themselves in fear. Furious, the eunuch confidently unleashes his ultimate martial art, the Dala Golden Hand. The giant statue swings its arm to block his incoming strike. The battle intensifies as both sides lock in a brutal clash. Lianshan Huang screams, telling the filthy demon it will not destroy a single brick or tile of the palace. The mysterious warrior is secretly surprised by the old eunuch's incredibly strong defense, seeing how the man took multiple heavy blows without even budging. The eunuch goes completely wild, screaming for his opponent to turn to ashes. With that, he pours every ounce of his strength into a devastating frontal assault. Suddenly, a mysterious magical force manifests right behind the old eunuch. He cold snorts, cursing the despicable demon for trying to sneak attack him. But the strike connects, causing his body to stagger backward. A massive explosion rings out, sending dust flying everywhere. Lian Chen flashes a sinister smirk. Wait until I crush you, then I will slaughter every last one of your allies. The ancestral dragon temple's aura is fading to almost nothing. The 9 clan leaders are likely dead or worse. But it does not matter. If a leader dies, another will step up. The only thing that truly matters is keeping the pure royal bloodlines of the 9 clans alive. As long as the legacy survives, who actually rules is completely irrelevant. A peerless powerhouse like me, Huang Lian Chen, is loyal to the clan itself, not any single person. Over thousands of years, the royal family has survived endless storms. We will absolutely not falter in this era. As long as I still live, wait, what is this heavy pressure? Am I locked on? Who goes there? A colossal hand comes hurtling straight toward him. The giant hand slowly clenches into a massive fist. He realizes this must be the monster who destroyed the underground ancestral dragon temple. This terrifying pressure is definitely the real deal. It feels like an invisible hand is squeezing his heart so tightly he can barely breathe. Yi, he appears with a cold laugh. Is this the famous heavenly chi technique? It feels like magic straight out of a fantasy novel. Whatever, I will just crush him first. Abyssal dragon armor unleash now. The moment he speaks, devastating shockwaves erupt and spread in every single direction. Energy blades as sharp as razor-sharp knives come flying forward. Yi, he roars out his ultimate skill, Emperor Demon Core Light Dragon Armor activate. Lian Chen turns pale with terror. What kind of monster possessed this power, and why are you targeting the royal family? Yi, he roars back. I am the new chief of department, one of Great Shia's Great Shia Dragon Sparrow. Today I will completely eradicate the tumor known as the royal family. Hearing that name, he frowns deeply. It is the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow clan again. Elsewhere, a deafening siren blares out, announcing a level 1 emergency warning. All citizens are ordered to evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. I repeat, head to the shelters now. A guard points toward the exit and yells to move faster. Sensing that something is seriously wrong, one of the citizens turns back. Wait, didn't that voice in the sky just say he was Yi? He, the new chief of the great Xia dragon sparrow, Yi He. Why does that name sound so familiar to me? During the live stream from the academy, was not there a first year student who single-handedly defeated the entire school? Name of that absolute legend was Yi. He right. The crowd starts whispering, this Yi, he cannot possibly be the same guy, right? This warrior is going toe-to-toe with the elite grandmasters of the royal family. There is no way it is just a college student. Besides, who cares which Yi He it is? The big news is that Great Xia has a brand new chief, meaning the legendary Azure Dragon finally has a successor. And as for that toxic royal family, once we get rid of those parasites who waste all our national resources, Great Xia will finally undergo a massive transformation. Hey, we do not even know who will get the last laugh yet. Do you value your life so little? Some of you still have that slave mentality, acting like loyal servants. Meanwhile, Yi He slowly raises his massive claws and looks down. Staring up at that terrifying sight, the man completely freezes, his eyes filled with nothing but pure dread. Yi, he roars, watch me slice off that slave braid of yours along with your pathetic rotten head, you old dog. The giant golden hand clenches into a fist and strikes hard toward the dragon god. His eyes fill with terror as he frantically tries to calculate his chances. A monster of that colossal size should have a much slower speed. If its velocity is truly that insane, he cannot risk exposing his body at all. One tiny slip and that blinding speed will slice him to pieces in an instant. Realizing his only option, Lian Chen roars and unleashes his next move, First Fist. The dragon claws clamp down tightly around the golden hand, constricting it. But Yi, he quickly realizes it is all a trick, a feint inside the fist. He has no choice but to block it head-on with his great Luo golden hand. With a sudden twist, the monstrous beast bites down hard, sinking its razor-sharp teeth into the golden hand. The sharp fangs bury deep, locking onto the target with immense force. Under the extreme pressure, the giant golden hand shatters completely into two pieces. Exposing his true form, Lian Chen begins to fall through the air. He flails wildly in midair, desperately trying to regain his balance. Lian Chen smirks in sheer relief, thinking he blocked the attack. But his joy instantly turns to absolute horror as a freezing voice whispers in his ear, you old dog, what exactly did you think you blocked? The dragon manifestation bares its lethal claws, aiming directly at Lian Chen, Second Fist. Completely paralyzed with fear, he can only stare blankly at his approaching foe. The devastating strike charges straight at his face, leaving him absolutely no room to escape. Lian Chen spits out a mouthful of blood. He plummets toward the ground, spinning completely out of control. He crashes hard, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Right where Lian Chen lies is a massive crater, his broken voice gasping out to stop. His face shrivels up like a whimpering old man as he begs, crying that he does not want to fight anymore and wants to negotiate. But Yi He has no intention of stopping there as his third strike begins to manifest. The power of his Tiangang martial technique erupts once more, showing absolutely zero mercy to his enemy. He ignores Lian Chen's desperate, agonizing screams as the man begs him to stop. Then the entire forest and mountains tremble violently under the sheer pressure of his massive aura. How could a body that looks like gold but rots inside survive such a devastating, ferocious blow? The dragon aura completely swallows Huang Lianshin's frail frame, shattering every single defensive magical tool in his body, and finally, lets Yi he drive his fist directly into the man's chest for a fatal strike. A terrifying explosion of energy erupts, and the immense pressure nearly forces Huang Lianshin's eyes out of their sockets as he trembles and hangs his head. The ground itself warps around him, and his vision completely fades into absolute darkness. All that remains of him is a severed head, as that final punch completely pulverized his chest and sent his skull flying. On his final journey to the underworld, a dragon's roar echoes to send off this ruthless powerhouse who ruled for a century. Every single onlooker stands there completely frozen in absolute shock. They are all utterly stunned, left completely speechless. The soldiers immediately surround and suppress the area, shouting angrily about who dared to forge military orders. They demand to know who was involved in that high-level battle in the sky, ordering everyone to return to the Imperial City. But as they arrive, they look up at the sky in absolute shock at what they see. Yi he looks down with a cold, expressionless face, boldly introducing himself as the chief of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Department. He bows politely to greet them, while just above him a mysterious pair of legs swings back and forth in pure satisfaction. Yi. He glances at the crowd below, haughtily asking if anyone else has an objection. The crowd below erupts into a massive frenzy. Are those two powerhouses from the legendary monster organization, and did they also join the plan against the imperial family? Both of them stand a step behind Yi, he showing that his status is incredibly high. Everyone wonders about the background of this newly appointed chief of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, as his power feels completely unfathomable. Yi, he looks back and notes that both the Archdemon Knight and the Demon Child have arrived, meaning the remaining imperial experts are completely finished. Of course, these powerful masters will not die in vain, as they will return in an entirely new form later to protect the great Xia Empire. Chuzhou should probably handle his issues with his father now, as he needs to be called over to stabilize the dragon veins. The deaths of so many Imperial members have caused the dragon Qi to go wild. If Yi He had not disguised himself as Zhao Guliang to toss the YH cell bomb into the Imperial coffin, cutting off the connection between the dragon Qi and the royal family, things would be much worse. The ancient southern capital would have already been completely wiped out by the rampaging energy. The scene shifts to the Chu family ancestral grounds within the Imperial City, where a long flight of stairs leads toward an exit. Inside, a brilliant golden spiritual energy begins to manifest. Chuzhou floats in midair, his eyes glowing with a vibrant, brilliant green energy. A moment later, his feet slowly touch the ground as his aura begins to settle. With Chuzhou's powerful energy fully fading away, he narrows his eyes and softly whispers to the old man. Standing right across from him is a broken man with long, disheveled hair. Chuzhou bursts into tears, screaming in frustration as to why his father chose death, saying he never actually wanted to kill him. Drenched in sweat, the father weakly whispers that he owes his son, telling Chuzhou to kill him so it might ease his pain. With those words, Chu Hao immediately coughs up a fresh mouthful of blood. His pupils dilate as he struggles to continue, muttering that he has been tired of living anyway. Maybe he should have died alongside his wife on that rainy night 19 years ago. But he admits he truly wronged his son, calling himself a terrible man who fell in love with Chuzhou's mother despite already having a family. He never fulfilled his duties as a father, meeting his son only a handful of times. He is happy to die by his son's hands, and seeing this corrupt family crumble before his death finally brings him absolute peace. Hearing this, Chuzhou can only grit his teeth as his entire body trembles violently. The father advises Chuzhou that following the powerful Yi, he is indeed the right path for him. He tells his son to cherish this journey, hoping for his ultimate happiness, just as Chu Hao collapses lifelessly onto the hard ground. Unable to hold back his tears, Chuzhou softly cries out for his father. Right at that moment, he casually walks over, leaving Chuzhou utterly surprised. His footsteps bring him right in front of the fallen older man. He looks down and jokingly asks if the old man even got permission to die, noting that all these royal experts are scheduled for reform labor to serve the great Xia. Chuzhou can only sigh dejectedly upon hearing his master's words. A second later, he reaches out and uses his spiritual power to gently lift Chu Hao's body. He glances back, watching as Chuzhou carefully supports the lower half of his father's body. He quickly channels his pitch-black magical energy forward. In an instant, those two broken fragments are gradually joined back together. Su Hao keeps his eyes tightly shut as his body suddenly starts moving. Startled, the old man jolts awake and opens his eyes wide. Su Hao looks down at his hands, completely bewildered. He is totally fine. Is this actually immortal magic? It definitely far exceeds the power of any ordinary martial artist. Does he really have the power to bring back the dead? He raises a few fingers, muttering something totally bizarre. The 21st century is all about biology, so you have to trust the science. I saved your life and your son works for me, so naturally you should submit to me too, right? The old man nods. Of course he will. He throws an arm around Su Hao while urging them along. Let us go. Suzhou, your father is alive and I need your help with an incredibly important task. Suzhou smiles slightly and whispers his thanks to He turns around and tells him there is no need for thanks. Soon he will thank Suzhou on behalf of all great Xia, as it is time he learns the truth about the royal family. With that, the group slowly walks up the stairs toward the exit outside. Moments later, a finger glowing with blue spiritual energy points directly at Suzhou's forehead. He is using illusion magic to reveal the truth of the dragon veins and the royals. His eyes widen in shock as his mind absorbs the rush of information. Who could have guessed that the struggle between the royals He and Great Xia held so many secrets? A second later, Suzhou hunches over, covering his trembling face. He say no more. I will help you, or rather, I will help all of Great Xia. Even though my royal blood is not entirely pure and hosting the dragon vein will be an incredibly brutal burden, my current strength should still be enough to bear this massive weight. He pulls him into a tight embrace, thanking Suzhou and promising that once the right time comes, he will absolutely rescue him. Hearing this, Su Hao panics and asks his son if he truly wants to enter the dragon vein, warning that such a fate is far more terrifying than death itself. My lord, my royal bloodline is far purer than my son's, and with my grandmaster cultivation, I am much better suited to become the vessel of the dragon vein. If you do not trust me, you can place a control parasite inside me. He quickly catches him and reassures the old man not to worry. Suzhou is his closest friend, and he would never dream of harming him, promising on his very honor that the young man will not be trapped down there forever, as he will surely rescue him soon. Suzhou also steps in to urge his father, saying that time is running out and he must go, reminding him that they need to trust He. Su Hao is left completely speechless, tightly pressing his lips together in silence as he hesitates. Su Hao finally raises his voice to request that the future of his son and great Xia be entrusted to Lord Yi, he who solemnly nods in agreement. This stalemate has dragged on for thousands of years, and it is finally time for a change. Cutting to the ancestral dragon temple, two blinding beams of red and blue light shoot straight down. Yi he hovers in midair, watching Suzhou slowly descend toward the massive coffin below. Looking up in awe, he marvels at the legendary dragon coffin, noting that despite the utter destruction of their surrounding temple, this sacred artifact remains completely untouched and undamaged. Yi, he smirks behind him, saying it is the main attraction, so he could never allow even a single scratch to ruin it. Now place the eye on AFI, allowing me to witness the scene deep below. With the vines from the death vine, AFI will automatically link them directly to your body, meaning I can pull you back up if anything goes wrong. Suzhou nods in agreement. Suzhou slowly steps forward. He stands before the massive gate and declares that everything is finally ready. Closing his eyes, Suzhou rubs his chin and takes a deep breath. With a sudden leap, he plunges directly into the darkness below. Suzhou falls straight down into the deep, endless abyss. He raises his hand tightly, holding the eye as dark power erupts. Pitch-black spiritual energy floods the air, trailing closely behind him. Thick black vines also begin to form right behind Suzhou. Suzhou wonders if they have reached the bottom after descending 100 meters. But Yi, his voice from the eye warns him, it is still far too early. Yi, he promises to monitor the temple closely and report any sudden changes immediately, which finally gives the young man the complete peace of mind he needs to proceed downward. The darkness begins to fade as faint traces of purple death energy start to drift around them. Observing the strange glow, Yi, he quickly warns him not to touch it since they still do not understand its true nature. Suzhou charges straight toward the energy while calling out for AFI, whose voice immediately replies to leave everything to him. Suddenly, white foam begins to rise beneath Suzhou's feet, quickly spreading to envelop his entire arm as well. In an instant, Suzhou was equipped with the Ah-Fei flight suit, a seasoned traveler of the cosmos. Yi he warned him that the purple gold mist was highly invasive, trying to seep into Ah-Fei's pores. Luckily, the suit has none. They could not stay here long. They had to speed up. Pushing forward at full power, Suzhou shot down like a rocket, plunging deeper into the abyss. Just like that, Suzhou tore through layer after layer of the purple gold clouds. He grew impatient. Was there really no bottom to this place? It was incredibly deep, and the thick purple gold mist was now completely blotting out the surrounding darkness. They had descended 10,000 meters already, yet there was still no end. A drop from this terrifying height would surely kill most royal dragon veins. The crust of the blue planet averaged about 20 kilometers. Going any deeper would mean hitting burning lava. Something felt off. Was it because of these dense flows of purple gold mist? He needed to see what was playing tricks on him. Time to activate the Eye of Karma. With a loud roar, Suzhou triggered his transformation, summoning his Dharma avatar. The whites of his eyes suddenly turned pitch black. World-slaying pagoda seconds later, his entire body was completely enveloped in a brilliant golden light. After a moment, his flight suit disappeared, causing him to choke on the water. Suzhou quickly sat up in the pool of water. Coughing dryly, he heard Yi, he call out. His companion was relieved he was finally awake, explaining that he wanted to rescue him earlier but feared his own presence would disrupt the delicate dragon energy. Yi, he explained that through his scrying eye he saw Suzhou activate the world-slaying pagoda and fall into the lake, his body freezing solid as he sank straight to the bottom. He had tried using the branches of the absolute medicine tree to pull him out, but Suzhou was as heavy as an entire mountain range, defying even his divine strength. Fortunately, he woke up on his own. Yi, he joked that losing him right after making a promise to his father would have been incredibly embarrassing. At that moment, Suzhou stood alone within the deep dragon coffin abyss. He quickly tapped his own pressure points, bending over to cough up a massive amount of water. Wiping his mouth, Suzhou explained that falling from the sky directly into this strange lake had immediately trapped his mind in a powerful hallucinatory illusion. The space was incredibly cramped, surrounded by solid stone walls with no hidden doors or exits, meaning the only way out was he had to go back into the water. Despite all his efforts, he had ended up right back where he started. Since Ah-Fei could not fully block out the water, he had to activate his Dharma avatar once more. He plunged straight into the water with a loud splash. The scene of Suzhou transforming while submerged under the water came into view. Suddenly, they noticed something. Wait, there was a living creature at the bottom of the lake. Suzhou immediately raised his powerful staff high into the air and slashed a sharp line directly down into the water. In an instant, the water surged upward as thunderous rumbles echoed all around the cavern. Sitting in the ruins of the ancestral dragon temple Yi, he jumped in surprise, wondering if the dragon veins had such an extreme taste. What was buried at the bottom of the lake was actually a massive mountain of human corpses. Judging by their clothing, they were likely the dragon veins sacrificed during the GAZ years across generations. Thanks to the unique properties of this lake, these dragon veins have remained completely preserved and free from decay, retaining their lifelike appearance even after being submerged for thousands of years. It seemed the purple gold mist was rising directly from this mountain of bodies. Suddenly, Yi-He and Chu-Jo shared the exact same question. Wait, was this mountain of corpses starting to mutate? Right then, a woman amongst them began to struggle, and golden scales instantly broke out across her face. She transformed into a dragon, her pupils burning with a brilliant light. Suddenly, a surge of blue spiritual energy rained down upon them from out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, countless corpses absorbed the strange energy, showing signs of life. Their eyes snapped open and their jaws stretched wide as if ready to swallow their prey whole. A drop of sweat rolled down Chujo's face in sheer confusion. What on earth was this? He observed that the transition ritual of the dragon veins was officially starting. Hovering in the air directly opposite the terrifying sight, Chujo prepared himself, knowing the transfer of the dragon veins was underway. Lowering his gaze, he replied in a tense, anxious voice that he understood. Chu quickly closes his eyes and spreads his two arms wide. Those bizarre things instantly charge right at him, swarming his body. Sprouting a sharp spike from their centers, they drive straight into Chu's back. The agonizing stabbing makes him scream in pain, crying out that it hurts like hell. Chu can only grit his teeth and endure as thick blue veins pop across his body. He urges him to hang in there, explaining that his YH cells will help him quickly adapt to and digest the intense physical modifications forced by this strange worm. In an instant, long and grotesque scars begin to web across his entire face. They slowly spread everywhere, even forcing a bizarre transformation in Chu's pupils. When he opens them wide, his eyes have completely changed into a terrifying sight. Outside he mutters to himself, "I see it. It turns out this is the mystical power of faith." Looking through those modified eyes, he marvels. Dragon Chi. Countless energy streams from all 8 directions flood and gathering beneath the dragon coffin inside the corpse mountain's dragon vein, while he uses his sensory perception to trace their ultimate source. The glowing purple mists swirl and dance through the air. Yi looks up at them, adding that by tracing them backward, he can find their true origin. They shoot directly up into the sky. High up, each separate source of spiritual energy begins to merge. They then scatter in all directions, their brilliant light shooting through the sky like a barrage of lightning-fast arrows. They descend upon a Dragon King temple, while the Emperor's temple simultaneously receives this surging energy. Next is the God of Wealth temple. He watches closely. He looks around and marvels, realizing the truth of how it all works. The countless shrines and temples preserved in Great Xia for thousands of years are actually massive faith energy collectors left behind by ancient sorcerers. Through the temples of the Dragon King, the god of wealth and historical heroes, the gathered incense and faith energy ultimately converge into the underground dragon vein of ancient Nandu. How does Dragon Qi affect the entire natural environment of Great Xia? Because under the sorcerer's design, it has spread like a network of blood vessels through every inch of the land. Thus, it holds the power to control all of Great Xia, an absolute authority over nature that is no different from the heavenly Tao in fantasy novels. Too bad, those imperial parasites lack the ability to fully control this Dragon Qi, merely treating it like a cowardly remote-controlled bomb. However, since ancient times, every single dragon vein that entered the dragon coffin would sink forever to the bottom of that dark pool. Xu was likely the very first person to retain his own consciousness, especially while carrying those YH cells inside him. His arm suddenly swings upward. Power erupts. Long slithering branches instantly explode outwards all around Chu. Shortly after, glowing purple energy appears right before his face. He watches closely, noting that the YH cells will gradually terraform this environment. Sure enough, they begin absorbing the dark miasma here, slowly revealing the ancient decayed corpses of the dead below. He deduces that the vines of the Absolute Hand will gradually merge with the dragon vein, eventually reverse assimilating it, automatically analyzing and seizing this dragon chi. Who knows, there might even be a chance to infect the mystical worm connected to the spine of the dragon vein itself. He will rescue Chu very soon. Suddenly raising his hand, he knows that by then, his magical power will be fully released. The entire sacred temple is covered. Complete darkness. With a sinister grin, he mutters that it will be the day he controls this special energy called faith energy. Standing in the dark space, he whispers to himself that faith energy and idealistic power was originally the exclusive privilege of outer demons and gods. He wonders what changes will occur once he claims it. Regardless, he decides to first use the Absolute Hand cells to seal this dragon coffin and monitor it, leaving the remaining cleanup for later. First, he must notify the Great Xia Dragon Sparrows to completely lock down the Imperial ruins and keep unauthorized people away. The Imperial guards outside the city can be left for the Great Xia Dragon Sparrows to absorb. Most of those Imperial guards are actually just standard wage earners working for the court, so their bond with the royal family is purely transactional. Since their old boss is already dead, they have no reason to risk their lives for the deceased, and will naturally accept the Great Shia, Dragon Sparrow's recruitment. After all, Great Shia is short on talent and cannot afford to mistreat these valuable martial artists. As for the few royal loyalists, among them they are too weak to stir up any real trouble now. From the borders to the capital, the grand layout of the nation has already been completely decided. Only one obstacle remains: foreign threats. The war in ancient Nandu has already drawn those foreign dogs sniffing around for meat. He must take heavy-handed measures to launch a massive purge against all the foreign spies hiding inside the country, throwing one punch now to clear the path, avoiding 100 punches later. Over these past 2 months, besides positioning his chess pieces in ancient Nandu Yi, he also gathered 10 rare treasures to boost his compatibility with the Mola Star Emperor template. During the clash at the Imperial Palace, he actually held back quite a bit. After all, ancient Nandu and its tens of thousands of citizens were far too weak. To Yi, the city was nothing more than a paper castle. With just a fraction of his true power, he could have flattened the entire place. Besides, none of his enemies even deserved his full strength. Now Yi, he no longer needed to hide behind the cover of the monster organization. Having fully evolved, there was simply no reason to keep concealing his power or lying low. Even if Fu Hongsheng, the man rumored to be hiding in the shadows, were to show up, Yi, he would just laugh out loud and trade blows with him. Having completely wiped out the royal family, he could finally throw off all shackles and proudly step onto the global stage. A news broadcast in the middle of the plaza sent shockwaves through the entire nation. The citizens of Great Shia woke up to a surreal reality overnight. The royal family that had ruled for thousands of years had been completely wiped out. At the same time, the vacant chief position of the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow had a new successor, Yi He. The screen projected his impressive resume. In City College entrance exam top scorer, president of Huadi Dragon Blood Society, a first-year student who challenged the entire university, and an E-rank special envoy of the Dragon Finch. A purple-haired youth stared at his phone, crying out in shock that this was absolutely insane. Looking back at all the young martial artists throughout history, he was easily one of the most brilliant geniuses ever. The boy in the cap next to him was just as stunned. Still, him becoming the chief of Division 1 was simply hard to believe. People could not stop gossiping about his legendary feat. Rumor had it that Yi personally flattened the Imperial Palace, and even a half-step great grandmaster was knocked out with just 3 punches. This proved that he possessed the strength of at least a great grandmaster. With power like that combined with his achievement of ripping out Great Shia's royal tumor, no one dared to question him taking the chief of Division 1 seat. Suddenly, someone raised a doubt, asking how old he actually was. Another quickly explained that at just 20 in age, that is merely the starting line for ordinary martial artists with long lifespans. He was different. While others were still waiting at the starting block, he had already hopped into a Formula 1 car and sped straight to the finish line of the martial path. A 20-year-old great grandmaster, what kind of ridiculous concept is that? When Fu Hongsheng, known as Great Shia's #1 martial artist, graduated from Huadi, he defeated an S-rank master from North Bai Dan and was praised by the media as a divine talent with a sacred martial physique. So how on earth do you even describe Yi He? Above all, Yi was just too young and exceptionally gifted. This meant that in the future he could potentially take another giant leap. A great grandmaster is not the absolute limit of martial arts. Scholars believe another realm existed beyond it, yet throughout history, though great grandmasters had appeared, not a single soul had ever shattered that ultimate barrier. It seemed like a natural shackle placed upon humanity by God, often referred to as the gene lock. Before Prometheus disbanded, they claimed to have found a way to unlock this genetic barrier. Those research lunatics actually found the key to unlocking the gene lock from the very first deviant demon. If it were not for their obsessive Eden project, the global superpowers of Blue Star would never have united to wipe Prometheus off the face of the earth. The news of He's rise also reached Mai Long. Gently blowing on his cup of tea, he murmured, He, the very first martial artist to unlock the gene lock. Looking closely at the portrait of the young man displayed on the giant screen, he nodded in approval. Mai Long tilted his head, his voice filled with genuine intrigue, as he noted that having He born in Great Shia was truly the nation's greatest fortune. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp alleyway somewhere in Great Shia, Jerry panicked as he spoke into his phone, saying Great Shia was no longer safe. He desperately wanted to go home, even if he had to swim back, because staying meant certain death. As for his undercover mission, it was a joke, especially with that newly appointed guy He. Ever since he became the chief of division, one of the Dragon Finch, did they have any idea what he had done? All the resources and elite forces that once belonged to the royal family were completely restructured and absorbed into the Dragon Finch. This allowed the organization, which had been severely weakened after the Hoadu battle, to rapidly recover its strength. But here's the absolute worst part. Great Shia's intelligence department had deployed an artificial creature called the Absolute Shadow Shroud. For spies, these things were a living nightmare. They could hide and emerge anywhere inside walls, floorboards, ceilings, even bed frames and toilets. On top of that, they possess perfect camouflage, leaving spies clueless about whether their neighbor or shopkeeper was actually human. Under this absolute zero blind spot surveillance, countless spies had slipped up and nearly all of them in Huadu had been wiped out. Any tiny movement was instantly reported back to the Dragonfinch headquarters by the absolute shadow shrouds. If these freakish creatures were deployed abroad, the global intelligence network would be utterly thrown into chaos. Perhaps many high-ranking officials across nations had already been silently replaced by these absolute shadow shrouds. He was using this golden opportunity to quietly bring countless factions under his control. Right at that moment, an absolute shadow shroud whispered directly behind him, agreeing that he was absolutely right. Jerry jumped in terror, spinning around as he screamed, demanding to know who was there. And those were the very last words of his life. His phone clattered to the ground, echoing with panicked voices from the other end, desperately calling out for Agent Jerry to respond and explain what happened. At a covert base in North by Don Hong, May quickly assessed the situation, realizing Agent Jerry had also met his end. He was the 9th agent killed this week. As she began to mention the absolute shadow shroud, the commander cut her off, stating that those freaks were a secondary issue. Right now, their absolute biggest threat was the man named Yi He. He possessed terrifying power capable of crushing a half-step great grandmaster in just 3 punches. But worse was his mysterious, unpredictable network. The demon infant and the abyssal knight who once shocked the world actually helped Yi. He destroyed the royal family and seemingly looked up to him as their leader. What was his true rank in the monster organization? If Yi were the only great grandmaster, their coalition and forces like God's Descent could still fight back. But what if they were dealing with an entire organization of great grandmasters? Hong Mei listened to the analysis in stunned silence, unable to offer a single word in response. The commander continued his dark analysis, and honestly, his reasoning was hard to argue with. He pointed out that nobody dared to make a move while the situation remained so unclear. No one wanted to be the vanguard and test Great Shia's true strength. They had assumed the royal family's war with the Dragon Finch would ruin Great Shia, but Yi's sudden rise changed everything. Now the international stage was at a tense standstill. Making the first move simply meant exposing oneself, waiting for a hidden predator to aim their barrel from the shadows. Meanwhile, at the recruitment booth for the Dragon Blood Club, things had suddenly become incredibly chaotic. A massive crowd surged forward, shouting and demanding to sign up, begging Vice President Ouyang to approve their applications. They all wanted to join the Dragon Blood Club to follow Chief Yi, pleading for their forms to be processed. Ouyang was dizzy from the sheer noise of the crowd. Over the last 2 days, applicants had surged multifold. Even upperclassmen who had been in secluded cultivation for years broke their training just to apply. Every day, the queue stretched from the guild hall all the way to the campus gates. It was all because he was their president. Aligning with a force rising alongside the Dragon Finch's Division 1 chief meant an absolute guarantee of a limitless future. Right then, Dai Kaming and Qian walked up, asking Vice President Ouyang to let them join the Dragon Blood Club. The onlookers were stunned to see the student council members themselves applying. Ouyang politely waved it off, saying that while Dai Kaming and Chen certainly had more than enough strength to join, they were the faces of the student council. Joining another campus organization at Imperial University might look a bit inappropriate. Dai Kaming nodded, explaining to Vice President Ouyang that the university rules allowed students to hold multiple roles while encouraging personal development, so there was no need to worry about that. On the outside, Ouyang agreed with a highly reluctant look, promising to process their paperwork. But in his mind, he was scheming. Since Dai Kaming had pushed this far, he could not turn them away. Plus, this might be the perfect opportunity for the Dragon Blood Club to replace the Student Council and become Huadi University's official campus organization. As Dai Kaming and Qian turned to leave, they asked Ouyang to let them know the moment President he returned. Ouyang eagerly promised he absolutely would. Afterward, he quickly shut the guild room door. Ouyang entire body was trembling as he repeatedly muttered that it was finally happening. Finally, he lets out an ecstatic shout. This is absolutely incredible. Even the most legendary figure in Great Shia has to act all polite with him. Ouyang is completely over the moon. Of course, he knows the one Dai Kaming truly fears is the powerhouse backing him up. But so what? As his close advisor who has been there since the very beginning, that alone is more than enough. Honestly, even he never expected that his simple, sincere invitation back on the train to Hua University would bring him such massive glory today. Sometimes a single random encounter really can completely change your entire life. The scene shifts to a cultivation room where voices echo. Her mother calls out, asking if Qingzhu can hear her. She simply nods back to show she's listening. Her mother urges her on, reminding her that he is now the most powerful man in Great Shia, so she absolutely must. She quickly cuts the call, telling her mother that she gets it. Just finishing her secluded training, she never expected to hear that Yi had completely crushed his enemies at the ancient capital. But honestly, it's not that surprising. After all, he is the legendary Yi He. Cut to a sunset scene in the suburbs of Huadu at the Great Shia Dragon Sparrow training grounds. He stands with his arms crossed, looking down at the defeated soldiers and scolding them. Too weak, way too weak. How can they call themselves the elite force of Great Shia? Dozens of them charged at him together, yet they couldn't even survive a single minute. One of them trembles on the ground, protesting that Chief Yi, he is simply too monstrously powerful. The others quickly chime in. Yes, Chief Yi, you really didn't hold back at all. Our old backs are practically broken from that beating. But they tell him to rest assured. He is the ultimate hero who wiped out the corrupt royal family, and they all deeply respect him. If anyone dares challenge his authority, they will personally handle the fool. There is really no need for him to keep beating them up in these training sessions just to show who is boss. But Yi, he's not buying any of it. He tells them this training isn't to show off his authority. It's meant to push their limits and boost their strength so they can protect Great Shia much better. Standing nearby, Lin Zhou can't help but marvel. Just 2 months ago, this kid was his junior. Now he's his direct boss. Life really works in mysterious ways. Then Yi, he turns around to announce that everyone should go grab a set of Absolute Guard exoskeleton armor this afternoon. He dismisses them, saying training resumes in 3 days. They all shout their thanks in unison, calling him their ultimate boss. At this moment, Yi suddenly remembers something important. With everything going on, he almost forgot that thanks to his help, the Dragon Blood Society has grown rapidly. It is now the most influential organization at Hua University. The system screen pops up, showing 31 card draws available. He is absolutely thrilled that he can roll again. But before he rolls, the system helpfully reminds him that his Dragon Blood Society has officially become the top organization at Hua University. He has unlocked the first president achievement, earning 1 free template reward draw. He doesn't even care about the extra fluff and instantly presses the button, telling the system to cut the chatter. An eerie card appears on the screen, revealing an expanding black hole inside. From deep within the black hole, a crowned skull slowly emerges. As a result, he draws the A+ rank Black King Nidhogg template. Its bloodline abilities include Elemental Overlord, Water Dragon Emperor, and the Immortal Dragon Vessel. His current compatibility starts at just 1%. Staring at his new card, he is absolutely stunned to see an A+ rank. He initially thought getting a B rank would be a massive win, but his luck just exploded. It's funny how things work sometimes. When you don't expect much, you end up hitting the ultimate jackpot. Even though the Nidhogg template is incredibly powerful, its skills slightly overlap with the Emperor Mala template he already possesses. However, in many areas, the two can actually support and optimize each other. For instance, although the Emperor Mala template inherits the elemental control of the 10 Genos, its initial state is still way too raw. It can only rely on sheer overwhelming force to violently mash different elements together into a massive energy bomb. Sure, he could manually refine his elemental control for more precise attacks, but that would take too much time and focus. He can't afford to waste precious effort on flashy tricks, when in most situations a straight-up punch is far more effective. But with the Nidhogg template, things are different. The Dragon Clan has an incredibly unique transcendent system known as Kotodama. Through Kotodama, he can combine elements with absolute precision, basically mastering countless magic spells instantly without any training. Even better, as the Prime Progenitor, he can even bestow these elemental powers upon others. While it overlaps slightly with Emperor Mala, it works perfectly as a transition template before Mala fully matures. In the end, this is still vastly superior to basic human templates that only provide raw physical mutation. At this level, the giant template has lost all its usefulness, proving the harsh limit of low-rank templates. Just then, his subordinate lands on a branch reporting urgent news. He turns and commands him to speak. He quickly explains that agents from the Washington Federation arrived at Liuli Island today, and the Marshall clan leaders there personally met with them. Hearing this, he smirks, noting that Old Wang's warnings clearly had zero effect. A map of Liuli Island pops up as Mai Long explains that after the war, this autonomous region secretly harbored its own ambitions. However, due to the intense conflict between Great Shia's borders and the royals, the government simply had no time to deal with them. But now that Chief Yi has wiped out the royals, doing the same to the Marshall clans on Liuli Island might throw the entire nation into a state of panic. Besides, while raw violence is certainly the most direct way to solve a problem, it might not be the most suitable one. Old Wang had suggested letting him handle the island first, planning to send negotiators to use a softer approach to keep the domestic situation stable. At the time, he had agreed, leaving the matter to Director Wang. Back in the present, he shoves his hands into his pockets. It seems those rebels don't care at all about Old Wang's soft approach. They only play dumb to stall for time while secretly plotting with the Washington Federation. Well, they wanted a fight, and they are definitely going to get one. He orders Absolute Guard 4399 to inform Wang Ziding that he is heading to Liuli Island alone as a special envoy. Meanwhile, the Island Lord's villa on Liuli Island is buzzing with intense activity. 2 elders are pacing around anxiously, complaining about the new Great Shia Dragon Sparrow Chief. He is scheduled to arrive in about 3 hours. They knew stalling Wang Zhiding wouldn't work forever and would eventually force He to step in, but they never expected him to be this impatient. The Washington Special Envoy barely arrived, and now he is already hot on his heels to lock them down. The Li family elder is completely panicking, noting that their clan ancestors are still in a closed-door meeting with the Washington envoy. The Kai family elder nods, suggesting they should probably send their foreign guest away first. Elder Qi calmly sips his tea and stops them, asking what the big rush is. Since he is coming as a special envoy, he has no direct proof of their secret deal. What can he really do to them? The other elder curses in frustration, calling him an idiot. He is a ruthless monster who literally wiped out the entire royal family. If he didn't care about their status, why would he care about some basic envoy rules? Once he gets his hands on them, they are all dead. Sighing in exhaustion, the Li elder notes that he is moving incredibly fast, likely boarding his plane the moment they got the warning. The Kai family elder groans that they have zero time to prepare and Washington backup won't arrive in time. Suddenly, he senses something highly unusual. Wait, someone is here. Furious, he channels raw spiritual energy into his teacup and hurls it straight at the doorway. Elder Kara roars furiously at the mysterious figure standing there, demanding to know who dares to barge into their Grand Three-Clan summit. But the teacup slams into a powerful barrier around the intruder, shattering into a million pieces. The figure chuckles mockingly, asking the Tai clan ancestor to help these fools see exactly who he is. Elder Tai's eyes fly wide open in sheer shock, stammering out that it's his big brother. He asks in shock how his brother became so young. Elder Kara is completely stunned. Isn't Wushan Tai supposed to be a frail, dying old man? They literally just met 3 hours ago, yet after a single meeting with the North Whiten envoy, he looks completely rejuvenated and reborn. Wushan Tai confidently assures everyone to prepare a grand banquet as their special guest from the North Whiten Federation has everything set. Meanwhile, the plane carrying he is already in the air. The flight heading straight to Liuli Island is already on its way. Nuwa bows in her professional manner, informing him that the Tai family on Liuli Island has specially organized a massive welcoming banquet. Resting his eyes, he snaps them open and chuckles a trap of a banquet. He tells her to skip the airport and fly straight to the Tai estate. Looking at the open cabin door, she asks with confusion, is there even a runway at the Tai family estate? He calmly steps directly out into the empty sky. He launches forward, blasting at full speed toward the Tai clan. Over at the Tai estate, the grand banquet hall is absolutely buzzing. Guests gossip in absolute disbelief, staring at the rejuvenated Wushan Tai. His glowing face and surging martial aura far surpass even his old peak. 15 years ago, he was a dying old monster with one foot in the grave. Now it looks like he is miraculously living a second life, completely restored. Heavy, powerful footsteps echo through the hall. The guests gasp as they recognize the ancestors of both the Li and Kara families walking in. A heavy-set guest is completely baffled, wondering how on earth they all look so young with their vitality restored to absolute peak condition. Rumors fly that this is the work of the North Whiten Federation. After Prometheus collapsed, they snatched up their top scientists and research. Now it seems they have actually developed a miraculous drug that can completely restore a veteran warrior to their absolute peak. The hushed whispers instantly vanish as Wushan takes the stage, welcoming the gathered crowd who are either powerful leaders of Liuli Island or major tycoons in the business world. He welcomes them all, pointing out the obvious youthful changes in himself and the other two family ancestors. He reminds them that Liuli Island was once small, resource poor, and constantly bullied, but those days are officially over. They now possess the divine power of rejuvenation, making them even stronger than in their prime. He announces that the newly appointed head of Great Shia Dragon Sparrow will be joining their little party, and when that kid arrives, he will quickly realize that the families of Liuli Island are absolutely not puppets to be controlled. But wait, before he can even finish his sentence, he crashes down like a meteor. Oozing pure killing intent, he asks who exactly they want to show. He slowly steps out from the dust, looking absolutely dominant. He chuckles, asking what everyone is talking about that has them so incredibly happy. Patriarch Maithu's face turns pale. How did this guy get here so fast? He couldn't track his movements and he can't even sense his martial energy. Guests in the crowd start whispering that this is indeed he, the newly appointed Great Shia Dragon Sparrow head who has been all over the news. But he was supposed to have just landed at the airport. How is he already here? They frantically whisper to each other, terrified he might overhear their plans to contact the Tai ancestor and the Whiten Federation. Maithu quickly steps forward with a forced laugh, apologizing that they could not arrange a proper ride since he arrived so out of nowhere. He coldly pats Maithu on the shoulder, repeating his words. He warns him not to say your island because Liuli belongs to Great Shia. Such phrasing could lead to a very bad misunderstanding, but thankfully the Tai Patriarch doesn't have any dangerous ideas. Maithu trembles, quickly agreeing. Internally, he is sweating bullets, realizing this is the terrifying pressure of a great grandmaster. Even with his peak strength restored, he cannot muster a shred of resistance. How is this monster only 20 years old? Even training in the womb would not make someone this ridiculously overpowered. He comforts himself that they only need to stall for time. Once the North Whiteidon representative and the elite fighters they invited successfully execute their grand plan, even a powerful great grandmaster will end up dying in utter regret. Yi, he smiles, asking why they threw such a lavish banquet just for a simple introduction. Mai Thui humbly replies that they could never dare to be negligent, especially since he is a guest representing the mighty Great Shia Dragon Sparrow of Great Shia. Yi, he kicks back and relaxes. Since the Thai patriarch insists on being so hospitable, he locks his hands behind his head and smugly tells them to serve it. Instantly, a massive feast is laid out before them. Mai Thui offers a tight smile, presenting a freshly caught dragon fish slaughtered just an hour ago. He boasts that even the former head of the First Department Green Dragon could not stop praising this exquisite local delicacy. Yi, he picks up his chopsticks, digging right in with zero hesitation. Mai Thu politely nods, telling him to make himself right at home. Yi, he teases the patriarch, asking if he is stingy about the fish. Mai Thui quickly forces a smile, assuring him that his satisfaction is all that matters. He urges them to eat, asking why they are just staring. Since they are the hosts, do they really need a guest like him to invite them? Mei Kui trembles in fear, stammering that they will absolutely eat. Yi, he casually announces that he plans to establish a Great Shia Dragon Sparrow branch on Luli Island to help ease their management pressure, asking how they feel about it. Mei Chui's face immediately tightens, turning incredibly serious. He flatly refuses, arguing it is completely out of the question, because Luli Island's autonomy is an ancient rule set by their ancestors. He frowns, questioning if he himself isn't actually their ancestor. Mei Kui panics, cold sweat dripping down his cheek. He quickly backtracks to appease him, stammering that of course it's possible and they are deeply grateful for Dini's help. Yi, he asks why he would give up his power. Mei Kui sycophantically replies that they all serve Great Shia, so power doesn't matter at all. His gaze turns deadly as he coldly orders them to deal with themselves. He forces a laugh, freezing up as he asks what the dean said. Yi, his killing intent explodes, declaring that only in death will they truly serve Great Shia. Dark, ominous energy begins to radiate from his hand. He fiercely slams it down toward the ground. Countless devastating strikes from Yi, he suddenly erupt. His hair sways in the wind as he states that treason deserves instant execution and letting them end themselves was already too much mercy. A freezing aura begins to radiate around Mei Kui. He speaks up, noting this will be rather difficult. Yi, he places his hand on the table, repeating his opponent's words. Everything on the table is flipped as he tells them not to bother. Yi, he charges forward, ready to kill them with his own hands. The entire area falls into sheer chaos as their brutal clash begins. Yi, he strikes with a powerful fist, reiterating that he will take their lives himself. Mei Kui sneers smugly, saying he anticipated this fight but didn't expect him to be so impatient. A swift figure dashes across the ground as Old Li is called, while Old Ki also arrives at blinding speed. The three of them join forces to unleash their Hunyuan martial chi technique. They combine their attacks, but Yi he counters with his own golden bell claw. His figure slides back, dragging a long line across the dirt. Yi, he scoffs, surprised that they actually managed to block his attack. The arrogant trio tells him not to underestimate them, explaining that Liuli Island's special martial arts technique, the Hunyuan martial ki, can merge three people into one to conquer vastly superior foes with ease. Yi, his murderous aura flares as he challenges them to show him Liuli Island's true strength, mocking how that dragonfish earlier was nothing but a massive disappointment. His lips curl into a smirk as a dense dark red energy condenses. Yi, he flies toward them at breathtaking speed. They instantly unleash two reinforced golden bell claw techniques. Wait for it, a colossal impact violently shakes the surrounding space. Yi, he raises his glowing mystical hand high. He then maniacally slams it down onto their defensive belt barrier. Devastating moves are thrown continuously without any pause. Everything descends into chaos as two massive streaks of light collide. The energy slowly fuses together, creating a massive raging vortex. Yi, he fully enters his terrifying berserk battle state. His fist swells to an immense size as he infuses it with dark enchantments. Yi, his arm suddenly spins with incredible force. It completes several rapid rotations, conjuring a massive tornado right there. He roars out, launching a devastating core wind strike. That massive collision completely disrupts the entire soundscape. The bell's sharp toll echoes out immediately. Even the table is blasted straight into midair. Yi, he stands there, slamming his hand against the unshaken bell. They fall into complete panic. How is he totally unharmed? They smugly mock him, asking if Chief Yi is disappointed. They boast that the toughness of their Hunyuan weapon is far beyond his imagination, sneering that the chief is still way too green to ever hope of shattering their absolute defense, so he might as well give up now. He cleans his ears and casually replies that all that constant clanging has made his head ring, admitting he might have underestimated them just a tiny bit. But no matter, he had to use it eventually. He challenges them to see if his Black King spear is sharper or if their Hunyuan shield from Liuli Island is tougher. The trio instantly panics as his aura begins to rise in an incredibly bizarre way, shouting to reinforce their weapons and prepare for absolute defense. A massive purple figure slowly reveals itself as a terrifying new beast form emerges from his violent, raging aura. They tremble in fear, wondering what on earth that monstrous thing is. A massive destructive cannon is now aiming straight at them. Yi calls out from inside, announcing his human cannon is ready to fire. The three masters scream back mockingly, laughing at the kid for trying to use a cannon. The barrel of the cannon ignites, ready to unleash a devastating blast. He commands the Black King armor piercer to fire as thick black smoke violently erupts all around. A massive destructive shockwave is unleashed, launching him forward. He hurtles through the air like a bullet at a dizzying speed. As the impact crashes and the three masters scream to release all their Hunyuan weapons, pushing their Golden Bell defense to the absolute maximum. Their eyes turn blood red as a deafening scream rings out, and with his overwhelming force, he pierces straight through, shattering their bell. The Grandmaster's bell shatters into pieces, leaving them frozen in sheer disbelief. A dark swirling vortex lingers ominously in the open air. High above, a single arrow of light slowly descends from the sky. The onlookers are left completely jaw-dropped in utter amazement. Dark embers rain down onto the ground, making everyone tremble with fear. A massive chunk of the shattered bell crashes down with a heavy thud. A figure steps forward, demanding to know if that Yi guy actually escaped. Using himself as a human cannonball to make a quick getaway was totally unexpected, making them wonder if he noticed them beforehand to seize this chance to flee. Leon curses in frustration, muttering how tragic it is to waste such a perfect opportunity. Shinichi snaps back, calling the three Grandmasters complete idiots who only know how to brag, complaining that if they had just held on a little longer, their master plan would have been fully set in motion. A voice suddenly speaks from behind, mocking the agents from East Island and North Baldon for thinking just 5 Grandmasters could somehow convince Liuli Island to rebel. Shinichi freezes in pure shock, realizing the man behind them is Yi. They panic upon seeing him, but quickly realize his return actually gives them a golden opportunity. They recall that the intel described Yi releasing a powerful blue energy, making them wonder what on earth this half-dragon form is supposed to be. Asked if the plan is truly foolproof, Shinichi confidently reassures them that they only need to hold him off for 30 seconds. Once the magic circle activates, the last great Grandmaster of Great Xia will surely meet a tragic end. Since Great Xia is currently at its weakest point in history, they must strike now before the nation can recover its strength, which is precisely why they use Liuli Land as bait to set up this massive trap. They explain that during their previous expedition in the Eastern Ocean's Forbidden Zone, they uncovered a special spatial teleportation array hidden inside the ruins. Once fully charged, it will instantly banish any living being caught inside straight to that deadly wasteland. They believe that even a powerful great Grandmaster sent to such a deadly Forbidden Zone completely unprepared would have an incredibly slim chance of ever making it back alive. This entire hunt was constructed solely to eliminate Yi, so they can finally claim Great Xia as their own. The ally nods in agreement, deciding to put his faith in the North Baldon group just one more time. With that, the three of them unleash a powerful East Island ninjutsu. He stands perfectly still as a thick, ominous mist quickly rolls in. He watches the approaching magic draw closer, completely unfazed by the threat. A deadly sword suddenly materializes as a cold voice chants a curse. Red smoke sweeps across the ground, sending everyone running in terror. It twists into cursed talismans wrapping tightly around the woman's body. Miyachi quietly schemes. Seeing how easily he crushes Grandmasters like ants, he knows direct combat is pure suicide. Even a single graze from that monster could cost him his life. Fortunately, his survival techniques are far superior to those 3 useless fools from Liuli Island combined. He smirks with arrogance. The heavenly curse is an ancient black magic spell from the West Continent. When the caster takes a fatal blow, the curse transfers that damage directly to the victim. Facing Yi, he head-on is a lost cause, but if he plays dirty and strikes from the shadows, his chances of killing him are massive. Across from him, he speaks calmly. Do you really think taking physical form will save you? I have learned not to underestimate my enemies, and besides, my time is far too precious to waste on you. He opens his maw, unleashing dark energy to devour everything. The pressure radiating from he is absolutely immense, threatening to drown everything in its path. He screams out in sheer panic, what is this insane gravitational pull? Use your ninjutsu to disrupt him now. Together, they unleash their ultimate ninjutsu. First the Shadow Thunder, followed immediately by the devastating indestructible Solar Flare. Panicked, they cry out that they can no longer summon the surrounding elements. He sneers at their stupidity. Every single element is under his absolute control, so how dare they think they can command them? Terrified, they scramble to escape, retreating is their only option now. But he blocks their path from behind, asking why they are in such a rush to leave. Suddenly, his hand wraps tightly around Shinichi's throat. His eyes are freezing cold. Leaving without saying goodbye. Where are your manners, you little Eastern runts? Shinichi's face twists in horror as he screams desperately. What happens next is pure nightmare fuel as he rips him apart with a single hand. It is a gruesome sight, drenched in dark, terrifying hues. His towering, monstrous silhouette slowly steps forward. Miyachi shrieks in rage, you two northern Bidenites, are you just going to stand there and watch? If we go down, you are coming with us. He sighs in boredom at the shadow clones. That trick is completely played out. Raising his hand, he ignites the deadly Karma Wood flame. The technique flares with savage power when combined with the time reversal river. Every single one of Miyachi's illusions is swallowed instantly. The clones turn pale, their faces drained of all blood in pure terror. Miyachi whips his head around in sheer panic. How is this possible? Why am I back here, he mockingly sneers. He unleashes a brutal bone-shattering kick that sends him flying. Miyachi's battered body crashes heavily right in front of Shinichi. Glaring up, he spits that even as a ghost, he will never forgive him. Shinichi chuckles darkly. Miyachi, what else can we do? We are dead anyway, so I might as well buy you some time. If the three of you can stall for 10 seconds, that is already a miracle. Shinichi's eyes turn ice cold. Devour him, he orders. The subordinate radiates pure bloodlust and nods in grim agreement. Instantly, deadly spikes erupt violently from the subordinate's mutating body. He glances over immediately, recognizing the bioengineered monster. Let me witness the true scientific power of the Biden Federation, the so-called pinnacle of global technology. He extends his hand in a slow, incredibly dangerous motion. A colossal, earth-shattering punch comes crashing down with immense force. He pauses in surprise. The creature actually blocked his full-power strike despite having a body as soft as a sponge. Before he can even process this, another heavy fist comes flying right at him. The two clash in a brutal, high-stakes battle of raw power. Shinichi smiles with satisfaction. It is the latest weapon from Black Base Area 151, capable of rapidly absorbing and releasing energy. Even against an elite grandmaster, this beast can easily hold its own for a while. His gaze turns ice cold. Absorbing power. You can actually drain my energy. He unleashes his magic power. Let's see how much you can take. His eyes fly open, glowing with a sinister, otherworldly light. Two completely different abilities crash into each other like raging demons. The man groans in agonizing, endless pain. Finally, a massive explosion tears through the battlefield, instantly erasing the darkness. He releases a sudden wave of incredibly blinding, brilliant light. His sharp eyes snap open, carrying a highly dangerous aura of elemental control. Glowing streams of light looking like water spheres slowly materialize. He calmly and gently guides them forward with total ease. Dangerous star-like specks of light suddenly charge forward. They quickly fuse into one massive glowing crystal. He speaks with a dangerously cold tone, asking what stall tactic gave him so much confidence to stand there and face him like that. Shaken by the direct call-out, a terrified Shinichi begs him to wait. He charges toward him at lightning speed, demanding a single good reason. Shinichi quickly threatens him, saying if he dies, everyone in this room dies too. These are all highly influential figures on Liuli Island, and their deaths would immediately plunge the entire place into utter chaos. Surely the Dragon Breath faction wouldn't want to see that happen. He simply replies that while they don't, he can't wait any longer. A weak excuse means the death penalty. Shinichi is instantly forced to swallow the glowing sphere. In pure panic, he asks if Yi has lost his mind, demanding to know how he could ruthlessly watch hundreds of innocent people die like this. Behind him, a massive burst of magic explodes before Shinichi can even finish speaking. Even the massive crucifix nearby begins to shatter into pieces. Creepy, pitch-black streams of light begin to manifest everywhere. They spread rapidly, sparking sheer panic as they consume the room. A massive, catastrophic explosion erupts, sending thick black smoke everywhere. He calmly tells everyone not to worry, promising to bring them back to life later with every single piece of flesh completely intact. He slowly takes a few steps forward. He runs a hand through his hair casually, noting he isn't some kind of ruthless demon after all. Suddenly, his eyes narrow into a dangerously sharp glare. Strange sounds coming from the man's broken body immediately catch his attention. He mutters that he's still alive, while squad leader Shinichi laughs, admitting that using the citizens as leverage may have failed, but his forbidden spell is ready. The life sacrifice technique originally required 10 more seconds to fully charge the spatial teleportation array, but he will now willingly pour all of his remaining life force directly into the spell. Those desperate words strike his ears like a sudden bolt of thunder. He realizes he has been targeted, sensing an incredibly strange, violent fluctuation in the air. The surrounding space begins to blur, feeling almost identical to the energy waves from Chuzhou's spatial slash technique. Shinichi laughs like a maniac, shouting that trading his life for Yi's death is entirely worth it, as the North Brandon Federation will finally rule the Blue Star completely unopposed. Yi's pupils dilate as a terrifying blue light erupts, signaling that the attack has finally arrived. An immense wave of raw power crashes directly down onto his body. The villain smugly gloats, confident that teleporting him into the Forbidden Life Zone is enough, but right at that moment, Yi's calm face slowly emerges from the blinding light. His lips curve into a confident smirk right amidst the bright rays. Shock grips the villain completely as he struggles to believe his eyes. Soon, the terrifying blue light slowly fades away into peaceful quiet. A totally dazed Shinichi wonders if he actually succeeded in pulling it off. He rejoices, believing he has personally eliminated the very last obstacle standing in the Federation's path. His voice becomes ragged as he mutters his final words. Shinichi's broken body slowly begins to dissolve into empty space. But in that final moment, a dark shadow looms over him as something approaches. Panic takes over as he gasps in disbelief. A smug smile spreads across Yi's face as he mockingly asks the Special Forces captain why he is sleeping before break time even starts.